Well, welcome back then if you're joining us on the live stream, and if you're not, and if you're here at the Castleloyd Raceway, then a good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 2022 Ken Cams and Simpson Race Exhausts British Autograss Series. Of course, this is the opening round, hosted by the South Wales League. We had an excellent day's racing yesterday, and this morning the track looks in tip-top condition as well. Our overall meeting sponsors, we didn't mention enough yesterday, but PRG Trailers have been supporting the South Wales League now for a couple of years, supporting the Nationals when we hosted it a couple of years ago. But the main sponsors for this weekend's PRG Trailers, we extend a massive thank you to them. And of course, Ken Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust, your long-time season sponsors for the British Autograss Series. We've got marshals gathered up there on the start line if we look towards our left, and we've had the heads up that there are Class 8 cars already waiting in the holding lanes, ready to battle in their reruns. If you were joining us on the live stream yesterday, I think at one point we had over 1,000 viewers, and that obviously dwindled and changed quite a bit dramatically throughout the course of the day. But the feedback that we had yesterday via Facebook and the other online sources have been tremendously positive, and it seems to be a great step forward and a progression in the sport of national autograss racing, obviously within the British Autograss Series. So we will be kicking off this morning's action very, very soon. We have been told that the reruns have been called to the line for their reruns, which will be taking place this morning before we move on into the third and final round of qualifying. Now, yesterday we had some classes which had over 48 entrants when we began in the first round of qualifying. That means that the drivers have been battling it out for the top 16 positions in the points after 3 rounds of qualifying, to be whittled down to 16 to take part in the semi-finals before they then progress to the top 8, which will be the ultimate final, which will be held later on this afternoon. And the classes that haven't been fully exceeded by numbers, they will be fighting for the top 8 positions straight away after their 3 rounds of qualifying, and the top 8 then will progress to the finals, which will be taking part, well, hopefully around 2:30 this afternoon. So the points, as you will know if you are long-time veterans of the British Autograss Series, 55 points is awarded to the winner of a heat, and the points then are dwindled down with a point less for every position. So the first positioned car and driver will get 55 points. 45 points will be awarded to the second place driver, then 36 points for third, 28 for fourth, 21 for fifth. And then as you get down then to the lower positions, 15 points awarded to 6th, 10 for 7th, and 6 for 8th. And in the event of green flags, then the points are even lower. It is possible within the sport of national autograss racing to get 9th and 10th place points, even though there are only 8 starters in each race. And as we look towards our left now, we can see more and more of the Class 8s that are coming up to the line for their reruns. We've still got a few of the marshals gathered up there towards the start line, so there will be a couple of minutes before they make their way onto the centre of this fabulous looking Castleloyd Raceway. And I'm glad to say the sun's out a little bit earlier this morning. We had a little bit of a grey sky when I arrived here yesterday morning, but already the sun blistering through, and you can see where the track has been watered. It's got a silvery haze, and it's quite blinding in places. But as we look to the left then, and you can see on your stream, then we've got a collection of marshals and quads up there towards the start line. You can see the telehandler also making its way onto the centre of the Castleloyd Raceway for the first time today. And like I say, we will be going racing very, very shortly with the reruns of both men's and ladies' outstanding second round of qualifying before we progress through to the third round of qualifying. And we've mentioned the series sponsors, we've mentioned the overall sponsors, but your sponsors of Class 8 this weekend is the Beresford company, and they are long-time supporters of the British Autograss Series, with DM Racing and Honeyborough Garage, the sponsors for men's Class 8 here this weekend. at the South Wales League. We did mention a couple of other events and meetings yesterday, so we'll be back here at the Castleoedd Raceway for the South Wales League's second qualifier in a fortnight's time, and the following weekend then we'll be heading to Stratford-upon-Avon for the I think it's the first ever 3-day map event starting on a Friday, because it's that Jubilee weekend with junior racing on the Friday before the main event, the MAP Open, a long-standing open event that used to reach exceeding amount of numbers and drivers years ago. I think we were knocking on the door of 1,000 entrants at one point, but that will be held at the John Wilkin Raceway, home of the Evesham Autograss Club, and obviously hosted by the Midland Autograss Promotions League. And as far as the British Autograss Series is concerned, well, we'll be heading to Cwmdu, and we'll be heading to the Ovals in Lions Hall in about 4 or 5 weeks' time for round 2 of the 2022 British Autograss Series. Round 3, it'll be the first time that I'll be heading to a newly found venue. The North Shropshire Club hosted a fabulous round of the series last year, and the comments that was seen on Facebook and other online sources really did excel, and the way the meeting was run, didn't see any complaints then. So I'm really looking forward to going to North Shropshire for round 3 of the series. Round 4 then is being held just off the M5 at the hands of the Stroud and District Autograss Club, and the British Autograss Series then will close at round 5, which is being held at the Border Counties Autograss Club track, with Severn Valley your hosts of round 5. We didn't mention the sports national events yesterday, but the last day in July, the first weekend in August, we'll be heading to Thornborough. We'll be going up to the Yorkshire Dales Autograss Club, and they'll be hosting the Men's National Autograss Championship. So the 21 leagues across the country will be battling it out at the moment for their national qualifying spots. The allocations will normally get released in about 3 or 4 weeks' time, and the drivers will then find out whether they've been lucky enough to book their place among the best 40 drivers in theory from each class across the country. And the Ladies and Juniors Nationals is an event that's going to be a little bit closer to home than the men's event, as we head to Hereford for their Ladies and Juniors event, and that's going to be on the first weekend of September. And that track there is just situated about 4 or 5 miles to the west of Hereford. So they're the big events of the series, all given a mention. If you've got any club meetings or anything, and if you're trackside and you want a little mention of your meetings or any information passed out to the public that are joining us this morning, then come over to the bus. I know it's a long walk, but come over to the bus and we'll give you the information that you require. Now we can see the track once again just having a little bit more dust repellent, and we can see the marshals are now making their way onto the track. And for those eagle-eyed viewers that are joining us on the BAStv, then you'll have seen Liam Williams join us here in the commentary point. So how are you this morning, Liam? You okay?
Yeah, good morning, Gareth, and good morning everyone trackside, and of course all of you watching on BAStv as well. Ready to go for day 2 of round 1 of the 2022 British Autograss Series. Looking very much forward to it. Of course, PRG Trailers, your sponsors for the course of the meeting, and from my understanding, I think we are kicking off with men's Class 8s this morning. That's right, so Gareth's giving me the nod. So men's Class 8s then shouldn't be too long. Of course, a bit of track work going on, as Gareth quite rightly said, and the sun shining down on this circuit this morning, and I tell you what, it looks like we're going to be in for a beautiful day and another cracking day's racing. And obviously a little bit later on we get to see the best of the best in the finals, and that's what it's all about here at the first round. Of course, Class 8s have to contend with semi-finals, as do Class 1s and 2s. So it's going to be a busy day for the Class 1s and 2 drivers, and a busy day for myself, Gareth, and Steve Langley to try and get through all of them. I think the Class 2s were pretty well behaved yesterday. I think your Class 1s, you had a couple of reruns in between, didn't you?
Yeah, well, if we continue with the form from yesterday, I think there's only one commentator that's sitting on a 100% record. Well, no, there are two, aren't there? Because Mr. Langley was... I was joined with Mr. Langley when the junior special second heat came
I forgot
along.
about those junior specials,
I was a
Gary.
bit tick-happy on my paperwork yesterday afternoon. Yeah, so we'll see how it goes. But like we said, we've heard that the Class 8s are up there in the holding lanes for their reruns. So did you venture over to the big white tent over there yesterday?
I strolled over to see what was going on.
To be sociable?
Just to be sociable, yeah. Just to show me face. Of course, I had the presentation in there last night from the BAS from last year, and good to see, obviously, a lot of the drivers go up, collect their trophies, and good to see such a good turnout as well. I think there was a good few people there, obviously, showing their appreciation for a lot of the drivers that did win last year, and of course the ones that finished in the trophy positions as well. So hopefully this year, of course, at the end of all this series, it's a long way away, I think, what is it, September, the last round, then hopefully it seems like we're getting back to some sort of normality, and we can once again continue with the prestige event at the end of the year. But hey, we've got 5 BAS rounds to go through first, and we're only halfway through the first one. And I tell you what, I said yesterday, if the other 4 are going to be as good as this, then first round has set such a high bar. Of course, it was a long day yesterday. It did go on for a while, but you have to credit the team for getting the majority of the racing through. I think there's probably about 10 or 12 odd races that are left to go through this morning. And I tell you what, they're not going to struggle with that whatsoever. They'll be certainly bang on time. They make some time up, and of course, hopefully have a nice early finish this afternoon. That is obviously depending on the drivers. If they decide to be a bit chaotic throughout their third heats, then obviously it could take longer, but I'm sure that they're all going to be on their best behaviour. No one wants a long drive home, do they?
No, especially your girlfriend.
There is that. It's not too bad for us. It's only about 2.5 hours. She's still in bed this morning. She's recovering. I thought she had a hangover, but her excuse was, I got to drive home later. I just want to rest.
She'll have heard enough of your voice.
Well,
throughout the weekend.
She was telling everyone last night. They said, I bet you didn't see Liam yesterday. She went, I didn't see him, but I kept hearing him, didn't I? I can't get away from him. So apologies for that, Kate. But yeah, of course, the drive back for us isn't too bad. But obviously, a lot of the northern drivers that have come from parts of York and central Scotland and Yorkshire Dales and places like that, obviously, it is a fair way for them to go back. But credit to them for obviously joining us. That is what we do. That is the dedication we have to put into this sport. Of course, there is racing up and down the UK, and you've got to go. If you want to win the BAS rounds, then you've got to get yourselves there. And that's what most of them have done. I can't quite remember how many drivers we had. I think it was over 620 odd drivers, we said. So for the first round, that is absolutely fantastic. So if we do look to the line, then we can now see a car coming forward, and that car looks to be Tim Russell in Invicta Kent 19, which gives me the indication that we are going to kick off with a rerun of race 4 in your men's Class 8s. Now, I'm not too sure how many there is. I've got on my sheet that there's 1, but there could be another one sneaking in there shortly. And, of course, we have got the ladies' 8s to come your way as well. But we do believe it is the men's. So big thank you then to DM Racing, Dan McKenzie, for his sponsorship. And a big thank you to Beresford Chassis and Components for their sponsorship over the course of the series. Race 4 down there on the line. And ready to do battle and kick things off here at day 2, round 1 of the Kent Cams and Simpson sponsored British Autograss series. Race 4 brings out James O'Riordan in Mallow 31, James Heselton in York 75, Kerwin Thomas in Carmarthen 26, Sam Matthews in Cambridge 427, Matt Owen in Quumdy 115, Jamie Meehan in West Waterford 132, Tim Russell in Invicta Kent 19, and Jake Harden in PhD 25. So they should be the ones assembled down there on the line. I think there might be a couple missing. Of course, a few drivers picked up damage yesterday, and a few picked up a couple of the dreaded black flags as well. But they are the ones that are scheduled to be down there on the line. Of course, this is still their second round of qualifying. But few of these drivers had a good result in their first round. Sam Matthews had a second yesterday morning. James Teston, Tim Russell and Jake Harden, they all picked up thirds and of course racing to get into the top 16 in Class 8. So they need good points. The bungee's up. The first race of the day is on and off the line. And I'll tell you what, Jake Harden, he absolutely stormed off that line and into turn one as he goes through first in PhD 25. Bit of water down on the surface, but it doesn't seem to affect him. So Harden it is. That's going to lead the way. Kerwin Thomas second. Sam Matthews runs third in 4.27. Tim Russell, I think, just clipping the Armco as he comes past in that back place in Evicts Kent 19. So he's got a hell of a lot of work to do in order to get up the field. But as we look to the front, we've got to change a race leader. Kerwin Thomas it is. That moves up the inside. Sam Matthews, though, is going with him, and Harden's around the outside. It's all swapping at the front as Harden takes it back in PhD 25. Takes up the running with a couple more to go. Sam Matthews runs second. Kerwin Thomas third as they go down the far side. Someone running round the outside trying to make a move, but not quite working out. And Tim Russell not having no luck. He's really going to have to move up if he wants to get enough points to get into the semis later on as he runs fifth. It's last lap flag. Here's Sam Matthews, Jake Harden, Kerwin Thomas and James O'Riordan in fourth in Mallow 31. Tim Russell still in fifth in Evicts Kent 19, but down the far side, is he going to add a first place onto the second that he picked up yesterday? It certainly looks like it as he goes down the far side into the bottom corner for the final time. Sam Matthews could be one to watch this weekend in 4.27 as he takes the win. Jake Harden, Kerwin Thomas, James O'Riordan sideways across the line in Mallow 31, and Tim Russell in Evicts Kent 19 is the one that comes across and completes it all. So like I said, I think that's the only outstanding rerun I had of men's Class 8. I do believe I have a rerun of Class 10s at some point, so we will look to the line and eagerly wait to see what pops up. And of course, like I said, few outstanding reruns, a few outstanding ladies races as well. And it will not take long for us to get back on track and go running into the third round of qualifying. But good stuff already this morning. Great race in there from your men's Class 8, especially for the second, third and fourth positions. And just goes to show this track holding up so well and providing us with some fantastic racing. Now, they don't look like specials to me, so this definitely isn't me, because they look like Class 1s, and I believe we've got ladies Class 1s to come your way. So that does seem to be what it is. So don't know where Gareth has gone to. He's multitasking. Gareth's always multitasking. For those of you that don't know Gareth Jones, he does about 15 jobs at once, and he makes them look effortless, which is a very big compliment. I've seen him lap score and commentate at the same time. Didn't say he was any good at it, but I've seen him do it. So Class 1's on the line. Over to Gareth. Yeah,
thanks very much, Liam. Yeah, we're going to go with the second round of qualifying of ladies Class 1s there, up there on the line. Who can we make out? It's Athelston number 2 on the inside. That's Sophie Lewis. But we'll give you the rundown of runners and riders, because already race number 1 gets away from the line, and it is Ellie Mae Burton then in TA number 4 that's going to lead down into the seaside turn for the first time and exits the Diggett Plant Tyre sponsored corner and passes us for the first time. So TA4 takes up the run in. Sophie Lewis in Athelston number 2 slots into that second position as they climb the bank for the first time. Then it's the Cambridge 48 machine of Kerry Bennett that slots into third, ahead of Swansea number 10. And your current back marker then is the St Neots 296 machine. But it's going to be the Emily Lodge machine that's at the tail end of the field, as the Ellie Mae Burton machine then comes around to conclude her first full circuit of this Castleloyd Raceway in TA number 4. She's got clear daylight between herself and Sophie Lewis in Athelston number 2. I'd say probably about 15 cars lengths now between the two of them as they make their way down that far straight. Third place is still Kerry Bennett in the Cambridge 48 machine from Swansea number 10 and Swansea 296, but already the back marker is getting approached by the race leader as TA4 Ellie Mae Burton closes in on the tail end of the Scunthorpe machine as they cross the top part of the circuit then for the second time. It's going to be Ellie Mae Burton that is going to be the first one to take a lap off Emily Lodge in Scunthorpe 213, and she's powering down the outside now around that bottom corner in the TA4 machine, and this time she's going to dash to the line and claim the 55 points from her second round of qualifying. Emily Lodge a lap down in 2 and 3, so Sophie Lewis takes second in Athelston number 2 from Swansea number 10. St Neots 296, and Emily Lodge then will cross the line and get her points in Scunthorpe 213. So I think it's Sophie Lewis's bumper that's up there on the top end, and the Athelston number 2 machine just stops to recollect it from the marshals, and that then will bring to a close that ladies class 1 race from the second round of qualifying. We've got a ladies class 5 rerun up there on the line, so for the first time this morning I'll hand you straight over to the voice of Mr. Mickey B.
Okida. Good morning, everyone. It is Class 5 ladies. Well, you thought race 1 had been done and dusted. Well, we get it to see it again because here we go. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing with the ladies 5s. Amanda Mason got a flying start there. Breed Hill 11 out of grid 8. Sarah Bateman goes with her as well in Stroudon District 45. Rhiannon Smith in the South Somerset 36. Where's Sarah Chilvers, the daughter of the man who had the attachment shape dog who makes herself look younger. Oh, she's running down the pack. She won that first race, but it's gone to rerun. Climbing the hill then. Who gets the best of it? And it is Sarah Bateman then from Amanda Mason, Rhiannon Smith. Then it's Lynn Olsen in that Breeden Hill at 27. Sarah Chilvers then in the Yorkshire Dales at 46. PhD 20. Donna Forrest down the pack. And then we've got Kerry Baxter in Breeden Hill 99. Another lap under their belt, climbing up the hill. Sarah Bateman then. She had an eventful day, didn't she? Had a bit of rearranged front end yesterday. But look at that. The hammers have been out. It's nice and straight again. Down the hill they go. Into turn 1. Down that bend and into turn 2. Woohoo! And it is Sarah Bateman then. Stroudon District 45, one more lap to go for Amanda Mason's got pressure coming on Rhiannon Smith from Lynn Olsen. There it is, Sarah Chilvers, and a little bit further back, Kerry Baxter. They all climb the hill now. Down that's opening straight, and it's Sarah Bateman's race to give away now. Amanda Mason holding on to a strong second from Rhiannon Smith, and then Sarah Chilvers looks up the inside of Olsen as they bring it round turn 1 and turn 2. Checker flag at the ready, and it is Sarah Bateman, Stroudon District 45 from Amanda Mason, Breeden Hill 11, from Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36. Sarah Chilvers, Yorkshire Dales 46. Then we go to Lynn Olsen in Breeden Hill 27. And last but not least, Breeden Hill 99, Kerry Baxter. That race was a bit like New York. So good, they named it twice. So, I know a tedious slink there, but that's fine. We go up to Super Saloons next. So, where are we going to go? I'm having a look. Is it race 1 or race 2? Let's have a look. I think it is race 1 that's coming out. So this one went to rerun. We've had Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho in the Radford 176. She had a win yesterday in her first one. She's coming out of grid 8. And then here she's got a little bit of a slingshot. And off she goes. Barrett goes up there as well. Ellie Lockwood in that Scunthorpe 393. Shamel Clayton in the Spalding 31. Round that incline and out of turn 2. So Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho. But there you go, Michelle Barrett looking for a nibble on the outside, climbing up the hill there. And it is Julie who protects that line. So Barrett drops in that second place. And it's Lockwood, then Shamel Clayton as they bring it down that opening straight. Sue Harris in that Radford 140 machine. PhD 6, Ella John. And then Kelly Murray in Cumnee 22. So here we go. Still Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho. Up the hill they go. And this track has been fantastic, isn't it? Second day, it looks like it's going to deliver us some brilliant racing as we head towards our finals a bit later. As they come down that turn 1 and turn 2, down that incline, the Armco starting to suck them towards it. But it's last lap flag. Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho from Michelle Barrett, from Ellie Lockwood, from Chanel Clayton. Then we go down to the Radford 140 of Sue Harris, the PhD 6, Ella John, and then Cumnee 22, Kelly Murray. Kelly, she was involved in an incident, wasn't he? You know, they all kind of had a bit of a coming together. They all went a bit like that. But here we go, checker flag. Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho takes the win from Michelle Barrett, second in York 12. Third goes to Scunthorpe 393, Ellie Lockwood. Spalding 31, that's Shamel Clayton. Radford 140 of Sue Harris. Then we go PhD 6, and that's Ella John. And the last but not least, Cumnee 22, Kelly Murray. Now, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Why couldn't they do this yesterday? But all we like is that it's a morning run out on a Sunday morning driving. they're a bit quicker there, you know, like Aunt Mabel, who goes out and does about 20 mile an hour, you know, like you're stuck behind her round the country lane, you know, get out of the way, I'm coming through. I know, well, she's... and there's another story there, Gareth, but here we go. We are off and racing. This is Super Saloon's race 2. As they bring it down into turn 1. Where's that Lindsay Allen machine? Because she had a win yesterday, but not going to get it this way because Alice Bevans has got the best of it, climbs up the hill. A very well decorated young lady with titles galore. And she takes them down that opening straight again, down into that incline into turn 1. The windmills are turning, creating the power, just like Alice Bevans as she now comes back past commentary again. Still, that's Samantha Graney there from the Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs. And we lost one. Oh, we have lost one over there as well. And oh dear, that's a shame. We'll pick up that number. It's a bit too far for me in the morning. Plus I've got sun in my eyes as we pick up the last lap flag, and it is the PAC 53 Alice Bevans from Samantha Graney there in Pennine 8, Hereford 44. And it is Lindsay Allen there who's running in that 4th place. And as I mentioned that, she's looking to come up the inside there of Nicola Gibbs, and they exit that Stargate turn down into that first turn challenge as the 2 lead cars come round there. And oh, Alice Bevans, well done. PAC 53 takes the win. Samantha Graney at 2nd in the Pennine 8. Oh, Hereford 44. Nicola Gibbs holds off the challenge of Lindsay Allen. And Lindsay takes 4th place points, 28 points. And yep, that means 28 and a 55, 70, get me shoes and socks off, 83 points after 2 rounds. Up on the line, open wheel specials. That means we're going Class 10 racing. And I'll tell you what, Lindsay Allen nearly got as many points as our Eurovision Song Contest. Did anyone see it? We'll tell you about that later.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. So, men's Class 10 rerun down there on the line. Race 4. It is ProLinks and Gwalia Garage, your sponsors. So we've had to wait to see these Class 10 boys because I think they come out once yesterday and then we didn't bother seeing them again. So hopefully this morning we can run through them. Liam Evans, Chris Ellis, Marcus Lewis, Terry Burbage, Phil Young, Tony Jones and Sam Burbage are the ones that are down there and ready to do battle. Liam Evans had a win yesterday, so can he make it 2 wins out of 2? We'll have to wait and see. He was flying in his first heat and he's got a good start this time as well. But Phil Young's going to go with him. Someone's going right around the outside. I think that's Sam Burbage in Sturton number 40, but Liam Evans it is that makes it stick in North Shropshire number 3. Phil Young goes with him in 2nd. Chris Ellis runs 3rd in the South Somerset number 3 machine. South Somerset 6th rather than Cundy 100 of Marcus Lewis runs 4th. Problems for Sam Burbage at the back in Sturton 40. He just sent it way too much into that first corner and it's done him absolutely no good whatsoever, but someone who is doing good is Liam Evans in North Shropshire number 3. As he comes past, oh, Ellis is in the Armco in South Somerset number 6. He likes that wide line. He's got an erratic driving style, but he came too wide this time and made contact with defence. That keeps him in 3rd, but slows him down. But he's going to come right back at Phil Young in that 2nd place position. His last lap flag, Liam Evans it is. He looks set for another win. The race really on for 2nd as Ellis shoots through, but Young gets him on the cutback in that Evesham machine. So keep your eyes on those two. Bundy 100, Marcus Lewis and Sam Burbage in Sturton 40, but the race on the fields for 2nd. Ellis gets it back, but he's going to go out wide as all this goes on. Your race leader comes round to take the win. Liam Evans it is 2nd. Oh, Ellis is in the Armco again in South Somerset 6. So's Phil Young. So Marcus Lewis, oh, did he get 3rd? I think. Well, we think Phil Young might have crossed the line as he spun out. The question is, did he spin across the line before Marcus Lewis crossed it in Crumdy 100? Who'd want to be a lap scorer, eh? Certainly not me.
Do you know what the funny the finish line marshal, right? So, Evesham 23, he's spun round, hit the Armco 4 or 5 times. He's probably a bit shaken up. He's looked over at the marshal, he's given him the thumbs up, they go, yeah, you've managed to cross the line. So it'll take all the pain away.
I'm sure if he's got the points, he won't mind about hitting the Armco at the end of it. But I don't think Chris Ellis is going to get any points. That's twice he done that. He done it on, I think, lap 2. but managed to just about save himself and had the race on for the rest of the laps. And when it came to the final lap, he just went out way too wide. And as I said, Chris Ellis, for those of you that are obviously familiar with him, does have a very erratic driving style, like most of the Class 10 racers. But this track just not quite big enough. I don't know how much bigger you want, to be honest, because this is one of the bigger tracks in the sport. But unfortunately, Chris finds himself in the fence. Phil Young, like I said, it won't damage his feelings as much if he's come across and picked up points. But the one thing we can safely say for certain is that Liam Evans was your race winner and that he is unbeaten with 2 wins out of 2 after the first 2 rounds of qualifying. So I think that's all the men's racing complete then for Heat 2, which is a good thing. So the next time we see the men is going to be in the 3rd round of qualifying, which I tell you what isn't going to be too far away, as we've got a couple of ladies reruns. I think that's ladies class 2s down there on the line, and I've still got my ladies 8s to go. So we're talking maybe about 7 or so races until we can get cracking into the 3rd round of qualifying. So ladies class 2s are on the line. And Steve Langley is obviously busy elsewhere, no doubt, of course, always running around at the British Autograss Series meetings. So whether he will pop back or whether Mickey and me will try and do it between us, which is a big ask. Out of the 2 commentators you would ask to try and make it happen between you, we're probably the least too culpable. So ladies class 2 is down there on the line. I will try and find some paperwork, but not too sure where it may be. If not, we'll wing it. We'll make something up as we go along. We can read the numbers, put it that way. As look into the line, I'm going to take a guess and say this is actually the rerun where the Class 2 lady rolled yesterday. So that would make it a rerun then of race 1, because if I remember correctly, I think it was Faye Stevenson. Yeah, no, it wasn't. It was Beth Richards that went over on the far side yesterday. I think good, clean racing originally, and then there was a tap between 2 of them. And I think, unfortunately, Beth ended up taking a tumble on the Armco. But look into the line, she does appear to be back down there. So Beth Richards then is going to come back out. So that's good to see, and even better to see is Steve Langley making his way into commentary. So look at that, on time, perfectly. Ladies class 2s, and for the first time this morning, it's over to Steve Langley.
There we go, very good morning. Yeah, sorry, we're doing a few other things as well, but lovely to speak to you on this glorious sunny day here for day 2 of round 1 of the Kent Cam Simpson Racing Horse British Autograss Series here at the Castle Lloyd Raceway. What a cracking day, long day, but cracking day we had yesterday, and today is going to be much more of the same. Linda Thomas in PAC 91 then is the first one to show as they climb the bank for the first time. Tivy 17, Lara Jones slots into that 2nd place position. Chloe Anker's having a better run in this one in North Shropshire 391. The one with some early problems, Valerie Harrington in Radford 205. But your race leader coming round then, Linda Thomas it is in PAC 91. We've got Tivy 17 facing the wrong direction on that bottom bend, so that puts the Pennine 65 car of Beth Richards up into 2nd place. And we've got those flags of, we're going to stop calling them red because we had that too much yesterday. Dark, can we set up for dark pink? Oh yeah. So yeah, we're going to go for dark pink. It just sounds a little bit better. So in that case, we'll have no red flags at all today, or I won't. So I don't know about you lot, but there we go. So you're going for mauve, so there we go. So I think your colour recognition, Mr. Bark, is as good as your animal recognition. And I'm not going to let this one drop. So there we go. You had to be with us yesterday or listening online, and if you were, then you had 12 hours of us. So well done is all I can say. Congratulations. So yeah, absolutely. They ought to give medals for that. But no, good day yesterday. There was some absolutely cracking racing out there, without a doubt, and a lot of racing. As well. We have the conclusion of run 2, which is what we're currently in at the moment. Just a few races to mop up, i.e. reruns and also some new races. We've then got run 3. We will then have the top 16 into semi-finals for men's classes 1, 2 and 8, and for all other classes the top 8 straight into the finals. So get yourselves trackside and enjoy. And enjoy ladies class 2, because race 2 is away from the line. Nicola Bettany in Radford 92. One of the first ones to show as they come past us, tracking her through. Jess Roberts in Scunthorpe, 126. The White Rose 13 car then of Anne-Marie Chadburn goes through in third place. Jess Browning in North Shropshire 15, and there is a car on the outside of Jess. We'll pick that one up as they come past us. No Claire Calvert, I think in Severn Valley 4, noticeable by her absence, but noticeable by leading the race at the moment. Nicola Bettany in Radford 92, Scunthorpe 126. Runs in second, White Rose 13. Mallow 2 was the car sneaking around the outside. Pamela Horgan at the wheel of the Mallow 2 machine. Going down the far side, then it is Radford 92. That's that race leader still, Nicola Bettany leading the way, but still under strong challenge from Jess Roberts in Scunthorpe 126 as the last lap flag goes out. These two quite away clear of the North Shropshire 15 of Jess Browning, still runs in third, White Rose 13, Mallow 2. So they're all on to their final circuit, but down that far side, can Jess Roberts do anything in Scunthorpe 126? She has been tracking Nicola Bettany for a few laps now, but I think it's going to be the Radford car that is going to take it. Radford 92 then comes round. Nicola Bettany takes a good win, Scunthorpe 126. North Shropshire 15, Jess Browning in third, White Rose 13 it is in that fourth place position. And then Mallow 2 comes across the line. Big thank you to Apps Media and Mike Bevan's Building for meeting sponsorship of Class 2s. Big thank you to Fleet Care Services for the British Autograss Series sponsorship. And big thank you to Gareth Jones, because he's coming online and going to be taking you through the next race.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Steve. As we begin the third and final round of qualifying, we're going straight into the men's Class 3s. And we haven't given you the time. We haven't had time to give you the rundown of the runners and riders because we're already up and we're racing. And it's Simon Farrar, Yorkshire Dales 24, the one that leads into the seaside turn for the first time. Michael Bailey is in the middle of the pack there in about that fourth spot in TA31, but it's Phil Holloway that leads the chase on the Yorkshire Dales 24 machine. And with Wayne Hartright in Radford 125 slotting into that third spot, racing ahead of Vince Futia in North Wales number 3. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 then racing ahead of Michael Tonto Bailey in TA31 as they make their way down that far straight, but throwing it sideways through that seaside turn. It is Simon Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 24 that continues to lead from Phil Holloway in Eastern 34. The Radford machine of Wayne Hartright 125 still there in that third spot. Michael Bailey and Dave Faulkner having a good battle for 5th and 6th in the TA31 and Star 6 machines, but down that far straight they go, and this time they'll see that yellow flag with the black cross. They'll move on to their final circuit this time round as Phil Holloway loves to move up through on the inside with 1 lap to go. A little bit of contact there as they approach that start gate turn. So far trying to close the gap in Yorkshire Dales 24, but he's left it too late for that gap to be closed. He's lost that second position as well as Wayne Hartright in 125 looks to move on through into that second position. A little gust of smoke from the tail end of the Phil Holloway machine, but Evesham 34 holds on and takes his win. Evesham 34 then, Yorkshire Dales 24, Radford 125, your first three. The Fuchsia machine, North Wales 3, takes 4th from Dave Faulkner in Star 6. Oh, Michael Bailey's not quite finished, so White Rose 71 takes that 6th spot from Michael Bailey. Tonto then taking the final position in race number 1 of your men's Class 3. Race 2 is up there on the line. This one brings out Lee Almond in North Wales 27. Oshan Hughes is there. We've been calling him Dylan all day yesterday, but it's Oshan Hughes behind the wheel of the TA22 machine. He starts in or around grid number 4. On his outside shoulder is the Penhow 11 machine of Ashley Jones, and it looks like it's Pete Robinson all the way out there in grid number 8 in North Wales 72. The bungee lifts, the graphics come on your screen, and we're away and we're racing with the second race of this third and final round of qualifying of the Ram Developments Class 3s. Martin Gould it is that leads down into that bottom corner in North Shropshire 343 side by side for second at the moment between Lee Almond in North Wales 27 and Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9. And the car that's left up there on the line is Pete Robinson, so that probably means that he's in race 3 or he's got problems on board, but no problems whatsoever on board the NS343 machine as Martin Gould throws it sideways into that seaside turn for the second time. He's being challenged at the moment by Lee Almond in North Wales 27. Stuart Moore still there in that third spot, just brushing the Alto there in Ludlow number 9 from the Scunthorpe 307 machine of Tony Goodser, and Ashley Jones in Penhow number 11 then at the tail end of the field, with Oshan Hughes with it all to do in TA22, but this time round that yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready. It's a familiar sight, has got to be said, for Martin Gould to lead the way onto his final circuit. And Oshan Hughes there just square wheeled on the apex of that top bend, so they all avoid him. I think he's just on the inside of the tyres and the cones there, and they all manage to avoid him. He gets back on the racing line in TA22, rejoins the field at the back of the pack, but it's checkered flag time this time round. And Martin Gould looks to book 55 points, book his place in the final. North Shropshire 343, Lee Allman second in North Wales 27 from Tony Goodser in Scunthorpe 307. Stuart Moore takes fourth in Ledlow number 9, and Ashley Jones in Penhow number 11 then takes fifth. And Oshan Hughes will try and get going in the TA22 machine. He's going to get going and he's going to collect his 6th place points from the third round of qualifying of men's class 3. So race 3 is up there on the line, so we would assume that Pete Robinson is a non-starter, and he failed to get off the line for the race 2 because he looks to be the one that's out there, and a few of the marshals have gone to tow him back to the pits. And also a non-starter there was Vernon McKenzie in Cambridge 442. Race 3 should bring out Ryan Power. He was unbeaten all day yesterday in Yorkshire Dales 98. Mick Summers is there in Radford 169. He's the sky blue machine that starts in grid 2 as you look up towards the start line from the bottom bend. The third grid, a man that was unbeaten all day yesterday, 2 wins under his belt, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. So we've got a clash of the Titans in race 3 between Ryan Power and Keith Kelly. Lane 4 is occupied by the Cumdy 85 machine of Ed Lloyd. That's that little machine with the orange bumper. If you count them, he starts right in the middle of the pack, 4 cars out from the cones that mark the track. Gary Wickham in IK13 starts in lane number 5. Cash Yeardley's there in Sturton 96. That's the A35, the red coloured A35. That's up there in grid number 6. Jeff Gibbs, Hereford number 1, is the golden coloured machine that starts in grid number 7. And Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99 is going to be pulled forward to grid 8 as Pete Robinson's North Wales 72 machine then just unfortunately problems on board, managed to drive to the line but didn't move off it, and it looks like probably some transmission problems there because unfortunately the North Wales 72 machine being carried back to the pits on the front end of the telehandler. But he had a storming day yesterday. I think he picked up 2 seconds, and probably won't be enough to get him to qualify in the top 8. But if he does qualify for the final, I'm sure there will be plenty around the North Wales 72 machine to get it going in time. So the sun now blistering here in the commentary unit at the first round of the British Autograss Series, and we're back here at the Castleide venue, a venue that's probably familiar to the majority of people that are here this weekend. But if you're joining us from the comfort of your own home, it may be your first visit. Right then, we're up and we're racing with race 3 from the middle of the pack. Ed Lloyd, Cumdy 85, one of the quickest out of the blocks. Who's that on that inside line? It's the Mallow 247 machine of Keith Kelly. Where's Ryan Power? He's looking to go right round the outside. No, he's not. He's back on the inside in a 4th spot in Yorkshire Dales 98. And Rupert Lomax drops into that 2nd position, but it's a black flag for Ed Lloyd, so that's probably for a jump start. That's totally unofficial at the moment, but he makes his way back to the pits. He hands over the race control to Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. Rupert Lomax still there in that 2nd position in North Wales 99 as they go through the start gate turn and back towards us. 3rd place is Ryan Power in the Yorkshire Dales 98 machine, just brushing the ankle there ahead of Gary Wickham in IK number 13. 5th place Mick Summers is there in Radford 169 ahead of Jeff Gibbs, and Cash Yeardley at the back of the pack in Sturton 96, but it's going to be 1 lap to go before Keith Kelly makes it 3 heat wins out of 3 in Mallow 247, so making his journey over the Irish Sea worthwhile. Rupert Lomax still there in that 2nd position in North Wales 99 from the Ryan Power machine. Yorkshire Dales 98 rounds out to your top 3 ahead of Gary Wickham, Mick Summers, Jeff Gibbs and Cash Yeardley, but all 7 drivers are now on to their final circuit. But your race leader is away and gone, and he's going to dash to the line. Mallow 247, unbeatable throughout the heats. And Keith Kelly looks his place in the final. Rupert Lomax 2nd from Ryan Power, and Gary Wickham takes 4th in IK 19 from Mick Summers in Radford 196. Hereford 1 is Jeff Gibbs and he finishes back in that 6th spot ahead of Cash Yeardley in Sturton 96. So that's race 3 done and dusted. They make their way back towards the pits, up towards the start line there, and we've got race 4 sat patiently up there. You got yellow flags waving around the Castlereagh Raceway. We're under starters' orders. The bungee brakes, and away we go. And who's going to make the quickest of breaks from grid 3? Looks like it's Leon Dorset in North Shropshire, 293, and he's the one that's got the advantage as they go down into the seaside turn for the first time. Richley looking to cut back on the inside. Inscunthorpe, number 700, he slots into that 2nd spot, leading the chase. The Fox is there, Nigel Edwards. In TA11, he rounds out your top 3, but on that note, he loses that 3rd spot to the Cork machine of Trevor Cusack in CK25. The Fox fights back in TA11, reclaiming that 3rd position. Chris Allenson is back in that 6th spot as he loses a position to Russ Tinker in York 4, but there's no position change at the head of affairs. It's 293 from 700. Trevor Cusack in Cork 25 now claims that 3rd spot for himself from the Fox. Nigel Edwards still there in TA number 11. Russ Tinker up in the mix as well in York number 4 from Tom Hall, who took a superb heat win in yesterday's 2nd round of qualifying in St Neots 12, and the 1987 or 1988 Class 3 national champion at the turn end of the field on Viv Cole in Carmarthen number 4, but they're all safely on to their final circuit. A challenge on for 2nd between Trevor Cusack in Cork 25 and Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700. That's where the race lies, as your race leader goes down into the bottom turn for the final time. He's going to take another win. It's Leon Dorset, North Shropshire 293. He takes the win from Rich Lee, who takes 2nd in Scunthorpe 700. Trevor Cusack 3rd in Cork 25. Tom Hall takes 4th in St Neots 12 from Nigel the Fox Edwards in TA11. Viv Cole takes 6th in Carmarthen number 4, and Russ Tinker in York 4, then the last of the finishers. So we've lost the Yorkshire Dales 86 machine of Chris Allenson. Not sure if he's driven back to the pits under his own steam or whether he's just out of sight at the moment. Now then, 4 races done, 4 ticks on my paperwork. Let's see if Mickey B can carry on that tradition as he takes you through the 3rd and final round of qualifying of men's Class 5s.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gareth. Back round with the lorryinsurance.com series-sponsored men's Class 5s, Heat 3, Jones Carpentry and Tiling and Plum Pal are weekend sponsors. So race 1, Lawrence Blaber in Athelston 13, Colin Hadley, Severn Valley 247, Patrick Daly, West Waterford 188, Ian Jones, Cumdee 31, Jaber Smith, 100 points Jaber's got, a win and a 2nd yesterday, so he's got himself in a good position to book a place in the final. No semi-finals for 5s this weekend. Andy Shepherd alongside him in Border Counties 21, Matt Thompson, South Somerset 36, he's 91 points, so he's up in the top 8 at the moment, and yeah, what can you do? So looking down, he's equal 5th on the points tally after 2 rounds, and Ludlow 24. Yes, Jordan Powell coming out of lane 1. So Jordan looking at this, well, a win, oh, that's what you need. Now, where's the Cumdee 31? Ian Jones currently down in that 20th position. So some of these lads need 55 points and then see how the rest of the heats go. But, yep, keep your eyes on Jaber Smith out of lane 4, out in the middle of the pack. And alongside him, Ian Jones, that Cumdee 31, I think he probably would have wanted a few more points than what he's accumulated thus far. But we know that car is quick enough to compete and to take wins on any track as well. So a bit more water just been put down on this super circuit. It is quality racing circuit. And we're going to see who's going to challenge for these maximum points bungee lists. Let's go racing. And that's South Somerset 36, Matt Thompson. Did get a good start. He's going to see if he can get round the slippery surface as they bring it out of turn 2. Oh, no. There's contact there. There's one parked up. Jaber Smith leads it from Thompson from the Athelston 13, Lawrence Blaber. Colin Hadley into that 4th place as they climb the bank. And then there's a little bit of a gap. I see Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell just trying to make a bit of a charge coming out of that start gate turn. We're keeping this one going. Yellow flag's just been held aloft because we've got a back marker there that's got a problem on board. I think that was after that contact, but here we go. We're climbing up the hill. South Somerset 36, Matt Thompson then gets his nose in front. Jaber Smith back at him, side by side as they come down that opening straight, down into turn one. Jaber Smith then, Ludlow Way throws the car in there. Here comes Thompson, he's chasing him down there. They're getting sucked towards the Armco as they come past commentary. One more lap to go. Smith from Thompson from that Appleton 13 play, but then it's Hadley. Border County is 21, the next to show, Andy Shepherd. Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell. Cumby 31, Ian Jones down the pack. I think there may have been some kind of contact there, but here we go. Round that final turn, checker flag. Jaber Smith, book your place in the final, my son. Ludlow 8 takes it. From South Somerset 36, Matt Thompson. Colin Hadley from Lawrence Blaber. Then we go to Border Counties 21, Andy Shepherd. Jordan Powell, Ian Jones in Cumby 31. And then that back marker, I think West Waterford 188, Patrick Daly. So there we go. Heat 3, race 1, tick in the box. We go down to race 2 then. It brings out the gaffer. John Gaffney, North Shropshire 1, Adrian Hathaway, Breeden Hill 44, Tom Ellis, Stroud District 33, Mark Urker in PhD 20, Jeff Bateman, Stroud District 45, Barry Miles, James Mason, and Dan Godfrey. He's the top point scorer, Dan Godfrey, coming out of grid 1, and he's going with Bateman into that turn 1. Bateman then getting that tight inside line. Are they going to get drift out again? They do drift, but they come into the grippy stuff because near enough 4 abreast as they come past commentary. And it is that Bateman machine that takes them up the hill there. Tom Ellis cutting back up the inside there. Godfrey takes him on the outside there. Then John Gaffney, North Shropshire 1, also in for that challenge with that Tom Ellis machine. Down into 1. They slide into that turn 2. And up past commentary they come, still leading the way. Jeff Bateman from that the Cambridge 10 machine of Dan Godfrey. Godfrey now within touching distance as they exit that start gate turn. Tom Ellis now starting to get a comfortable 3rd place there. Gaffney in a 4th as well as they bring it round again. Another one, Adrian Hathaway, a place back in that 5th place. Last lap flag, 1 more lap to go on this one. Here we go then. It's Jeff Bateman from Dan Godfrey from Tom Ellis as they all start to close up as they bring it up the hill. Keep your eyes on these top 3. Out of start gate turn, Jeff Bateman holding that lead still. But here comes that Dan Godfrey machine. Oh, Ellis has got a problem on board. John Gaffney makes it up into 3rd place. Round 1, turn 1 and 2 for the final time. Checker flag at the ready. Who's going to get this one? Oh, Bateman holds on for it. Dan Godfrey 2nd. 3rd goes to John Gaffney in North Shropshire 1. Tom Ellis 4th. Then we go down to Breeden Hill 44. Adrian Hathaway from James Mason's. And that Barry Miles, Scunthorpe 94. A good race in there. Well done to Jeff Bateman and picking up maximum points. Dan Godfrey 2nd place. That should book his place in the final. And that's probably maybe why he didn't go crazy. Hey, don't tempt fate, you. Race 3 already starting, and we are off. There's no rest for the wicked down here today. They are flying down there, and that Cumby 3, Ryan Jones, and has he managed to get it round? Oh, he's got Ryan Jones, by the way, 100 points. But your top point scorer out is that Yorkshire Dales 46. Colin Chilvers, the man with the tash, who shaved it off to make himself look younger. Leads it, but here comes that Thorndyke machine down that outside. IK22 then. Ian Thorndyke currently sat 8th on points coming into this one. He needs a top 2. Should book his place in the final as they bring it round turn 2. Still Thorndyke then from that Chilvers machine. Then it's Jones goes through as they climb up the bank. This is a great race in there from these lads as they come up that hill again. Another lap completed as they're bringing it round. Can he hold on to it? Oh, Ian Thorndyke then. IK22 round into turn 2. Chilvers still following there in that Yorkshire Dales 46 as they bring it up there. Ryan Jones 1, 2, 3 as you were. Then we go down to the Wessex 255 machine. Riley Daper, he's holding on to 4th. But here comes that Typhy 451, the Italian stallion, Lewis Richards, as they look to the line because we are going to checker flag round the final turn. It's going to be IK22. Ian Thorndyke takes it from Colin Chilvers, Yorkshire Dales 46, from Ryan Jones. Then the Evesham 9 machine, Charlie Holloway, from Riley Diaper. Then the Italian stallion, Lewis Richards, as they bring through Chris Winnell, the next to show. And that final one, PAC 16, Brian Neal. Good. And I think all those three lads will see them in the final. Here we go then, race 4. And it is John Wild, Chris Tudgate, Baxter Pargetter, Adam Brown, Steve Donovan, Dan Lodge. Dan, 2 wins out of 2. How greedy. Pete Cheshire in Breeden Hill 99 and Jordan Bloor, York 44. So well done there. Jordan Bloor driving the Les Grice machine. Currently sat 15th on the points. 64 accumulated. So I'll tell you what, a win at a second, maybe at a push, gets you into the top 8. We'll wait and see. We're waiting for track clearance, looking at that first marshal post. He says, I'm ready, we're ready. Bunges goes, we are off and racing, and Lodgy gets a good start there. Jordan Bloor goes with him as well in York 44 as they bring it round into turn 1. A little bit of contact, nothing too much as they slide it round. And it is going to be that Wessex 15 machine. Chris Tudgate says, come on then, let's have a go for this one. And wow, he extends his lead. But here comes Lodgy back at him as they come down that opening straight back round into turn 1. Donovan holding 4th place in the green machine. Baxter Parker has got a problem at the back. He's running well down the pack as they come past us. So Tudgate from Lodge, from the Adam Brown machine. Then it's Donovan, John Wild, and then Jordan Bloor in York 44. Lodgy looks for a cut up inside, coming out of Stargate turn. Lodgy takes back up the win as Tudgate comes back at him into that turn 1. The sun beating down on this beautiful track. Round they go turn 2 for the penultimate time. One more lap to go on this one. Danny Lodge then from Chris Tudgate, from Adam Brown, from Donovan, from Jordan Bloor. Then we go John Wild in Causeway 7. And Baxter Pargetter. Oh, problem on board there. Hold on a minute. Where's Adam Brown going? He's looking for up the inside there of Chris Tudgate. As they come round, it's checkered flag at the ready. Lodgy makes it 3 wins out of East. Come from 212, takes a win. From Chris Tudgate, from Adam Brown, Steve Donovan, Jordan Bloor, John Wild. And that final place will go to Baxter Pargetter. And it is my privilege to say, just as Steve walks in, 4 races, all ticked off, 100% success rate. And I've joined the club. At last, I've joined the club. Don't know what club I've joined, but so up on the line, we are going over to open wheel specials, and it is going to be. Are you going ladies 8s or are we going men's 9s? Oh, so finally. Liam says we've got 8s up on the line, and it's over to Liam to take you through.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. So I bet a lot of you probably forgot about the ladies' class 8s, didn't you? Because it's been a long time since we seen them. Of course, these yesterday were the most problematic class of the lot, and it took us a good couple of hours just to get through the first set of rounds of qualifying. So this is, of course, Heat 2. This is the only remaining bunch of racing now from the second round of qualifying. And I'm praying that these ladies are on their best behaviour this morning, because as I said yesterday, they were an absolute nightmare, and I let it be known to a lot of them yesterday as well when we seen each other in the evening. So hopefully I've drilled something into their head and they start driving properly today. We've got 5 races signed on, the biggest turnout in the ladies class. I think we started off with about 35 of them yesterday morning, so a very good turnout of ladies class 8s, and just like the men, each grid is super competitive, and obviously they're all trying so hard to get those points. One of the harder classes in the ladies to emerge victorious over the British Autograss series. And as I said, 5 races scheduled to come your way. Beresford Chassis and Components, your series sponsor, and Honeyborough Garage, your sponsors for the weekend. So race 1 is down there on the line. Race 1 brings out Sue Herdman in Typhy 57, Rosemary Glover in White Rose number 2, Hope Godfrey in Sturton 22, Jenny Houlihan in West Waterford 158, Claudine Barnett in Quumdy 115, Ellie Lockwood in Scunny 191, and heat winner yesterday, Jade Russell in Invicta Kent 19. As they leave the line, That's the order of race 1. Claudine Barnett was quick out of the gate, but I think Ellie Lockwood it is round the outside. Rosemary Glover's facing the wrong way already in white rose number 2. So are we going to continue like we did yesterday with red flags kicking things off? We're racing at the moment as they come past us. Ellie Lockwood it is on the outside line. Jenny Houlihan on the inside line. West Waterford 158. But it does look like we are going to continue the tradition of problematic racing from ladies class 8s, because red flags are out straight away on that one. So they didn't quite make it a full lap. They'd done about 3/4 of a lap, and the red flags come out. So I think I'm going to do more than have to rename the flags, you know, dark pink in order for me to escape them, because I think I'm going to be stuck with these for the majority of the day once again. So race 1 will head off into the rerun lane. Rosemary Glover, unfortunately, was the one who had a bit of a tangle up and ended up facing the wrong way. She entered turn 1, so problems for Rosemary. So she'll be taken back in. And even bigger problems for Rosemary Glover is she's not allowed back out into the rerun, so we won't be seeing the white rose number 2 machine later on. Anyway, what we will be seeing is race 2, and we'll be seeing a heat winner from yesterday, Josie Tompkinson in Scunny 52. And guess who's the first one to show? It's Josie Tompkinson in Scunny 52 as they head into turn 1. This looks a little bit more cleaner, so if we can carry on with this, I'll be happy. Josie it is, that leads the way. Sophie Morgan runs second. Who's running third? Shelby Allman's on the outside line in North Wales 271. Can she cut back and make it stick? Sinead Thomas holding off. Jodie Glover's in the mix with Sharon Barker and Claire Cockrell once again down the order in North Shropshire 55. But looking to make it 2 wins out of 2, looking to become the first Class 8 lady to make it 2 wins out of 2 this weekend is Josie Tompkinson in Scunny 52. She motors on with Sophie Morgan there in second in the 71 machine, and Sophie with no answer to her whatsoever at the moment, as those two pull away more and more from the Carmarthen car in that third place position. Fourth is Jodie Glover. She looks pretty comfortable there as well, with the rest bunching up behind her. It's Barker and Cockrell having the battle at the back, with Shelby Ullman probably going to get reeled in as well, as Cockrell looks to go right round the outside as they move on to their final circuit. The race is for the minor places, but that's where the entertainment is at the moment, as Cockrell moves up the inside. Shelby Ullman just pushes on in 271, but at the front, no problems whatsoever. 2 wins out of 2. Josie Tompkinson in Scunny 52 takes it. Sophie Morgan takes second in Radford 71. Commander number 20 in third, with Jodie Glover in Scunthorpe 71 taking fourth. The battle for fifth though, Shelby Ullman takes it from Claire Cockrell in North Shropshire 55 and Sharon Barker in Evesham 25. And I think that's the first time this weekend where a race has gone through in ladies class 8's complete. Every single one yesterday was rerun, so that's the first one that went through. So I'll tell you what, all 7 of those are now my favourite drivers in the whole world for managing to keep all their cars on 4 wheels and not make contact with any single other car. So thank you to them. More of the same would be great. We've got another heat winner coming out in race 3, Claire Horner. She's just seen Josie Tompkinson make it 2 out of 2. Can she join her on top points? She's got a very tough grid to contend with, though. Ruby Emerson, Ellie Hines, Catherine Jones, Terry Mumford, Vicky Lamb, and Nicole O'Brien. I think Emerson had the best of the starts on the outside in 199. Whereas Claire Horner, she sits second as she goes into turn 1, but she will do anything she can to get into that top spot. And look at that, right round the outside she goes, as already she starts to extend the lead at the head of affairs. So 62 it is. That leads the way. The battle of the youngsters in second and third, as Ruby Emerson it is holding off from Ellie Hines in third. Someone coming right round the outside in the machine on the far side, I think it's Vicky Lamb in North Wales 83, who's trying to get into the mix, but Claire Horner's away and gone with this one. 62 it is. Emerson running there. Oh, someone in the Armco. I think it's Terry Mumford in the 158 machine. She just gets a little bit too close. It slows her down, but she's going to fight back as they go down the far side for another time, the penultimate time, because it's last lap flagged. And Claire Horner, is she faster than Josie Tompkinson? That's the question, as those two look to be sitting top of the shop, as Claire is away and gone. Ellie Hines now moves up to second, with Ruby Emerson running third, Nicole O'Brien in fourth, and she's not out of it yet in the Mallow machine. She's going to work hard to try and make up a position or two down the far side, so keep your eyes on them. Emerson shoots back to second in the Scunny machine, but your race leader is your race winner. 2 out of 2 and 110 points for Claire Horner. Second is going to go to Ruby Emerson. Ellie Hines behind Nicole O'Brien is the next one across. Terry Mumford in the 158 machine, and Vicky Lamb in North Wales 83, and that completes race 3 as well. So I can get used to this. This is much better as race 4 sits there on the line. Another heat winner coming out in this one, Lindsay Mullen in Yorkshire Dales 37, absolutely flying yesterday in the Daz Mullen machine. I think Lindsay had a good few years off racing in Ladies 8, but she certainly come back with a bang in this round. So hopefully she can repeat that in race 2. As, like I said, Josie Tompkinson and Claire Horner both sit on 2 wins. So can Lindsay match them? She's joined by Vicky Appleton, Cassie Gunn, Abby J. Bennett, Sandra Jones, Michelle Cusack and Lisa Payne. Sandra Jones is another one who had a win yesterday, another one who looked so quick. So this could be the battle between Lindsay Mullen and Sandra Jones, but don't discount anyone else. Certainly least Abby J. Bennett, as she's the one who emerges in that first place position. She pushes on though as she goes into turn 1. That allows Lindsay Mullen to come through in the Yorkshire Dales machine. Abby relegated to second. Third is Sandra Jones. A little bit off the pace at the moment in Quandee number 10. Sooty runs 4th in Scarborough 2, and Cassie Gunn in Pennine number 9 is the one at the tail end of the field. But Abby J. Bennett is not going to give up the challenge in that second place position as Lindsay Mullen it is, and we've got a massive rollover on the top turn. Vicky Appleton over and out in Scarborough number 2, so red flags are out straight away as the marshals and the medical crew will rush out there as they do and make sure that Vicky is A-OK. That is not what we wanted to see. Vicky had a dreadful day yesterday as well, and things obviously only getting worse from there. And the marshals are very quick out in attendance. Vicky is unfortunately no stranger to going on her roof, so I can't imagine that she should be too bad, but obviously the medical crew out there checking up on her. It was quite a tumble, you have to say. It was downhill as well, and the speed that they're going, it just goes to show the slightest bit of contact can equal the worst possible result. So hopefully Vicky Appleton is okay, and the marshals, like I said, were very quick out there, and the ambulance was very quick there too. So we're just going to wait and see if Vicky is out of the car. It looks like she is now climbing out. There we go. So Vicky Appleton climbing out of the car now, and seems to be absolutely fine. As I said, she's no stranger to going on her roof. So she is out. She'll obviously go into the ambulance for the precautionary checkup. And the Scarborough 2 machine probably looking a little bit worse for wear now. And that'll be taken back into the pits. And I don't think we'll be seeing Vicky again today. But like I said, tough cookie. She might decide to come back out, but the car might have other ideas, to be honest, because as I said, it was quite a heavy tumble going into that bottom turn. And like I said, it just goes to show the speed that these Class 8s are doing around this very fast surface. Like I said, the slightest bit of contact can equal that. We've seen just hearing then over the radio that unfortunately Cassie Gunn in Pennine number 9 is going to be excluded from the rerun. So obviously Cassie deemed to have caused the incident. So Cassie Gunn then won't be back out. She had, what did she have yesterday? 5th in Pennine number 9, so 5th place points. So that's all she's accumulated in the first 2 rounds of qualifying. So she's going to need a very good result in the 3rd heat to even get near that top 8. Likewise with Vicky Upton. I think Vicky had a 5th yesterday as well. So that's not what she wants, is to end up on a roof. But the main thing is she's out of the car. She's A-OK. And race 4 joins race 1 in the rerun lane. So whilst we got a bit of downtime then, obviously a bit of track maintenance going on, bit of water going down on the circuit, and making sure this track stays in tip-top condition. And you have to say, from the incidents that we have had over the course of the weekend, I don't think any of it can be blamed on the track. It's not as if cars are digging in and causing ruts. I think it has just been the competitive racing, cars just getting too close. We seen it yesterday, of course, and Mark Barker in the men's Class 9s was just pushing the car so hard And once again, the open wheels, slightest bit of contact that sent Mark Barker absolutely flying into the air. But a bit like Vicky Appleton, he's certainly no stranger to going upside down. And we actually got to see Mark then come out in the rerun a little bit later on after that. And of course, Beth Richards was another one yesterday who ended up on a roof. She also come out this morning. So, like I said, hopefully Vicky can get the car sorted, but it does look doesn't look too bad from here. But then I have got the sun in my eyes, so it could be a lot worse. The wheels are all on, Mickey's saying, so that's always a bonus. If a Class 8 goes upside down and your wheels stay on, then that's how you know that it's a sturdy car. Because we've seen already this weekend, we've seen quite a few wheels coming off. And another thing I've noticed today when I stepped outside of commentary, the cars are coming a hell of a lot closer to this Armco than they was yesterday. You can't really realise it. We've, like I said, as I stepped outside of commentary earlier, you don't realise when you're actually sat in here. But when you're outside, all you can hear is, I think it was the Class 3s mainly, they just kept tapping the Armco, bit of touch and go. And they're trying to obviously take the widest line possible because that's where the speed is on this track. They're absolutely throwing it into the bottom turn, trying to come round on the outside line, but some of them have taken it a little bit too wide and ended up in the Armco. Of course, we've seen Chris Ellis do it in the Class 10s, so that might be something to keep your eye on, especially when we get to the more erratic classes with the more crazy driving styles. But for the time being, we have still got one more race of ladies Class 8, and it looks like we're getting close to seeing that come off the line. So race 5 down there on the line brings out your final heat winner from yesterday, Charlene Hankey in ARC number 2. She's down there looking to make it 2 wins out of 2, but again, a very, very strong heat. Beth Tompkinson, Taylor Jade Pascal, Sue Nichols, Lindsay Weir, Alice Bevans and Kelly Matthews. So who's your money on in this one as they lead the line? Is Charlene Hankey going to make it 2 out of 2? She's left the line in first place, but this all-important first corner is going to sort them out. Is it Tonky coming around the outside? In 51 it is, so Beth Tompkinson it is. That leads the way. She comes past us for the first time. Charlene Hankey in ARC2 and Alice Bevans in PAC2, battling it out for second, and Alice finds the grip up the inside and occupies it. Charlene Hankey relegated to third, relegated to fourth now, as I think Taylor Jade Pascal come up the inside of her in the Hereford machine. But Beth Tompkinson it is. Yes, leading the way and runs in the Armco. Sue Nichols it is that just comes about too wide and makes the slightest bit of contact. Kelly Matthews is slowly working her way up the field in the 427 machine, up to about 5th place now. But no one's touching your race leader. There's just over a lap to go. Alice Bevans is trying to reel her in. Alice knows this track inside out and will know the best line to take. But Beth will do everything she can to hold on. With one more lap to go, we're going to keep our attention at the front as Beth Tompkinson just trying to pull away, but Alice Bevans isn't going to let her do that as they go down the far side past the beer tent, past the wind turbines for the final time. Can Beth keep it tight or will Alice make a move? I don't think she's going to have enough time. Beth Tompkinson it is that takes a good win. Alice Bevans takes second, third goes to Taylor Jade Pascal, Charlene Hankey fourth, Kelly Matthews fifth, Sue Nichols in sixth and Lindsay Weir in Breeden Hill number 1. So Charlene Hankey then failing to make it 2 wins out of 2, but still picking up a decent amount of points to keep her at the top end of the field in the points tally. So that is then ladies class 8's done for the time being. We've got 2 reruns to come your way a little bit later on. We've got a class 2 machinery down there on the line. So I'd imagine this is a ladies class 2 rerun. So ladies class 2s are down there and ready to go, and I think Gareth is well, I thought Gareth was going to get the paperwork and say, oh, I'll do these, but instead Gareth handed me the paperwork to say, you do these. So ladies class 2s then down there on the line. This is a rerun of race 1. I think this could be probably the 3rd or 4th attempt at this one. This is the one where Beth Richards took a tumble yesterday afternoon, but she is back out, and where is she? She's about 4th place as they leave the line, but we're going to let that first corner sort themselves out. I know the last attempt they was all trying to push their way through, bumping and banging. This a lot cleaner this time as they come through. The first one to show is going to be Linda Thomas in PAC 91 from the Pennine 89 machine of Faye Stevenson. So those two side by side as they go into the start line, and Faye Stevenson manages manages to pop out in front now, so change of race leader. Linda Thomas relegated to second as they go down the far side. Lara Jones sits third in Typhy 17. The race is for fourth though, as Caitlin Newton in the Stroud machine is holding off the challenge, but Beth Richards at the inside. Beth Richards puts her straight in the door and pushes her around. The one we haven't mentioned then is Valerie Harrington in Radford 205, but as all that drama went on, your race leader pulled away. Faye Stevenson it is, down the far side. Linda Thomas now coming under strong challenge from Lara Jones in Typhy 17, but Lara not quite close enough to make a move at the moment. With one more lap to go, Faye Stevenson it is in 89 from Linda Thomas in 91, Lara Jones in 17. As she leading trio, Radford 205 and Valerie Harrington looks comfortable in fourth as the two back markers battle it out. Beth Richards it is, still trying to find her way past Catherine Newton, but not quite working at the moment. So all safely onto their final circuit, and the first three are already into the bottom turn, and Faye Stevenson it is that's going to take a convincing win in the Pennine 89. Linda Thomas second from Lara Jones in third in Typhy 17. Valerie Harrington in Radford 205. Beth Richards did manage to move up a place in the Pennine 65 machine from Caitlin Newton in Stroud and District 99. So 2 ladies reruns of Class 8 still to come your way. That was the Class 2s complete. We're going men's racing now, and it looks like it's Class 1s. I think we've got 9 grids to come your way. So all I'm going to say is good luck, Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much. I can't see me having 9 ticks in this third and final round of qualifying of men's Class 1s. TBR Race Engines, your series sponsors for 2022, and your meeting sponsors here this weekend, Julian Mosley and Sons and Certus Energy Wales. Race 1 leaves the line, and they go down towards the first turn, and it is the Scarborough machine of Jim Bob Johnson then all the way from lane 8 that leads into the Seaside turn and exits the Diggett Plant Hire sponsored corner with about 8 car lengths of an advantage over the North Shropshire 113 machine of Ashley Lutwich. He's in the sandwich there in a 3-way battle for that second, third and fourth position with his fellow league member Swain Price in star number 1, and who's that looking to go right around the outside is Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25. Looks to have gone through from 4th to 2nd as they go down into that Seaside turn. But meanwhile, at the head of affairs, it's no change. It's still Jim Bob Johnson in 49 from 113 and 25, star 1 and Ludlow 85 is Harry Parker. He's there in that 5th position, racing ahead of the PhD machine of Carl Blackmore, who just gets undone by Katie Hobbs in South Somerset 101, and a PAC number 12, Billy Roberts, at the tail end of the field. But it's last lap flag time. Jim Bob Johnson starts his final circuit in Scarborough 49 from Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25. So these two now looking to book their place in the final. Good battle for third between the two Shropshire League members. Star on the inside, North Shropshire on the outside, but it's just Ashley Lutwich at the moment who's got his nose in front of Wayne Price in star number 1, who rounds out your top 4, but exiting the bottom turn for the final time. It is Jim Bob Johnson looking to book his place in the final with a win. Ian Ullathorne takes second in Scunthorpe 25. 113 just about holds on from Wayne Price in star number 1. Ludlow 85 is Harry Parker. He takes 5th ahead of Katie Hobbs in South Somerset 101 from Carl Blackmore, who takes 7th in PhD 48, and Billy Roberts, who rounds it all out for race 1 in PAC number 12. So the quads then just gone out to the apex of that top end, and they'll be readjusting the track markers, the tyres and cones, the rumble strip effect tyres that have been implemented here at the South Wales League venue. We're obviously progressing now through the third and final round of qualifying of this weekend's opening round of the Kent Cams and Simpsons Race Exhaust British Autograss Series. The red machine that you can see in the middle of your screen there, that is Josh Fowler in North Shropshire number 2. He was placed in joint 8th position overnight with a win and a third, but we're away and we're racing from the inside grid. It's Scarborough 221 that looks to have had the best of starts. Is Ollie Wrigglesworth then that leads down into that bottom turn. Josh Fowler's there in that second position in North Shropshire number 2, but he cuts back on the inside, and as they pass us for the first time, he might lead at the end of 3/4 of a circuit, and indeed it is number 2 that leads. Josh Woodward's there in Athelston 82. He's there in or around that 4th spot. Connor Griffiths looking to make up ground in TA 16, and North Shropshire 159 also amongst the pack. That's Zach Bowers, who finds himself in that 5th position now, and he's been challenged by the Kyle McDonough machine. That's Evesham 117, and he just gets all sorts of sideways and slows right down, but it matters not to your race leader. It's still Josh Josh Fowler in North Shropshire number 2 then, that's climbed the bank and makes it across the start line from Connor Griffiths, who's now through into that second position in TA16. Third place is still Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221 from the Athelston machine of Josh Woodward. That's Athelston 82. But this time round, Josh Fowler's going to see that yellow flag with the black cross. He's going to move on to his final circuit from Connor Griffiths in TA16. That's your 1 and 2. Then it's the Scarborough machine 221 of Ollie Wrigglesworth that maintains that third position. Zach Bowers is now up to 4th in North Shropshire 159, but away and gone in this one, and looking to book his place in the final is Josh Fowler in North Shropshire number 2. And as they cross the line then, it is the number 2 machine that takes the win. Connor Griffiths takes second in TA16 from Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221. Then it's the North Shropshire machine that takes 4th ahead of Wessex number 20, Rich Parks, who we didn't mention, Athelston 82. And last but by no means least, Toby Chamberlain and Kyle McDonough in Evesham 117 and 22F. So that's race 2 done and dusted. Okay, so we're hearing then from the inside of the track that 2 cars have picked up green flags in that one. We believe that they are the Athelston 82 machine of Josh Woodard and Rich Parks in Wessex 20. So they'll be demoted 2 positions in the results. But race 3 is away from the line. ARC 304 looks to have a good start from the inside of the grid, but it's the North Shropshire 443 machine of Ben Gould that's going to lead down into that seaside turn for the first time. And he pops out of the Diggett Plant Tyre sponsored corner as well. It's 443 that takes up the run from 304. Cumdy 48 is the car that currently sits in that third position. That's Cameron Phillips, and he's smoking quite a bit there as he crosses the top part of the circuit for the first time. Around the outside, it's going to be the North Shropshire number 8 machine of Aidan Arrowsmith. He finds himself in that third position if he can control it as he goes through that bottom turn, or is he going to overshoot that corner? But it is a North Shropshire 1 and 3 at the moment, because it's Ben Gould that continues to lead the way from Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304. That's your 1 and 2, and they're getting away from Aidan Arrowsmith now in the North Shropshire 8 machine. The Cambridge machine is Charlie Williams. That's CA42. That's the Dayglow yellow and white micro that's there in that 4th spot, challenged by Cameron Phillips in Cumdy 48. But already we got that yellow flag with a black cross, and Gould, he's going to find himself under some pressure now from Luke Fairhurst as they both move on to their final circuit. They cross the top part of the start gate turn, but it's 443 that's going to look to hold on to this one from 304, 8 and 42. You're 1, 2, 3 and 4 racing ahead of Cameron Phillips, and the TA23 is Gwyn Reeves, who we haven't mentioned so far, but it is going to be Ben Gould that dashes to the line. He takes his win in round 3 of qualifying from Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304. Charlie Williams takes 3rd in CA42 from Aidan Arrowsmith in North Shropshire 8. Cameron Phillips takes 5th in Cumdy 48 from the TA23 machine of Gwyn Reeves, and unfortunately Hugh Jones and Gary Jones non-starters. So TA3, TA9 non-starters there in race number 3 of the third and final round of qualifying of the Julian Mosley and Sons and Certus Energy Wales sponsored men's class 1s here this weekend, and TBR Race Engines, your overall series sponsors for the British Autograss Series. So Heat 3, Race 4 is up there on the line. The white machine that you can see in the middle of your screen, if you're watching at home, is Riley Diaper in Wessex 25. He starts in lane number 3. On his inside shoulder then will be Phil McGavin in Yorkshire Dales 100. The Toyota Igo of Jake Hemsley in IK 611 starts in grid number 1. The car that starts in lane 4 is North Wales 44. That's the car that you can see then. It's got the black panels on the side and a red front end. That's North Wales 44, Rhys Edwards. And towards his outside shoulder will be Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48, Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223, Jack Firth in Spalding 86, and Tyrone Cusat in Marlow 25. And it is a battle of the 25s as they make their way down that first straight. It's going to be a battle between Wessex and Mallow as they come across the bottom part of the circuit for the first time, but it's going to be Riley Diaper in Wessex 25 that leads the pack past us for the first time. Lee Deegan's there, just got his nose in that second position in Cambridge 48, as I think it's the Hussey machine of Scarborough 221 that looks to go right round the outside. It's 223, and he's managed to get his nose in front as they go down that far straight for the second time. But the pressure is very much off Riley Diaper at the moment, In the Wessex 25 machine, Lee Deegan just holding on to that second position just about from Jake Hemsley rather, in IK 611, as they all bunch up behind him. So it's just about 611, but 223 now looking to find the right line around that top bend, and twice he's managed to make it stick, but unfortunately for himself, then Riley Diaper in Wessex 25 just gets further away from the rest of the chasing pack. So as they go across the yellow flag with the black cross, it is going to be the race leader. So it's 25 from 223, 611, and I think it's Rhys Edwards there in that fourth spot in 44, racing ahead of Phil McGammon in Yorkshire Dales 100. Trevor Cusack in Mallow 25 is Tyrone Cusack rather in Mallow 25 is well down the order in that sixth position, the only mini in this one, but it's checkered flag time. Wessex 25 then, Riley Diaper takes the win. Second goes to 223 from 44 and 100. Jake Hemsley in IK 611 then finds himself back in that fifth spot, and Lee Deegan, unfortunately, the last of the finishers there in Cambridge 48, and Jack Firth well down the field as well. We didn't mention him in the Spalding 86 machine. So that's race number 4 done and dusted, and as I say, done and dusted, and a little bit of the dust repellent comes on to the Castleloyd Raceway, and it looks like the whole of the track now is going to have a fair sprinkling of that dust settling solution, and we'll be moving on then to race number 5 in this third and final round of qualifying of the men's class 1s. So as you if you're joining us at home, then you'll be looking up towards the start line. You can see that there are 8 cars, 8 drivers already waiting and poised for their third and final round of qualifying, as the dust settling solution then just being put now on both the inside line and the outside line on this bottom turn. But race 5 will bring out Daniel Harris in Penhouse 73 from lane 8. No, it's not. That's race 6. I'm getting premature again. Race 5 will bring out Sam Lanphier in Breeden Hill 43. He starts in lane number 8 from Mark Robbins, who's on his inside shoulder. That's the blue machine there with the yellow bumper that starts in lane 7. That's the Swansea 16 machine. It's going to be another Swansea machine that starts on his inside shoulder. That's Chandan Watkins. That's the red Nissan Micra there that starts in lane 6. Michael Aiken is the orange machine from the North Shropshire Club, and we'll be heading there in about 2 months' time for round 3 of the series this year, and that's the North Shropshire 192 machine of Michael Aiken. On his inside line, and coming from lane number 4 then, that's another red and yellow machine. That's David Jones in TA18. He starts on the outside of Liam Morris in the Border Counties 37 machine. That's the machine that's just getting a little word of advice, I think, or possibly some problems on board from the marshal that stood up there leaning on the roof of the BC 35 machine. Alex Hill in St Neots 164 is the white machine that starts in lane number 2, and the black machine coming from lane 1 will be Ryan Powell in North Wales 52. So as we look then at this Castleloyd Raceway, no flags are shown in the middle of the raceway, just that lone red flag over there on marshal post number 1, and there's a red flag being waved up there towards the track exit as well. So it looks like the dust settling solution has been put down all the way around this Castleloyd Raceway, and the 2 Bowsers then look to be making their way back towards their compound. So very, very shortly we are going to be up and running with race 5 of this third and final round of qualifying of men's class 1s. So we are once again under starters orders. The yellow flag is raised, the bungee breaks, and we go racing. Race 5 leaves the line. Alex Hill in St Neots 164, then the quickest of the starters. David Jones goes with him in TA18. Who's that on the inside? It's the North Wales 52 machine from grid number 1. That's Ryan Powell, but he finds himself now towards the tail end of the field as they all slide through turns 1 and 2. And it is going to be the local man then, David Jones in TA18, that leads fastest for the first time. He's being chased by Alex Hill in St Neots 164. David knows this track, and he's going to be very careful because he just about leaves the door open there for Alex to make a little bit of a challenge on his inside shoulder, and it looks like David's going to lose that race control as they go down into the seaside turn for the first time. So it's 164 on the inside, 18 on the outside. Who's that that's coming across that third position? It is the Morris machine. It's BC 37 Liam Morris. He's racing on the outside with Swansea 16 Mark Robbins racing on the inside in that Swansea machine. NS 192 is Michael Aiken. He finds himself back in that 5th position, racing ahead of the North Wales 52 machine of Ryan Powell. But that battle hots up at the head of affairs. It's still Jones on the outside, Hill on the inside as they go through the bottom part of the circuit for the penultimate time. It looks like Davies just made it a little bit of an advantage now in the TA18 machine, and he starts his final circuit with about 4 or 5 car lengths of an advantage. But Alex Hill seems to be reeling him in every time on the apex of that start gate turn. But it's 18 that's got a half a circuit to go before he collects, I think, his first set of maximum points this weekend. So Davies Jones in TA18 goes in to the seaside turn for the final time, and they dash to the line, and it looks like Davies will hold on for this one. TA18 takes the win. Alex Hill takes second in St. Neots, 164. It's going to be a dash to the line for third, but I'd say 192 holds on from 37. And Ryan Powell takes 5th in North Wales 52. From the Swansea pair then, Shandan Watkins takes 6th from Mark Robbins, and Breeden Hill 43. Sam Lanphier takes that final position in race number 5. They make their way then back to the pits, and the quads once again being quick to make it out to the apex of that top turn to readjust the tyres and the cones on the start gate turn. The Fishguard Arms corner, we can see proudly being sponsored the Marshall Post on the entry to the top bend, and unfortunately we can't see on the far side who the sponsors are, but certainly it's Diggard Plant Tyre and Fishguard Arms on this near side straight. So as you are joining us on the live stream, then it is going to be the Daniel Harris machine. That's the green and orange micro that starts on the outside, and already we're up and running. So we'll give you a full rundown of the runners and riders as we get going, and it's TA352 then. Ashley Hutchins that just about leads down into the start gate turn. He's got that inside line. Not sure if that's going to be an advantage because they're all bunching up behind him and alongside him. A St. Neots machine of Ollie Tilson is there in that second position, and he's gained the ground. He's got the advantage now as they climb the bank for the first time. Hutchins on the inside. North Wales 6 is Dylan Tyrrell. He gets sandwiched there between the 2 blue cars as they go across the top part of the circuit. But it is Tilson versus Hutchins. It's 196 versus 12 as they go down into the seaside turn once again. Dylan Tyrrell looking to get up into the mix as well once again in North Wales number 6. 4th place is occupied by, I think it's Marlow 196 and PAC 209 with the Daniel Harris machine. Penhouse 73 at the tail end of the field. Dylan Tyrrell over the 2 tyres makes it an advantage and goes through into that second spot in North Wales number 6 from Ashley Hutchins in TA352, and PAC 209 then comes to a stop on the exit of that start gate turn. So we race under yellow flags as the other yellow flag, but the one with the black cross, gets made ready. It's Ollie Tilson that moves on to his final circuit from Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales number 6. The Ashley Hutchins machine is there holding on to that 3rd spot. That's the TA352 machine. Mark Boland in Paul Boland rather in Mallow 196 makes it through into that 4th position and racing ahead of Daniel Harris in Penhouse 73. But as they cross the checkers, it's going to be another win. It's St. Neots 196. Ollie Tilson takes the win. Dylan Tyrrell takes second in North Wales 6 from Ashley Hutchins in TA 352. Paul Boland takes 4th in Mallow 196 from Daniel Harris in the Penhouse 73 machine. Timothy Gardner in PAC 209 unfortunately fails to finish, and Cumd 151 of Matt Owen was a did not starter in that one. So we're going to go then on to race number 7, and the race 7 lineup includes Chris Dyer in Evesham 28. He starts out there in grid number 8. Jordan Robinson starts from lane number 7 in Spalding 26. The yellow machine from lane 6 is going to be Dave Owen in North Wales 97. The Tom Powell machine just getting a little bit of attention up there from the marshals on that start line in Evesham 82. But Tom Powell will start in lane 5. He starts next to Jonathan Jones in TA number 4, and he'll start in lane 4. Lane 3 is occupied by Chris Hooper in Penhouse 55, and it's Connor Ukart in TA 211 that starts in grid number 1. But it's Johnny Jones then, TA 4, that's got his nose in front as they go down into the seaside turn for the first time through. On the inside goes Tom Powell in Evesham 82. Dave Owen in North Wales 97 gets spun all the way around, rejoins the field at the tail end of the pack. But it is Johnny Jones in TA number 4 then that makes his way across the top part of the circuit. Tom Powell not going to give up the action, and I thought that I was getting through these class 1s too well, and unfortunately on race number 7 it brings out the first red flag of the third and final round of qualifying. Johnny Jones was showing them the way to go there in that one in TA number 4. He was under some heavy challenge though from the Tom Powell machine in Evesham 82. They go back into the okay, so they go back into the pits and they'll be called up for a rerun a little bit later on. But confirmation from the centre of the track is that Evesham 28, Tom Powell. I got 2 Evesham 28s on my paperwork.
Tom Powell's 82.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Chris Dyer in Evesham 28 has been black flagged and will play no further part in the rerun. That will be coming up a little bit later on. So
I didn't want to say
race 8 gets away from the line, and once again this is going to be a heavily competitive lineup as Craig Bagley in Cumdy number 1 starts in grid number 1. He's looking to get his nose in front as they make their way down into that seaside turn for the first time. But unfortunately from this vantage point he looks like he's slotted into that 3rd position, but he now leads the chase on Scunthorpe number 1. It is the Ollie Hall machine from lane 7 that leads the way up the bank and across the top part of the circuit for the first time. Cumdy number 1 is Craig Bagley. He's there hot on his heels leading the chase. North Wales 164 is Mark Stevenson, and he's there in that 3rd spot being challenged by the TA 98 machine of Rhys Phillips, who rounds out your top 4. There is some messages coming across the radio, but it is SC number 1 that continues this battle for number 1 at the head of affairs as Craig Bagley now looks towards the inside line. Can he make it stick? Unfortunately not this time round. It's still Scunthorpe 1 versus Cumdy number 1. They get away from Mark Stevenson ever so slightly, who's still there in a strong 3rd in North Wales 164. He races ahead of Rhys Phillips in TA 98, and the 2 towards the tail end of the field, Adam Smith in PAC 29, and I think it's the IK 430 machine of Dan Jones, and right at the tail end of the field as they go on to their final circuit. Doesn't look like too much is going to change as all these cars now pretty well spread out, but it's Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe number 1 that makes his way down into that seaside turn for the final time. Checkered flag already held aloft as they come back towards us, and it is going to be Ollie Hall and takes the win in Scunthorpe number 1. Craig Bagley takes 2nd in Cumdy number 1. North Wales 164 is Mark Stevenson. He takes 3rd from Rhys Phillips in TA 98, from PAC 29 who takes 5th, and Dan Jones in IK 430 who takes the final position in race number 8. So once again the dust settling solution comes on to the circuit as the cars make their way back to the pits, and if you're watching the live stream then you've just seen the Bowsers come on to the start line straight, and once again looks like one's going to do the inside line, one's going to do the outside line. So obviously with this type of dirt then keeping the dust down to a minimum is a priority. That's for the safety of the drivers and as well as the spectators that have joined us here this weekend. And we look to the line then. We've got the last scheduled race of this 3rd final round of qualifying of men's class 1s. We've got that rerun of race 7 that will be coming your way in a few races time, but race 9 up there on the line brings out Andrew Owen in North Wales 397. As you watch your screen, and that's the car that's out in grid 2, the red machine with the white visor. He starts in lane number 8. On his inside shoulders, that little white Mini of Tom Herbert in Stroud 31. Tom Herbert, a UK Autograss champion a couple of seasons ago, and family have made the switch to the British Autograss Series last season or the season before, and Tom will start in lane 7 in Stroud District number 31. James Slater is fairly new to the sport of national autograss racing, and he's there in that red Mini, the red Micro rather, that starts in grid number 6. Dean Smith, another attendee that switched this season from the UK Autograss Championship in Ludlow 48. He's that blue and white machine that starts in lane number 4. Lane number 3 is the black and white Minstrel. It's Josh Hodge that starts in the Penhow 2 machine in lane 3. On his inside shoulder will be Tom Hawthorne, the silver Yaris of Radford 76, and then the grey Micra of Jamie Smith, PAC 52, will start in lane number 1. Once again, it looks like the Bowsers are just finishing off on this near side straight, so they make their way back towards the compound we've got a red flag out there on marshal post number 1. That will soon be replaced with a yellow flag to tell the drivers that they are under starters orders. The red flag on the start line is still waving, but that's been brought down. So now it is up to Mike Roberts there in the centre of the track to let the race go. When he is ready, the yellow flag is shown, the bungee brakes, and away we go. Heat 3, race 9 leaves the line. A good start there for Tom Hawthorne from grid 2, but it's that little mini from grid 7 that's going to lead down that first straight. It is Tom Herbert in Stroudon District 31, and that's going to lead. He slides into turn 1, he slides out of turn 2, and he's lost the momentum because from the outside it's Andrew Owen who takes up the run-in in North Wales 397. Dean Smith is there in that third position in the Ludlow 48 machine as they climb the bank. Is 48 on the outside. Tom Hawthorne looks up the inside in Radford 76 and Pennow 2. Josh Hodge also looking to get up into the mix as well. He moves through from 5th to 4th as they go down into that seaside turn. But it looks like it's North Wales 397, Andy Owen, and he's already got away and gone from the rest of the field. It's got to be said, about a half a straight of an advantage for that 397 machine. Dean Smith has claimed that second spot to himself in Ludlow 48. Tom Herbert won't give up the fight in Stroudon District 31, but the two bigger cars are going to look up his inside now as Josh Hodge looks to make his way through to third in Penhow number 2, and Tom Hawthorne hoping it ends in tears for the Penhow 2 in the Stroud 31 machine. But meanwhile, away and gone is your race leader, and he starts his final circuit. It's North Wales 397 and Andrew Owen, who he's extending his lead over Dean Smith as they make it up across the top part of the circuit. It's the 397 machine that's away and gone. Josh Hodge is there in that third spot in Penhow number 2. He's hoping to reel in the tail end of the Ludlow 48 machine, but this time round it's going to be a win, and a fairly convincing win for Andy Owen in North Wales 397. Second place will go to Dean Smith in Ludlow 48, who's going to be third, I'd say just about 76 from the Pennow 2 machine. Tom Herbert finishes in 5th in Stroud 31 from PAC 35, who takes 6th. And then last but by no means least, Jamie Smith in PAC 52. So as we look towards the start line then, we're going to go back to a ladies class 8 rerun. The marshals need to attend to Sue Herdman in TA 57 because she's waving her arms frantically there. But we're going to go back to ladies 8. We're going to go back to Liam Williams, who's going to take you through yet another rerun.
You've heard that before this weekend, haven't you? Right, yes, ladies class 8 rerun of race 1 on and off the line as we get away. Bit of a scrappy start for those as they've started to spread themselves out already. So going into turn 1 then, I think it's Ellie Lockwood in Scuddy 191 who absolutely sends it round the outside in that one. And running second, Jenny Houlihan in the West Waterford machine, running very well as well. Up the inside she goes, but not making it stick. Sturt and 22 of Hope Godfrey running third. Sue Erdman 4th in the Typhoon machine, and Claudine Barnett in Quumdy 115. So already we made it further than we did at the first attempt, but down the far side once again Ellie Lockwood had a second yesterday and looking to go one better in the second round of qualifying. The race on for second as Hope Godfrey is all over the back of Jenny Houlihan, but she will not back down in the West Waterford machine. She had a third yesterday. So Sue Erdman's climbing cars at the back in Typhoon 57 comes back down, but Claudine Barnett has picked up major problems in 115. Let's keep it going though as they come past us for another time. Ellie Lockwood it is from Jenny Houlihan. No red flags are out on that one. Just as Ellie Lockwood had come round and taken the last lap flag, we see a red flag. So Mickey is going to sit eagerly by the radio and wait for confirmation of what's going on. As I said, Ellie Lockwood did just take the last lap flag as she come across, and just as she did, the red flags come out. Aaron was just a bit too quick to get the red flag out. If he had just waited like 3 more seconds, then they all would have been on their last lap. So whether that's going to stand or whether that is going to be rerun remains to be seen. We've got the ambulance coming out onto the circuit. So not too sure why that is. It was Claudine Barnett and Sue Erdman that came to grief, but they both seem to make their own way off the field. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens with that one, as Ladies 8's proven to be more problematic once again. And we have got the other rerun down there on the line. Race 4 is ready to go. So while we got a bit of downtime, it gives us a chance to go through the runners and riders. A bit of a depleted field, I think, in this one. We did, of course, lose Vicky Appleton in Scarborough number 2 after she took role of the weekend, I think, in this first corner. So definitely Vicky Appleton won't be there because we've just sent a message from her. We won't repeat what it says, but Vicky won't be coming back out in the rerun, but she says that she is all okay after the roll earlier on. The car, completely different story, but she's not down there on the line, and Cassie Gunn was another one who won't be down there. Unfortunately, Cassie picked up a black flag for being the cause of the stoppage in Pennine at number 9. So the ones that are down there then, Lindsay Mullen and Sandra Jones in Yorkshire 37 and Cwmdy number 10. They both had a win yesterday in their first round of qualifying. Lindsay, I think, was running second in the first attempt, and I think Sandra was third. So they're going to be looking to try and make it 2 wins out of 2. They're going to try and join Josie Tompkinson in Scunny 52. And Claire Horner and Melton 62, of course, those two unbeaten throughout their 2 rounds of qualifying. And they're going to be joined by Abby Jade Bennett. She was absolutely flying in the previous attempt in the Forest of Dean at number 8, coming from about the middle of the grid, lane 3 in that one. Michelle Cusack should be down there in Mallow 64, as should Lisa Paynes in PhD 16. But it does, like I said, look like we're missing a couple, and the only ones I can actually pick out on the start line is Sandra Jones, Lindsay Mullen and Abby Jade Bennett. So whether there is someone just on that inside line hiding behind the tyres, then we will pick it up. If there is someone hiding behind the tyres, then it is going to be Lisa Paynes, but I'd highly doubt it. So it might just be a 3-car race, this one. But tell you what, 3 cars, but look at the 3 names that are down there and ready to do battle. Lindsay Mullen, Abby J. Bennett and Sandra Jones. It doesn't come much more competitive than that. As I said, so Lindsay and Sandra both had a win. Abby J. Bennett yesterday didn't have the best of days whatsoever. She picked up a black flag in her first round of qualifying. I think it was something to do with this top corner. I think she cut up the inside of someone. There was contact, and the marshal said that it was Abby's fault. So unfortunately, no points accumulated for her. So really, Abby does need to be getting 2 wins in her next 2 heats in order to get up the points. Of course, looking for the top 8 a little bit later on. So 2 wins is probably the minimum that she's going to need. And Abby is going to have to go for broke. But a brilliant little driver and ever improving in the Class 8. I think I'm right in saying Abby J. Bennett was the first female junior special BASH champion, which was, God, how long ago was that? 2-3 years ago now. And she's been getting on very well, as I said, in Class 8. I think she had a 2nd at the Nationals and a 3rd at the Nationals in her first 2 seasons. So she's certainly one to watch. Lindsay Mullen, of course, a very familiar name. Most of you probably remember her as Lindsay Stevenson when she was racing at Class 8 and always on form, as she showed yesterday with a brilliant win. And Sandra Jones, of course, is another one, former national champion and pretty much won it all, especially in Class 8 and various other classes as well as Sandra. So, like I said, an ultra-competitive lineup. So it does look like then the medical crew have made their way off the circuit. The Claudine Barnett car taken into the middle, so she seems to be A-OK in Cwmdy 115. And we look to that marshal on number 1. He's got the yellow flag up. It is a 3-car race, so this is going to be interesting. But a 3-car race, and look at the brakes, so tight. Abby J. Bennett needs 2 wins. She knows that, and that's what she's going to try and do. She's put too much on it, though. In Forest of Dean number 8, they've all gone waywards. So Abby J. Bennett, was that a tactic? Because I tell you what, it slowed the rest of them down, and it's allowed her to get away in Forest of Dean number 8. And oh, Sandra Jones is round in Cwmdy number 10. Lindsay Mullen runs through to 2nd then in Yorkshire 37. I'll tell you what, this is a messy race for only 3 cars. Sandra Jones needs to get it going, because if she finishes, she's still going to get 3rd place points. So Abby J. Bennett, though, is the one with the work to do in terms of points, and she is doing that because she is away and gone now in Forest of Dean number 8. Lindsay Mullen will, I'm sure she'll happily take a 2nd to add to her win, as much as she would have wanted to go unbeaten. A 1st and a 2nd is certainly not bad results. Likewise with Sandra Jones, as I said, if she finishes, she's still on a 1st and a 3rd in C10. But obviously earlier problems in the race has relegated her well down. So this could well be one of the most spread out races that we've seen all weekend, as Abby J. Bennett it is, down the far side, past the beer tent, and into this bottom corner. Sandra Jones starts her final circuit. Abby J. Bennett, she knows she's got a lot of work to do to try and make that top 8, but I'll tell you what a way to start in Forest Dean number 8. She comes across, starts her weekend off with a win, and I say starts her weekend off with a win because, as I said, the first round she didn't pick up any points, so 55 for her. Lindsay Mullen then sits on a first and a second in the Yorkshire Dales 37, and Sandra Jones sits on a first and a third. So I tell you what, just thinking of the points with ladies class 8s, we've got 2 drivers unbeaten, we've got a couple on first and second, so I'll tell you what, that's going to be a competitive lineup in the final. We still got the third round of qualifying to come your way yet as well. But just hearing from the previous race, Claudine Barnett in Comedy 115 unfortunately will be excluded. So there we go then. Mickey's just gave me the best news possible this morning. He said that they are going to take the result from race 1, which means Ellie Lockwood will get the win in Scuddy 191. I think Jenny Houlihan was second. Then I think Sue and Jade Russell were the next ones across. I say that's good news because that means I'm done for the time being, so I can go and get some breakfast because I'm absolutely starving. So that's my reruns done. We have got 5 races of Super Saloons down there on the line. I've had a look at the sheets and seen who's in it, and I'll tell you what, Mickey's going to need all the luck in the world to try and get past these lot. And just to add to his grief, the water barriers is absolutely soaking this track. So I think Mickey's just going to have to close his eyes and pray rather than commentate on this one. So 5 races of Class 7 Super Saloons, and it's over to the Superman himself, Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. Maxport, our series sponsors for the men's Super Saloon. Spa Motors Mid Wales Limited sponsoring this weekend. So here we go, race 1. So this is Heat 3s. This is where it is. The top 8 make it through. So it's going to be a competitive Heat 3, as we know. Bringing out in the race 1 then. Yorkshire Dales 21, Andy Jefferson, equal 10th at the moment. So Andy needs top 2. Possibly top 3 and see how the rest of the results go. Who else is equal 10th? Oh, Liam Evans, North Shropshire 120. He's in this race as well. And then your former national champion, the youngest Class 7 national champion so far, BHT 72, Jake Roberts, 91 points. So, Jake, I would think top 3 for Jake would book his place in the final, but don't underestimate who else is in this one as well. Jake Lee, Liam Roach, Colin Reid, all that way from Scotland. Well done, my friend. Andy Graney, Pennine 8, and Mark Jenkins in the Breeden Hill 106. So plenty of water gone down on this track. What's it going to do? Bunge's going to lift. Let's go racing then. Jefferson's got a good start out of that grid 8, but also coming out there, Jenkins and Jake Roberts go with it. Roberts got the inside low. Jefferson's gone for it. He's flying round that turn 2. Can he get the grip? Jefferson has absolutely stormed turn 2. Leads it through in there. Causeway 160. Liam Roach goes with him as well as they go over there. Evans looks for the cut back up the hill as well. Roberts now on the pace and looking to come up the inside of that Evans machine as they bring it down into turn 1 again there. Wow, what a move. Jefferson is on a charge. He knows that he needs big points to get into the final. A win would take him there, followed by Roach in the Causeway 160. Then we're going down into Evans, then it's Roberts, then we go into that Lee machine in the Scunthorpe 12 as he brings it up the hill as well. Andy Graney's still moving a place up as well. Lee in front of Roberts as they bring it down that opening straight. Round that turn 1 and turn 2. Last lap flag, 1 more lap to go on this one. And it is that Yorkshire Dales 21. Andy Jefferson from that Roach machine, Causeway 120 from the North Shropshire 120. Liam Evans there, and Lee's looking for a gap up the inside of Roberts. He's going through it. Colin Reid's coming out of Stargate turn as well. Andy Graney, the highest back front round the final turn. Wow, what a win. Yorkshire Dales 21. Andy Jefferson, see you in the final. Causeway 160, Liam Roach. Carlo 160, sorry Michael. And Liam Evans in third. Then it goes Lee. Whoa. Jake Roberts and Ogaidanu, Colin Reid side by side. And then Andy Graney in the Pennine 8. So will we? Oh, Roberts, is that enough points to get you in the final? You'll have to be wait and see what the next races are. Brings out top point scorer in this one. No Class 7, by the way, has had 2 wins. Barry Leach has had a win and a second coming out of lane 6. Alfie Smith on 90 points. Craig Bagley, Matt Richards, Aaron Long, Steve Wilson, Ian Stevenson, and Mark Evans as they bring it. Oh, you spin me right round, baby. Oh, and he keeps going as well. So that's a good little move, and it's a James Bond manoeuvre. But it is that Paul Johnson machine that takes them up into there. Lockwood looks for a gap up the end. Parliament's gone with him as well as they bring it up round Stargate turn down that opening straight. Scunthorpe 41 then. He's the man who's leading it. They brought out race 3. That's why. Hey, the cheeky saucers. Here we go then. Johnson then leading the way round. From that Lockwood machine, Parliament comes through as well. And then Jack Houlihan there is looking to come out. Radford 140, Damien Harris. Oh, Simon Hawthorne back in the pack. That's a surprise as they bring it round here. And hold on a minute, I'm seeing... hold on, it picked up the wrong flag. Last lap flag. That was nearly a big mistake. Paul Johnson then from Lockwood, from Parliament. Parliament looks for the cut back up there. Oh, he's too hot and he's gone round. Oh, Damien Harris gives him a tap for good measure. West Waterford 358 takes Jack Houlihan up into that 3rd place. Eyes back front, it's all happening round here. Check, oh no, red flags. Red flags. We're all on the last lap flag though. Paul Johnson just slows it down. We'll just see if we can hear anything on the radio as Tim Jones there, eagle ears, will let us know what's going to go on that. But Parliament came into top turn 3 and absolutely was on full throttle, I think, and just lost the back end, spun it round, and then he had contact with that Radford 140 of Damien Harris. So there we go. I think we're going to get a call coming over from the marshals. I'll let you know where that is heading. And I'm looking down here. It's we've got Holtby out in this next one, coming out of... oh, no, Holtby's the one back. Hold on. Oh, it is. So it is going to be race stands, and Parliament is going to be excluded. So there we are. That's put pays to the weekend for Phil Parliament, and but the race will stand. So just thinking about that, the Paul Johnson had slowed down because he's seen the red flag. So I think they'll probably take the result from the previous lap. So I think Johnson would have taken the win. Lockwood into that 2nd place, and then 3rd was Jack Houlihan in that West Waterford 358. So there we are, looking up on the line, and we've got the North Wales 76 car waiting to come out. So I'm just looking down here, and it is race 4. Ah, right, so they're just leaving race 2 to leave us hanging. So there we go. Race 4 is up on the line. So Typhy 32, Alan Jenkins, J-Ran Lewis in PAC 47, Tom Lewis in lane 6. Tom's equal 7th at the moment, so keep an eye on him. Andy Holtby. See, I've got Andy Holtby looks a bit the race further back, but maybe that's just me. As we wait to see, I'm going to have a look at my binoculars again, Tim. Can you have a little peek? So PAC 47. So yeah, it's up there. I think Holtby's just sitting back a little bit, or it might be just the angle of where we are in commentary. But Andy Holtby is one of those lads that has had a win and a second. He had a flyer yesterday morning, didn't he? Absolutely slingshot off the line and won it with aplomb. But picked up a second on his second heat. But he is the joint top point scorer. There's, I think, 3 of them with 100. Archie Bentley is the other one who's had a win and a second. Who else is out in this race? Lewis Woodruff. So the young lad who's stepped up into Class 7s out of the juniors. Big step up. He's doing well. Well done, Lewis. Matt Manning, Evesham 152, equal 7th as well. And then Dan Johnson in the Scunthorpe 383, equal 10th. So looking at this, Andy Holtby probably needs top 4 to book his place in the final. Tom Lewis, Matt Manning and Dan Johnson need a 1 or a 2, and that should get them into the final. PAC 700 is Richard Rees, who is coming out of grid 5. So just a little bit of downtime. Tim, I'm just going to ask you, mate, did you watch Eurovision last night?
No, we were too busy last night in the beer tent.
Well, I must admit, I went over in the beer tent. Well, and congratulations, well done to Tim and Steve for doing the BAS 2021 presentation last night. It was the trophies are brilliant, by the way. Absolutely, Bobby Dazzlers. Callum was fortunate enough to get one in the junior specials for his last year efforts, and. If you ever need a heavy paperweight, then one of those will definitely go. They're quite unique, those trophies. But yeah, we got back from the about 11 o'clock last night. We hadn't had any tea, so we're a bit hungry. It's been a long day in here as well. And when we switched the telly on, it was the results for the Eurovision Song Contest. And in my prediction yesterday was we would get 0 point. We actually we were winning it. Going into the public vote, and then Ukraine got a hatful. Here we go then. We are off and running with that race at 4 of the men's Super Saloons, and guess what? It is that Holtby machine that takes them round. Dan Johnson, where are you? You need some points. He's at the back. Alan Jenkins there as well. Border County is 66 of Tom Lewis. We said Tom Lewis needs the points, and here he goes. Tom Lewis side by side with Holtby. Holtby back on the power, down into turn 1, shapes the car in from Lewis. Then we go Jenkins there in that Typhy machine as they exit round that turn 2. And it is Jenkins going with Lewis into that side by side. Manning in 4th place. Needs bigger points than that. Then Lewis Woodruff a place further back, PAC 47. Then it's that Richard Rees in the yellow machine. And then right down at the back, it's Dan Johnson who needed the points. He's not going to make the final this way because it's last lap flag, and it's Holtby taking back the running. Climbs up the hills, comes from 61, and really great control there. Alan Jenkins, Typey 32, holding that 2nd place. Tom Lewis pushing hard in Border County 66, and then we go Matt Manning in that 4th place. Round we go, Lewis Woodruff in 5th. Bit of smoke coming out the back of the car. Oh, I thought Johnson was going to miss it, but it's Holtby takes the win from Alan Jenkins, from Tom Lewis, Matt Manning, then Lewis Woodruff, then Johnson, and the PAC 47 across the line of J-Ran Lewis, and that final place goes to Richard Rees in PAC 700. So there we go. That is race 4 done and dusted. And looking up on the line, so I can see that green machine means that I think we are going back to race 2. So Ian Stevenson coming out of grid 2, yeah. Mark Evans out of grid 1, Steve Wilson lane 3, Aaron Long, Matt Richards, Barry Leach now down 120. He's had a win and a second, so he's top scorer coming into here. But Alfie Smith has accumulated 90 points. So Alfie coming out of lane 8. Let's have a think about that. The top, well, your top 3, it's really on the edge, isn't it? 116 points to get into the A final. So a second for Alfie would secure his spot. But there is so much competition out in this one. Ian Stevenson picked up that black flag in his second run yesterday. Come into turn 1, if you remember, caught, I think, the tyres, lifted him up a bit, and he just kind of flew into the side of one of his fellow competitors, and unfortunately that gave him the black flag. But he'd started the morning with a win, so even if he gets a win now, 110 points, I don't think that's going to be enough. But let's wait and see. We're going racing with men's Super Saloons, bungee lifts. Let's go racing, and it is Stevenson that's going to take them into that turn 1. Round they go, Kumdi 2. Bagley's going for it as well. Oh, it's bishing and bashing and boshing and costing some doshing. And that goes reds. That was, oh my life. Dear me, there's some damage on some of those cars as they come round, and looking up on the screen. Dear, they're going to have to sort that out, and it is that Yayton Sobry 57. That's Mark Evans. That car yesterday morning was absolutely showroom condition. Unfortunately, it will be going in the workshop behind the showroom because it will need some work there. Also looking out is Aaron Long just stepping out of his car and just inspecting the damage in that West Waterford 192. So just waiting for any calls over on the radio, and we'll let you know. But Bowser just going on that start line as well. So Gareth's joined us. The voice of an angel has come in. Gareth, did you catch the results on Eurovision last night?
I'd gone to sleep by the time the actual final results had been made.
I'm very disappointed. I thought you might have stayed up. It was late. I was expecting to get match of the day on, right, and catch the end of the FA Cup final highlights. And there it was, Graham Norton. Hello, lovelies. and they were doing the points. You know the scores coming through.
When we had a decent night when Graham Norton is saying, "Oh, only 4 from that one," because normally we don't get anything from anybody.
Well, I was shocked. I thought I'd had one too many of the Thatchers, but apparently not. We were winning.
It was
so
United Kingdom at the top.
After every country had voted, whether or not we've lent them some money or something like that.
I think we've given them the missiles.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, the song, I didn't even hear the song. But
it was sung really well. It was a good performance.
Was it? Oh, well, if you're saying it was a good performance.
It was a really good performance.
I told you, I'm tone deaf. So
it's not the best song that we've had in the last 20 years. But,
well, Eurovision's not about that, is it, eh?
No, it's all about
I must admit, I saw the highlights of Spain. I mean, her costume, it made my eyes water.
Well, to be honest, I wish I was Swedish.
So here we go. We've got a bit of track work going down. Oh, here we go then. So West Waterford 192. So Aaron Long, you are going to be excluded from the rerun, and the rest of the cars will be given time to repair. Now, just thinking about that, Yayton Sobry 57. Have we got a couple of days? No, I think they've got 15 minutes for repair time. So. If you've got the Lewis Hamilton pit crew over there, where they can change wheels in under 6 seconds, you might need to do that. Help your mate out and see if you can get him back out in that rerun. And looking at it being about 15 minutes. Oh, I think we've got some finalists. So over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mickey. We've got our first set of finalists that have whittled down in men's Class 3. We started yesterday with 5 races, so we had 37 positions in the results, so that's excluding the joint positions. But the top 8 after 3 rounds of qualifying are Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. He's your top qualifier. He's been unbeaten throughout his 3 rounds of qualifying, and he goes into the final on a grand total of 165 points. Martin Gould, with 2 wins and a second, books his place as your runner-up, as your second qualified driver, on 155 points. 146 points for Ryan Power, Yorkshire Dales 98, books his place in the final as the third qualifier, ahead of Lee Almond, a win, a second and a third, and 136 points for the North Wales 27 pilot. A joint 5th position means that Simon Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 24 and SC 700 qualify for the final in 5th and 6th on 126 points. And the last 2 then to book their place in this afternoon's Ram Developments Class 3 final, Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99, a win, a second and a 5th, and 121 points for both Lomax and the final qualifier, Evesham 34, Phil Holloway. That's shaping up to be a really good Class 3 final, the first one to miss out, unfortunately, with a DNF in this morning's 3rd round of qualifying. But having had 2 wins yesterday is Pete Robinson, North Wales 72 and 110 points, just 1 point ahead of Tony Goodser, who finishes off his weekend in 10th position in Scunthorpe 307. Back to you, Mickey.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gareth, and well done to those top 8 Class 3 drivers making it through to the BAS Round 1 final a little bit later. So let's go into men's Class 7. We've got race 5 up on the line. Top point scorer, Archie Bentley, young lad, Border County 7, really taking to this Class 7. Saw him last year when he first broke in, and he was doing a sterling job. He's on 100 points, a win and a second coming out of lane 7. Cameron Mills is in this one in that Cumdee MD9. He's on 91 points. Here we go then. We are off and running. It is Cameron Mills that's got a flyer down out of that grid 2, and Bentley goes with him round into turn 1. Water on the track. Is that going to cause any problems? No, of course it's not, Michael. As Mills takes it. Oh! Bang! Into the Armco. And that's Darren Adams. Border count is 26, and it sees the Reds out already. So short and sweet. And yeah, the magnets on the Armco must have been on this morning, because dear me, maybe a bit of contact there. Just took the car out of shape, and then it was only heading in one direction, and that was towards the Armco. So looking over there, I think the driver's okay. He's I can see his brake light coming on and off, so he's obviously moving around in there. Marshall's down with him, just having a bit of a natter, and I think I've just heard the Marshal say all damages have to be paid for. So hey, where there's blame, there's a claim, as they say. So out of the sevens, we've managed to get 3 races done and dusted, so that's not too bad, with 2 that are going back to the rerun. Max Sport, our series sponsor, and Spa Motors Mid Wales Limited are our weekend sponsors. PRG Trailers, the overall weekend main sponsor, and as we know, Kent Cams and Simpson Exhaust are our sponsors for the main sponsors for the 2022 BAS series, as they have been together for a long time supporting this. Border count is 26. Darren Adams then the cause of the stoppage, and is blacked flagged. So up on the line, we've got a rerun of men's Class 1s. So it is back over to the voice of an angel.
Thanks very much, Mickey. And we're going to go back then to the rerun of race number 7. And as we look up towards the start line in the middle of the pack, we can see Johnny Jones in TA4, but already the bungee's up and we're going to go racing. And it is just about to the TA4 machine that's got his nose in front. Connor Ucart in TA211, hot on his heels there, as the Evesham 82 machine just now looks up the inside of Johnny Jones's TA4 machine as they exit the bottom turn for the first time. Who's got the momentum to carry him up the hill past us for the first time? It is Johnny Jones in TA number 4 then, but he's left the door open for Evesham 82, Tom Powell, to move through on the inside. That's where the race lies in this one. Connor Ucart finds himself back in that 3rd spot in TA211, racing ahead of the Spalding 26 machine of Jordan Robinson, who's there in 4th, but Johnny Jones on the cut back in the TA4 machine. Can he close the gap on your race leader? Looks just about to get his nose up into that back panel as they pass us on for the second time. It's 82 from the TA4 machine. That's your 1-2. North Wales 97's come from somewhere, because he wasn't in the top 5 earlier, but he's slotted into that 3rd position, and that's Dave Owen now, who leads the chase on your front 2. Johnny Jones and Tom Powell continue to battle in Evesham 82 and TA number 4 as the yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready, and Tom Powell moves on to his final circuit. He looks to book his place in the semi-finals a little bit later on from Johnny Jones in TA number 4, still in a strong 2nd position there. North Wales 97, Dave Owen, you can't discount in the yellow machine there, racing ahead of Connor Ucart in TA211, but as they make their way down past the beer tent and into the seaside turn for the final time, looks like Tom Powell in Evesham 82 will book his place in the final, or at least in the semi-final. So that's a win for Evesham 82. TA4, Jonathan Jones takes 2nd from North Wales 97, he takes 3rd. Connor Ucart takes 4th in the TA211 machine from Jordan Robinson, who takes 5th in Spalding 26. And 6th to cross the line is the Penhow 55 machine of Christopher Jones, who we did mention. And just doing a little lap of honour, the 2 local drivers there, Johnny Jones in TA4 and Connor Ucart in TA211. So that's race number 7 rerun to conclusion. They make their way back to the pits. And as we look towards this line, we've got Class 2 machines. So I'm not sure whether they're the third final round of qualifying for the men or whether we've got an outstanding ladies Class 2 rerun. But it should be Mr. Steve Langley that takes you through the Class 2s in a few seconds' time. So down then into the seaside turn for the first time, this first lineup of Class 2 go. And as they go past us for the first time, it's the Scarborough machine of Ashley Farrow that leads up the bank and up towards the start line for the first time. Slotting into that second position is the down Autograss machine of Adam Coleraine there. That's DA43, a three-way tie for third, fourth and fifth. And it's the Gaz Stokes machine on the inside in Pennine 87. North Wales 1 in the middle of that sandwich is Rich Owen. And looking to go right round the outside is the North Shropshire 93 machine of Graham Holmes. But it's the Scarborough machine at the head of affairs that continues to lead in this one. It's 2:49. Graham Holmes through to second in North Shropshire 93, but he's left the door open and he's going to go through from, well, he's going to go back from second to about fifth as the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth now really hots up. Down into the seaside turn for the second time. Stokes on the inside in the 87 machine. Rich Owen in North Wales number 1 seems to have the grip between his teeth. He's just got his nose in front for that second position, but Stokes still on his inside shoulder as they go into the start gate turn, and Gaz Stokes making that car as big as he can, closing the door on Rich Owen and trying to get over the tyres is Adam Coleraine in down Autograss 43. North Wales 171, Andrew Wild, we haven't mentioned, is back there in that fifth spot. Graham Holmes finds himself being demoted further and further towards the back of the field in this one, but it's a win for the Scarborough machine. Pennine 87 Gaz Stokes takes second from North Wales 1, down Autograss 43, North Wales 171, and then the minor positions are shared between the North Shropshire 93 machine, and possibly the one that we didn't mention much of was the Andrew Wild North Wales 171 car. So race 2 of the Class 2s then are up there on the line. This one brings out Aidan O'Neill. He didn't have the best of days yesterday in Mallow number 30. He's the one that we can see then on the screen in the middle of the pack. On his outside, Darren Aiken in North Shropshire number 4. On his outside shoulder, Stephen Heath in Pennine 65. Shane Sproul in North Shropshire 391 starts in grid number 7. The car that's all the way out there in grid number 8 is Shane Jenkins in Radford 205. And then towards the inside, George Cresswell in Scunthorpe 127, and the pink machine then on the inside is that of Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. So the bungee lifts, we go racing once again, fairly even match as they reach the first marshal's point, but just got in his nose in front is the Scunthorpe machine of George Cresswell. He then leads down into turn 1. He exits the Digget Plant tyre, or does he? Because it's like a buffet, they're all getting sandwiched together there. But coming through from the back of the pack is the Mallow 30 machine. Aidan O'Neill looking to do right for his bad day yesterday in the Mallow machine. South Somerset 38 is there in that second position. That's Ashley Lillington then that leads the chase. North Shropshire 4 is Darren Aiken. He's there in that third spot at the moment, but he's trying to make that car as big as he can to avoid Shane Jenkins getting through on the inside in Radford 205. It's getting very close for the remaining positions, but it's Aidan O'Neill that's away and gone in this one. Shane Jenkins then looking to go through on the inside in Radford 205 up into that second position. Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38 is still in that battle there for that second, third, fourth and fifth position as Michael Aiken pushes on into the door of Shane Jenkins. Lillington does the same in 38, and meanwhile Aidan O'Neill gets away from the pack in Mallow number 30. And that's how they go across the top part of the circuit. It's 30, 38, 127, and just taking a little bit of a detour there. He thinks he's on a runway rather than a Castle Lloyd, but he finds himself at the tail end of the field in Scunthorpe 127. But it's checkered flag time, and it's the race leader that exits that bottom bend for the final time. Aidan O'Neill, Mallow 30 takes the win. Ashley Lillington second in South Somerset 38 from Shane Jenkins in 205. Stevie Heath takes fourth, and a green flag given there to George Cresswell, the pilot, literally, in Scunthorpe 127. So race 3 is up there on the line. This is going to bring out Aled Evans in TA38. He starts in lane 2. The orange machine on his outside shoulder should be Lee Kent in North Wales 38. Dan Owen is the green machine in North Shropshire 15. He starts in grid number 4. Lane 5 is occupied by the blue and red Nissan Micra there of Sam Doddridge, 515F. Towards his outside is Simon Chadburn in white rose number 70. Craig Conway, an ex-Class 2 national champion, is there in Scunthorpe 126 in grid number 7, and Callum Woodward in Athelston 83 starts towards the outside line in grid number 8. We've got track clearance, have we, on the bottom bend, and we await the yellow flag to be shown on Marshall post number 1, and it looks like Mike Jenkins and Mike Roberts rather is going to tell the drivers that we are under starters orders. The bungee lifts and away we go. Race 3 of your third and final round of qualifying leaves the line. Lee Kent, super quick start there for the orange machine as they go down into that first turn. Who's on the outside line? It is the Scunthorpe machine of Craig Conway that's going to try and go right round the outside, and he manages to make it stick. Alan Evans is there in TA38 on the inside line, albeit back in about that 4th, 5th position, but the battle for 5th is going to go four-way tie because the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th now sort themselves out, and second at the moment goes to Sam Doddridge in 515F. He now leads the chase. On your early race leader, Dan Owen in North Shropshire 15 is there looking towards the sea. I think he's seen a dolphin possibly, but it's Scunthorpe 126 from 515F. North Wales 38 then is Lee Kent. He's there rounding out your top 3 ahead of Alan Evans in TA38. And the Callum Woodward machine, that's the Athelston 83 car. That's where the battle then lies as they sort themselves out once again. But back at the head of affairs, it is the Scunthorpe 126 machine. And it's 1 lap to go for Craig Conway, 1 to go for Sam Doddridge in 515F. From Lee Kent, Alan Evans, the Woodward machine of Athelston 83, and the one that we haven't mentioned is Simon Chadburn in White Rose 70, who's at the tail end of the field. But as all drivers then move on to their final circuit, it's going to be another heat win for Craig Conway. Scunthorpe 126 takes 55 points from round 3 of qualifying from Sam Doddridge in 515F. North Wales 38 takes 3rd from TA38, Athelston 83, and the White Rose 70 machine of Simon Chadburn then takes that last spot in race 3. So the tyres and the cones then being adjusted once again on the top bend, and the Class 2 cars then just leaving the track there to make their way back towards the pits. Not sure many of those that lineup will have booked their place in the semi-finals that will be coming up a little bit later on. And if not, then obviously their work for the weekend is done. Unfortunately for Dan Owen, he's just about to be towed into the centre of this Castle Lloyd Raceway. He's going to be popping into your screens at home. There he is. North Shropshire 15 then making his way back to the pits, unfortunately on the tail end of a tow rope from the quad. And as we look then on your live stream, then you can see the telehandler positioned there in the centre of the track, and we don't like to see the telehandler having to do an evil job and carry cars back to the pits because of technical problems. We like 3 races done and dusted and driving back onto the trailer to make our way home, don't we? Right then, the dust repellent is making its way onto the circuit once again. 1 on the inside line, 1 on the outside line, and that's going to possibly leave us with a little bit of downtime. But the next race up there on the line is race 4, and from grid number 8 we can see, well, not on your screen you can't, but from the inside then we'll start on the inside. We'll go with Paul Morgan in Radford 22. In lane number 3 is the Jay Alberton machine. That's the Scunthorpe 156 car, and Jay obviously an ex-member of the Nottingham club, and he's managed to keep his number although he's managed to change his club. PhD 79 is Michael Collins. He starts in lane number 4. That's the pink and silver Nova there. That starts on the inside of Nigel Bishop in Radford number 80. Nigel picking up a black flag in his 2nd round of qualifying, so he'll be looking to right that wrong as we go through the 3rd round of qualifying. Penhow number 40 is David Evans. He had a win and a 3rd yesterday. He's looking to book his place in the semi-finals a little bit later on in the Penhow 40 machine. Kieran Griffiths in Seven Valley number 4. Well, synonymously, that family's name is always at the head and at the top of whichever class they participate in. Kieran will be looking to book his place in the semis as well as the car that's out there in grid number 8, right on that double Armco, is Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43. I have had a message then to let you all know that Stefan Roberts, North Wales 66, that class 4 is still for sale. and he's desperate to get rid of it now, so I'm sure that 3.5 will buy it. That's a joke, by the way. Anyway, race number 4 is up there on the line, and it's Ashley Robinson out there in grid 8. He starts alongside Kieran Griffiths in grid 7. David Evans starts in the red and orange Nova in grid number 6. Lane 5 is occupied by Nigel Bishop. Grid 4 occupied by Michael Collins in PhD 79. Jay Alberton in Scunthorpe 156. And then Paul Morgan in Radford 22. He didn't have the best of starts, but it's the 156 machine that leads down into that seaside turn for the first time. Looks like the Robinson machine is going to go the long way round. He's dolphin spotting, but he's managing to make it stick because he's the one that leads past us for the first time. Severn Valley 4 is Kieran Griffiths. He slots into that second spot from Jay Alberton in Scunthorpe 156. Pennow 40 is David Evans. He's there in that 4th position, but the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th really hotting up now as they make their way down that far straight. Nothing between these three, but getting away from Kieran Griffiths ever so slightly is Spaulding 43. Once again, he's taken a very wide line. Not sure if he's going to visit Cordy Island or not, but it's 43 that comes back leading the way from number 4, from 156 and 40. The 5th place machine then is that of the Radford variety. It's Paul Morgan in Radford 22. He's racing now ahead of his fellow clubmate Nigel Bishop in Radford 80, and the car at the tail end of the field is the PhD 79 machine of Michael Collins. But it is last lap flag time, and the Spaulding machine, I'm not sure if he's picked up a puncher on board because he got out of shape there on the exit of that seaside turn, but it's Spaulding 43 that now climbs the bank and has found a dry line, a very wide dry line on that top part of the circuit, and he maintains that race leadership, that race control as they go down that far straight for the final time. A big gap then back to Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley number 4, who's still there in that 2nd position, but exiting that bottom turn for the final time and taking the win. Spaulding 43 takes 55 points from Kieran Griffiths. Scunthorpe 156 takes 3rd from the Pennow 40 machine of Dave Evans. Radford 22 Paul Morgan takes 4th or 5th from the Radford 80 machine of Nigel Bishop, and PhD 79 is Michael Collins, and he rounds out your race order for race 4. 3rd and final round of qualifying of men's Class 2. Fleet Care Services are your series sponsor for Class 2 throughout the 2022 season, and our sponsors of Class 2 this weekend here at the Castle Lloyd venue and the South Wales League is Apps Media, and of course a name that's synonymous to Class 2 locally, that of Mike Bevans in the PAC 53 machine. And as always, a big thank you and a big shout out to all the sponsors. We're under starters order once again. Oh, somebody crept there from the middle of the pack, but the bungee brakes. We'll keep listening in to that discussion on the radio, but we're going to continue with race 5 of this 3rd and final round of qualifying of the Class 2s. York 16 and Brad Ellison looks to have the grip between the teeth. He's the one that leads past us for the first time. Who's that slots into 2nd? It's the Thomas machine. It's IK55 that now leads the chase. 3-way battle on for 3rd, 4th and 5th between IK 130, Scarborough 17 and the TA 212 machine of Kyle Ucart also getting up into the mix as well, racing just ahead of Jordan Hancock in Athelston 48. But it is the Ellison machine. It's York 16 that continues to lead. Nothing to split the 2nd and 3rd position cars as they pass us for the 2nd time, about 3/4 of a panel's advantage for the IK55 machine. So Bradley Thomas taking a wide line through that top part of the circuit. He's lost that 2nd position unless he's got the momentum, because through on the inside goes JD Farrow in the Scarborough 17 machine. That's where the race lies in this one, it's got to be said. 2nd and 3rd, and JD Farrow making sure that Bradley Thomas is going to visit the Dolphin Zoo. But it is York 16, 17 and 130 now who's come up from about that 5th position. A name we haven't mentioned is Jack Bromley. He's there now, and he's looking up the inside of the JD Farrow machine. Problems on board Kyle Ucart's TA212 machine. It's stricken on this near side straight, but the race continues then, and this time round they'll see that checkered flag, and Brad Ellison will take 55 points from round 3 of qualifying. It's going to be close to for 2nd, but for me it's 17 more, 130 and 55. Just from Athelston 48, they all avoid the TA212 machine that's parked up towards this near side Armco, and Wayne Blackmore, another one that we didn't mention in that one, in PAC 76, then the last of the finishers. So TA212 then Kyle Lucat, unfortunately a non-finisher in his third round of qualifying in that nicely displayed Class 2 Nova. We've got the semi-finalists for Class 1 men's, so we're possibly going to wait a little bit to get more downtime before we actually read them out, because we're going to go on. We're going to go into race 6 of this third and final round of qualifying, and that's going to bring out Ian Harvey in Cumdy 63. As you watch your screen, that's the car with the orange front end and the blue sides and the traditional Cumdy Car Club colours there. Ian Harvey in C63. Ewan Twigg in TA202 starts in grid number 2 on his outside shoulder. Joshua Orton in PAC 43. Lane 4 is occupied by Dieter Demmel, but he's facing right towards marshal post number 1. If you look towards the screen, there's no way that car's straight on the line, is there? Race 5 is lane 5 is occupied by Ollie Stevens in Ludlow 15. Ben Forster in IK 231 starts in lane 6, and the car that starts on the outside is Jack Hodgson in Yorkshire Dales 104. Ian Harvey, though, quick out of the mark. He's been watching that pin on that leg of the bungee, and it's the Harvey machine then that had the best of start, but it's Yorkshire Dales 104 that's going to try and go right around the outside, and he's going to be the one that leads past us then at the end of the first 3 quarters of the circuit. Jack Hodgson it is. Ian Harvey slots into that second position in Cumdy 63, and for 4th, 5th and 6th is PAC 43, TA202, Athelston 99, and big mess there on the exit of that top part of the circuit as PAC 43, Josh Orton gets spun all the way around, but it is no difference to the YD 104 machine of Jack Hodgson. He leads the way about 8 car lengths clear now on Ian Harvey, who's there in that second position in Cumdy 63. The 3rd place machine is another West Midland League car. It's Ollie Stevens in Ludlow 15. The 4th place machine now is Ewan Twigg in TA202 from the Victor Kent 231 machine of Ben Forster, but exiting the bottom bend for the penultimate time is Jack Hodgson in Yorkshire Dales 104. Ian Harvey still there in a very challenging second position from the Ludlow 15 machine of Ollie Stevens. That West Midland League battle pretty much sorted out now with just half a circuit to go, but all cars are safely on to their final circuit. But going into that bottom bend for the final time, it is Jack Hodgson, Yorkshire Dales 104 then. He's going to pick up the win in his third round of qualifying, Yorkshire Dales 104. Ian Harvey takes second in Cumdy 63. From Ludlow 15, Ollie Stevens. 4th place, IK 231 is going to take that 4th place from Ewan Twigg in TA202. And the last of the finishers then, Dieter Demmel in Athelston 99. And crossing the line then, albeit a bit of a way down, Joshua Orton in PAC 43.
Yeah, just a quick moment there, Gareth, just to let you know that men's Class 7, race 3, is going to be rerun. So, lads, if you're listening and you're in the spectator land, race 3, that had Paul Johnson, Jack Houlihan, Jake Lockwood, Phil Barliman, Sam Gould, Gareth Roberts, Damien Harris, Simon Hawthorne.
There we go, thanks very much. And Mickey, we're away, we're racing with race 7 of this third and final round of qualifying of the Class 2. That Matt Sawyer there just gets a little bit airborne as they go into turn 1, but who's going to come through from the back of the pack and lead the way past us for the first time? He just about leads. It's the PhD 29 machine of Ryan Smith, but he went into that first turn at the back of the pack, and he's now making an advantage and making a challenge at the head of affairs. So it just goes to show that it can all change. Scunthorpe 227 though is Chris Hall. He's the one that leads down into that seaside turn once again. Ryan Smith on the outside in PhD 29. Then it's the Cumdy 190 machine of Will Duggan that slots into that 3rd spot, but he's been challenged on the inside by the Scarborough Treble 2 machine of Ash Wigglesworth. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Ludlow 99. Ludlow 55 rather of Tom Stevens looks to book his 4th position and trying to move up on the inside of Josh Duggan as well, Will Duggan rather, in Cumdy 190, and there was another buffet there as the Ash Wigglesworth machine just got sandwiched there, and might have bent the back axle or something, because it did have quite a heavy landing on the back end of that micro there. But away and gone is the Scunthorpe 227 machine of Chris Hall. He goes down past the windmills into that seaside turn for the final time, and it's all got messy, and we're going to have red flags on that one. Matt Sawyer in PAC 23 just gets collected on the back passenger panel, and I think it's Lud 55 and possibly the Will Duggan machine that's over there on the entry to the seaside turn. it is the C190 machine then that's just reversed and come back into view. He's driven off under his own steam. Ludlow 55 of Tom Stevens. He looks to be able to manage to do the same. He's certainly rolling back, maybe struggling to get that car into gear. No, he's managed to do so, and he will get back to the pits under his own steam. Unfortunately, a car that will need to be recovered is that Scunthorpe 227 machine of Chris Hall. We will await any confirmation on that one. They had the last lap flag, so not sure whether that is going to be a rerun or not, or whether that result will stand. But yeah, we've got some more sets of finalists. And to announce the Class 5 finalists, I'll hand you back over to the voice of Class 5, Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gareth. Men's Class 5. So here are the top 8 that have made it through after 3 rounds of qualifying. Top point scorer, unbeaten thus far this weekend, Scunthorpe 212, Danny Lodge in 165 points. Then we've got 2 that have had 2 wins and a second. That's Colin Chilvers, Yorkshire Dales 46, and Jaber Smith in Ludlow 8. 4th qualifying, Ian Thorndike, IK 22. So your reigning BASt champion has made it into the first final of the 2022 campaign. Equal 5th, Ryan Jones, Cumdee 3 on 136 points, same as Dan Godfrey in Cambridge 10. Alongside them, also equal 5th on 136 points, Matt Thompson in South Somerset 36. And the final place goes to Stroudon District 45, Jeff Bateman. So well done, Jeff Bateman, 127 points. So that's what you needed to get into the final and the 5s. But well done to all of those, and what a cracking lineup for that final to come later this afternoon. Up on the line, we are going into men's Class 8s, and to take you through those, it's back over to Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. So I'm sure a few of you are wondering why is all the racing all over the place. Class 8s, we haven't had juniors. Of course, it is because we have got semi-finals, so we obviously need to get these done as quick as possible, so the lap scorers and everyone can tally up all the points and get the top 16. Of course, that is what we're looking for in your men's Class 8s. And I tell you what, just having a little browse at the points is so competitive. And to get into 16th overnight, you needed a 1st and a 4th. So, I mean, if you're getting that on the Saturday, then really you need to be getting yourself at least a 2nd, I think, in order to stay in that top 16. And looking at some of the lineups we've got some very competitive races to come your way. And quite a rarity. We started with 10 races yesterday. We've still got 10 races today. So normally there's about 20 of them which have dropped out by now or picked up damage. But they're not doing too bad, to be honest, the men's Class 8. So 10 races scheduled to come your way. Beresford Chassis and Components, your sponsors, and DM Racing, your sponsors for the weekend. So a very big thank you to them. And there's a little bit of water then going down on the track, a bit of grading as well. So a bit of track work to be done before we go racing with men's Class 8. So that gives me a chance to read out the runners and riders in Race 1. Race 1, Lane 1, Jay Thompson in North Wales, number 80. Owen Lloydell in Invicta Kent 28, Spencer Mills in Ludlow number 5, Steve Mills in Cumdee number 10, Wes Hathaway in Breeden Hill 1, Matt Doddridge in the Forest Dean 51, Tim Russell in Invicta Kent 19, and Emily Gill in Scunthorpe number 20. So a good lineup to start off. And top point scorer from yesterday, Steve Mills, 1st and a 2nd for Steve in the C10 machine. So he'll certainly be one to keep your eyes on in this race. Just looking at the rest, I think a lot of these drivers probably going to need wins, and even that might not be enough to get him into them semi-finals. Emily Gill had a very good run in her first heat, finishing 2nd, and then just didn't quite go to plan the 2nd time round. I think she picked up a 6th place point. Tim Russell, very uncharacteristically off the pace yesterday, a 3rd and a 5th for Tim. So again, if you get a win, a 1st, a 3rd and a 5th, would that be enough? I don't think so, as it's so close at the top. Anyway, we're away in race 1. Heat 3 of your men's Class 8s is away and gone. Wes Hathaway is quick out of the gate in Breednill 1, but Ludlow number 5 is going with him. Then Spencer Mills on the inside, just overcooking it. Where's Steve Mills? He's coming through the centre of the pack, but Wes Hathaway it is who looks to get away in Breednill number 1. Mills he runs second in Ludlow 5. Tim Russell right at the inside in Vic Kent 19. Has he got the speed to carry it out? It looks like he has. Emily Gill following round the outside, and into that third place. Steve Mills is down in 5th. He's got a lot of work to do. Of course, a first and a second yesterday, and he needs to go up at least a couple of positions in order to be in those semis a little bit later on. Wes Hathaway now being reeled in by Emily Gill. She's all over the back of him in Scunthorpe number 20, but look who's on that outside. Steve Mills in C10 up to 3rd as he passes Tim Russell in the Invicta Kent machine. And down the far side, keep your eye on Steve Mills. The last lap flag's coming out, and he is sending it as much as he possibly can as he goes right round the outside of Emily Gill. He's made it to second. This could be one of the drives of the weekend if he pulls it off. As Wes Hathaway moves on to his final circuit, we're going to run with the best of them as they go down the far side for the final time. Steve Mills, a second would be enough. Is he going to play it safe, or is he going to go for glory as they go into the final turn? He's pushing on, but he's got the speed. Oh, Mills, is he going to make it stick? Hathaway's going to hold on. Breednill number 1 it is. C10 takes second. Emily Gill 3rd in Scunthorpe 20. Tim Russell from the North Wales machine. Ludlow number 5, and Owen Lloydell in Invicta Kent 28 comes across, and unfortunately Matt Doddridge off the pace in the Forest Dean 51 rounds it off. But what a way to kick off men's Class 8 racing for the third heats. And I'll tell you what, Steve Mills was on an absolute mission. I think he was 6th originally, moved himself up to 5th, took the outside, ended up in 3rd, went round the outside of Emily Gill, and I'll tell you what, one more lap, who knows, he might have even ended up getting his nose in front. But a second is enough. A first and 2 seconds for Steve. We'll see him in the semi-finals a little bit later on. I think, as I said, the other ones in there probably haven't quite done enough, but I'm sure they've had a good weekend's racing nonetheless. So, is anyone going to join Steve out of this race? Tom Lewis is one in Border Counties 55, and Tom Lewis, a first and a second for him yesterday, so he needs, again, probably about a 4th to stay there, 5th maybe, but I guarantee Tom Lewis will not be racing for a 4th place. He's joined by Zach Yeardley in Sturton 691. Kate Lockwood. Kate had a very disappointed second heat. She was going never so well in the first heat, and then it all went wrong in heat 2, and it dropped her down the order in the Scunny 191 machine, but she'll be out with a point to prove in this one. Paul Lockwood's down there in Scunny 92. Ashley Hutchins in PhD number 12. Stephen O'Neill in the Cork number 9. Stephen had a very respectable second run yesterday, but a 4th and a 3rd, so fairly consistent. But as I said, a 4th and a 3rd in any other class is probably results close enough to get you near a final. But in Class 8, that unfortunately only puts you 30th. But a win, ooh, that could be tight. A 1st, a 3rd, and a 4th. So he will certainly be working out the maths. I mean, he's Irish, so he won't be getting the correct result, but he'll be trying to work out the maths to see what he needs. But anything less than a win, I think, isn't going to be enough. Dan Talbot is down there in Solway number 6, and James Dorset as well in North Shropshire 292. So, like I said, realistically, we are looking at Tom Lewis to make the semis in Border Counties 55, and anything around the 4th place or better, we'll probably see him into there. The rest, as I said, certainly all need a win if they want to get close. Dan Talbot was also one who had a 4th and a 3rd yesterday, so again, a win for him certainly puts him up in contention of getting into that top 16. Of course, it doesn't just depend on what you do, it does depend on the other drivers around you as well. Of course, if someone had 2 wins yesterday and then pick up a black flag today, 110 points probably wouldn't be enough to get you in. But anyway, race 2 on and off the line. Where's Lewis? First one to show in BC 55 as they go down into that turn 1 for the first time. Kate Lockwood is running on the outside, pushing on. Dan Talbot's up the inside in Solway 6, but Tom Lewis has left the door open, but he's got the speed. Stephen O'Neill then it is, who slots in the second. As I said, he'll know that he needs a win, and he's going to go for it. Up the inside he goes in the Cork machine. again as Tom Lewis relegated to second but fights back around the outside in Border County's 55. What a race we have here as Talbot looks to be slotted into about third at the moment, but it's Lewis that leads 55 from number 9. Talbot runs third. Who's fourth? It's Paul Lockwood just from Zach Yeardley in the steering machine as Kate Lockwood unfortunately needed one at the back. Ashley Hutchins battling it out now for that place with James Dorset, but Dorset moves up. But at the front, it's going to be Tom Lewis that brings them round once again, about to book his place in the semi-finals a little bit later on, with one more lap to go. The race on the field is for the minor places. The race leader extends his lead. Stephen O'Neill, a second, a third and a fourth. That is going to be very tight. I don't think it'll be enough, but he's put on a good show as he runs there in second. But one man we will certainly be seeing later on is Tom Lewis. Border County's 55 takes his second win of the weekend. Stephen O'Neill in second. Dan Talbot from Paul Lockwood, James Dorset, Kate Lockwood, Zach Yeardley and Ashley Hutchins coming across to complete it all. So 2 out of 2. Race 3 down there on the line. Race 3 brings out Jeff Beresford in North Shropshire 55. Bryn Powell in Ludlow number 4. Bryn had a first and a second yesterday, so a good run for him. Solidifies that place in the semis. Jake Harden had a first and a third. He needs a good run. Daz Mullins in this as well. Oh God. Wes Green, Ellen Lewis, Matt Owen and Reese Candy. This could be interesting. This could also be messy as they lead the line. It's Harden though on the inside. That's the first one to show and he's got it round. Oh, Wes Green over and out as a wheel. Oh wow. The wheel has ended up in spectator land, so we're going to need the medical crew, I think, on track and in spectator land as well, as Wes Green has actually ended up over the Armco on the other side. So the medical crew very quickly in attendance. So please do let the marshals and the medical team do their job. Make sure that there is access, as it looks like they're shooting up the inside, so there is access. So I'm actually going to go quiet just for the time being whilst we wait for this to all get sorted out. Right then, so as I said, just go quiet for a minute. We are hearing over the radio that thankfully that there is no injuries in the spectator area, and I'd imagine probably no injuries to Wes Green as well. Of course, Wes Green is a tough nut, a big roll once again, but I'm sure he'll be fine. But as I said, no injuries in the spectator land, which is good to hear, because obviously the cars come over the fence, the wheel flew right into spectator land, but thankfully it's managed to avoid everyone. I think the wheel did hit a car, but that's going to be a strange one to explain to the insurance company. But Gareth has got an announcement to make, so it's over to him.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. Just to show that it's not all doom and gloom here at the moment, we're going to wish a little boy a very happy birthday, as George Pittman, the son of the drivers of SS81. He's 2 today, so a quick announcement going out to love from all the family. And if you're joining us on our live stream, then you can always send us a message via our Facebook profiles, or if you, like I said yesterday, if you're lucky enough to have this stunning guy's mobile number, you can send a text through. And one person that has messaged us this morning is Matt Corbett. You all will know of the Corbetts of the Evesham Club, but we've had a message from Matthew to wish all the Corbetts well, but an even bigger wish for Ray Corbett, because it's his birthday today. And Ray Corbett, from your family and of course from us here at the South Wales League Bash Round, we wish you a very big happy birthday for today. So the issue still goes on here at the Bottom Bend. Unfortunately, it's one of the things that happens throughout the course of a weekend of some excellent racing, but that's possibly going to take a little bit of time. But it looks like a lot of the crew down there are actually dispersing And looks like the marshals that were quick to the scene have actually had the all clear. One of the ambulance vehicles as well is moving back towards the St John's compound, so that's still ongoing. The dust repellent has come on to the circuit, and it's Jake Harden's PhD 25 machine that gets put back into the pits on the front end there of the telehandler, making its way up the centre of the Castleloyd Raceway. The tractor and bar then is working, and a little bit of track maintenance going on while we've got a little bit of downtime. But we do have some good news, and good news indeed if you're a Class 1 driver who's had 3 good rounds of qualifying, because we've got the list of semi-finalists for men's Class 1. Nobody has been unbeaten throughout the 3 rounds of qualifying today, but we do have 4 drivers joint at the top of the points tally on 155 points. So 2 wins and a second each for Andrew Owen in North Wales 397, Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443, Conor Griffiths in TA 16, and Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25, and Jonathan Jones as well. He's on 155 points, 2 wins and a second for the local TA4 driver of Johnny Jones. Ollie Hall, North Shropshire 2, that's Josh Fowler. Ollie Tilson, Tom Powell and Alex Hill joint second, joint 6th and 9th rather, on 146 points and 145 points. So they've managed to book their place in the semi-finals, as has Jim Bob Johnson in Scarborough 49, Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221, Dean Smith in Ludlow 48, David Jones in TA 18, Michael Aiken in North Shropshire 192, and Craig Bagley in Cumdee number 1. Just looking to our right, and it seems that the crew are still working down there. So we will split the semi-finalists for you, so you can know, and you can note down if you're trackside and wanting to write everything. Then the first semi-final will consist of Andy Owen in North Wales 397. He will be joined by Conor Griffiths in TA 16. They'll be joined by Jonathan Jones in TA 4, Josh Fowler in North Shropshire number 2. The 5th place driver then in that first semi-final will be Tom Powell in Evesham 82. They'll be joined by Jim Bob Johnson in Scarborough 49, Dean Smith in Ludlow 48, Michael Aiken in North Shropshire 192. That is your 8-car lineup for semi-final number 1 of your men's Class 1. The second semi-final consists of Ben Gould on 155 points in North Shropshire 443. He'll be joined by Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25. They'll be joined by Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe number 1. St Neots 196, Ollie Tilson is your 4th qualified driver into that second semi-final. They'll be joined by Alex Hill in St Neots 164, Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221, David Jones in TA 18, and making it into the top 16 with a 3rd and 2 seconds and 126 points, the man from the hosts of round 2, Craig Bagley in Cumdee number 1. So they're your finalists for the semi-finals. Class 3 finalists we've read out, but we can do it again, because the top point scorer of your men's Class 3s this weekend in the 3 rounds of qualifying has been Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. Martin Gould, North Shropshire 343, is your 2nd qualifier on 155 points. Ryan Power goes into the final as your 3rd qualifier with 2 wins and a 3rd, 146 points for the Yorkshire Dales 98 machine. Lee Almond books his place in the final as your 4th qualifier with a win, a 2nd and a 3rd, and 136 points for North Wales 27. Joint 5th, Simon Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 24, and Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700. They book their place with 126 points, 2 seconds and a 3rd, and then with a win, a 2nd and a 5th place each. The 7th and 8th qualifiers are Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99 and Phil Holloway in Evesham 34. So that is your lineup for the Class 3 final. The first one's missing out on qualifying, Pete Robinson in North Wales 72 and Tony Goodsir in Scunthorpe 307. The first one's missing out on that semi-finals in Class 1, so positioned in 17th qualified after 3 rounds of qualifying. Riley Diaper, he's missed it by 7 points in the Wessex 25 machine. Aidan Arrowsmith and Dave Owen in North Shropshire 8 and North Wales 97 with a 2nd, a 3rd and a 4th, are next in line on 109 points, but unfortunately they miss out on the semi-finals as well. And while we've got that little bit of downtime, I'll read Mickey B's Class 5 finalists once again. And Class 5 being sponsored this weekend by Jones Carpentry and Plum Pal. But your Class 5 finalists then, one man has been unbeaten all weekend. That man is the Daniel Lodge from the Scunthorpe Club, SC2 and 2 on 165 points. It's a two-way tie for second between Colin Chilvers in Yorkshire Dales 43 and Jabez Smith in Ludlow 8. They book their place in that Class 5 final on 155 points on 2 wins and a second. Your fourth qualifier is Ian Thorndike in IK 22, 2 wins and a fourth, and a total of 138 points means that the Kent League will be represented by Ian Thorndike in IK 22. It's a 3-way tie for the joint 5th position and 136 points for Ryan Jones in Cumdee 3, Daniel Godfrey in Cambridge 10, and Matt Thompson in South Somerset 36. They go into the final after picking up a win, a second and a third throughout their 3 rounds of qualifying. And the final qualifier then is Jeff Bateman, a win and 2/3, 127 points, sees Stroud and District 45 into the final as your 8th qualifier. So the one missing out on the Class 5 final, unfortunately, is Charlie Holloway in Evesham 9. And he's got 108 points, so missing out on the final by 9 points. Joint 10th position for John Gaffney in North Shropshire 1 and Adam Brown in the Mallow 184 machine. They both pick up 117 points. And Colin Hadley in 12th on the score sheet with 112 points, a win, a third and a fifth for the SV247 driver. We can see then, you can't see at the moment, but we can see that the Wes Green Special is being carried back up towards the pits and into the centre of the track on the front end of that telehandler. We've got more marshals making their way down to the bottom bend, so not sure, and we haven't heard anything officially from the crew that are working down there, but it was a horrific roll, and there was debris then coming off the cars as it did approach the middle of that bottom bend. And we will, as soon as we get the good news from that bottom bend, then we will obviously pass that message on to you. But if we look to the line, we're going to continue with men's Class 8s, and they're up there on the line. So when we do go back racing, it will be Liam Williams that will take you through this next race of the third and final round of qualifying of men's Class 8s. And the camera has been switched back to the camera that's on here. So Liam, do you want to introduce yourself to the ones at home, or have we got another message?
I forgot that we was on TV.
We are on TV.
I must excuse myself. I keep forgetting that I'm on television. So if you see my face just kind of zoning out a little bit, then that's all it is. I'm not used to it. So yeah, just a little bit of work obviously going down on where the incident took place. Right, so we are just getting a message that all the cars that are parked in the area where Wes Green unfortunately came over the fence, so anyone in that area, I'm not too sure where you class as that area, but if you are in and amongst it, then we do want all your cars to be moved, whether it's going backwards or somewhere else, just out of harm's way, because obviously we don't want to have a worse situation than what we just have. So if you can all move your vehicles and get back, and obviously not block any roadways off, we want to leave it all clear. So if you do find a space, like I said, whether it's somewhere else or whether it is just a little bit further back, then we would like you to move all your vehicles so we don't have any other problems. As I said, we was very fortunate that the wheel managed to clear off and not hit anyone. So we don't want to make things worse. So if you can just move, then it would be greatly appreciated. I mean, to be honest, it's for your own sake in any case. So you don't really want to be explaining to your insurance company how your front end of your brand new BMW's been destroyed, because I don't think they're going to believe it if you say, oh, a buggy came over a fence and landed on top of me. So if you do want to move it, then make sure you get it moved, please. So looks like the marshals are dispersing from the scene. I think just obviously checking the fence safety and things like that, then they are going to be making their way back into the circuit, and we are going to go race with race 4. I know Gareth read out a happy birthday, and speaking of happy birthdays, big happy birthday to Connor Jones in the North Wales 115 machine, 21 tomorrow. So Connor Jones, big happy birthday to him from me and of course all the North Wales crew over there on the far side. And the only problem is I don't think Connor's actually going to hear that message, because he is actually sat there on the line ready to go in race 4. So we will announce it a little bit later on as well, just so he has his little moment of him hearing it. But yeah, certainly a big happy birthday to Connor. 21, hey, what a present that'd be. 21st birthday, and he can have a BAS win in the 3rd round of qualifying. I think he had a black flag yesterday in 115. He did, there we go. So a 3rd and a black flag for Connor yesterday. So a bit of a mixed day, to say the least. But he'll be hoping to improve on that, and obviously get some more points on the board. I don't think there's any chance of him making the semi-finals, as like I said, that black flag really does hamper your chances in Class 8s. But certainly, if he can end his weekend on a high, and of course, not just racing for points this weekend, it is, of course, the British Autograss Series. It is 5 rounds, of course. It does all add up as we get to the later stages of the year. You know, it could potentially be decided by 1 or 2 points. We've certainly seen BAS rounds in the past where they've gone into the last round and it's been swapping and changing at the top, and that is what makes it the very close and competitive racing. So even if you know that you're not going to make the final this weekend or make the semis or whatever, then you are still racing for valuable points, because they do play a big part at the end of the season. Of course, the BAS is all about staying consistent. Of course, with things like the National Championships and the Map Open, you obviously need that bit of luck on your side. You know, when you get to that final, it is a one-off race. The BAS isn't. The BAS is all about consistency. It's about staying on good form throughout the rest of the year and doing it over the course of 5 rounds. So, speaking of good form and consistency, someone who was very consistent was Mitch Wells yesterday in a Victorken 356. But just getting a message, and I think I did tell her that I would mention it today, but she's just sent a message to remind us. Of course, hey, we crazy. I'm sure everyone is very familiar with that phrase. It's actually 10 years that it has now been going on. It seems like a lifetime. I think for the first couple of years, there was no way that phrase was ever going to go out of my head. But a big well done to Fiona and Karis Thomas for all the work that they have done, because they have also done a lot for the charity, and they've had little competitions and things like that as well. And of course, they've got their own YouTube channel. If you go onto YouTube and just type in "Hey, we crazy," then I'm sure there'll be a few familiar faces on there. They did have a habit of going around with the camera when you'd be outside the beer tent, catching you in your worst moments and making you say it. I think I'm on one of them. I've not watched it back because I have no intention of doing so. I've seen myself on camera enough today, and that's been hard enough. So a big shout out to them for the work that they have done, especially over the last 10 years, and to keep it going. No signs of slowing down for the pair of them. Absolutely fantastic. So, but of course, you can see both of those races as well later on. I think Fiona's out in the 1 and Karis is out in the Class 6. So we'll be seeing them. But are we getting close? It certainly looks like we're getting closer to going racing. It seems like Marshall's are just finalising the last few things, and some making their way off track, some making their way on track. But we haven't actually gone through the runners and riders for this one. So that's exactly what we do while we're waiting. As I said, this brings out Mitch Wells. Mitch absolutely flying yesterday. 2 wins out of 2 in a Victorken 356, and he's certainly going to be one of the favourites for that Class 8 title a little bit later on, as he goes into this one. But he's joined by Colin Lynon. Colin from Southern Ireland, Mallow 13. Absolutely stormed his first heat yesterday, a first and a fourth rather, in his second heat. So maybe a second should be enough to get him into that semi-final a little bit later on. But if his driving style like yesterday is anything to go by, then he's certainly going to be going for glory. Ash Howard is also going to be down there. Ash had a first and a third. I said yesterday, always seems to be getting better in the Class 8s, and certainly showed that yesterday with the form he was on. So that's 3 drivers in this one that are all in contention of making the semi-finals a little bit later on. But there is more. James Bowe is down there in Pennine number 9, a 2nd and a 5th for James yesterday. So a win could well put him on the fringes of semi-finals, but it will be very, very tight if he manages to pull it off. Rich Cooper is down there as well in Evesham number 2. And I don't think Rich is going to be able to get into those semis a little bit later. Although saying that, a 4th and a 2nd. So yeah, again, a win would probably be enough to put him in there. So Rich Cooper is going to be going for this. I'll tell you what, this is going to be a close race then with the point scorers. Troy Pritchard's coming out in the Quumdy 34 machine. And next to him is Phil Talbot in Solway number 2. And as we mentioned, birthday boy Connor Jones in the North Wales machine. I say birthday boy, it is tomorrow, but we'll pretend like it's today. So Wes Green's car then, unfortunately, in the state that it is in, being taken off the track, and I'm sure we'll be seeing Wes again at the next BAST round, or certainly in the near future. I'm sure he'll bounce back bigger and better than ever, but sad to see, of course, the cars like that and being taken off. But as I said, cars can be repaired, so it costs money, of course it does, but they can be repaired. The main thing is obviously the driver safety and the spectators as well. So let's hope then that those Class 8 boys have learnt their lesson, and they might calm it down. I highly doubt it, because I think it's going to take more than that to calm Class 8 boys down. But we want good, clean racing. That's what we need. We had it in races 1 and 2. We had fantastic clean racing in races 1 and 2. Can race 4 do the same? James Bowe, Colin Lyon, Ash Howard, Rich Cooper, Mitch Wells, Troy Pritchard, Connor Jones, and Phil Talbot. So 7, is there 7? 2, 4, 6, 8 drivers down there on the line. And I think out of those 8, at least maybe 5 of them can get into the semi-finals a little bit later on. But of course, it's no good saying all 5 of them will be there, because if one of them ends up 5th or 6th, then that's their chances pretty much done. So the one who can afford a bit of leeway is Mitch Wells. Like I said, 2 wins out of 2. Mitch could probably afford to drop to about 4th, maybe 5th at a push. But he's the one who's got the comfortability. Colin Lyon and Ash Howard 1st and a 4th, 1st and a 3rd respectively. So again, they're going to need to stay consistent. Probably anything less than a 3rd is going to put them out of it. So it is certainly all to play for in this one. Who's got the best of the brakes? Who's got the best grid? James Bowe's coming from the outside. And to be honest, I don't think it makes a difference on this track on what grid you're in Class 8. So I think it's just who can get your foot down quickest and get yourself to that first corner first. And you would probably think grid 8 would suit this track, because they do tend to throw the cars out wide and then try and cut back in once they come past us in commentary. But as I said, I don't think it makes much difference on this circuit. It is all about just getting to that first corner first. So just got marshals still trying to make their way around. I'm not too sure what's happening, or if they're waiting on something else. But there we go. There's a quad bike coming out, so that might have been the reason for waiting. So once all the marshals return to their posts, we'll look around the track. We'll see all these red flags go down, and we'll see the yellow flag go up. And we'll be ready to go racing. Beresford Chassis and Components and DM Racing, your sponsors for your men's Class 8. Big thank you to them. Big thank you to all our sponsors, of course. And PRG Trailers, your main sponsors for the weekend. And of course, as usual, Kent Cams and Simpson, your sponsors for the series. We're ready, are we? Race 4 is off the line. Men's Class 8s are go. Talbot, I'll tell you what, where did that come from? Had a brilliant start, but just pull on the brakes a bit early in Solway number 2. And he's going to try and keep the inside line. Someone's going to go right around the outside and end up in the Armco. Not quite. It's the Mallow machine. So ratty driving there from Colin Lyon as he ends up in about 4th, but it's Rich Cooper that leads the way in Evesham number 2, but not for long as Ash Howard shoots up the inside in PhD 21. That'll be enough to get him into the semis. Rich Cooper really needs a win, and he's cut back through in Evesham number 2. It's Cooper from Howard. Lydon is on that outside in Mallow 13. He's trying to get himself up there, but it's not quite working. He runs 4th, Talbot ahead of him, but hold on a minute, because it's all all change once again as they go down that far side for another time. Rich Cooper with one more to go. Will this be enough to get him into the semi-finals? Will it be enough for Ash Howard? North Wales 115 of Connor Jones, absolutely flying but going out wide and relegating himself to fourth. Colin Lynon, a first, a fourth and a third might be enough, but he's got to try and get that third place back as Connor Jones fights him for it. But it's the last corner. We got red flags for some reason. Oh, we got a bit of carnage as well. So red flags are out on men's class 8. We was coming up to the final corner. They were all on their last lap, but not too sure what the cause of the stoppage was there, because I didn't personally see anything. Oh, there is one left on the line. So, amongst all the excitement of the race, then didn't actually see Mitch Wells was left on the line in Invicta Kent 356. Now, that's interesting because Mitch obviously had 2 wins out of 2 yesterday. So, I'm not too sure what's going to happen. As I said, all the cars were on their final circuit, and they were coming up to the checkered flag. So, we're going to await confirmation on that one, as I tell you what, if it does get rerun, Rich Cooper is going to be fuming. Right, so just hearing then from Mickey B. Well, I told you, nothing in Class 8 is guaranteed. So Mitch Wells had 2 wins out of 2, but he's going to be excluded from the result. The result they are going to take, and I think then that will mean Rich Cooper took the win. Ash Howard took second. Then Colin Lynon was battling it out with Connor Jones for third and fourth. So I think Colin may have just had third by the time the red flags come out, but that is not guaranteed. So we'll have to wait and see. So Mitch Wells, no points in Heat 3. So again, all changing at the top. Race 5 is off the line anyway. This is going to be a competitive heat as Russ Shepherd, it is, that leads the way into that first turn. And who's going to bring him out of it? It's Dan Ray up the inside in Yorkshire Dales 52 as he manages to find a gap but puts too much on it. Rays round on the top corner. Someone takes a void in action. We got 3 cars piled up on the top turn. Are they going to get it going? Ross Shepherd Motors on in South Somerset number 3. They've all got it going again, which means we're going to continue racing. So Ross Shepherd in South Somerset 3 it is. That's going to lead them round. Gethin Lewis 1 second in BC 40. Candy in third. No, it's not. It's Ollie Hall third in the 24, but he's up to second. There's a car still square wheeled. Callum Barker running in fourth in Scarborough number 50 and trying to keep up with the rest of them. Tyler Heath Bayard in Stratton District 102. This is a scrappy race, but it's last lap flag. Ross Shepherd booking his place in the semis. Ollie Hall from Gethin Lewis from Callum Barker and Tyler Heath Bayard as they come past us. Dan Ray in Yorkshire Dales 52. That is going to put a big damper on Wins weekend. Crumdy number 8 and the car stranded again on this final corner, but Ross Shepherd can afford to just slow it down and come across and takes the win. Ollie Hall takes second, Gethin Lewis takes third. Oh, Tyler Heath Bayard, I think, just snatching it from Callum Barker. Then Dan Ray in Yorkshire Dales 52. The Mallow car, I think, is a lap behind. So then it's Shane Smith and James O'Riordan in Mallow 31. Well, that was very, very messy, but they managed to get it done. So Ross Shepherd, anyway, the first man this weekend to make it 3 wins out of 3. We'll be seeing him in the semis. Dan Ray probably hasn't done enough. Gethin Lewis should also be there, though, in BC 40. We're going to take a break from 8 to 7s. It's back to Mickey.
Yeah, thanks very much. This is race 5 rerun. Ashmore's got a good start. Also is that Cumdy 9. Cameron Mills 91 points, and a top 2 would see him into the final as Cameron Ashmore follows him round as well. Bentley going into that third place coming up inside. Bentley moves it into the second place, climbs up the hill. Oh, West Waterford 11. Sean O'Sullivan cooks it over and keeps it going though. So the race is still running. Cundy 9 then. Cameron Mills round turn 2. Leading the way through from that Bentley machine. Archie Bentley. He's got 100 points. This will see him in the final. Then Ali Ashmore, North Wales 35 of Hugh Jones running in that 4th place. West Waterford 11. After that spin out, running down at the back of the pack, but they've spread themselves out. And picking up the last lap flag, Cundy 9. Cameron Mills going to add 55 points if he keeps it going. One more lap to go on this one. Climbing up the hill, out of start gate turn for the final time. Oh, he's lifting his wheels up. He's happy, isn't he? Archie Bentley then, Border County 7. Also going to book his place in the final. Round the final 2 they come. Cameron Mills, Cundy 9 takes the win. Second, Archie Bentley, Border County 7. Also books his place in the final. Scunthorpe 514, Ali Ashmore in 3rd. 4th is Hugh Jones in North Wales 35. And West Waterford 11, Sean O'Sullivan. So well done there to the guys. That is that one done and dusted. Looking up on the line. Where's this one going? So this is the Bagley one. So this is bringing now a race 2 of the Max Sport Series sponsored Class 7 Super Saloons. Spa Motors Mid Wales Limited, our weekend sponsor. So again, thank you to all our sponsors. Bit of water going down on the track. So let's have a look at this race 2. Ludlow 23, Alfie Smith. Coming out of lane 8, he's got 90 points. So yeah, he's up in that top 8 at the moment, but you'll need some, probably top 3, I would say. Craig Bagley coming out of lane 7 in Cumdy 2, down 120. He's a top point scorer, a win and a second, Barry Leach. So that's been well worth the trip over the water. Evesham 555, Matt Richards, lane 5. Steve Wilson, Taipei 112. Lane 3, Ian Stevenson in the White Rose 20 out of lane 2. And I think if he's managed to get it out, I think he has as well. That Yaton Sodbury 57, Mark Evans, you remember when I was saying it was going back into the repair shop behind the showroom? They've worked on it. Well done. He's got out there. But looking alongside out of lane 2, I can't see Stevenson there. So maybe that car is not there. So Stevenson missing from this rerun. So we go down from 8 down to 6. And who's your money on this one? Alfie Smith. I've heard say good reports from the early part of the season that I think down at the qualifying and what people have been looking at. So well done, Alfie. Let's see if you can make it into BAS 1 final for the men's Super Saloons. You're on the cusp of it. You just need that. I say top 3. I mean, if you look at Class 5s, it was 127 points needed to get into the final. So, yeah, I mean, Alfie, I mean, you could actually get a 3rd and not necessarily make it. I think with more grids, though, I think you generally find the points drop to around about 118, 19. Yeah, around that kind of mark would see you get into the final. So nearly there, but you know, we've had commentators curse before, haven't we? Yeah, Liam, you know, where, we pick people up and then something happens. So and as you know, the signs around the track, it does say motorsport is dangerous, and we've seen some of that already this weekend. I think Wes Green there with that massive roll in the 8, and it's no fault of it is. It's just how it happens sometimes. We are off and racing, and it is Bagley that goes with them, and Alfie Smith, Ludlow 23. Goes with and goes for a wider line as well, looking for the grippy stuff and coming up past commentary. So here we go. It is the Bagley machine from Alfie Smith from the Evesham 555, and that is Matty Richards there. And Alfie Smith just got a little bit out of shape there. Holds on to his 2nd place as they bring it down that opening straight into turn 1. Already Bagley around in that Cumdy 2 machine, picking another lap off There's a couple more to go on this one. Alfie Smith then from Richards. Then we go down into that Typhy 1-1-2 of Steve Wilson. And then a little further back is that Yaten Sopri 57 Mark Evans. Sounds like it's not running too well, but it did get a bit of a clattering, didn't it? And just as that, he's spun it all the way round and he's on the grass. But he's got back off. Last lap flag being shown. So Bagley climbs the hill in Cumdee 2. On his way to maximum points, Alfie Smith, Ludlow 23. He's on his way to book his place in the final because 45 points with his 90, 135. That's enough work thus far. Checker flag then. Cumdee 2. Craig Bagley takes the win. Second goes to Ludlow 23, Alfie Smith, and well done. Evesham 555 across the line. There's the next one, Matty Richards. Typhy 1-1-2 of Steve Wilson. And then it will be Yaten Sodbury 57. Mark Evans, who makes his way off the track. So there we go. That was race 2 done. We've got one more rerun to come in the men's sevens. That's the rerun of race 3. But up on the line, we are going back to open wheel specials. And it's back over to Liam Williams for the men's Class 8s.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. So race 6 of men's Class 8 is down there on the line, and I think I can see your rerun of 7s creeping in just behind them. So there you go. You lucky spectators have to listen to me and Mickey go back and forth with each other all for the next hour or so, because something tells me there might be more reruns to come into play a little bit later on, but Class 8's only one rerun so far. So race 6 is down there on the line. Race 6 brings out Mark Barker in Evesham 25, Jamie Meehan, Kerwin Thomas, Carl Burns, Anthony Ross, Dan McKenzie and Sean Wright. That's probably the quickest way to go through it because they're already off the line. So Anthony Ross, 2 wins out of 2 in Sturton 77. Can he make it 3 out of 3 and go in as a top point scorer of Russ Shepherd? It looks like it because he leads someone's round. Talks about Barker's in the walls in Evesham 25. Carl Burns comes to a standstill but gets it going again. Barker gets it going again as well in Evesham 25. It really hasn't been his weekend, has it, for Mark Barker? But it's going to be Rossi's weekend because he's leading once again in Sturton 77 as he comes past us to complete another lap. Second is Dan McKenzie, Sean Wright runs third, fourth is Kerwin Thomas, and fifth is the West Waterford machine of Jamie Meehan. The field start to spread themselves out now. Is anyone going to catch this man this weekend? He certainly looks like he is on form with 2 out of 2 and looking to make it 3 out of 3. The last lap flag is out. Anthony Ross it is that leads the way. Dan McKenzie, a first, a second and a third. We'll see him into the semi-finals a little bit later on. Sean Wright is still there in third. I don't think that's going to be enough for Sean, but putting on a decent show here with Kerwin Thomas behind and Jamie Meehan finishing it off. But joining Russ Shepherd on maximum points is Anthony Ross in Sturton 77. Dan McKenzie joins him and follows him into the semi-final. Sean Wright takes third, Kerwin Thomas fourth, and Jamie Meehan in West Waterford 132 comes across to complete it all. So that's my one race done. Now you got your one race. So from 8 to 7 we've got, I think this is the final rerun, is it, of men's Class 7? So the last rerun of men's 7s to come your way, and it's back over to Mickey.
Yeah, thanks very much. We are into race 3. This is the one that was concluded but has gone back for a rerun, excluding Phil Parliament. So it's Paul Johnson, Jack Houlihan, Jake Lockwood, Sam Gould, Gareth Roberts, Damien Harris, Simon Hawthorne. Engines are revving. We are off and running, and it's a good start there from Hawthorne coming on the inside as well. But Gould is taking them into turn 1. Can he make it stick? Oh, we've got someone doing a donut at the back, but we carry on running as we come round this time. So it's Gouldy then from Johnson, from Lockwood, from that Hawthorne machine as they climb up the hill. And round they go again. The Jack Houlihan machine, the West Waterford machine, just a little bit further back. It is that North Wales 76, Gareth Roberts. He's got a problem on board with that, but no mistake. Let's go back to the top 3 cars. Oh, dear me, it's Gouldy still leading Johnson. And we're getting cars getting close to that Armco being sucked in as they bring it round. North Shropshire 34 then. Sam Gould leading it from Paul Johnson, from Simon Hawthorne, from that Houlihan machine in the West Waterford machine as they bring it round that turn 1 and 2 for the penultimate time. One more lap to go on this one. Still leading the way, it's Goldie from Johnson from that Hawthorn machine. Then it's Houlihan, the Radford 140. Still trying hard, Damien Harris as he climbs the hill. 5 left in this one. Down into that turn 1, down the hill. Woohoo! For the final time. And it's going to be North Shropshire 34. It is Sam Gould, books his place in the final. Second goes to Paul Johnson, Scunthorpe 3-1. Third is Radford 176, Simon Hawthorn. So it's Radford 140, Damien Harris. And that final machine, West Waterford 358, Jack Houlihan. Finishing off the men's class 7s, that's your 3 heats done and dusted. We'll tell you the finalists very soon. Up on the line, we're going back to class 8 machinery. So it's back over to Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. So 4 races still left to go of your men's class 8s, and of course a rerun to come a little bit later on as well. So we've seen some fantastic stuff, and I trust we're going to see more. So coming out in this one, race 7 brings out Tyler Priest in Quamdi 27. Matt Middleton, a first and a second for Matt in South Somerset 88 yesterday, so a good run will stick him in that semi-final. Tom Chadwick, a third and a second for Tom, puts him joint 17th in the overnight standings. So I don't want to say a second to be enough. I know a win would definitely be enough. That would put him on, 136 points. So maybe a second would just do it, but I think if I was to give any advice, it would be to try and win it, because you really don't want to be left on fringes and waiting to see if you've made it. So Tom, you could really do with a win in 151. Chris Dance is down there in Radford 62. Gavin Tivy in West Waterford at 143. Drew Butters in North Shropshire 14, and Dan Smith in Ludlow 44. So as I said, the 2 top point scorers, Matt Middleton and Tommy Chadwick, in this one, and they're lined up next to each other as well, grids 2 and 3, but anything can happen, as we've quite rightly seen with Class 8 racing. There's a bit of contact going into turn 1. Is there Smith? He's got it round as Tyler Priest gets collected as well. It's all a bit of a mess as they go into turn 1, and throughout turn 2 we've lost 3 or 4 cars, but they've all managed to get it going again, and as all of that goes on, Chadwick it is that emerges as your race leader. I said he needed a win, he must have heard me, because he's storming away in 151. Drew Butters runs second in North Shropshire 14, but I think that could be the Irish car coming right round the outside, and indeed it is. Gavin Tivy moving through into second, with Drew Butters relegated to third. Chris Danstow looking at the inside in Radford 62. Tyler Priest is struggling, and Matt Middleton was one of the ones who lost out. Matt's a first and a second, and he's running 6th. That's not going to be enough, I don't think, as they go down the far side. The race leader comes past us for the penultimate time. Chadwick looking to book his place in that top 16 a little bit later on, but I'll tell you what, Gavin Tivy is going out with a bang. He's not going to make the semis, but he's got himself up to second. He was looking up the inside line, but unfortunately not going to have enough time to make a move, as Chadwick it is that comes round for the final time. That should be enough to get him into semi-finals. Gavin Tivy comes across, Chris Dance comes in third, Drew Butters comes fourth, Tyler Priest fifth, then Matt Middleton, well, Matt Middleton 100 points plus 6th, and that's going to be tight, but I very much doubt it, and he's going to be hoping that someone else makes mistakes to get him in. Ludlow 44 of Dan Smith was your final finisher, and Gavin Tivy coming round just to do an extra lap. He's come all the way from Southern Ireland. He wants the track time, so that's that one all done and dusted.
Right, sorry to interrupt, just a very quick one with regards to Class 2. We need the following cars and drivers, please. R205, SC18, SC156, C63 and SS38. 5 of you. You're racing for 4 places in the semi-final. Back over to Liam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. So men's Class 8's off the line. Right, Chris Pope's the one to watch. 2 wins out of 2. He's seen Anthony Ross and Russ Shepherd get 3. Is Popey going to do the same? He's had a good start, but Aaron Cavaghan hasn't. He's round in Yorkshire number 5. Anyway, at the front, Holroyd is in on the mix as well in the 199 machine. Pope relegated to 3rd as Matthews now looks up the inside in 247. Well, what a race we have on our hands here, as Holroyd it is that leads them round once again in North Shropshire 199. 199. Chris Pope, a second would be enough, but they certainly want to win it. It's folded number 8 as Matthews runs third in 4:27. Graham Moss and Jordan Candy are the ones that follow, with Aaron Carrigan after his earlier spin at the back of the pack. But Mike Holroyd it is in the 199 machine, looking to book his place in the semi-finals. A first and a third yesterday, and looking for another win. But Chris Pope will not give up. If Popey sees a line and he sees a gap, he's going to take it. And likewise with Matthews, he's not out of this yet either. As they go down the far side, these three, the ones to keep your eye on as they go past the wind turbines into the seaside corner for the final time. It's checkered flag. Holroyd's into the semis. So's Chris Pope. Sam Matthews, oh, I don't know if that's going to be enough. Here, have to wait and see. Graham Moss comes across in fourth in White Rose number 1. Then we've got Aaron Cavigan making up a position after his earlier spin in Yorkshire number 5. And Jordan Candy in Strider District 17 with problems aboard in that one, so comes across, but does pick up a few points at the tail end. So Chris Pope and Mike Holroyd rather will be in the semi-finals. Sam Matthews a second and a third yesterday and a third today, so I don't think that's going to be enough. If it is, then he's just about going to slip into it. So I am going to be sat eagerly awaiting the semi-final sheets once all the points are obviously sorted out and we see. But like I said yesterday, the top 16 drivers, I mean, even when you do semis with Class 8s, there's still a good, like, 8 cars, 8 to 10 drivers that still miss out, that you think, well, do you know what? If they were in the final, they could win it. But it's just so tight in the point standings, so he will have to wait and see. And looking ahead to race 9, just while we got a bit of track maintenance, then Kenneth Cashel yesterday, West Waterford 78, a second and a fourth for him. So again, he's one of those, if he manages to come out now and win this, that will surely safely put him into the semis. Second, a fourth and a win, so that would be what, 128 points. That should be enough to get him in there. So Kenneth be on the line watching this track getting watered and thinking, right, where's the dry, where's the grip, so I can try and get out there and shoot into the front. He's against Dave Newby. Dave, consistent yesterday, but not too ahead of the field as we're so used to seeing. Of course, Dave Newby, we're normally used to seeing him at the front. 2 fourths for Dave yesterday, so not the best of days by his standards, you have to say. Still good, but Dave Newby shouldn't be making the semis, I wouldn't imagine, with 2 fourths, even if he does get a win in this one. But I'm sure he'll want to end his weekend with a bang in York 811. Dan Barnard had a dismal day yesterday in the Scunny 181 machine, and he's down there on the line. He had a 6th, and then I don't think he finished the second race. So Dan Barnard will be looking to improve on his form. Gaz Edwards, I bigged him up yesterday, North Wales 55, and he didn't do too well at all in the first round of qualifying. He picked up a 6th. And then improved in the second heat, picking up a 3rd. So Gaz, a win again, probably not quite enough to get him into semis, but certainly one never to write out. Harry Liversidge was had a bit of a wonky day yesterday, Yorkshire 90. I think he was involved in a couple of incidents as well. So he's down there. And Fergus Reynolds as well, the new boy in Class 8, is also down there on the line. It's his first ever meeting in Class 8, and speaking to him last night, he said, yeah, it's a lot faster than I thought it was. So that pretty much sums up the jump to Class 8. So that's your runners and riders anyway. Kenneth Cashel's the one who needs the points, but who's going to be the first one to show? Newby it is, that looks quick in York 811. Where's Cashel? He's running in about 3rd place. Gaz Edwards, though, is on his inside. Fergus Reynolds has overdone it in 16, facing the wrong way. Can he get it going? Because he's right on that racing line. So Newby, though, for the time being, leads the way. Kenneth Cashel runs in 2nd in the West Waterford machine. Fergus Reynolds gets the car going so we can continue racing. Kenneth Cashel, I don't think a 2nd is going to be enough. It might just about get him in, but I tell you what, he's not going to win it at this rate because Newby's motoring on in 811. Kenneth Cashel runs 2nd. Gaz Edwards runs 3rd. 4th is Barnard. 5th is Charlie Musto. 6th is the York Snails 90 machine of Harry Liversidge, and Fergus Reynolds, after his earlier spin, well down the order now in the PhD 16 machine, but Dave Newby is going to be seeing that last lap flag already. Oh, Fergus Reynolds is round again in 16. Dave Newby, though, gets his last lap flag in York 8:11. I don't think he'll be making the semis, but I told you he'd want to go out with a bang as he goes down that far side for the final time. In 8:11, the field very spread out now. Kenneth Cashel and Gaz Edwards running in a respectable second and third. But this is more like the form we're used to from him. Mr. Newby it is that takes the win. York 8:11 storms to victory. Kenneth Cashel takes second. Gaz Edwards comes across in third. Then Charlie Musto in Breedendale 23. Harry Liversidge in Yorkdale's 90. And Fergus Reynolds gets the car going again to make his way into the pits. So, Kenneth Cashel, 2 seconds and a fourth. What's that? 90 plus 28, 118 points. Is that enough to get into a semi-final in Class 8? That's the question. And he'll be waiting, I think, very, very anxiously to see if he's made it. And like Mickey was saying, some of the classes, you think round about the 118 points is normally enough to get you into the final. If we're debating about semi-finals, then that goes to show what Class 8s is really all about. We've got one more race scheduled. We got a rerun, but this is the final race scheduled, and I'm not saying much, but it's not looking bad. I mean, even if this gets red flagged, I've still been more successful than I was yesterday. So, you know, always room for improvement. Every little helps and all that. But I would like this one to run through. But looking at the names in it, James Heselton, Jake Erdman, Matt Bishop, Chris Juggins, Peter Bilbley, Killian Cusack, and Michael Tinker-Abbott. Yeah, we might be lucky if this one goes through, actually. As they lead the line. Hesse, though it is, who's quick out of the gate in 75. He's going to take that wide line. I think everyone's going to try and take the same one. As they all bunch up behind him. Someone's in the arc. Are they? Oh, Cusack it is in 64. But at the front, Bishop leads the way in 73. Oh, Bishop's overcooked it. Can he get it going? Yes, he can. But goes from first to second. Hesse goes past the outside. Jake Erdman's going to follow him in the Typhoon machine, but Bishop fights back in Yayton Sudbury 73 as they come past us for another time. 2 to go. Hesse it is from Bishop, from Erdman, Juggins, Tinker-Abbott, Peter Bilbley, and Cusack at the tail end. Matt Bishop is trying to get that first place back. He had a fourth and a second yesterday. He needs a win. He's up the inside as he looks to try and make that place into the semi-finals a little bit later on as he occupies the running now onto the last lap. They go. James Heselton and Jake Erdman running second and third. Jake Erdman had a second and third yesterday, so another third might not be enough. Can Erdman move up a place as James Heselton holds him off in 75, but it's going to be checkered flag. Matt Bishop, that might just about be enough. 118 points again now, I think, for him. So is that going to be enough? Jake Erdman takes second, James Heselton third, Chris Juggins takes fourth, Michael Tinker-Abbott from Peter Bilbley, and Killian Cusack in the Mallow machine comes across and rounds it off. And I'll tell you what, 10 races, and we've only had one red flag. So that, by Class 8 standards, is very, very good. So I will certainly take that, and we'll be pleased with that, hey? One rerun out of 10, that's not too bad. So, Class 8's then completed. DM Racing and Beresford Chassis and Components, your sponsors. We're sticking with open wheelers, but they are Class 9s, I think, that are down there on the line. So Class 9s it is, that's ready to go, and I think Steve is doing the 9s, but not too sure where he is. So if we can get a sheet for Class 9s, then we will go through them. So Class 9s it is then that lead the line. Race 1 is on and off as Scott Aldridge looked quick out of the gate in the Stroud District machine, running on that wide line. Can he make it stick? Someone coming through. It's free abreast as they come past us. It's Ludlow 80, Jimmy Smith that takes the lead as he motors on into that top turn for another time. Scott Aldridge runs third and looking for a way through. Around the outside he goes. Can he make it stick? This time no, as someone fights back up the inside once again, and I think it's Sam Pinches who runs in second and holding off the challenge of Scott Aldridge in 27. Jimmy Smith, though it is, that leads the way as the race really on for fourth. Oh, contact, and oh, we got one over as well right in front of us here in commentary. So red flags are out on Class 9s. Gavin Pittman just took a tap as they come past us, reversed himself into the Armco, and you have to say it was a fairly gentle roll by Class 9 standards, but unfortunately has found himself upside down in front of, well, right in front of the scaffolding, really. So Gavin Pittman then, unfortunately, I'm sure he'll be okay. As I said, it was a gentle roll. So that's that one concluded, and this is exactly why I shouldn't commentate on Class 9s, because when I do it, bad things happen. So thankfully the saviour is here. It's back to Steve.
I was just about to say, Liam, you see, you leave in very capable hands a class because you're busy doing something else, and what do you go and do? But no, there we go. I say the important thing is that Gavin is A-OK. So big thank you. I'm sure the other commentators have done this, but I'm going to give a big thank you to all of our sponsors this weekend, and not least PRG Trailers, overall meeting sponsor. I say they are over there on the far side with an absolute cracking trade. Well, it's a bit more than a trade stand. They've got all sorts of trailers on display. Have a wander over there, have a look at them, not just for racing purposes, for all sorts of purposes. So go over and see them, and I'm sure, going to put them on the spot here, I'm sure they'll do you a special South Wales Baz Round deal. I'm sure they'll do you a special deal anyway. But PRG Trailers, our overall meeting sponsor here at South Wales for round 1 of the Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series. And I know the class sponsors being mentioned a lot as we've gone through the racing, but big thank you also to our corner sponsors. So that's Diggit Plant Hire, PRL Plant Hire, the Fishguard Arms, and DM Design and Fabrication Limited. So we can see that they are just tipping the car back up the right way. And as I say, hopefully the important thing is that Gavin's okay, and the car doesn't look too badly damaged, certainly from where we're sat, so fingers crossed. So yeah, we're getting towards the sharp end of the meeting. If you're here at the venue, then hopefully you're very much enjoying it. If you're watching on our live streaming, then we did have some positive feedback yesterday on the live streaming, so thank you very much for that, and also thank you very much for the constructive comments that we received. It's the first time we've done it on this sort of basis, and you're not going to offend us. You know, constructive criticism always more than welcome. It's not my fault that Mickey B can't identify cows and sheep, but we'll go another. No, constructive criticism always welcome, and there were some points yesterday that we think that we can look and improve on as we take this forward, and the plan is very much to take it forward, run it at all 5 rounds of the British Autograss Series. So as we refine it and hopefully get it better. Big thank you to Roger and Chris, the team that are here as well from ARB Communications, the people that are supplying all of the live streaming. They've worked extremely hard since Thursday to get all this up and running. They really have gone over and beyond what was within their remit to help all of this work and to help the meeting work. And I don't think they were quite expecting to be working until about 8:30 last night, but I haven't said that, none of us were. But no, big thank you to them and the team. The overall boss, those of you that know the company, they've been involved with Autograss racing for quite a bit, coming from Banbury. Bob Boot, who is the overall boss of that, unfortunately had a little bit of a health issue, as he was going to be here. He's not with us, but the good news is we're hearing that Bob is well on the road to recovery. Actually came out of hospital on Friday, and I have a feeling we'll certainly have been watching at least some of the live streaming. So if we've had comments and feedback from you, the public, we will certainly get it from him, I'm sure. So Bob, if you are listening and watching, then all the best from all of us, and hopefully we will see you in the not too distant future. But yeah, big thank you. And as I said yesterday, I'm going to make no apologies for saying again, big thank you also to Nick Apps for bringing in really the concept of being possible to live stream Autograss racing and just opening up the possibilities of what can be done. So yeah, big thank you, Nick. I think will always be, certainly in our mind, thought of as the person that kicked off the concept of realistically streaming Autograss racing. So yeah, it's all good from that point of view, and it's all very good here. Weather-wise, those of you that aren't here, then yeah, a little bit overcast today compared to the sun we had yesterday, but that's not a bad thing, because it does not stop, but does restrict a little bit the water cart activity. But once again, like everybody, doing an absolute cracking job there on track. Big thank you to all of you that attended. Also the BAS 2021 trophy presentation last night in the beer tent. Not the usual sort of presentation that we do, but hopefully the ones that were there did enjoy it. Big thank you to Tim Jones for very much assisting with that, and also Alan Block, the man behind the disco and the mic, for helping us with that and keeping you entertained. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and hopefully the trophy winners will enjoy their trophies, hard earned as they were through 2021, and starting to either defend or start to earn in 2022. So this is where it all begins. The British Autograss Series, of course, across 5 rounds. And talk of the man, Mr. Jones wants to say a few words. There we go. Class 9s though, it is. And away from the line then we go. This is race 2 of the 3rd and final round of qualifying for the men's class 2s. And as they come round towards us and picking them up, the first one to show is the ARC 5-car, Phil Cooper. Enjoying a little bit of a return to class 9, as I said yesterday. Class 9 certainly having a resurgence of numbers. Phil Cooper, one of the people on a win and a second yesterday, so he's on 100 points after 2 rounds of qualifying, so another win is certainly going to book him very comfortably a place in today's class 9 final. Coming through in second place is the Tyvee 84 car. That's Riddian Evans, being challenged though by Alan Roberts in North Wales 4. That's the battle for that second and third place. Running in 4th, Andy Pipe in the very distinctive white North Shropshire 205. I bet it's only white because the paint was cheaper. No, I'm joking. But he's back there in about 4th place at the moment, 5th place at the moment. Phil Cooper motors on, last lap flag, long way clear of Riddian Evans. North Wales 4, North Shropshire 205, being challenged by Sam Middleton in Trent 9. Jenny Shepherd then goes through also in South Somerset 22. But picking up our race leader, coming round that, I think Gareth has named it and he knows better than us, the Seaside Bend. And the winner is Phil Cooper in ARC 5. Second place goes to Riddian Evans in Tyvee 84. North Wales 4 then, just ahead of Trent 9, North Shropshire 205, South Somerset 22, the one that didn't get a mention. And I do apologise to Thomas Lloyd in Tyvee 42, and coming home all safe and sound. So that was race 2. Successfully completed. Race 3 brings out Dave Palmer in ARC 31, Aidan Llewellyn, PhD 9, Laura Blaber in Athelston 12, Phil Rogers in PhD 2, Russ Addiman in York 6, Andy Hornshaw in York 78, Jason Richardson in Pennine 5, and Nick Williams in Mountain 60. 2 wins out of 2 yesterday for Phil Rogers in PhD 2, so per the form book yesterday, he is the man to beat in this one. But as they come out of the first turn, he is the first one to come past the PhD 2 year race leader, Andy Hornshaw in York 78, running in that second place slot as they go down that far side. But your race lead, Andy Hornshaw, having a first and a second yesterday, so again another second should book him a good place in the final. But Phil Rogers does look in commanding form this weekend. PhD 2, York 78, running in 3rd, then Dave Palmer in ARC 31, Athelston 12, ahead of Mountain 60. That's Laura Blaber in the Athelston machine, Nick Williams in the Mountain 60 car, Russ Addiman, York 6, uncharacteristically at the back of the pack. That machine has been a little bit off or out of sorts this weekend, it has to be said, but certainly right on sorts is PhD 2. York 78, ARC 31, that's still the 1, 2, 3, and 4th, Laura Blaber in Athelston 12. Pennine 5 then comes ahead of PhD 9, that's Jason Richardson and Aidan Llewellyn respectively. But nobody racing ahead of Phil Rogers as the checkered flag gets made ready. It's 3 wins out of 3. Certainly booking a place in today's final. York 78, Andy Hornshaw, I think, will be there as well. Dave Palmer comes 3rd in ARC 31, Laura Blaber 4th in Athelston 12, Jason Richardson in Pennine 5, Aidan Llewellyn in PhD 9, and completing it all, Russ Addiman in York 6. So I say, not Russ's weekend really. But race 4 then, we had 2 cars unbeaten yesterday. That's Phil Rogers in PhD 2 and Lee Seagreaves in ARC 3. We've just seen Phil make it 3 out of 3. Can Lee do the same? He's in lane 7 on the line of race 4. Next to him, Stuart Taylor in IK 121 in lane 8. Lane 6, Chris Colgate in North Wales 19. Sean Power, Yorksdale's 97s in lane 5. Martin Jones in Hereford 55 in lane 4. Matty Jones, Swansea 8 in lane 3. Tony Wilson, Spalding 10 in lane 2. And on the inside in lane 1, Lee Waldron in 4F. So besides Lee Seagreaves, lots of drivers here capable of booking a place in the final. Stuart Taylor sits joint 8th overnight on 81 points. Lee Waldron sits in 7th. A 4th and a very convincing win. So he's on 83 points. Sean Power currently on 90 points. So he's in 6th place. So yeah, absolutely everything to play for in this final heat of the final round of qualifying of the Class 9s. Big thank you to our meeting sponsors here for the Class 9s, Liam Evan Tyres and Albany Fabrications. As I say they all go around the first turn, but they don't. That's not the way to park your Class 9, really. That's the way to park in a Sainsbury's supermarket if they're a bit short on spaces. But we don't want Class 9s parked up like that, so we can see Matty Jones is the one that just about managed to avoid it in Swansea 8. Can't see the number of the car underneath. But yeah, one parked on top of the other on that bend, so hopefully they're all A-OK. And that one. So 50% success rate on the Class 9s, 2 out of 2, but hey, I'm not responsible for one of them. But we will see those two again in a short while.
No prizes for guessing who is responsible.
So in the meantime, taking every opportunity to carry out a little bit of track work, and when we recommence, I think we're going to be having a Class 2 runoff. So yes, it does come to something when you have semi-finals, then you have runoffs to actually get into the semi-final. That is how close the racing has been here this weekend. We have 5 cars up there on the line, and they are battling for 4 places in the semi-finals for the men's Class 2s. The 5 cars up there: Shane Jenkins in Radford 205, Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18, Jay Albrighton in Scunthorpe 156, Ian Harvey in Cumdee 63, and Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. So whilst we were doing the Class 9s, then we didn't actually remind you about a Class 9 that's up for sale. So if you fancy yourself a competitive but not wallet busting Class 9, then Raymond Rees is the man to go and see. PAC 6 is up for sale. So if you fancy having a go out in what very much is an emerging class this year, or a re-emerging class I should say, in Class 9, you want to join in the fun, Raymond Rees, PAC 6 is the man to go and have a chat with. Right, we are sorting out the cars down there. I think we have disentangled them down on that bottom bend. I would hand over to one of my fellow commentators, but they're all busy munching now. They've brought the food in. I wonder if it's just purely coincidental they bring the food in as soon as I start commentating. Because I know when ice creams always used to appear in the commentary box, it was as soon as I'd picked the microphone up, then you can guarantee that a Mr. Whippy would turn up. There we go, right, Spalding 10. Unfortunately, we are hearing picks up a black flag in that last race of the 9. So Tony Wilson in Spalding 10 is going to be excluded from the rerun. I presume that is connected with the stoppage that is down there. So yeah, it looks like, as I say, they have disentangled the 2 cars, and they will be moving them off the circuit fairly shortly. If you're here with us, then don't forget all the catering facilities situated over, he says this begrudgingly, on the far side of the circuit from where we are in commentary. No, they're looking after us very well, so it's fine. But yeah, all sorts. I think there's burgers, pancakes, or hot cold drinks, some very nice coffees, all sorts of things over there on the far side of the circuit. And there's a good selection of trade stands there as well. So I think, and I didn't have time to pop in and say hello yesterday, but I certainly will do today if we're over there. Daphne Jenkins, Dragon Racewear. It's a long time since we've seen Daphne. So there we go. She's over there along with lots of other trade stands as well. So certainly pay them a visit. Right, North Wales 19 then making his way off the track. So Chris Colgate, one of the cars involved in that little bit of strange Class 9 parking over there on the bottom bend, but good to see the North Wales 19 machine being driven off. And unfortunately, the one that isn't, I think that is Tony Wilson in Spalding 10, is it, coming off on the front of the forks. But all cleared and sorted. And I say lots of track work. The track, considering the amount of racing that it's had, we've run an estimate, well, sorry, a fairly precise calculation actually, but give or take 1 or 2. And we are certainly going to be seeing, or will have seen by the close of business of this meeting, in excess of 310 races, plus any reruns, of course. Not that there's been too many, but yeah, pure races, then I think it was just over 310 with all the heats, semi-finals and finals when we get there. So I can't think of another form of motorsport that actually will give you that amount of racing through a weekend. I know it was a long old day yesterday. A big, big thank you to all of the officials behind the scenes. Not going to single out the marshals, but obviously the marshals were stood out there all day in it. So to the marshals, but also to all of the lap scored ladies, the people in pits control. There's an awful lot of people working during a race meeting to make that race meeting happen. So big, big thank you, all the people just doing everything yesterday. And a big thank you to the South Wales League, because anybody that's put a meeting like this on will know it's not just across the weekend that there is work. There is an awful lot of work here. Somebody was telling me that, you know, they've been down here, so like, for, I think 4 weekends, and people during the week and everything on the run-up to this meeting, and there will be some clearing up and everything afterwards. So it has been a credit to you though, South Wales League. Absolutely it has. So a big, big thank you from British Autograss Series and everybody that's enjoying this meeting. Right, Class 5s, Class 2s. We got 5 of you. We only, in the nicest possible way, want 4 of you. So which 4 are we going to get as they come out of turn 1? Then oh god blimey, it's SS38, SC156, C63, and on the inside, I think just about Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18. So the one that's going to lose out as it stands is Shane Jenkins in Radford 205. But there is plenty of time for things to change as Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38 brings the field back round towards us. They're avoiding that freshly watered little bit of a wet patch. Ian Harvey on the outside in D63. On his inside, Jay Albrighton in Scunthorpe 156. Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18, and making a move though up the inside, Shane Jenkins in Radford 205. That's the one to have a look at, because that's the all-important battle, is that place for 4th, because 4th will go through. 5th unfortunately will be on the trailer. Scunthorpe 156 takes him on to the last lap. C63, South Somerset 38, Radford 205. Then Shane Jenkins now just showing, or he was, but Simon Overty goes back on the inside in Scunthorpe 18. What an absolute cracking race we're having at the back of this one. Scunthorpe 156 and C63 I think have booked their place in the final as they come round. South Somerset 38, Ashley Lillington likewise. It's going to be the dash to the line. It's going to be then Scunthorpe 18 by I don't know, quarter of a bonnet, I think. The one that misses out, valiant effort and super Class 2. There we go. We could do with some more of those. Radford 205 though, Shane Jenkins, the one that unfortunately isn't going to be in today's Class 2 final, or semi-final, sorry. Simon Overty, Jay Albrighton, Ian Harvey and Ashley Lillington will all be in there. Right, what have we got on the line? It looks like a rerun, so it's Class 8, so it's over to Liam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. So the only outstanding rerun of the men's Class 8s. This is a rerun of race 3, of course, where Wes Green went over and out big style in turn 1, but none of that this time, as Daz Mullen it is that leads him round in Yorkdale's 37, looking to book his place in that semi-final a little bit later on as he goes past Jeff Beresford, slots into second. Who's running third? I think it might be Bryn Powell in Ludlow number 4. Bryn is in a good position to make the semis, and he's up to second. So so that'll certainly be enough for him. As Mullen it is that moves on. Power runs second with GB running in third. South Somerset 24 and PAC 71 at the tail end. So Candy's got work to do, but the race really on for second. Beresford right back up the inside as Bryn Powell fights back down the far side in Ludlow number 4. Puts the power down, takes the wider line. GB's up the inside, but has he got the speed to make it stick? Mullen's onto his final lap already. It's 37. He's going to book his place in the semis. Bryn Powell, a third will be enough, but he wants second. But Beresford fighting hard in North Shropshire 55 as he goes back into second. Bit of smoke just coming out of the Bryn Powell machine, but what a drive that is. Daz Mullen booking his place in that top 16. Jeff Beresford takes second. Bryn Powell will be in the semis in Ludlow 4. Candy takes fourth in South Somerset 24. And Ellen Lewis in PAC 71 comes across and rounds it all off. And I'll tell you what, men's class 8's all done. So all 10 races that were scheduled complete, only the one rerun, and we managed to get through it straight away. So that's definitely the best I've done so far this weekend. As Class 8's come to a conclusion, Beresford Chassis and Components and DM Racing, your sponsors. Now we have got Junior Saloons down there on the line, and obviously we're approaching, what do they call it in football, squeaky bum time now, with all the points getting tallied up. And of course we've got juniors, 4s and 6s, and men's class 10s, S600s and stock hatches still to come as well. So it's certainly going to be interesting to see who does what. Juniors super competitive, of course, and they will be making their way to the line once I think a little bit of track work is going on. So that's enough from me. I'll be back for the stock hatches a little bit later on. No, I won't. I'll be back for the S600s a little bit later on, one or the other. And for the time being, it's juniors, so it's back over to Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. And Steve Langley, as always, busy when it gets to this point in any British Autograss Series weekend. He'll be inputting results, he'll be sorting out semi-finals, and he is in the bus next door with the rest of the BAS committee and team, who will be making sure that the points and the finalists are all going to be A-OK ready for this afternoon's final. We've got race 1 of the third and final round of qualifying for the Junior Saloons up there on the line. And your series sponsors throughout this season are going to be Shropshire Designs, and your Junior Saloons sponsor for this weekend are Owens Motorsport, Cafe Rhiannon and MCK Vans Limited. So a big thank you, as always, to all the sponsors that have supported this weekend here at the opening round of the Kent Cams and Simpsons Race Exhaust British Autograss Series, sponsored here this weekend by PRG Trailers. So while the start line is having a little bit of a grade in, then the dust settling solution has made its way onto the circuit, and just working on both the top end and the bottom end at the moment, with the tractor and bar also working on the loose towards the outside of this near side straight, and the flatbed trailer there just grading the start line before the juniors are moved on to their grids. The runners and riders for race 1 of the third and final round of qualifying of the Junior Saloons are Jack Brown in Mallow 182. He'll start out there in lane number 8. Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill 33 will start alongside him in Breeden Hill 33. Lewis Middleton, White Rose 21, will start in lane 6 alongside Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. Travis Markville in the PAC 9 machine. William Hall in Severn Valley 29, and Emma O'Rourke in the Mallow 37 machine. So they're your runners and riders for the first lineup, the first grid of the Junior Saloons. As we can see then, the marshals discussing the start line, the tractor and not the tractor, the Jeep and the trailer still grading the ruts that have been made by the rear wheel drive machines, like Mr. Steve Langley said earlier. Lots of racing being done here this weekend, and any track that does put on a British Autograss Series round gets a lot of laps over the course of the weekend. So if you count the amount of laps, then we're possibly up towards the 15 to 1600 mark, and that is any credit to the track team and the track maintenance team that are working hard here this weekend at the opening round of the British Autograss Series. Like we mentioned earlier, PRG Trailers, your sponsors here for South Wales League's opening round. In a couple of weeks' time, we'll be heading to the Midlands, and we'll be heading to the MAP Open for their traditional 2-day open, but this year they'll have junior racing on the Bank Holiday Friday because of the Jubilee celebrations, and a fortnight after that then we'll be heading to the Ovals in Lineshall for the second round of the British Autograss Series. That's going to be hosted by the Cumdee Car Club, and another established venue, and we were talking earlier on, I think this is our 20th season here at the Castleoyd Raceway. I think the Ovals beats us by about 15 years, because that is a long-standing and possibly the longest-standing venue in the sport of national autograss racing, and that's seen a huge amount of races and laps over the course of its position at that venue as well. Round 3 of this year's series will be hosted by the North Shropshire Club, and it'll be my first visit to North Shropshire's new venue this July for round 3. And they hosted an uber successful British Autograss Series round last year, has to be said, and the photos and the comments that were made online after that weekend were superb, and it was really good to see that the majority of the people that has attended that British Autograss Series round didn't have anything to moan about, and that is a rare occurrence, it has to be said, when it comes to national autograss racing. The penultimate round then of the series is being held by the Stroud Autograss Club, and that is just a stone's throw away from the M5 at Gossington Bridge, and then the series comes to a climax, and the 5th round of this year's series will be held at the familiar Monkland Border Counties track, but round 5 will be placed into the capable hands of the Severn Valley Autograss Club. So they're your hosts, they're your venues for this year's series. The 2 championships we spoke about earlier on this morning, and the first one will be the Men's Autograss National Championships. That's being held by the Yorkshire Dales Club up on their familiar Thornborough venue. So that must have been a Yorkshire Dales venue for around 19-20 years as well by now. So that is one venue that we are looking forward to attend, and that's going to be on the last day. I think it's the 31st of July in the first weekend in August. And then it's a little bit closer to home then for the Ladies and Juniors event, which is being held in the very capable hands of the Hereford Autograss Club, and that track just situated just about 4 miles west of Hereford town centre. So all the local amenities will be there, and ladies and juniors, if you haven't entered so far, then get your entries in, and at least then you won't have to pay to get in because you'll have had your pass. But that's the Ladies and Juniors Nationals. That's going to be coming up the first weekend in September. So that's the remaining rounds of the British Autograss Series and the 2 main national championship events being mentioned. The next time we'll be back here at the South Wales League venue is going to be in a fortnight's time. I think it's the 29th of April. And that's going to be the league's second national qualifying round of this year. There is one race that's been carried over from last year's national qualifying campaign, and this is going to be the second full meeting of national qualifying held here this year, and the track is holding up really well, considering that it's had a fair battering this weekend. But we're racing with race 1 of round 3 of qualifying of the Junior Saloons, and it is the Yorkshire Dales machine then. No, it's not Yorkshire Dales at all, because that shouldn't be in this race, but it's the White Rose 21 machine. Oh, we've got someone in the fence. We've got PAC 9 facing oncoming traffic. The first one to pass us is Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill 33. He managed to avoid all that, but we've got red flags out on race number 1 of the Junior Saloon. So just when you think that you've had a good day and you're ticking all your races off, as soon as Steve Langley leaves the building and you're left to do his class, then you're in trouble straight away. The Yorkshire Dales car that I did mention was actually Mallow 37, that belonging to Emma O'Riordan. So we're hearing over the airwaves a discussion going on from the marshalling team in the centre of this Castleloyd Raceway. As soon as any flags or exclusions are given, then we will obviously pass that message out there to you. But race 2 is up there on the line. Yeston Jones, TA15, he had a good day yesterday, and he's up there. He starts in grid number 5 as you look towards the start line, and that's that black car in grid number 5. You've got the white and blue Mini in grid number 3. That belongs to Molly Ann Mosley in PhD 58. That's the one that the marshal there with the red overall sleeves is stood next to. In lane 4, it's Bo Chamberlain in Forest 22. Lane 5 is Yeston Jones in TA15. Lane 6 is Amber Powell in North Wales 52. That's, I think it's that black Yaris that starts in grid number 6. Gareth White in Cumdy 133 starts in lane number 7. That's a new name to me. Is Gareth Price one of the earlier juniors in the 10 to 16 categories now? Yeah. And the one on the outside is Jay Jones in IK 430. We have confirmation White Rose 21 will be excluded from the rerun of race number 1. So Lewis Middleton's weekend pretty much over. But it's race 2 that have gone away from the line. And looking at that bottom bend, it's going to be Yeston Jones that leads the pack towards us for the first time. It's TA15. IK 430 then slots into that second position. That's Jay Jones. A good battle for third between Cumdy 133 on the inside, Forest 22 on the outside as they go past the start line and down that far straight. Ludlow 19 is the next one in line. That's Meg Parsons behind the wheel of that one. She races just ahead of Molly Mosley in PhD 58. But back at the front is Yeston Jones in TA15. That continues to motor on, about 10-12 car lengths clear now of Jay Jones in the Invicta Kent machine. That battle for third still hotting up between the Cumdy 133 machine of Gareth White. He's still maintaining that inside line, and on the outside it's Bo Chamberlain in Forest 22 from Ludlow 19, Meg Parsons and Molly Ann Mosley with Amber Powell at the tail end of the field. But it's another lap complete then. TA15 moves on to his final circuit. That's Yeston Jones, and he's showing the daylight now between himself and Jay Jones, who's still there in a strong second position, but he doesn't seem to have an answer at the moment to Yeston Jones as he makes his way down the hill for the final time, past the beer tent and into that final turn. It is TA15 that's hugging the tyre as he takes a wider detour on the exit of that bottom turn, but it's a dash to the line, and Yeston takes another set of 55 points. An ecstatic Yeston Jones there as he crosses the line. Jay Jones ecstatic was second from Bo Chamberlain in 22F from Cumdy 133. Meg Parsons takes 5th in Ludlow 19 from Molly Ann Mosley in PhD 58, and Amber Powell in North Wales 52 then rounds it all out for race 2 of the third and final round of qualifying of the Shropshire Designs sponsored junior saloons. As we look up then towards the line, we've got race 3 coming out to play in this one. Pip Melly in Swansea number 2. That's that multicoloured car that starts out there in lane number 8. It was a stunning looking machine until we had our meeting here a couple of weeks ago. Unfortunately, Pip ended up on his roof, and the Melly Motorsport team getting that car back in superb shape by the following weekend's racing. And it is Pip Melly that leads down into that first turn for the first time. Swansea number 2 then brings him round. Jack Owens makes it a South Wales League 1-2, and he slots into that second position in TA number 5. Ludlow number 1 rounds out your top 3. That's Rhys Tipton behind the wheel of that one as they make it back onto that start line straight. 1, 2 and 3 away and gone from Isabella Hitchcock in PhD number 5. She's there in that 4th position, racing ahead of Will Hadley in Severn Valley 107. But back at the front it is Pip Melly. Swansea number 2 rounds out another circuit from Jack Owens in TA number 5. Rhys Tipton still there in that 3rd position in Ludlow number 1, and just getting going at the tail end of the field is the TA9 machine of Rhys Davis and Rachel Hadley in Severn Valley 147. But it is last lap flag time this time round. The dust now being lifted from the front wheels of that Nissan Micra. It's Swansea number 2 and Pip Melly that moves on to his final circuit, about 10-12 car lengths clear of Jack Owens in the TA5 machine. He's still there in a very, very strong second position. I think this is Jack's first British Autograss Series round, and he's had a decent weekend behind the wheel of the timing machine. Rhys Tipton, a seasoned junior by by now in Ludlow number 1. He hasn't got an answer to the South Wales pair at the moment, because Swansea 2 and TA5 take a win, and second, Rhys Tipton takes third in Ludlow number 1. Fourth place will go to another South Wales League member. That's Isabella Hitchcock in PhD 5 from the Severn Valley 107 machine of Will Hadley. And coming around then to conclude the race order for race 3 will be Hannah Hadley in Severn Valley 147. So race 3 done and dusted. Race 4 are sat up there on the line, and as the camera pans back then to that bottom bend view, then we can see the orange and green machine of Tyler Davis. TA60 starts out there in lane number 8 in that Nissan Micra. The BAStv logo though covers the car that starts in grid number 7, and that one was Miles Collins in PhD 48, the one that has the worst of starts. But the rest of the pack then get away from the line, and it is Will Evans in TA7 that leads down past the beer tent and into the seaside turn for the first time. Hannah Lewis in Athelston 2 and 2 takes a wide line, finds herself going back from second to about fourth, as the one that gains the advantage there was Harry Brimman in Scarborough number 1, and he's now closing in on that boot lid of the TA7 machine as they go back onto the start line straight. But Will just about holding on in TA number 7. He's going to be careful though, he can't afford to leave the door open, otherwise he's going to get a little bit of a door in there as they go through the bottom part of the circuit. Will just about holding on, or is he? It's neck and neck as they conclude lap number 2, but I'd say from here just about number 7 holds on. But as they go into the top part of the circuit, that racing line is on the inside, and it's Scarborough number 1. That's Harry Brimman that continues to lead down that far straight with about half a car's length of an advantage over Will Evans at the moment. That's where our eyes are peeled, because the rest of the pack are out of it as far as 55 points are concerned. But Will now switches back to the inside, and as they go on to the final circuit, that number 7 Mini is being thrown towards the inside line on that top bend. It's 7 on the inside, number 1 on the outside. Who can make it stick with just over half a circuit to go? Sorry to the rest of the field that we haven't mentioned you, but that's where they possibly one of the best races in the junior saloons this weekend. But Will Evans throws it sideways as they exit that bottom turn, but scrubs off too much speed, so number 1 takes the win from Will Evans in TA7. TA60 Tyler Davis takes third from Hannah Lewis in Athelston 2 and 2. Pennine 17 is Elise Jones, and she takes that 5th spot from Miles Collins in PhD 48. And that rounds out your third round of qualifying of the junior saloons. A rerun of race 1 will come up a little bit later on. But meanwhile, we got class 4 machines up there on the line and poised and ready and waiting alongside me, as well as 8 drivers, is Mr. Tim Jones.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, afternoon everybody, and no time to tell you then who's done what in the first 2 rounds of qualifying, as already we're away and racing, and it's Daniel Jones in Pennine number 4 that makes the best start. Mikey Jones then looking to move through that second place. Oh, we got contact on the bottom bend with, I think Daniel Jones has got it all wrong, and Hugh Jones has caught the side of it, your top point scorer then with 2 wins. And so we're Hugh with work to do in this one in command number 7. But down the far side, it's Mikey Jones there that takes up the run in. Another one had a good day yesterday. Sits joint 5th overnight, so a win should see him into that final very, very nicely. Then comes North Shropshire 112 of Ashley Littlewich in that second place spot. Bernie Jones running 3rd, just ahead of Clive Edwards, who another one that sits joint 8th overnight, so needs a few more points to get himself into the final. Hugh Jones recovering down the order though in command at number 7, and Daniel Jones rounds it all out in Pennow number 4. But Mikey Jones then motoring on, 1 lap to go, 8:31 from North Shropshire 112. Bernie Jones still running 3rd in H9. Then comes the Tiger machine, that's going to be Clive Edwards in time for 33. Then a gap back to your top point scorer, Hugh Jones in command in 7, and Daniel Jones in Pennow number 4. But Mikey Jones will see you in the final. H31 then takes the win. Ashley Littlewich in 112, Bernie Jones H9 from Clive Edwards in Type 33, and Hugh Jones in command 7. And not forgetting Daniel Jones in Pennow 4. So have to wait and see for Hugh. Should be enough to get him in the final, but obviously depends on what everybody else does as well. So Bowser's then on to the circuit. So more dusting solution to be applied as then we look towards the line. Race 2 of men's class 4 already waiting to go. And that should see then from lane 1, Tony Hawkins in Seven Valley 23. Rob Lancaster, who had a good day yesterday, sits in 4th place overnight in Radford 47. Another one who had a stunning day yesterday and not a bad season last year either, as they picked up the overall British Series title. That's going to be Adam Henley in York Treble 7, sitting at 2nd overnight with a 1st and a 2nd. Graham Whittingham also should be there. He should come out of lane 4 and in SR61, again just outside of the top 8, but who knows, a result will get him into the finals. Graham sitting in joint 10th overnight. And another one had a fair decent day yesterday, Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434. He's there also in joint 2nd overnight with a 1st and a 2nd. And another one that wasn't too shabby yesterday, Colin Davis in Typhy 155. And Colin is then in 7th overnight. So all to play for in race 2 of Heat 3 of men's class 4. As I say, only one man unbeaten so far, and that was Hugh Jones in Carmarthen 7. But as you saw, Hugh taking a 5th or a 6th. So again, you'll have to wait and see how he gets on, and everybody else gets on to get himself into the final. 3 races then to come your way in men's class 4 for their last round of qualifying. Mutt Junkie, of course, your series sponsor. As once again, our big thanks go to all the sponsors and all the sponsorship for all the classes, all the corners. As I say, really does help put the meeting on, and we will certainly make no apologies for giving them as much airtime as we can. So more water going down on the outside of the seaside bend. So those of you that are here, then good afternoon to you, and hope you're all enjoying it all. And say a bit cooler than it was yesterday, but that's no bad thing. So we didn't get the rain that was forecast overnight, so that's one big bonus. So water only going down on the track, not on the actual field itself. And as I said yesterday, it's great to be down here, lovely part of the world, wonderful racetrack, and as I say, hospitality looking after us as well. What more could we want? So, water then still going down over the far side of the circuit. Of course, as we mentioned, the 2nd round of the British Series. Then we're going back up country to the West Midland League, to of course my part of the world, and for Cumdy Autograss Club. So they'll be hosting round 2 of the British Series. All details and all that sort of thing on the old social media, Facebook and all that sort of thing, is where most stuff's done these days. And no doubt we'll see you all and be sorting stuff out for there. I know a lot of stuff already in place. So I'm sure we'll have another cracking race and a cracking round as we go towards the 2nd round. But we're still on round 1. So before we on the races away, but Thomas Rees, can you go to the hospitality tent, please? So the white tent up by pitch control. So Thomas Rees, can you go up towards the white tent by pitch control? Thank you very much. Right, back to the racing, and it is indeed the Adam Henley machine that leads us past us for the first time, just ahead of Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434. Then comes the Rob Lancaster machine in Radford 47. So top 3 has already started to make the break from SR61 of Graham Whittingham and the Typhy 155 of Colin Davis. So no Tony Hawkins in Seven Valley 23, but we've certainly got Adam Henley, and he is certainly looking to book his place in the Class 4 final as he motors on down the far side ahead of Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434. Rob Lancaster also looking to book his place as well in Radford 47 as another lap gets completed, and we've got 1 lap to go then as they all motor on. SR61 Graham Whittingham and Colin Davis in Typhy 155. So once again down the far side with half a circuit to go. I think definitely Adam Henley, we're going to see you in today's Class 4 final as Henley then takes the win at York Treble 7 from Ben Gould in 434. Then comes Rob Lancaster in Radford 47. Graham Whittingham in SR61, and Colin Davis completes it all in Typhy 155. So we're hearing over the radio that race was all done and clear. So moving swiftly on. Race 3 then. Race 3 should bring out Otis Williams in Typhy 13. Ross Fisher in Pennow number 1. Dean Smith in PAC 40. Aidan Murphy in CW 346. And Andy Whittingham, who starts in lane 8, right on the outside in the SR50. Bungee lifts, away we go. 4s are away, and right from the inside grid then, from lane 5, it's Ross Fisher that makes the best start into first turn, but he has got some serious company. Otis Williams is indeed there as well in Typhy 13. Then comes the Irish machine of Aidan Murphy in Causeway 346. Aidan sitting joint 8th overnight, so needs points for that final. Once again, down the far side we go. Dean Smith in PAC 40 in 12th overnight, so might not be enough, but we got to change the leadership, or have we? Otis then switching to the outside as takes the lead then past us in commentary up the hill and into the start gate turn. Typhy 13 is your new race leader. Ross Fisher, though, certainly not being content with sitting there in that second place slot, as once again into the seaside bend we go. Otis in 14th overnight, so needs a win and nothing else really. Typhy 13, Pennow 1. Then comes Dean Smith in PAC 40 with Aidan Murphy in Causeway 346 and Andy Whittingham in SR 50. So no change in as the race order. Otis, if anything, just extending his lead slightly in Typhy 13. Ross Fisher in Pennow number 1, sitting joint 5th overnight, so we should see him in the final, or should we, as the car broke, but Typhy 13 takes the win. PAC 40, I think, from Pennow 1. Then comes CW 346. And I think that's all we're going to have finished. So that's indeed completes Class 4. Next time we'll see them is for the final. So moving swiftly onwards and ever upwards. Men's Class 6s. So Elite Racing Transmissions, again, your very kind series sponsor. And Andy Johnson Commercial Vehicle Repairs is your meeting sponsor. So again, big thanks to both. Race 1 then brings out Neil Compton in Swansea 7, sitting joint 3rd overnight. Had a decent day yesterday. Paul Melly in Swansea 1. Darren Rees will be there in Typhy 95. Then comes Richard Jones, another one had a fair decent day yesterday in Cumberland 279. Muzzer Aaron Murray will be there in Cumberland 80. Andy Lewis in PhD 85. And last but by certainly no means least, Darren Thomas starts towards the outside in Typhy 66. So that's your lineup for race 1 as we look for track clearance around this Castle Lloyd Raceway. Bungee lifts, let's go racing. Men's Class 6s are away from the line. Melly's quick from the inside in Swansea 1. Richard Jones goes with him in 279. Muzzer also in there as well in Cumberland 80 as they come by us for the first time. Richard Jones then takes up the run in 279. Swansea 1, Cumberland 80. Then comes Thomas in 66. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Then comes Compton in that Swansea 7, about 5 or 6 car lengths back ahead of Typhy 95 and PhD 85. Andy Lewis rounds out your race order, but back to the front then. Richard Jones it is. Cumberland 279 back round towards us. Another lap in the book. Muzzer then in C80 fighting with Paul Melly in Swansea number 1 as they climb the bank and into the start gate turn for a second time of asking. Darren Thomas moving through into that 3rd place slot as they go down the far side, but it's the Cumberland 1 and 2 at the minute as a bit of contact. Aaron Murray, here's more contact. Darren Thomas into the back of Aaron Murray, and that may bring out red flags on that one. So wait and see any confirmation on the radio. So there may be a flag or two involved somewhere along the line, but we need some recovery stuff. So we are hearing over the radio then Aaron Murray will be excluded from the rerun. So Aaron yesterday pretty much, let's see where he was in the points. We can find the points sheet. Right, there we go. Find it eventually. So, yeah, joint 10th overnight. So, fair decent result. May have got him in the final, but I think that's Aaron's weekend done. So, time for 66. Nice to see Darren Thomas going under his own steam. And obviously back to the pits he will go. So, 14th overnight was Darren. And where was Richard Jones? I think he was fairly well up the order. Yeah, there we are, in 7th overnight. So that's, again, a win. Certainly would have got him into the final. But that goes back to the rerun lane. Bowsers once again on to the raceway. So we look down towards the line then. We're staying with Class 6s and we're going with Race 2. So Race 2 then brings out Darren Bryan, your national champion, of course, in Scarborough 41. Michael Keogh in Cumdy 433. Jamesie's back out in Yorkshire Dales number 10, and he comes out of lane 3. Ollie Hadley in Severn Valley 701, he comes out of lane number 4. Neil Reid in Type V 221, and he comes out of lane 5. Also Marlon James, another one, had a good day yesterday, and he's sitting joint 3rd overnight with 100 points in the Carmarthen number 11, and Tomo Stu Thompson in White Rose 3. So he didn't have the best start of yesterday, but did have a fair result in the second one, to picked up a 3rd. So Stu in 17th overnight, so no real chance, I don't think, of making the final, but you never know. If results go your way, then we may see Tomo in a Class 6 final. So that's your runners and riders for this one. As I say, your national champ then, Darren Bryan, another one on a good day yesterday, sitting joint 3rd overnight on 100 points. It's all pretty close at the top, it's got to be said. So only one car, no, 2 cars really unbeaten. That's James Sinnott and Dalt Thomas, and believe it or not, we get Dalt Thomas coming out in race 3 and James in race 4. So they don't race, so hopefully one or both may have their unbeaten record still intact by the end of qualifying. But that's race 3 and 4, but we're concerned at the moment with race 2. As I say, the runners and riders in: Darren Bryan, Michael Keogh, Marlon James, Ollie Hadley, Neil Reid, Marlon James and Stu Thompson. So I think the Bowser's nearly finished. As the one about, I think he's going to finish on the track. But just as I say that, more water pulling down inside of the cones. So that the grader has actually finished on the top part of the circuit. So that makes its way off the track. As I say, more water just going down on the inside of the cones and the tyres on the start gate turn. So, just been handed a message. William Stobbs, your driver's license is in pits control. So, William, if you lost your license, well, obviously you lost your license, but they found it and is indeed in pits control. Thank you for that, Gareth. So, I think we're nearly ready to rock and roll then. The Bowsers make their way off the track, and that's going to leave a bit of a slippy and sticky turn 1 and turn 3 and 4. But let's see, Class 6 boys, same for everybody. Let's go racing. 6s in our away, and it is Tomo that makes an absolutely storming start in White Rose number 3. Bryan goes with him in Scarborough 41. Jamesie's also there as well in Yorkshire Dales 10 as Jamesy switches to the outside line. Bryan sticking to the inside line, but Tomo still holds the lead. White Rose 3, Scarborough 41. Then comes Neil Reid in Type 221. Then it's Jamesy in Yorkshire Dales number 10, looking to move through as he just forces, or dare I say forces his way through, but no, I'm sure there was a gap there, Jamesy, I'm sure there was. In Yorkshire Dales at number 10, then Neil Reid in Type 221. But once again, we get red flags on that one. So complete 100% failure rate at the minute. So yeah, Class 6 boys, you're letting me down, you're letting me down. But as they go back to the rerun lane, then we look up towards the line. More Class 6s. We've got to get at least one right, surely. Come on, boys, prove me wrong. Prove me right. Right, race 3 then. Then race 3 brings out, as I say, for only one of the 2 people that are unbeaten from yesterday. That's Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen number 8, both with 110 points, 2 wins out of 2. Then comes Ben Gasby in Pennine number 7. Ben sitting 12th overnight, so again a win really is the order of the day. Stephen Parsonage, another one just sitting right level with the points in North Wales 146. He comes out of lane 3. Dean Robertson also will be down there in YS 41. Paul Bailey in H99. Andy Russell, IK 64. Jay Colgate, North Wales number 20. Away we go, and from the inside it is Parsonage in 146 that leads the way, but somebody right on the outside, I think that's Colgate in North Wales number 20, but through the middle Dalt Thomas in Koala number 8, but just losing out to Parsonage as they come by us for the first time. It's all swap and change, but Parsonage though is still has got the race lead. Then Colgate runs second, Dalt still holding third as they go down the far side. Russell then making ground up to 4th in IK at 64. Then comes Gasby in Pennine 7. More contact as I think that's Colgate. Russell's round as well, so's Gasby, but Dalt Thomas won't worry about that at all. He's got the race lead from the Parsonage in North Wales 146. Russell stranded, so dare I say we see the red flags once again. Dear. Right. So once again, I think there may be a exclusion or two on that. So we've got Gareth listening on the radio. So once again, they'll go back to what is getting quite a full rerun lane full of men's class 6s as we look down towards the line, the last scheduled race of race 4. So race 4 then brings out Aaron Smith in SR71. Andy Johnson, your class sponsor in Scarborough 16. Mickey Manning is there in Evesham at number 5. Glyn Bailey in the ever quick pickup in Scunthorpe 33. Dawn Tinker in York 35, and the other man sitting top of the shop after day 1 in men's class 6s, Jane Sinnott in Causeway 174, also sitting there with 110 points, 2 wins then out of 2. So well, we obviously need recovery for poor old Andy Johnson in Andy Russell rather in IK 64, and I think Jay Colgate was the other person involved in North Wales 20. So obviously back to the pits. So obviously there may be a flag or 2 issued. So we can't tell you because just at the minute the radio's gone flat. So I think we're going to need also recovery for poor old Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146. So class 6 boys taking its toll on the kit. So also Dalt Thomas being towed back as well. So bit of a race of attrition this one. So obviously some repairs and spares will be needed. But no doubt they'll get that car sorted and back on song, and hopefully back out into the rerun. Also medical team onto the circuit as well. I'm sure that's purely for precautionary purposes only, as for poor old Andy Russell, IK 64. Not the first time Andy's been involved in accidents and incidents, but he's made his certain stuff, is Andy Russell. So I'm sure, as I say, he is absolutely A-OK, but as always, safety absolutely paramount in this sport of autograss racing. So Telly Porter obviously looking to remove poor old Andy Russell's car from the Seaside Bend. Also quad bikes on to the scene as well. So, as I say, let's have a look then at race 4. So, just to remind you who's there, then Aaron Smith in SR71, Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16, Mickey Manning in Evesham number 5. Another one had a fairly decent or solid day yesterday, did Mickey? Just sits in joint 10th overnight. So, again, just needs a bit of a result, and I'm sure we'll see Mickey in yet another Class 6 final. So, one of the long stalwarts of Class 6 racing, been in Class 6 racing many years. and with various cars, various engines, various bits, various configurations, but always there is or Mickey in Evesham 5. Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33. Nice to see something different from Glyn. Obviously the pickup. So yeah, nice to see something different. Jordan Tinker in York 35, and James Sinnott, ever fast, ever furious. So unlucky at some major meetings and at the Nationals in Causeway 174. Always fast, always furious, but as I say, he's got Tinker, Bailey, Manning, Johnson and Smith for company. Right, I think Andy Russell's car then into the centre of the ovals Raceway. That's where we're going next. The Castle Lloyd Raceway. There you go. It was a long day yesterday. But there we go, all safe and sound then. Bungee lifts, let's go racing with men's Class 6s, race 4. Let's see if we can get this one to a conclusion. Manning's away in Evesham at number 5. Then comes Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33. No boys, let's keep it going. As Bailey then motors on in the Scunthorpe 33. Jordan Tinker stranded in York 35, but fair play to him, gets it fired up. And back on to the circuit we go, so we can continue racing. Right, back to the leader then, Glyn Bailey has managed to find some speed from somewhere and taken up the race running. And Scunthorpe 33 is Sinnott's coming through as well in CW 174, but Manning on that outside in Evesham 5. Then comes Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16, but Manning looking to go right round the outside in Evesham 5 as they go down that far side, but Glyn Bailey still hits the brakes then, gets that pickup turned in. Scunthorpe 33 drifts it wide and puts the power down. Scunny 33 is your race leader. Evesham 5, Causeway 174 of James Sinnott and Andy Russell in Scunthorpe 16. Oh no, more contact, Manning and Glyn Bailey. That's Scunthorpe 33 and Evesham 5 respectively. So it's James Sinnott that picks up the pieces and says thank you very much, I'll take that race lead. As we then, the checkered flag already comes out. CW 174 takes it then, 3 wins out of 3 from Scarborough 16 of Andy Johnson. Glyn Bailey gets it going again, and he will pick up 3rd place point in Scunthorpe 33. Then comes Mikey Manning in Evesham 5, SR 71 of Aaron Smith, and Jordan Tinker completes it all in York 35. Right, we got through 1 just about. As pretty poor success rate. It's got to be said. So we'll no doubt see 3 reruns of the Class 6s a little bit later on, but making his way back into commentary. So down towards the line, Junior Saloon. So we'll hand you over to the man and the voice himself, Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Tim. So yeah, 2 Class 9 reruns coming your way, race 1 and 4, and sort of hoping that they're going to come out in that order, but we'll pick them up as they do come past us, I think. Race 1, I think, is going out in full, and 1 exclusion from race 4, but doesn't quite look like a full grid. So let's have them as they come round. So 7 of them out there. And it is 4F, so it's race 4 that is the one that's actually out there, running unfortunately without Tony Wilson in Spalding 10. So they sort themselves out around turn 1. Problem for 3 of them, so that leaves us a leading quartet as they come out of that top bend, and they're headed by Lee Waldron in 4F, Stuart Taylor in IK 121, then Martin Jones in Hereford 55. These 3 just clear now of Lee Seagreaves. 2 wins out of 2 for Lee yesterday. Doesn't look like he's going to make it 3 out of 3 at the moment. Lee Waldron, though, certainly well on course to booking a place in today's Class 9 final as 4F comes round once again. IK 121, Hereford 55, the last lap flag already out. Lee Seagreaves in ARC3 is the next one through. Then a little bit of a gap back to Matty Jones in Swansea 8. North Wales 19 is Chris Colgate. Just not been his weekend really. But your race leader, your race winner, Lee Waldron it is that takes it in 4F. Hereford 55 in 2nd, Stuart Taylor 3rd in 121. Lee Seagreaves comes home 4th in ARC3. Limping round is Yorksdale's 97 as Matty Jones at Swansea 8 comes across the line to complete, as does Chris Colgate in North Wales 19. Sean Power will be credited with his finishing position. So that completes that race of Class 9. I think there is one other one to come, but on the line, I think, are we going back to Class 6s? Or so, trying to identify what we got up there on the line. Oh, right, I think we have got another row of Class 9s in front of them. Sorry, just looking at the Saloons on the second grid, but yeah, we think there are actually some 9s in front of them, so they will be coming next. But Gareth then is grabbing paperwork left, right and centre. He's the man that always knows what's going on. A little bit of water going out there, but Gareth poised to my right.
Yeah, thanks then, Steve. You're right, sorry, I rushed.
Oh, it's always nice to speak to you though, Gareth. So, how's things?
Oh, brilliant. I'm enjoying my weekend.
So, no, good. On home territory as well. But pleased to hear, I think we're going to have the pleasure of your company at all of the BAS rounds this year.
Yep, well, I intend to do all 5 anyway.
Excellent. That would be really good. And likewise, I think, well, hopefully the commentary team that you're hearing this weekend, I think we're aiming to be at most, if not all of the BAS round. All of the BAS round? Yeah, absolutely. So that would be good. As I say, we've tried to, well, sorry, I'm sort of assuming I might be, but I might not be based on today's performance. So there we go. But now, hopefully you've enjoyed what we've tried to do at commentary. So a little bit of water and track grading, and then this second rerun of the Class 9s will be coming your way. But yeah, not long to wait until we head to sort of like Tim's territory, basically, in terms of the West Midland League and the Cum D Club for round 2. And like it's been a while since we've been here, it seems a while since we've had a BAS round at the Ovals, another one of the top venues in the country, without a doubt. Been home to many a British Autograss Series round and many a Nationals and certainly other big meetings there. So always a pleasure to go to the Oval. So lovely venue indeed for round 2. And yeah, they come now basically 1 a month, British Autograss Series rounds once we get into May. And we'll see us hopefully through the season. So lots and lots. Big signing on for British Autograss Series this year, which is nice to see, and does make the meetings from an organisational point of view a little bit of a monster sometimes, but hopefully it all comes together. It certainly has this weekend without a doubt, and the racing has just been phenomenal out there in some of the classes. And as I say, this without a doubt one of the top venues in the country, and dare I say probably one of the, if not the fastest in the country. Speaking to some of the marshals out there yesterday, and the marshalling team that we've got are sort of like very, very experienced marshals. They do virtually all of the major meetings, Nationals, BAS rounds, and very experienced marshals. They were saying that they couldn't believe how fast it was, and that is the place to judge. I tell you what, if you want the best place to watch racing from, then get yourself out there as a marshal, because you stand behind one of those barriers, and it really is. It's a thankless task in lots of ways, without a doubt. But in terms of watching the racing, there is nothing quite like standing out there and marshalling. And yeah, they were just saying how quick it is around this raceway. I have to say, I'm going to get my opinion. Then last time we were here, I appreciate the locals and the South Wales League and other visitors will have seen it, but last time we were here, then the track was the other way round in terms of where the start line was, etc. It's gone through sort of like almost 180 degrees, I think, personally, and it is just a personal point of view, I think great improvement, I have to say. So don't know what the local feeling is, but yeah, from a visitor's point of view, as I say, last time we were down here, it was the other way round. I think it works so much better this way round, and the whole site setup, absolutely spot on. Can't praise highly enough Oily and the team, and I know Oily would be the first one to say it is a team effort, and it very much is in this part of the world, but I can't praise them enough for this first round. And that was very much the feedback that we had, and we are having from drivers as well. So thoroughly enjoying round 1 of the Count Cams Simpson Racing Source British Autograss Series. If you're watching on the live streaming, big thank you. Of course, even if you're not watching on the live streaming, big thank you to GB Engineering, Jeff and everybody associated with GB Engineering for their sponsorship and support of BAStv, which is how we are bringing the live streaming to you. Jeff, of course, one of the founder members of the British Autograss Series many years ago, 27 to be precise. So that makes you feel old, Mr. Beresford, doesn't it? As it does me. But no, big thank you. So still very much part of it all. Right, going down the far side then, Class 9 for the rerun of race 1, and certainly red flags. That one didn't get very far at all. So not quite sure why we've got the red flags on it, but red flags we have. So if we hear anything, obviously we will let you know. But what I can tell you is they are going back to the rerun lane, because fairly confident in saying we hadn't done enough to get a result. So I will go quiet on you for a bit and situated then over on the far side. What we got on the line? Class 6s? Oh, semi-final for Class 1s. There we go. Look to the line, Langley, rather than look at sheets. So semi-finals time. Oh, here we go. First 4 through to the final. Over to you then, Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Steve. We're going to go straight into the first semi-final of the men's Class 1s. They were sponsored this weekend by Julian Mosley and Sons and Certus Energy Wales, and of course your series sponsor for Class 1 this season in the British Autograss Series is TBR Race Engines. So we started yesterday with 10 heats. That's almost 80 drivers signed on for the first round of qualifying here at South Wales. We've whittled them down to the top 16 throughout the 3 rounds of qualifying, and the first semi-final is coming your way then. And they're lined up there at the start line. Andy Owen starts in grid number 1. That's that red micro with the white visor. And he sits in grid number 1. Grid number 3 is occupied by Johnny Jones in TA number 4. On his outside shoulder, Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2. The car from grid 2 is that of Connor Griffiths in TA 16. And as they go down into that all-important first turn, it is 16 that just about has his neck in front. TA4, Johnny Jones taking a wider line, and he's going to be the one that leads past us then for the first time, 4 abreast at the end of the first 3 quarters of a circuit. But it is Johnny Jones, and he's just had a little bit of a love nudge there from Connor Griffiths, his new fellow club member. But coming through the middle of the pack is Dean Smith in Ludlow 48. So some rearranged panels on a lot of these Class 1s. Don't forget, they're looking to book their place in the top 8. The top 4 will qualify to the Class 1 final, and coming from nowhere really is Josh Fowler, your new race leader, North Shropshire number 2, and there's going to be carnage towards this outer side because the TA4 machine of Jonathan Jones just gets pressed into the Armco. But it's Josh Fowler, North Shropshire number 2, that makes his way down that fast straight. North Wales 397 is Andy Owen. He's there at the moment, the last of the qualifiers, as Jonathan Jones cuts back towards the inside in TA number 4. Side by side, he's come up from about 8th to 4th at the moment. He sits in that last qualifying place, but we've got red flags on the entry to the pits turn. And we can see one of the marshals there is going to pick up a black flag. Oh, it's going to be interesting to see who the marshals have picked up on this one. I think the colour of the car could be the same colour as the flag that's waved at the moment. And I think it's going to go all the way to the outside, the North Wales 397 machine, possibly, of Andy Owen. And if that is the case, then unfortunately 397 weekend is over, and indeed Andy Owen knows the black flag was for him. He's been told to get back to the pits. There is no quibble, and unfortunately North Wales 397, the weekend very much over for him. And the marshals just checking the Armco, checking the posts on this near side straight, as the first semi-final then of men's Class 1s make their way back to the pits. Semi-final number 2 is up there on the line while the tyres and the cones are being adjusted on the top part of this Castleloyd Raceway. The car, the top qualifier in this first semi-final, he's chosen a totally different grid from the top qualifier from semi-final 1, because the top qualifier is Ben Gould, and he starts in the middle of the grid in or around grid number 4. Outside his 443 machine is going to be the Alex Hill machine, St. Neots 164. That's the white machine that starts in grid number 6. One of the Scarborough machines, I think, is 221. That's Ollie Wrigglesworth. He starts out in grid number 7, but we're up and racing. And it's inside line. David Jones, TA18, had a good start, but it's the 164 machine that's going to lead down into turn 1. And somebody doing pirouettes there at the tail end of the field is the St. Neots machine of Ollie Tilson, St. Neots 196. But we get going. Craig Bagley at the back of the front running pack in Cumdee number 1. Just a bit of paint swapping, just a little bit of a door nudge there from the Cumdee 1 machine as he goes through into that 6th position. But it's Ben Gould and that starting grid. The middle of the pack seems to have paid dividends because he's there and he's showing them the way around this bottom bend and leading the pack towards us. Alex Hill's still there in that 2nd position in St. Neots 164. Just getting a little nudge there from David Jones to let him know that he's there in that 3rd spot in TA18. And at the moment, the last of the finishers, well, the last of the qualifiers for the top 8 is Ian Ullathorne, a long-time Class 1 racer in Scunthorpe 25. Craig Bagley's back there in 6th. At the moment, he's the first of the losers in the Cumdee number 1 machine. But it is last lap flag time. Ben Gould brings the pack round towards us from 164, 18 and 25. They look pretty much done and dusted unless something really drastic happens on the last half circuit. Cumdee number 1, Craig Bagley, like I said, the first of the losers, racing ahead of the Scunthorpe number 1 machine of Ollie Hall, who he lost out to in this morning's 3rd round of qualifying. But it's a dash to the line. Ben Gould books his place in the final in North Shropshire 443, as does Alex Hill. David Jones, ecstatic in TA18, taking a 3rd, and Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25. Those 4 book their place in the Class 1 final, which will be coming up later on this afternoon as we wait to see who's going to come out and play in the 2nd semi-final. But for sure, we got stock hatches on the line to take you through the 3rd and final round of qualifying of the stock hatches. And I'll just straight back over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. So, onwards we go. Let's see if we get further than we did with the Class 6 boys and girls as we go then. Heat 3, race 1 of the Stockhats machinery. Race 1 then brings out Leon Cook in Scarborough 65, James Williams in Border Counties 225, Martin Murray in Cumley 88, John Petrie in Radford 59, Stuart Powell in C95 and Alan Hawkins in Forest 20 as they already leave the line and head towards that all-important turn 1. It is Petrie that leads into the first turn. Radford 59. Murray goes with him now. Both switch wide in the C88 machine. So somebody coming through the middle of the pack. That's Leon Cook in Scarborough 65. As once again they climb the bank into the start gate turn for the first time. But Radford 59 just right alongside and carried a bit more speed down the straight. So John Petrie takes up the race leadership. Was sitting or is sitting in 2nd place overnight on 91 points. So a 1st and a 3rd for Radford 59's accumulation of points from yesterday as Leon Cook in Scarborough 65. Then where's Leon? He's joint 8th overnight, so needs a result in this one. But 20th then, Alan Hawkins, also another one sitting joint 8th overnight, and he races just ahead of James Williams in Border Counties 225, who sits in that 7th place slot. Once again, overnight point accumulation. Martin Murray in C88 in that 4th place slot, and Stuart Powell in C95 rounds it all out for the first heat of the stock hatches. But checker flag then at the ready. We'll certainly see John Petrie in the final. Bradford 59 it is then, takes the win from Scarborough 65, Forest 20, Border Counties 225, C88, and completing it all for race 1, Stuart Powell in C95. Right, that's race 2, or race 1 rather, done and dusted. So moving swiftly on to race 2. Only one man unbeaten so far in this one. That's Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. He's joined by Archie Lewis in Cumley 241, who sits in 5th place. Overnight, John O'Cosby, another one, had a good day yesterday. He's sitting in 3rd in that 81 points in that Melton at number 4. James Holmes also will be there. He comes out of lane 5 in North Shropshire 391. Jordan Lord also will be there in Cymru 24. Not the best day yesterday for Jordan. It's a black flag and a 5th, so he's right back in 12th place. And another one didn't have the best day yesterday, but he'll be there in that 11th place slot then. That's South Somerset 8 of Justin Hardy. So that's your runners and riders for race 2. So I think just a changeover of marshals on the marshals post, and the recovery or track car then will move into the centre of the Castle Lloyd Raceway, and once again that will leave it clear as then we look for track clearance, bungee lifts, and we go racing. Stock hatches, heat 3, race 2 gets underway, and it is going to the form book. The man with 2 wins then, Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64, that leads away, but James Holmes it is though that challenges gone wide, and Cosby looking to come up the inside in Mountain at number 4 as they come by us for the first time. Archie Lewis then find his way to 3rd in the 241, but he's been chased and pressed hard by Justin Hardy in South Somerset number 8. Also on the outside then, that's James Holmes in North Shropshire 391, but coming back round towards us with a few car lengths clear then. Patterson that leads away, then comes Mountain number 4, Archie Lewis in that 3rd place slot, battling side by side by James Holmes in North Shropshire 391, and he's those 2 ahead of Justin Hardy in South Somerset number 8, and Jordan Lord completed all in the 24. Yellow flag with black cross time then, so 1 to go for James Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. Mountain 4, then Archie Lewis has broke clear in the 241 in that 3rd place slot. As once again down the far side we go, has Justin Hardy main ground. He's now up to 4th in South Somerset number 8, but you're not going to catch your race leader because he's going to make it 3 wins out of 3, and we'll see him in the final. Chris Patterson takes the win from John and Cosby in Mountain 4, Archie Lewis in Cymru 241, Justin Hardy in South Somerset 8, and Jordan Lord in Cymru 24. And we lost James Holmes, who's facing the wrong way, in North Shropshire 391. So again, that completes. So 100%, we've gone from 100% failure to 100% success rate. So well earned stock hatches, as you redeemed my pride a little bit. But right, we'll see them next time in the final. So we've still got the 3 outstanding reruns of men's class 6s to come. Yes, yes, Gareth, 3. Yes, we were on 100% failure rate up to the last race, but there we go. So they'll slot them in somewhere, but looking down towards the line, we're going with F600s. So we'll get him back on the mic once again to take you through and who's there and who's done what. It's back over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. So the S600s then down there on the line and ready to do battle for their 3rd round of qualifying. And I tell you what, yesterday they wasn't any surprises whatsoever. We had the first run that went through nice and easy, and then the second run the exact same, and no positional changes in any of the race. It was like a carnival for all 3 heats. It was Trevor Frost in White Rose 400 that had 2 wins out of 2 yesterday. Of course, only the 3 cars that are in it, but Trevor Frost, it was showing him the way around in White Rose 400. Jamie Smith in Yorkshire's 103, he had 2 seconds in that one, so 90 points on the board for him. And Andrew Godfrey became the butt of a running joke, I think, yesterday after managing to spin on every single lap. And then I think that was in the first heat. I think in the second heat it turned in from every lap to every corner. In Sturton 11, he was just trying so hard. And the car just wouldn't stay keeping in the right direction. So hopefully Andrew Godfrey has learned his lesson from yesterday. And we'll see if he can get a race done where he can keep it facing the right way for the duration. So wonder whether there'll be any surprises. As I said, Trevor Frost looked pretty much untouchable yesterday in White Rose 400, and Jamie Smith looked comfortable in second as well. So maybe we could see a bit of a surprise. I mean, they have just watered the track, so that could play its part on the race. The graders over there as well, over by the start line, so doing a little bit of work, of course. So all these little changes, then they could make a difference in the race order. And of course these drivers racing for British Autograss Series points as well. Of course the S600s and the stock hatches. I think it's the second or third year where they've been racing with the BAS, and of course picking up points and trophies as well, and an ever popular growing class. Certainly the stock hatches, we've got 2 grids this weekend, quite low on numbers for the S600s. I thought there might be a few more, but of course it's a long way to go. When you think of the S600s, you think predominantly a lot of them are from places like Leewoods and York, so it's mainly like north and northwest that they come, and obviously it is a bit of a trek to come all the way down here for that. But we just got an announcement to make. Rachel Barnard, if you're about and you can hear us, please can you go back to hospitality as soon as possible, please. So Rachel Barnard, if you can hear us, please make your way back to hospitality, please. Now, speaking of making your way back, I think the water bowser is making his way off the circuit, and looks like everything else is good to go. Marshall's just returning to posts and getting ready to go. So a greasier, slippier surface, but I'll tell you what, with the wind out there, it's not taking long for this water to dry in. But the one who won't be happy with that is Andrew Godfrey, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. So Marshall's just returning to their post. Trevor Frost, as I said, looking to make it 3 out of 3. And of course go into the final. They'll all be in the final, but go in as top point scorer and try and get as many points as possible. The more points he accumulates early in the season, the less work he's got to do towards the tail end of it. So if he can get some good points on the board, then sure, he'll be happy. Anyway, we are away. S600s are go, and no surprise, Trevor Frost it is. That's the first one to show in the White Rose 400 machine as he throws the car into the corner. Very, very experienced F600 racer, and it's going away to the form book like it was yesterday. Yorkdale's 103 of Jamie Smith is there in second, and Andrew Godfrey running third. Made it round this time, so Sturton 11 it is. Just dropping off the pace a little bit compared to the rest, but I do wonder over the course of the weekend, are we going to see these 3 change places? Because we haven't actually seen any overtaking in the last 2 races, so it's going to be interesting. Trevor Frost, as I said, just looks like he's in a league of his own at the moment in the White Rose 400 machine. Jamie Smith trying his best to keep up, but that is a hard task to do when you're up against one of the experienced F600 racers as they go down the far side. Last lap flag already, and Trevor Frost it is that leads them and brings them round with 1 more to go from Jamie Smith in Yorkdale's 103, and then of course 11 Andrew Godfrey. You have to say Andrew Godfrey having a much better run this time than he did yesterday, and 3rd place points, so technically he's still got 3 thirds at the end of the weekend, so that's still pretty good going. And like I said, all of these drivers very consistent because they've all stayed in the same place over the weekend. Trevor Frost takes another win. Jamie Smith is going to take another second in Yorkdale's 103, and Andrew Godfrey is going to take another third. So start at number 11 it is. That's going to come across and complete it all. And round off the stock hatches, and we get a good thumbs up as well from Andrew Godfrey as he comes across the line. I think we should start calling him Andrew God 3 because 3 third places for him over the weekend. So we'll see if he can improve or if Jamie Smith can improve. That was quite good for me. Do you know, I have one good thing a weekend, and I leave it to the last minute then. So Julia Saloons, we think, is on the line. They're off the line. It's over to Steve.
Thank you very much. Shame we have to wait till 20 to 2 on the Sunday. But right, rerun of race 1 then away from the line, and it's the Leeward car then that is the first one to show as they go into that bottom bend and come back round towards us. Leeward car, where did I get that from? Cambridge 142, Grace Williams, of course. On the outside then, Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill at 33 as they climb that bank for the first time, but it is the Cambridge 142. Having a good weekend is Grace Williams. She goes down that far side and just pulled 2-3 car lengths clear now on Bo Bennett. Runs in that 2nd place slot in the Breeden Hill 33. Running in 3rd, I think that's the Mallow 37 car it is, that's Emma O'Riordan in that one, and locked absolutely neck and neck as they come past us. Severn Valley 29 and PAC 9, that's William Hall in Severn Valley 29, and Travis Markilly in the PAC number 9 car, and the PAC car just gets the better of that battle as they go up the far side, but nobody getting the better of Grace Williams at the moment. The last lap flag already going out. Cambridge at 142, Breeden Hill 33, Mallow 37, PAC 9 and Severn Valley 29. So all the cars onto their final circuit, and very well spread out at the moment. But it is going to be another win, and certainly booking a place in today's Junior Saloon final. Grace Williams in Cambridge 142 comes round for the final time and takes a good win. Second place, Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill 33. Emma O'Riordan in Mallow 37, PAC 9, Travis Markilly, and completing it all is Severn Valley 29. That's William Hall at the wheel of that one. Next time we see them, it will be come finals time, those that have made it through. Right, it is semi-finals time now though for the Class 2s. Top 4 go through to the final out of these 2 races. It matters not how you've qualified, how you've got here. The important thing is you have got here. Race 1 then, Ashley Farrow, Scarborough 249, Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43, Jack Hodgson, Yorksdale's 104, Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 4, Tom Stevens in Ludd 55, David Evans in Penhow 40, Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18, and Ian Harvey in Cumdee 63. There we go. That's a lineup for a semi-final. It would do any final at any meeting justice. But the first one to show as they go up the far side. Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18, if you remember, had to come through the runoff, but we get red flags on that one. So first one heads towards the rerun lane. We shall wait and hear any marshalling decisions as to exclusions or otherwise on that one. Owens Fabrication and MCK Vans, joint sponsors for the meeting here of Junior Saloons. Big thank you to both of those organisations, and big thank you to Shropshire Designs, who are the British Autograss Series sponsor for the Junior Saloons as well. Oh, sorry, Junior Saloons. That's for the Junior Saloons that I didn't do at the time. I made myself a note. I will catch up, because Class 2 then, sponsors of that, Apps Media and Mike Bevans here at the meeting, and Fleet Care Services for the British Autograss Series. So fully caught up in sponsors. Race 2 of the semi-finals. So we want 4 from Ryan Smith in PhD 29, Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126, JD Farrer in Scarborough 17, Ollie Stevens in Ludd 15, Bradley Thomas in IK 55, Brad Ellison in York 16, Jay Albrighton in Scunthorpe 156, and Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. We're hearing Ashley Farrow gets black flagged from unfortunately the first semi-final, so your top qualifier excluded at the semi-final stage. That's how tough it is. British Autograss Series racing as the second semi-final then climbs the bank for the first time. Jay Albrighton in Scunthorpe 156 it is. That's the first one to show. Again, battled through the runoff, but certainly looking to book their place in the final, as is Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126. Somebody on a very wide line. I think that's Ryan Smith in PhD 29. Ludlow 15 on the inside is Ollie Stevens in that all-important position at the moment, but absolutely everything to play for. Problems for JD Farrow in Scarborough 17, so not to be for JD this time round, but battle for the lead, and we get red flags on this one as well, with South Somerset 38, Ashley Lillington, then square-wheeled right in the middle of the racing line on that bottom line. So again, we shall look to the marshals for any decisions with regard to that. So Class 2 semi-finals proving a little bit problematical. They've both headed towards the rerun lane. I'm sure the Class 8s are going to do slightly better than that, because I think that's what's on the line. So to take you through these, it is back over to Liam.
I've never heard someone be so optimistic, Steve. Class 8s. So I hope they could be a little bit better, but I'm not going to get my hopes up too much, as semi-finals normally actually seem to be more problematic than the actual final itself, especially with the Class 8s. And to be fair, the third heat, they wasn't too bad. They, I think, only had one rerun out of the 10 races, so I am improving. I'm slowly getting there. By the end of the meeting, I might actually get a good result. So, semi-final number 1, a men's Class 8s down there on the line. There's going to be some water on the track, so it gives us a good chance to build this up. Beresford Chassis and Components and DM Racing, your sponsors. Class 8 semi-final number 1 is going to bring out Russ Shepherd in South Somerset number 3, Tom Lewis in Border Counties 55. Mike Holroyd in North Shropshire 199. Daz Mullen in Yorkshire Dales 37. Bryn Powell in Ludlow number 4. Gethin Lewis in Border Counties number 40. Sam Matthews in Cambridge 427. And Matt Bishop in Yeighton Sodbury 73. So that is semi-final number 1, which is assembled and down there on the line. And I'll tell you what, I think, as Steve just quite rightly said with his Class 2s, you know, that's worthy of being a final in itself. At virtually any other meeting, Nationals, BAST, MAP, you name it, that is more than a worthy lineup for finals. And like I said, looked at the points and seen a lot of names still missing out. There's quite a few familiar names that you might not be hearing in the semi-finals just because how tight it really is at the top. I think you must have needed, I think, a first, a second and a fourth was probably the minimum. So about 120 odd 8 points to get into the semis. And that's to get to the top 16, so that really does go to show how close it is. And as I said, this track being watered, so they are all going to be sat down there and hoping that one of them finds a dry line. The only problem is we don't want 8 cars all going for the same line, because that's how accidents happen. So hopefully they know what they're doing by now. And as I said, they haven't exactly been too bad this weekend. We've certainly had worse. We've also had better, but certainly had worse with Class 8s and for the sheer numbers that were signed on. As I said, yesterday we had 10 races, and we still have the 10 races on this morning, which is normally a rarity. Normally you lose at least about 10 cars in Class 8 over the first day, and you end up coming in the next day and seeing that you're either a race or 2 short, because a lot of names have dropped out. But this time they all, most of them managed to go the distance and make it. And obviously we've whittled down, I think it was 78 that we started with, down to 16. Those 16 are going to become 8 by the end of the 2 semi-finals. Of course, no points in this. It doesn't matter if you got 3 wins out of 3. If you end up outside of that top 4 in the semi-final, you're not in that final. It is as simple as that. First, second, third and fourth, that's the all-important places. Anything lower than that, and I'm afraid your weekend is over. As the water bowser makes its way off the circuit, we look to the flags. This is going to be a cracker if we get it through. Class 8 semi-final number 1 is off the line, and look at this for a level break. It's Mullen just about with his nose in front in 37. Tom Lewis from nowhere shoots through, and I think it's Bishop on the inside, and Bishop's going to bring him round in 37. There's contact. Oh no, this isn't what we want. Mullen's square wheeled. We got 3 cars all piled up, and red flags obviously come out on that one. So Daz Mullen then is out of the car. I think he was the one who ended up the worst of it, as he got it sideways, ended up facing the wrong way. Someone's gone right into the front of him as well, which isn't exactly ideal. There was quite a few that were involved originally. I think it started off with about 4 of them all ended up in the fence, but Daz Mullen understandably not happy as he gets out of the car, shaking his head, but we will wait and see about exclusions. So there we go. We are hearing straight away then, no messing around. Sam Matthews, unfortunately, in Cambridge at 427 was deemed to be the cause of it. So Sam Matthews is not going to be allowed back into the rerun. So that is his weekend done and dusted with. We won't be seeing him come back out this weekend, as he won't be back out in the semi. I'd imagine then Daz Mullen is going to get a chance to get the repairs needed on his car before coming back out to play a little bit later on. And Daz isn't happy. You should be used to this by now, Darren. You know what Class 8s are like. So he doesn't even know where to go now. He's on the quad bike and now he's getting into the truck. So they'll be taken back into the pits. The car doesn't look too bad, although there is quite a bit of damage at the front. But I'm sure it's nothing that him and the team can't get sorted out in time for the rerun. And likewise, I think this might be the Gethin Lewis car, is it? Border Counties 40. That is the other one that's involved, and that's also going to need a bit of repair work, and it's going to be taken up by the forklift truck and given a lift back into the pits, because again, lodged itself into the Armco And I did say earlier, these cars are getting very, very close to it. And the problem is, that's where the speed is. That's where they all want to be. They're all trying to take that line because they know that if they hit that wide line, then they can get the speed needed to get into that first place position. And as I said, about 5 of them all went for the same thing. And it ended in carnage, but we're used to it with Class 8. So we get a rerun then of semi-final number 1. Can semi-final number 2 do any better? And if it completes a lap, then yes. But again, semi-final number 2. Look at this for a lineup. So from the outside, then TA57 is Jake Herdman. That is coming out of grid 8. Then we've got Evesham number 2, Rich Cooper next to him. Dan McKenzie in Cambridge 44 is also going to be there. PhD 21, Ash Howard is there also. Tommy Chadwick, that win that he had earlier on, I think boosted him up into the semi-finals. So North Shropshire 151 is down there. He must have got in as about 14th qualifier because I think he was down the order, and as I said, he needed a win, and that's exactly what he done in his 3rd round of qualifying, and it's got him there. Steve Mills didn't have the best of 3rd heats, did Steve, after flying around this circuit yesterday, so he'll be looking to improve, but he made it. It's Quamdi number 10. Chris Pope absolutely flying in Spalding number 8. He's down there, and an unbeaten driver, Anthony Ross, starting 77. But as I said, it doesn't matter now for about points. As long as you've had enough points to get into it, you've got to get in that top 4. We're away. Pope, he's quick in Spalding number 8 as they go into turn 1. Chadwick's running with him. Chadwick runs out wide, and Chris Pope comes through in Spalding number 8. There's Rossi, he's at the back, so there we go. 3 wins out of 3 throughout the heat, but last in the semi-final. And Steve Mills is down the order. The front 4 then at the moment. Change of race leader is Dan McKenzie from Chris Pope, from Jake Herdman, from Tommy Chadwick. They're the 4 to keep your eyes on. They're the 4 headed through to the final, but a lot can change in Class 8 racing. Rich Cooper's in the mix. Rossi's on a charge in Sturton 77 as he comes from last to 5th and looking to work his way up. He knows he's got one more position to make in order to get into that final. Steve Mills and Ash Howard not having the best of luck as they find themselves down the order, and I fear that could be the end of their weekend unless anything dramatic changes. But there's 1 lap to go. We're keeping our eyes on that 4th place position as Tommy Chadwick now holding off the challenge from Anthony Ross and Rich Cooper. Cooper's not out of it, but Chadwick looks fairly comfortable. Can Rossi make a challenge? 3 wins out of 3. He's been absolutely untouchable in the heats. He's going to go for one last charge around the outside, but booking his place is Dan McKenzie, Chris Pope, Jake Herdman and Tommy Chadwick. They're the 4 that are going to be in this afternoon's final a little bit later on. The ones who miss out, unfortunately, Rich Cooper, Ash Howard, Steve Mills, and the unbeaten man throughout the heats, Anthony Ross, in Sturton 77, isn't going to be in the final a little bit later on. Well, that's my prediction gone out the window, because when people were asking me, who do you think is going to win the Class 8s? I said, Rossi looks pretty much untouchable. I said, I think it'd be him. Well, there you go. That just goes to show semi-finals, anything can happen. And 3 wins out of 3 does not guarantee you a spot in that final. And unfortunately, finishing 5th. But big well done to the ones who did make it. Chris Pope in Spalding 8, Tom Chadwick in North Shropshire 151, Dan McKenzie in Cambridge 44, and Jake Herdman in Typhy 57. We'll be seeing those 4 in the final a little bit later on. We've got a rerun of the semi-final number 1 to come, so we'll know the other 4 by a few races time, hopefully. But you're stuck with me for the time being, because that does complete the Class 8 semis. Beresford Chassis and Components and DM Racing, your sponsors of 8. We are moving on to the Gwalia Garage and ProLink sponsored men's Class 10s for their 3rd round of qualifying. 4 races to come your way. So Class 10s, as I said yesterday, a lot smaller in numbers compared to the Class 8s, but equally as competitive as we look at some of these races that are scheduled to come your way. Race 1, for starters, is down there on the line, and listen to this. Alex Fretwell in Pennine at 152. Gary Morris, tell you what, Gary was going very well yesterday in Quamdi 28, especially in his first heat. Terry Burbage in Sturton 41. Ben Herdman in Radford 207. Of course, Ben was one of the unfortunate drivers yesterday that ended up going upside down, but he did come back out, so I will imagine he should be down there now. Vinnie Gibbons, Leewood 170, he'll also be down there, and we all know what Vinnie's capabilities are. Wes Tinker Had one of the best races of the day yesterday with Liam Evans in his first heat. I think Wes ended up finishing that race second, and he'll be looking to get some more points on the board. Wes, if he gets a decent run, will be in the final, and Sam Burbage as well in Sturton 40. They're the ones that are scheduled. They're away. Vinny's very quick out of the line in the Leewood 170. Where's Tinker? He runs third. Gary Morris slots into second. Vinny's taking the widest line possible, and Tinker's going to go with him as Vinny hits the Armco in 170. You're getting too old to be hitting Armcos, Vinny, as you've got work to do now, getting down to 5th place as the race leader then Gary Morris. I said he was going well, and he's certainly proven me right. Quumdy 28, where's Tinker runs second in York 40, as then I think it's Sam Burbage in Sturton 40. Vinny's up to 4th, and Vinny's back up to 3rd as he moves through in Leewood 170, and it's the Fretwell machine that's got work to do, and the Pennine car at the tail end of the field. But Gary Morris, dare I say, being reeled in now by Wes Tinker in York 40, but Wes Tinker has got Vinny Gibbons right behind him, and Vinny will not give up in Leewood 170. One more lap to go as Gary Morris looks to take 55 points from a very, very strong Class 10 grid. There's only 5 in there, but all 5 of these cars are superb Class 10 racers. But Gary Morris, the best of the rest at the moment in Quumdy 28, as he comes past, takes 55 points. That should be enough to see him in the final. Likewise with Wes Tinker. Oh, Wes Tinker into the Armco now. Vinny Gibbons takes 3rd. Alex Fretwell's the next one across, and Sam Burbage in Sturton number 40 comes across to complete it all. So race 1 of your men's Class 10s, good stuff. That's what we like to see, as that runs to a completion. Race 2 should be down there on the line. Chester Payne in YD 31. Rhys Griffiths in Radford 202. Rhys had a mixed day yesterday. I think he had a second in his first heat, and then not too sure what happened in his second heat. I think he finished somewhere about 5th or 6th, so he really does need a win. We got someone eager on the line. Well, they moved forward, they didn't stop themselves, and I think that was Andy Bishop. So it's done him no good whatsoever, because he's come off the grid in last. So they all head into turn 1. Someone's round as well, but Griffiths emerges in Radford 202. But Barnbrook out of nowhere goes right round the outside and takes up the running, but Griffiths fights back in Radford 202. So it's Griffiths from Barnbrook there. You 1 and 2. Then I think it's the 250 machine, is it? Who runs is Chester Payne in 3rd in the Yorkshire Dales car. But look at the race at the front. Griffiths back up the inside. Barnbrook trying to fight back. Hereford 250 is there as well, and trying to get into the mix. Mark Pascal up to 3rd. Chester Payne down to 4th. Bishop runs 5th, and then the Gloucester machine of Nigel Beard towards the tail end of the field. Last lap flag. Rhys Griffiths really does need this win if he wants to get into that final. Even that might not guarantee him, but certainly it's the most he can do, and he's doing it. 202 it is. That leads the way. Matt Barnbrook still runs second. These two clear now from Chester Payne and Yorkdale's 31. Bishop's managed to fight back and come up to 4th after his dreadful start, but a checkered flag. It's going to be Rhys Griffiths. Will that be enough? 202 takes it from Matt Barnbrook in Scunny 45. Chester Payne takes 3rd at 31. Andy Bishop in Yates and Sobry 37. And the car from my part of the world, unfortunately finishing towards the tail end of the field, that's Nigel Beard in Gloucester and District 87. So race 3 is down there, halfway there with the Class 10s. Race 3 though, I tell you what, this is going to be an interesting battle. Race 3 brings out Liam Evans in North Shropshire number 3, absolutely flying yesterday, and he wasn't the only one, because another one who was Lee Seagraves in ARC number 1. So those two pitted against each other, and it'll be interesting to see how that plans out. They're joined though, not only them two, Phil Young's down there at Evesham 23, Paul Harris in Carmarthen 2, Marcus Lewis in Quumdy 100, and Thomas Rees in PAC 39. How's that for a lineup anyway? Who's going to be the one that takes top honours? It's the usual suspects up front. It's Seagraves and Liam Evans. Seagraves on the wide line, Liam Evans on the inside line. Who's got the best of it? It's Liam in North Shropshire number 3 up the inside and makes it stick. Seagraves sticking wide though in ARC number 1. Phil Young's in the mix in the Evesham machine, Quumdy 100, and Thomas Rees at the tail end. But Seagraves hasn't got an answer to Liam Evans at the moment. Two former national champions going head to head, and it's Evans that leads Seagraves sideways to this Armco, just getting the rear end out, but narrowly avoiding it. But he is on him. He's just not close enough to make a challenge. Liam Evans' motor's on. Seagrave still second. Phil Young still third in the Ishan 23. Thomas Rees and Marcus Lewis are the ones in fourth and fifth. But at the front, it's last lap flag. Liam Evans pretty much led from the word go. And Seagraves hasn't been able to give an answer to him, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Seagraves throwing the car sideways there, but a second will be enough to get him in the final regardless, so he doesn't want to overdo it. Liam Evans takes it, he's in the final. Lee Seagraves will join him. Phil Young will come across in third with Thomas Rees in PAC 39, and rounding it all off is Marcus Lewis in the Cumdy 100 machine. So 3 done, 1 more to go in race 4 down there on the line. And once again, super competitive lineup. I think there's, what is there, probably 3 drivers in this that have a chance of making the final a little bit later on. Chris Ellis is down there in South Somerset number 6. Chris will be hoping for a better run than what he had this morning. Obviously he had a rerun this morning and ended up head first into the Armco, so hopefully he's learnt from that. Andy Hornshaw's down there, Barry Seal, Darren Grasby, Kerwin Thomas and Luke Bennett, so another good lineup. Andy Hornshaw looks quick in York 7 as he comes out of the gate and approaches the first corner in first. Where's Luke Bennett? Is he second? Yes, he is. And he's up the inside, but can't make it stick. Grasby runs third, Barry Seal runs fourth, and Kerwin at the back in the Carmarthen 29. So no Chris Ellis, he's out of it in South Somerset number 6. But look at the front, Luke Bennett, he isn't giving up as Bennett's up the inside of Hornshaw, but Hornshaw fights back in York number 7 as they come past us once again. Grasby still runs third in Evesham 122, Barry Seal in 254, and the Carmarthen 29 of Kerwin Thomas just a little bit off the pace at the tail end of the field. But Andy Hornshaw looking to book his place in that Class 10 final a little bit later on. Luke Bennett, well, he had a win in his second heat yesterday, but didn't have the best of runs in the first. So a second, that'll be tight in North Wales 62, but it might be enough as he goes down the far side for another time, past the beer tent, past the wind turbines, into the seaside corner. Checkered flag is gonna fly. Andy Hornshaw takes another win, books his place in the final. Luke Bennett takes second in 62. Darren Grasby in Evesham 122. Then a mini race for the minor position, but Barry Seal holds on for that 4th place. And Kerwin Thomas in Carmarthen 29 is the final finisher. Well, I said I improve as the weekend goes on, and I was obviously telling the truth, because 4 races, 4 ticks next to him. Now I know how everyone else feels, so I got there in the end. So 4 races of Class 10s, all done and dusted. So absolutely fantastic. That's what we like to see. The next time we see the Class 10 boys will be in that final a little bit later on. I'll tell you what, we're not far away from the finals. We've got a couple of outstanding men's reruns, and then all the ladies and the juniors, and hopefully they're better behaved today than they was yesterday, and we should be able to fly through them and get in to the finals very, very shortly. Well, not very shortly, but in due course. Anyway, speaking of reruns, Class 6s, I think it is, down there on the line. So I think he's got 3 of them. So I better give him his seat back. He's going to have to get comfortable because he's going to be here for a while. So 3 races of Class 6 come your way. It's back to Tim.
Yes, thank you, Liam. So, okay. We're going back to Class 6s. So for the first of their 3 reruns from the last round of qualifying. So if you look down towards the line, looks a bit of a depleted grid. I know we're going without Aaron Murray in Cumdy 80, and I think we may be going without Richard Jones as well in Cumdy 279. But the rest of the runners and riders, then we can certainly see Neil Compton, because he starts from lane 1. Paul Melly starts alongside him in lane number 2. Another one had a fair decent day yesterday, sitting in joint 3rd overnight. Darren Rees is certainly there in lane 3 in Typhy 95 in the blue, red and white Micra. Then as you look across the grid, Andy Lewis in PhD 85 is also there, and somebody starting to right towards the outside. That's going to be Darren Thomas in Typhy 66. So let's see if we can get this one to a completion. I say Elite Racing Transmissions is your very kind series sponsor, and Andy Johnson Commercial Vehicle Repairs is your meeting sponsor. So Andy, of course, in where was he? He's actually in race number 4, which actually was the one that was completed. So water then going down onto the Castle Lloyd Raceway, right towards the outside of the grid, and a bit of track work going on the top part of the circuit as well. So as I say, first of the reruns, so race 1, so first 3 races in Class 6s all went to the rerun. So we did actually get one completed, which of course was race 4. As I say, only two people then unbeaten from yesterday. That's Dalton Thomas and James Sinnott. So Dalton then coming out in race 3, all being well if they've got the car sorted, because if you remember, he had to have a tow off the track. But I'm sure the team have got that sorted, back on song, and we'll see Dalton out in race 3. But water then about finished. Bowser's making their way off the track. Just the one official track machine on the track at the moment. So wait for him to get out the way, and then we'll be looking for track clearance, and race 1 of Class 6s will be underway. So Marshall's just moving the tyres in on the seaside bend. So just giving the 6s a bit more, there's a bit more room. They need all the room they can get, these Class 6 boys. They will use all the track and some more besides. So they're always fast, always furious Class 6 machinery. You can always guarantee loads of action, loads of thrills and spills. But hey, it's for my money, I think it's one of the best classes. But I could be slightly biased. So the car then off the track, and the tyres back where they should be. So we're going to be looking for track clearance very, very shortly. So Neil Compton, Paul Melly, Darren Rees, Andy Lewis and Darren Thomas are your runners and riders for the rerun of Heat 3, Race 1. Men's Class 6s. Yellow flags are flying around the Castle Lloyd Raceway, and we look for track clearance then as the bungee lifts, and away we go. 6s are away and racing, and it is indeed from lane 2, the inside grid, Paul Melly in Swansea 1 that throws the car sideways into turn 1 and turn 2. Darren Thomas goes with him. Compton also on the inside in Swansea, number 7. That's the top 3 as they come by us for the first time. Darren Rees also in there in the Typhoon 95, and Andy Lewis rounds it all out in PhD 85. So we are indeed going without Richard Jones in Crimley to 79. But once again, down the far side, it's Paul Melly on that inside line. Compton now switches to the outside in Swansea 7, but Melly still leads as they come by us once again. Swansea 7, then comes Typhoon 95 of Darren Rees, and Typhoon 66 and PhD 85 round out the race order. But once again, down the far side into turn 1, once again, it's still Paul Melly. Sits joint 3rd overnight, so this should see him very nicely into the Class 6 final. 1 lap to go. Swansea 1, Swansea 7. That's Neil Compton in that second place slot. Then comes Typhoon 95 of Darren Rees, from Typhoon 66 of Darren Thomas, who I think has lost a back wheel on the 66 machine. So he will take no further part in this one, but we'll see. Swansea 1, Paul Melly into the final, and the race win. So 55 points goes to Paul Melly. Swansea 7 of Neil Compton, then comes Typhoon 95 of Darren Rees. And then completing it all will be Andy Lewis in PhD 85. So we got that one done and dusted. So as you look down towards the line, I think we're going with the other rerun, or one of the other reruns in men's Class 6s. So looking down towards the line, we see the very familiar machine of Janesy, Marlon Janes in Yorkshire Dales 10. So he comes out of lane 3, so that definitely means this is race 2 of men's Class 6s. So let's see who joins Jainsey in Swansea 10. Well, the national champ will be there. Then Darren Bryan, he comes out of lane 1 in Scarborough 41. Michael Keogh in Cundy 433. Then comes Jainsey, Marlon James in York Snails number 10. He comes out of lane 3. Ollie Hadley in Severn Valley 701. He comes out of lane 4. Neil Reid in Typhy 221. Comes out of lane 5, and Marlon James was, of course, leading it last time around in Carmarthen number 11, and Stu Thompson in White Rose 3 starts in lane 8. So that's provisionally who we've got down there. So I think I certainly see Tomo in White Rose 3 that's down there on the outside of the grid. The rest of the runners and riders, say there's a couple of gaps on the grid, so somebody or one of them may not be there. Neil Reid's certainly there. Maybe Martin James, I think, perhaps may not be there, but we shall see as they leave the line in a few moments' time. As the quad bike into the centre of the Castleloyd Raceway. Once again, the yellow flags are flying. We get track clearance, bungee lifts. Let's go racing with a rerun, men's class 6. As once again into the first turn, the national champ shows them the way. Scarborough 41, Darren Bryan it is, who leads them back round towards us for the first time with Jamesy in York Snails and number 10 just racing alongside Michael Keogh in Cumdy at 433. Tomo's in there as well, he slots into 4th as they go down the far side. Jamesy making a move through to that second place slot, but on the brakes, not quite this time. Jamesy on the inside, Keogh on the outside as they come back round towards us, but Darren Bryan is getting away. Scarborough 41, Yorksdale 10, Cumdy 433. Then comes Tomo, White Rose number 3 as Ollie Hadley in Severn Valley 701 back in with Neil Reid in Typhy 221, and indeed we're going without Marley James. He's the one we're missing in Carmarthen number 11, but we're not missing the race leader. That's Darren Bryan once again back round towards us. 1 to go. Scarborough 41, Jamesy still chasing. Yorksdale 10, then return Tomo in White Rose number 3. He's back in with Neil Reid in Typhy 221 as once again down the far side we go. Michael Keogh just dropping a couple of places in Cumdy 433, and Ollie Hadley rounds it all out in Severn Valley 701, but Darren Bryan it is in Scarborough 41 and he takes the win, and we'll see him in the final. So was Jamesy in Yorksdale 10, White Rose 3 of Bill Thompson. Then comes Typhy 221 of Neil Reid, and coming across the line that will be Ollie Hadley in Severn Valley 701, who just passed against the Armco, but gets it going again, and he'll go back to the pits. So that gets another one done and dusted. So just one more rerun to come, but looking down towards the line, that certainly doesn't look like class 6s, even with my poor eyesight from here. That looks a bit like class 9. So this could be a rerun. I'll do it.
Nope, you can now.
Cool. Give me some paper.
I did it earlier and there was a roller, so I'm not trying it again.
So it is indeed men's class 9, so we're just trying to scrabble some paperwork because obviously Mr. Langley isn't available at the moment. So away we go with the rerun of men's class 9, as this must be the rerun of race number 1, because it's Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80 that leads the way. Then it's the second place machine. I think that may be the Scott Aldridge in the Stranded District 27. Once again down the far side we go, but your race leader still Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80 from Scott Aldridge in Stranded District 27. That's the one on the 2. Who's that racing in third as they come by us? That's a Rapid 35. That's going to be Sam Pinches just ahead of Alwyn Pitt in Hereford at 17. And at the Typhy machine then, that's going to be Will Brown in Typhy at 120. As the race leader then once again into the start, get into the seaside bend for the penultimate time. Last lap flag then, but Scott Aldridge as a switch lines gains some ground and takes up the running past us round the start gate turn. Aldridge leads then, Jimmy then back in second, then comes Sam Pinches in Radford at 35 and Alwyn Pitt in Hereford at 17. But once again down the far side we go, round the seaside bend, and it's going to be the win for Scott Aldridge in Stranded District 27, Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80, Sam Pinches in Radford 35 with Will Brown in TA 120. Obviously going through, and Hereford 17 of Alwyn Pitt, and indeed does indeed complete race 1 or the rerun, I should say, of men's Class 9. So looking, so down towards the line, I think this may be the other outstanding rerun of men's Class 9. So if it is, that's going to be race 4. I think we're going without Tony Wilson in Spalding 10, but everybody else, I think, is go. So Marley Jones was quick in Hereford 55, coming from lane number 4, but smoke pouring out of the car already. Doesn't look all that healthy, but 55 it is, it leads away. Stuart Taylor in IK at 121, and indeed gives the blue flag problem for Stuart Taylor as well. He's torn around the back in IK at 121, but Marley Jones still leading the way in Hereford at 55. Then comes the second. Oh, we got people over cars as that's, I think, maybe ARC 3. I think that's Lee Seagrave getting it all completely wrong. Yeah, the Hereford 55 then pulls towards the outside. Marlon Jones, I think his race, his run for today. But Chris Colgate then picks up the pieces and takes up the run in North Wales at 19. Then comes Seagreaves in ARC number 3 already on to the last lap. This time North Wales at 19, ARC 3. Then comes Stuart Taylor in IK at 121. And the problems also for Lee Waldron in Forest number 4 as he tours around the outside as they go down the far side. But Seagraves it is that's got back the lead, the back of it. Colgate looking for the cut back on that inside line, but Seagraves takes the win. ARC 3, North Wales 19, and IK 121 of Stuart Taylor, and Lee Waldron will come round to complete it all in Forest number 4. Right, that completes men's Class 9. Yeah, I know, Liam, my paperwork's everywhere, but never mind, at least we found it in the end. Right, men's Class 6s, that's what we're going back to, the one outstanding rerun. So that's going to be of race 3, but not before then more dust settling solution is applied to the raceway. So as they're doing that, let's take a look at who's there and what's been happening. So the other man unbeaten from 2 rounds of qualifying, Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen number 8. He comes out of lane 1 and looking down towards the line. The Carmarthen 8 machine is there, so whatever problem was, they've got that sorted, and Dalt is back out in Carmarthen number 8. Ben Gasby in Pennine number 7. He starts alongside in lane number 2. Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146. He comes out of lane number 3. Dean Robinson in YS 41. He comes out of lane 4. Paul Bailey in Hereford 99. So you can see Paul there, long-time Class 6 racer from my home club, of course, in Hereford 99. Andy Russell, I don't quite know whether Andy will be there in IK 64. He is there, they've got it sorted, and well done to the IK 64 team. He comes out of lane 7, and North Wales 20 should be the other one now. I have failed that Jay Colgate may not be there. I think he may have been excluded, but as I say, can't quite see it from here. But if it is, then he will come out of lane 8. Best of the bunch, as we say then, that's going to be Dalton Thomas. 2 wins then out of 2, looking to make it 3 out of 3, as James Sinnott did earlier on. We saw James taking a win in race 4. So Dalton Thomas, Gasby, Parsonage, Dean Robinson, Paul Bailey, Andy Russell, and provisionally Jay Colgate. So again, that's your runners and riders for the last heat, last round of qualifying for men's Class 6s. So once again, the water going on the inside, or the outside, I should say, from here on the start gate turn. So I think they may have a drop of water down the far side as well. So if you're trackside, hope you're enjoying the day. So you're a bit cooler than yesterday. Those of you who are listening on BAStv, then as I say, hope you're enjoying the action. Hello to everybody that's listening, especially Richard Haggett. He's asked me to give him a shout out again, so there you go, mate, giving you a shout. And also my old mate Ian Bettis as well, so hello to you and everybody else who is watching, and hope you're enjoying the action. as we bring it all to you live from the Castleloyd Raceway. But back to the racing then, and we're going back to Class 6s. This is race 3, and Dalt Thomas it is though, makes the best start in Carmarthen at number 8. The Parsonage on the outside in 146. Russell and Gadsby locked side by side as they come by us for the first time. But Dalt's away, Carmarthen number 8, Andy Russell, IK64, Parsonage in 146. That's the 1, 2, 3. Russell though looking up that inside line as they go down that far side, but Dalt Thomas still keeps the lead. 64, 146. And Gadsby in Pennine at number 7. That's the 1, 2, 3 and the 4. But Dalt Thomas it is though, back round towards us. Andy Russell on a slightly tighter inside line, and indeed takes up the running. Dalt looking for the cutback as they go around the start gate turn, and once again Dalt Thomas grabs the lead back. Good clean racing from these Class 6 boys with Andy Russell, IK64, Parsonage at 146. Gadsby just dropping off the pace slightly in Pennine 7, Paul Bailey in H99, and Dean Robinson in YS41 complete the race order. Thomas it is with 1 to go. Parsonage 146, Andy Russell in IK64 losing the light tighter line and gaining ground in that IK64, but just losing out as they go down that start straight. Parsonage alongside with Andy Russell and IK64. Gadsby still holding 4th in Pennine 7. Checkered flag then at the ready. He's going to go through to the final. 3 out of 3. Dalt Thomas, come on, number 8 takes it. 146. Andy Russell and IK64. Ben Gadsby in Pennine 7. Paul Bailey in Hereford 99, and Dean Robinson in YS 41. So, good stuff, all done and dusted, and the Class 6s. Next time we'll see them, we'll see the top 8, and a little bit later on in the final. So, that's we got there eventually, as then we look down towards the line. We're going with Junior Saloons, is that Gareth? Class 1 semi-final. So, to take you through that, back over to the voice of an angel, Gareth Jones.
Thank you very much, then, Tim. Yes, we're going to go with semi-final number 1, the rerun. No time to give you a list of the runners and riders, but one thing that's for sure is that Johnny Jones is there in TA number 4. He's the one then that leads down past the windmills through the seaside turn for the first time, and he's the one that brings the pack towards us then. Slotted into that second spot is the Jim Bob Johnson machine, Scarborough 49. They're the first two to cross the top part of the circuit. Josh Fowler's there on that nice inside line in North Shropshire number 2, just giving a little bit of a nudge to the tail end of the TA4 machine. 3 abreast for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and that all-important qualifying position as Johnny Jones gets tapped out, and just gets it back, pointing in the right direction, but he's lost that winning position as they go into that start gate turn for the second time. He's trying to close the door on Josh Fowler, but Fowler keeping the pressure applied in North Shropshire number 2. That battle on between Dean Smith and Jim Bob Johnson for the final qualifying position for the final, but Johnny Jones is there in that 3rd position, leaving the door open. Dean Smith moves through on the inside. Jonathan doesn't want to lose out that position. The one at the moment that's going to lose out on it all is Jim Bob Johnson in 49, and it's a 4-way battle really for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, as the Evesham 28 machine, ET2 rather, of Tom Powell is away and gone. Jonathan closing the door on Jim Bob, a little bit of contact as they go into that final turn, because the checkered flag flies, and it's going to be Tom Powell. Dean Smith books his place 2nd in the final, then it's North Shropshire 2. Johnny Jones, oh, is that Josh Fowler who picked up a green flag there from the marshal on the top of the top of the bend? So certainly a green flag was shown to someone. Lud 48, oh, Dean Smith, Ludlow 48. He'll be demoted 2 places in the points. I think he was 2nd anyway, so he's still qualified in 4th. Okay, well, as I say, unofficially we think he's going to be okay, but we'll confirm that as soon as the lap scorers sort their points out. Lucy Wickham, we got something that belongs to you here, and if you've discovered that you've lost it, then you're quite welcome to come over to the commentary bus and collect it. Semi-final of the Class 2s then gets away from the line. This is the rerun of semi-final number 1. And it is David Evans then, Penhow number 40, that leads the pack towards us for the first time. Ian Harvey goes through on the inside. The Cundy Car Club then is represented by Ian as they go across the top part of the circuit for the first time. Yorkshire Dales 104 is Jack Hodgson. He slots into that second position from Kieran Griffiths in Seven Valley. Number 4, Old Simon Overty, just a little bit too keen as they went into that bottom turn, and he writes himself right out of this one. So Scunthorpe 18 rejoins the pack at the tail end of the field. But it's 63-55. He's lucky that they're rerunning this one because Tom Stevens was out of the running in the initial run, but he's there in that second position, and we get red flags on the first semi-final of the Class 2s. And we will await for any exclusions on that one as they sort themselves out then and make their way back towards the pits. The second semi-final is up there on the line. And this one brings out Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38, Jay Alberton in Scunthorpe 156. Shane Jenkins is not in the semis because he's the one that unfortunately lost out in the runoff, and the black flag given to Simon Overty then in Scunthorpe 18. Don't think he's got any leg to stand on really, but he just stops to have a nice chat with Aaron there on his way off. Also up there on the line in the semi-final, Brad Ellison in York 16, Bradley Thomas in IK 55, Ollie Stevens in Lud 15. Also up there, JD Farrow in Scarborough 17, and Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126. This is the race where Ryan Smith in PhD 29 was excluded for contact in the first run, but the rest of the field should be up there. We can see the Alberton machine on the inside of JD Farrow in Scarborough 17. Towards the outside then we've got the 5 cars that belong to Craig Conway, Bradley Thomas, Brad Ellison, and towards the outside Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38 and the Ludlow 15 machine of Ollie Stevens. So that's your lineup for this second semi-final. Kieran Griffiths and Seven Valley 4 hooked up onto that quad in the middle of the track. But meanwhile we're away and we're racing once again as the semi-final number 2 then gets away from the line. Just about got his nose in front is the Ludlow man as they go down past the windmills for the first time. Craig Conway's in the middle of the pack there somewhere. Is he going to pop through on the inside and claim race control in this one? At the moment he's there in that 4th spot, and Bradley Thomas claims second in IK 55. They're the 1 and 2 then as they go into the top part of the circuit. Just a little bit of panel rubbing and paint swapping as Craig Conway and Scunthorpe 126 gets in amongst the pack, but it is still the Ollie Stevens machine. Ludlow number 15 is in full race control in this one. Craig Conway just giving him a little nudge just to let him know that he can't afford to leave the door open as Bradley Thomas finds the torque from somewhere to try and go right round the outside. He cuts back towards the inside and Stevens finds himself demoted back from 1st to 3rd as your new race leader then looks to be challenged on the inside by Bradley Turner in IK 55. A lot of contact there, and for Bradley gets connected by Brad Ellison in York 16. He now rejoins at the tail end of the field. Just a little bit of pace swapping, a lot of contact, and a total change in the result as they go on to their final circuit, because now the new race leader is Craig Conway. Jay Alberton's come from somewhere into that Scunthorpe 156 position, and he's there rounding out the 1 and 2 from Ludlow number 15. Ollie Stevens still there in 3rd. That's your 1, 2 and 3 then. The last one to go and book themselves a place in the final is Brad Ellison in York 16. The first to miss out is JD Farrow in Scarborough 17, as is Bradley Thomas in IK 55, and Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. The last of the finishers in that second semi-final. So as we look to the line then, we are going to move on to the 3rd and final round of qualifying. Ladies Class 3s up there on the line. Ram Developments are your sponsors for Class 3. Somebody was a little bit eager there as they went away from the line, but it's Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24 that's going to be the first one to show as they go down past the BA10th, the windmills, and towards the C-turn. It's Yorkshire Dales 29. Becky Shaw's on that inside line in BC Treble 1, hasn't got an answer to Claire Horner at the moment as Becky Smith moves through into that second position in North Shropshire 343. Adrian Davis in, it's not Adrian Davis at all, it's Naomi Davis in TA1. She's there rounding out your top 4. There's contact further downfield between Donna Brown, Catherine Bainan and Eleanor Almond, but as they come back towards us to round out their second circuit, it's Yorkshire Dales 24, Claire Horner, that continues to motor on from Becky Smith North Shropshire 343 trying to make that starlet as big as she can ahead of Becky Shaw in BC Treble 1. Fourth at the moment is Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86 as they move on to their final circuit. Then no change in your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Naomi Davis is still there in that 5th spot in TA number 1 from Donna Brown in CM4. Erin Almond is back in that 7th position in North Wales 27, and Catherine Bainan at the tail end of the field in CM number 3. But coming through the bottom part of the circuit for the final time, Claire Horner, Yorkshire Dales 29, takes the win from Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343. Becky Shaw takes 3rd in BC Treble 1 from Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86. Naomi Davis takes 5th in TA number 1 from Erin Almond in North Wales 72. Donna Brown in CM number 4, and CM number 3 then Catherine Bainan rounds it all out for ladies class 3. So that's your 3 rounds of qualifying done for both the men's and the ladies class 3s. Ram Development's your sponsors here this weekend, and Ram Development's also your series sponsor for class 3 across the 5 rounds. Look into the line, we can see they all pickups, they are. So that means that we're going to ladies class 5 and we're going over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gareth. Ladies class 5. Heat 3, 2 grids of the girls to come out. LorryInsurance.com, our series sponsor, and Jones Carpentry and Tiling. And Plum Pal are our weekend sponsors. So let's have a look down there. Top point scorer coming out in the first one is York 44, Nicola Jesse, and she's got 8 BAS titles under her belt through her career. So well done. She's ranked, I think, is it 3rd in the all-time list? Something like that. Where Russ Thompson spent, I think, about five weekends putting it all together. You know, 264 BAS titles have been won up to this point in time. So, yeah, I know. Yeah, that's it. You know, but maybe he makes some of it up, because who can check it? I mean, but hats off to him. Here we go then. Lane 7 brings out South Somerset 36, Rhiannon Smith. So she's running 3rd. So she's done all right so far. Kirsty Godfrey alongside her coming out in lane 6. She's running 7th, so she's just inside the top 8 for the final. But she won't want to finish any lower than 3rd, I would say. PhD 20, Donna Forrest out of lane 5. Amanda Mason running 6 on the points at the moment in Breeden Hill 11. Then we go to Lynn Olsen in Breeden Hill 27. She's just outside of the top 8. She's 9th. So, yeah, a 1 or a 2 from you, Lynn, and we may see you in the final. Hereford 4, Natasha Gibbs coming out of grid 1. So water going back down on this Castle Lloyd Farm track. And it's performed extremely well, and considering the amount of racing that we've had on it, you wouldn't know it. And I think that's credit to all of the team that have been working tirelessly, whether or not they're putting the water on it or they've brought that the grading machine out there. They've done it at every opportunity, and they know this track better than anyone else. So, and sometimes you go around, don't you, and you look at tracks and they get watered and they get a bit slippy because they've polished up over the course of a 2-day weekend. This track doesn't polish, and even with water down on it, it's not really that slippery. You know, there seems to be plenty of grip out there. Or if you're brave enough, and we saw that earlier, didn't we, with Andy Jefferson in the Class 7. Came out of grid 8 and he said, right, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to keep it wide, buried, and I'm just going for it. And wowee. Well, I'll tell you what, I would say it's not a gamble. I mean, he's an experienced racer, but you know what I mean? It's like, you know, it paid off because maximum points and books his place in the final a little bit later. We haven't got the Class 7 final sheet yet. I think we've all done on our heats. I'm intrigued to see the top 8. I've got a good idea who they are, but it will be a star-studded lineup as we look to that first marshal post. She's getting ready for to give that signal, the bungee to lift, Let's go racing then with the ladies. Class 5s, Nicola Jesse coming out of grid 8, got a good start there. Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10. Rhiannon Smith is starting to pop her nose out in front as they come out of that turn 2, but Godfrey finds the gap through the middle. So it's Kirsty Godfrey from Rhiannon Smith. Rhiannon Smith back at her though, coming up the hill. Nicola Jesse then from Natasha Gibbs in that 4th place. Lynn Olsen back in 5th, and look at this battle going on for that 1st place. Rhiannon Smith, Kirsty Godfrey, Nicola Jesse, near enough side by side coming out of that start gate turn, but they bring it down the hill, way into turn 2, and it's Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36, leading the way, and side by side it is Nicola Jesse then, York 44 from Kirsty Godfrey, Natasha Gibbs, Lynn Olsen, and then we drop back down to that Breeden Hill machine, Amanda Mason, who work to do from the back as they come round this time. Is it going to be last lap flag already? Wow, it is as well. So Rhiannon Smith, 1 circuit left to go for you for maximum points. Nicola Jesse says, right, here we go then. I'm going to try on the outside, going into the loose stuff, but can she get the grips? Just lost a little bit of momentum as she exits that start gate turn down that opening straight in 2nd place. Rhiannon Smith then from Nicola Jesse, Kirsty Godfrey, Natasha Gibbs, Lynn Olsen and Amanda Mason. That is how they're running, and that is how they're going to finish, albeit that Nicola Jesse's putting a charge on. Rhiannon Smith takes it from Nicola Jesse 2nd, 3rd Kirsty Godfrey, then it's Natasha Gibbs from Lynn Olsen and Amanda Mason in that final place in the Breeden Hill 11. So well done there to the ladies, well done to Nicola Jesse. We'll see her in the final. Rhiannon Smith we'll see in the final. Kirsty Godfrey, I think we'll see you in the final. Amanda Mason, you might be sweating a little bit on that. You came into that in 6th place. We've got race 2 on the line. We've got track clearance. It's Sarah Bateman who comes out of that grid 8, but she hasn't got the best of the starts because it is going to be Michelle Ellis. Ellis knows she's running 8th at the moment, so she needs... Oh, Bateman's had contact. And I think that was with the Lud 24, Jess Bradley. But it's taken out the running. It is Sarah Chilvers, the daughter of the man who had the Tashma shape. Don't make him look younger. Leads this one, and guess what? We're going red. Dear. Yeah, there's one in the fence down this side. Managed to get going, and oh dear, that's a shame. And it is Michelle Ellis in the Stroud District 33. And we'll wait to find out what is going to happen on that one. But it goes back to the rerun lane, and as it was stopped, your Class 5 national champion was leading the race, and that was Sarah Chilvers. But all roles are running, and again, we'll just see if we could just hear if there's any decisions being made. But up on the line, I think we are going...
Chadwick, Dan McKenzie and Jake Erdman, but 4's no good. We need more. We need another 4 more, and there's a semi-final on the line. Unfortunately, it's going without Sam Matthews, but we got Matt Bishop, Gethin Lewis, Bryn Powell, and Darren Mullen, Mike Holroyd, Tom Lewis and Russ Shepherd. That could be the final in itself. We're away anyway. Oh, Tom Lewis a little bit too wheelie off the line there in Border Counties 55, but Russ Shepherd, as he so often has this weekend, gets the best of the starts in South Somerset number 3. Mullen's running with him. Oh, there's someone coming wide, but just avoided the armco. That was Bryn Powell. But at the front, it's Mullen from Shepherd, from Bishop, and Tom Lewis just about occupies that 4th place, that all-important 4th place, as they go down the far side. So Bryn Powell has got work to do, as has Holroyd and Gethin Lewis, but we'll keep our attention on the first 4. Russ Shepherd it is, that still leads the way as they come past us. Tom Lewis doesn't want to overdo it, he's there in 3rd, that'll be enough to get him into that final a little bit later on. And is Matt Bishop occupying the final place in Yayton Sudbury 73, but Bryn Powell's right behind him, and he's got just over a lap to make a challenge. It's Shepherd from the Das Mullen machine, Tom Lewis and Matt Bishop. They're the 4 that are heading through at the moment. Bryn Powell, Mike Holroyd and Gethin Lewis, unfortunately, the ones that are missing out. Das Mullen's up to 2nd, but Tom Lewis fights back and said they don't want to overdo it because it's enough to get it into the final. They're all going to come cross. It's going to be Russ Shepherd, Tom Lewis, Das Mullen and Matt Bishop that goes in to that Class 8 final a little bit later on. So unfortunately, Mike Holroyd, Gethin Lewis and Bryn Powell miss out from that one. And that then does give us our Class 8 finalists. They are Russ Shepherd, South Somerset 3. Tom Lewis is going to be in there. Daz Mullen is going to be in there. Matt Bishop, Jake Herdman, Dan McKenzie, Tom Chadwick, and Chris Pope. What a lineup. Ladies 5's back to Mickey.
It's ladies Class 7. Samantha Graney then quickest to turn 1. Bevans goes with her on the outside there as well. Coming through Lindsay Allen looking to try and make some space as they come past Comsey, and it is Allen who takes up second from that third place of Bevans. Bevans looks for the cut back up the inside. Just can't get the grip there. Allen protects the second place. Michelle Barrett down in fourth place. Then we go down to Shamel Clayton. That's pulled in 31. Oh, we got a problem at the back of the pack as well as we come round again. PhD 6, Ella John. But it's Samantha Graney from the Lindsay Allen machine from Alice Bevans. Then we go Michelle Barrett, Shamel Clayton. Then PhD 7, 6, Ella John. As, oh, no, don't park there. As Kelly Murray, Cumby 22, is parked out there, all pushing her out wide, and hopefully she can get that car going. But with one more lap to go, it is Samantha Graney then climbs the hill out of Stargate turn for that final time, followed by Lindsay Allen from Alice Bevans, from Michelle Barrett, from Shamel Clayton, and then that Ella John machine in PhD 6. Cumby 22's got it going. Kelly Murray, she didn't want contact. Checker flag, and it goes to Pennine 8. Samantha Graney takes it from Lindsay Allen in Pennine 37. Then it's Alice Bevans, PAC 53. Michelle Barrett in York 12. We then go to Shamel Clayton, Spalding 31, and PhD 6, Ella John. And coming round to finish off that ladies Class 7 series sponsors Max Sport, our weekend sponsors Spa Motors Mid Wales Limited, and it is Cumby 22, Kelly Murray. So that is Heat 3, Race 1 done for the ladies Super Saloons. We've got Race 2 up on the line, and it brings out Sue Harris, Kesney Adams, Ellie Lockwood, Nicola Gibbs, Kim Jenkins, and Julie Hawthorne-Fernyhoe in the Radford 176. Julie coming out of grid 1, and she's picked a good grid because she's flying up there. Oh! Popping a wheelie there. I mean, that was showing your undercarriage and a half, wouldn't it? And it is before the watershed. So there we go. Here's Julie Hawthorne-Fernyhoe from that border county 26, Kesney Adams. And Kesney Adams, is she going to benefit? Julie's gone out of shape there. She keeps it her first place, but it's allowed the rest of the pack to close the gap down there. The Scunthorpe 393, Ellie Lockwood, and oh no, Natasha Gibbs. You've got in the way, and that means that we go Reds. So probably keeping up with my percentage ratio for the weekend, 50% on the ladies 5s, 50% on the ladies 7s. I'd like to call that consistency. So up on the line, we've got some open wheel specials, and that means that we are going to go to ladies Class 9s, and I think it is going to be Liam. Are you going to take through the 9s? Yeah, Liam's going to take you through the ladies Class 9s.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. So, ladies 9s, and I know there's an F600 in there as well. I think it is Hilary Frost in the S600 machine, but we got Heidi Dealey-Seagraves, Jade Dyke Whitfield, Katie Adam and Chloe Richardson as well coming out in this one, and it's Heidi Dealey-Seagraves that's going to lead the way into turn 1 as she pops out that brand new Class 9 machine. Certainly he's got pace as she leads the round. Chloe Richardson slots in second in the Pennine number 5 machine as she looks to make ground. She is making ground, but not close enough to make a challenge. Who's there in third? Well, Katie Adaman it was, but she's going right around the outside in York number 6. I tell you what, if she makes that stick, then that's going to be some move. Very wide, but she's done it. So Adaman up to second with Chloe Richardson third. Then we go to Jade Dyke Whitfield, Hilary Frost in White Rose 400, and it's the Hereford 16 machine at the tail end, which is the other F600 in this race. But at the front, Heidi Dealey-Seagraves, last lap flag is out this time. Katie Adamant on an absolute mission as she comes past once again. Those two onto their final circuit. Chloe Richardson and Jade Knight-Whitfield it is in third and fourth. And the two S600s, Hilary Frost and Donna Evans in the Hereford 16 machine comes on to start her final circuit. The field very well spread out now as Heidi Dealey-Seagraves it is that takes the win. ARC3 as Katie Adamant takes second. Chloe Richardson third from Jade Knight-Whitfield in fourth. Hilary Frost is the next one across in White Rose 400, and Donna Evans is going to be the one that completes it all in Hereford 16. So there we go, ladies 9s and of course the two F600s complete. We've got class 4s down there on the line. Is it ladies 4s? It is, and I'll tell you what, it's good to virtually see a full grid because class 4s have been very depleted on numbers, but a decent turnout, so it's back over to Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Liam. So yeah, down to ladies class 4s, heat 3, race 1. So just the one race then. So lost a few from the first couple of rounds of qualifying, but let's see as they make their way back round towards us. Who's your race leader then? That's going to be the North Shropshire 434. Then Claire Compton in that first place machine. Then Julie Whitcomb in SR61, certainly fighting back though on that inside line as they go down that far side. Catherine Harding then running in third ahead of Gwen Reeves in Carmarthen number 7. As once again back round towards us they go, but still Compton just about your race leader from SR61, time 13. Carmarthen 7, then comes time 155. That's Bethan Davis at the wheel of that one, and she races ahead of Laura Wilson in North Shropshire 112, and the other car we got is the one lone stock hatch. That's going to be South Somerset 26 of Jess Singer. But once again, 1 lap to go this time. There's still all to play for then, but it's Claire Compton that just about has got it at the moment. North Shropshire 434, but certainly not having it her own way. Then Julie Whitcomb in SR61 in that second place slot as Gwen Reeves is moved through to that third place in Carmarthen number 7, and Catherine Harding rounds it all out in Type V13. Checker flagged in at the ready. North Shropshire 434 takes the win. SR61 Carmarthen 7. Catherine Harding in Type V13. Type V155 of Bethan Davis from North Shropshire 112 of Laura Wilson. And completing it all will be Jess Singer in South Somerset 26. So all those ladies, of course, will go through to the Class 4 final a little bit later on, but we're moving onwards and swiftly ever upwards with ladies Class 6s. Also another class that's lost a few along the way, so we're just down to the one heat, but all being well then, Leanne Husker, Ella Bailey, Leanne Lewis, Zara Sutton, Keris Thomas, Nicola Olsen, Hannah Thomas and Angela Evans. The way we go. As oh dear, cars get spun out. I think Nicola Olsen as facing the wrong way in Carmarthen 47, but we keep racing. North Wales swelling in. Leanne Husker is the one that leads away from Ella Bailey in Scunny 33, and Ellie then looking up that inside line, more contact as they go down that far side, and that allows Hannah Thomas to move through into that second place slot. As once again back round towards us they go. Another lap completed. Scunny 33, Scarborough 16, then Husker in North Wales 20, then comes the Zara Sutton machine in SR 71, and she races just ahead of Typhy 66 of Keris Thomas. Angela Evans, North Shropshire 219, and once again no luck for Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47. But one to go then, Scunny 33, Ella Bailey onto the last lap with Scarborough 16 of Hannah Thomas. Then comes Leanne Husker, but she's fighting with the SR 71 of Zara Sutton as they go down the far side, and it's a 71 machine that just about leads the way, and we get red flags. So we are hearing in over the radio that will be rerun, excluding Typhy 66 Keris Thomas. So she will be excluded from the rerun. So as the Class 6 ladies make their way back to the rerun lane, then we look towards the line. We're going to slow the pace down, but we're still getting equally as competitive. And ladies ones, is it, Gareth? So we're going to go ladies Class 1. So to take you through that, back over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, and Tim. We're going to go back to the third round of qualifying of ladies class 1s. 4 races up there on the line, ready for their final round of qualifying here this weekend at the Castle Lloyd Farm Raceway. Big shout out to Geraint and Debbie Jones, who are sat at home in Llanelli, and they are joining us virtually here at the Castle Lloyd Farm. I'm not going to tell the boys what you called them, but just nice to know, and I'm sure that you're waiting for Jessie in the junior specials as well, and hope you're okay. Big shout out to you both. Right then, ladies class 1s are up there on the line. A little bit of the dust repellent going down on the bottom part of the circuit. I'm sure that the Bowsers are going to go right the way around twice. So the first lineup then brings out Tia Morgan from lane 1 in Swansea number 10, and lane 2 is occupied by Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397. That's the car that's going to be starting in grid number 2 as we work our way out towards the Armco. Then Nia Jones, she took a heat win this morning in TA 352. She's going to start in lane number 3. Alongside her, Charlotte Hart in Wessex number 20. Vicky Tilson in St Neots 296 starts in lane number 5. Fiona Thomas is there in a TA 16 machine, starting in lane number 6. And the two girls out on grids 7 and 8 are Nicole Kingsley in IK 90 and Alex McMillan in E8 and Sudbury number 3. So the dust settling solution then just going down once again on this Castle Lloyd Raceway as we look set to go racing with the ladies class 1s in just a few minutes time. We're getting lists of finalists left, right and centre at the moment. The finalists of ladies class 3, and well, we've just seen them compete in their third and final round of qualifying, so they all go into this weekend's ladies class 3 final. Becky Shaw top of the points on 146 points, 145 in second qualifiers. Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24, 136 points for Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343. Jade Russell win the second and the fourth for YD 86 is your fourth qualifier. Erin Almond in that North Wales 27 machine, 91 points for her with a second, a third and a seventh. Naomi Davis a third, a fourth and a fifth, and 85 points means that she is your sixth qualifier ahead of Donna Brown in CM number 4, who's got 79 points across the course of the weekend, and Catherine Bainan in CM number 3, your final qualifier with 2 fourths and an eighth and 62 points in her third and final round of qualifying. Ram Developments are your sponsors for the series across the 5 rounds. They are also your sponsors for this weekend's action in both men's and ladies' threes, and the next time we see any class 3 machines of any kind, it will be finals times. We've got yellow flags waving on the bottom part of this Castle Lloyd Raceway. That means that we are under starters orders. The bungee breaks and away we go. So we're looking at your screens, away they go, and it is TA 16 that's just got a nose in front as they halfway down that first straight. It is Fiona Thomas that leads them past the windmills and across the bottom part of that circuit for the first time. Nia Jones looks to move through on the inside in the TA 352 machine, and keeping the car nice and tight on that inside line is Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397, and she now takes up the running from Nia Jones as they cross the top part of the circuit. Fiona Thomas finds a turn of speed from somewhere in TA 16, and she now follows on through to claim that third spot as they make their way down for the second time then into that bottom bend. It's 352 from 397, and number 16, fourth place, is the Invicta Kent 90 machine of Nicole Kingsley. She's racing ahead of Vicky Tilson in St Neots 296, and alongside her Alex McMillan in Yate and Sudbury number 3. But no change, or there is change at the head of affairs, and we have a new race leader, because the new race leader makes it a TA 1-2, and it's Fiona Thomas in TA 16 that's going to bring the pack back towards us for the penultimate time. This time round they'll see that yellow flag with a black cross. Fiona moves on to her final circuit from Nia Jones in TA 352. Rebecca Owen makes it a Welsh 1-2-3 as North Wales 397 then claims that third spot from the IK number 90 machine of Nicole Kingsley. Vicky Tilson in St Neots 296 back in that fifth spot ahead of Alex McMillan. WS number 20 is Charlotte Hart, and the back marker at the moment is Tia Morgan in Swansea number 10, but it's checkered flag time. Fiona Thomas takes the win in TA 16 from Nia Jones in TA 352. Third place, just about St. Neots 296, I reckon, but we'll let the lap scorer split that one. Rebecca Owen takes fourth in North Wales 397 from IK 90, Yeadon Sodbury number 3, and Wessex number 20, with Swansea 10, Tia Morgan coming round to conclude the race order for race number 1. So we're hearing then from the centre of the Castleloyd Raceway. Race 1 of this third round of qualifying of Ladies Class 1 is clear. Red flags down up on that track exit. Yellow flag will be shown on Marshall Post number 1. That means that we will be under starters orders for Heat 3, Race 2 of Ladies Class 1s. And away from the line they go. Evesham 177, the quickest to move on from grid 8. But they're all going to bunch up as they squeeze into that bottom bend for the first time. CA 136 on the inside line. Oh, we got one over. That's the Tyrrell machine. And it's piloted in the ladies by Lowry Fionn-Jones. And North Wales 6 ends up on her side. The marshal's quick to the action and to make sure that she's okay. St. Neots 16 also caught up in that one. That's Maddie Tilson, but thank God that St. Neots 16 then gets going under her own steam, and from this vantage point doesn't look like the SN 16 machine has been affected too much, and she managed to avoid the whole of that roll. But quite a fast roll there for a Class 1 machine, and she just caught and went over and over. But I think she's already out of the car, and if so, then that is good news. And if not, then obviously then she's there chatting to the St. John's crew. We can see from this vantage point then that the St. John's, the first aid crew are out there, and it looks like they are talking to her. So we will have once again a little bit of a lull in the racing. So if you're joining us on the live stream, then you've just seen that red flag graphic come up once again, just to keep you informed of what's actually happening here at the Castleloyd venue. Then the tractor and bar are now up on the start line. They are working on that start line because we're back now to the the front wheel drive machines, and the ruts have been made by the rear wheel drive machines earlier on in this third round of qualifying. So the tractor and bar just doing a little bit of work on the exit of the pits turn and on the start line. The telehandler is making its way back up to the centre of the track. Marshals are having a quick changeover, and I think we've got the safety marshal also making his way onto the circuit as well to do a report on that one. On the exit of the bottom bend, and we've got the flatbed trailer, which has been busy this weekend, being used as a grader, and this little bit of downtime just allows us to maintain the track without actually holding up the racing unnecessarily. So W6 now, the car is back on its 4 wheels, and I missed the start of that roll. I'm not sure if West Country did catch it all, but certainly North Wales 6 had a quick lesson in flying there. But we hope that the North Wales 6 pilot Lowry Fionn-Jones is okay, and we hope that the car can be driven back to the pits, but it looks very unlikely from this vantage point because the quads are down there and they're all hooking her up already. So we'll have to wait and see who's at fault in that one. We'll await for any marshalling decisions to be made. Any exclusions, obviously I'll relay those messages on to you. If you are joining us virtually, then you are quite welcome to send us messages on either of our Facebook profiles or on our mobiles, and if we do get the messages quick enough and we do realise that you actually sent them, then we'll pass those messages on to you out there in both Spectatorland and in the virtual viewing world as well. Yesterday we had at one point over 1,000 viewers by the end of the third round of qualifying. On the last few ladies races of the day, we were down to just over 500 viewers watching from home. So that is a good thing. We're watching the start line there. The marshals are making their way across the line, and they are informing the drivers to restart their engines. So that probably means that we are going to go racing very, very shortly, soon as the North Wales 6 machine is going to be taken back to the pits. The telehandler has gone back down to that area of the track. So that means that North Wales 6 probably can't get in to drive, or that it's got transmission issues and it's going to be carried back to the pits. But as we look to the line, we can see the runners and riders for Heat 3, Race 3 But it looks like TA4 of Ellen Burton's not going to be there. No, we're going to go with race 4 first, and that's why she's not there. We're going to go with Taylor Jade Pascal, Scunthorpe number 1. She starts out in lane number 8. Rachel Hadley is there in Severn Valley number 147. If you're watching the live stream, then that's the blue car in grid number 6. It's the darker of the two blue cars. The lighter of the two blue cars is Sophie Lewis in Athelston number 2. She starts in grid number 5 alongside the golden coloured Scunthorpe 213 of Emily Lodge. Grid 3 is occupied by Sarah Lovett in IK37. Grid 2 is occupied by Cumdy number 1, that's Imogen Morris, and the tractor and bar just making her a little bit invisible, but she's in front of Sarah Lovett's grid 3 now, and the car on the inside is the black bonnet but the orange-sided machine of Kerry Bennett, and that's the CA48 machine. We've got that lone red flag still waving up towards the start line. The North Wales 6 machine is being carried back into the centre of this Castleloyd Raceway. We're yet to hear any exclusions or any information on that first run of the second race of ladies class 2, but as soon as we do have any information, then obviously we'll pass that on to you. The tractor and bar still working up there towards the start line, and most prominently towards the inside of the start line, just in line where that red overalled marshal is stood. And as we can see, the dust settling solution now making its way onto that start line straight. So he's about halfway down that straight now. He's going to give that inside line a quick little burst, I'd imagine, as he just moves out of shot. Right, so marshals making their way back to their posts. That tractor and bar still working hard up towards the start line. We've mentioned all 5 rounds of the British Autograss series that are going to be coming your way now pretty much once a month from now until September. And I've got to say, even though I'm a little bit biased, but we've set a fantastic bar for the rest of the series. And but we're going to 4 other established hosts and 4 other fantastic venues. And just in about 4 or 5 weeks' time, we'll be heading towards the ovals in Lions Hall. We'll be heading, and we'll be in the capable hands of the Cumdy Car Club. In July, we'll be heading up a little bit further north towards North Shropshire. Their new venue was held to high acclaim after their British Autograss Series round last year, and looking very much forward to my first visit to the North Shropshire venue before heading to Stroud at Gossington Bridge and closing the series in the very capable hands of the Severn Valley Autograss Club, and that's being held at the home of the Border Counties Motor Racing Club. So the home of the 3-day meeting is going to be the home of British Autograss Series Round 5, albeit with a different host in charge. Marshals then are pretty much back on their posts now. They're just having a quick discussion about that cone and the tyre positions on the bottom bend. The tractor and bar has moved away from the start line, so the dust settling solution is being put down now right across that start line. If you're watching us via the live stream, then you've seen that action in that little bit of downtime. Luckily for you, I managed to waffle on without having to turn the head mic off, but we've got one red flag waving on that far marshal's post as they enter the bottom turn. That now has been replaced with a yellow one, so that means that we got track clearance on the seaside turn. We've got track clearance on marshal post number 4. One red flag is put down on the start line. The yellow flag on marshal post number 1 is shown, raised bungee brakes, and away we go. That was a pretty staggered start. It was Severn Valley 147, the quickest to move, but from the middle of the pack, it's Emily Lodge in the Scunthorpe 213 machine that leads down past the windmills and into the seaside turn for the first time. Oh, what a mess, what a mess, what a mess. And Imogen Morris is the one that's luckiest there, and she pops out on top in the Cumdy number 1 machine. Athelston number 2 is Sophie Lewis. She slots momentarily into that second position, but through on the inside go Kerry Bennett in Cambridge 48 as the Emily Lodge machine is parked up there facing oncoming traffic on the exit of the bottom turn, and red flags are shown on the race 3 of the ladies class 1's third round of qualifying. So as the cars make their way back off the track then, we can see that the Scunthorpe #1 machine of Taylor Jade Pascal has picked up a black flag. She'll play no further part in that rerun of Ladies Class 1's Race 4. Race 3 is up there on the line. This one brings out Ellen Burton in TA number 4 from grid number 8. It also brings out Kelly Holland, Hereford 184. She starts in lane number 7. Then comes the green and orange machine that starts in grid number 6. That's Penthouse 66, and that belongs to Charlie Prettyjohn. Tracy Phillips, TA 98, is that red Toyota Yaris starting in grid number 5 on the outside shoulder of Samantha Morris in BC number 37, who starts in lane 4. Grid 3 is unoccupied, but it's a local lass that's in lane 2. That's Laurie Davis, who starts in the TA2 machine in that blue and orange mini, and starting in grid number 1 will be Laura Wilson in North Shropshire 113. That is your lineup then for race 3 of this third round of qualifying. Emily Lodge, Scunthorpe 2 and 3, just having a little bit of attention and unfortunately being carried back to the pits in a way that nobody wants to be carried back to the pits on the front end of a telehandler. But the quads will make their way back to the track centre. We'd imagine if she is out in the rerun, then she will be given the repair time from the time that the car is back in the pits. So no panic on behalf of the Lodge team if the car can get going. They're making their way back towards the centre of this Castleloyd Raceway. That red flag is still being waved up on the track exit. That means that is because the quad and the driver are making their way off the circuit, which is going to just come into view now, I think, on your live stream, or in about 2 seconds. No, it's not going to come in at all. So that's interesting. And we're going to go with race 3, heat 3, and they're up there on the line, poised, ready and waiting. Red flag on marshal post number 3 is going to be replaced with a yellow one. The yellow flag on marshal posts number 2 and 4. That means that the yellow flag is soon shown on marshal post number 1. Laurie Davis, TA number 2, was quick off the mark in the Soul Mini in this one, and she's the one that leads down that far straight and into that seaside turn for the first time. TA2 on the inside, TA4 on the outside. That's Ellen Burton that slots into that second spot. Third place is occupied by the Laura Wilson machine. That's North Shropshire 113, and she races ahead of Kelly Holland in Hereford 184, ahead of Samantha Morris in BC 37. Charlie Prettyjohn's there in a Penthouse 66, and it's tidy at the front and at the back of the field because Tracy Phillips in TA 98 makes it a tidy sandwich. But we've got a race on at the head of affairs, but Laurie Davis takes the wide line in TA number 2. Ellen Burton back on the inside in TA number 4 as they climb the bank for the second time. The power has just allowed a little bit of a door to be opened for Laurie Davis, but she's unable to make it count this time. So 4 and 2 get away from the rest of the chasing pack, and Laura Wilson in North Shropshire 113 then remains in that third spot from the Hereford 184 machine of Kelly Holland, and in that fifth spot is Samantha Morris in BC 37. But your two Tyree drivers then have crossed the line and they've rounded out their third circuit, so they're on to their final lap. And it's Ellen Burton in TA4 that makes her way down into that seaside turn for the final time. You're watching the live stream and the cameraman can't keep up with her. But it's TA4 that's going to cross the line and take 55 points from their third round of qualifying. Laurie Davis takes second in TA4 from North Shropshire 113, Hereford 184. Samantha Morris takes fifth in BC 37 from Charlie Prettyjohn in a Penthouse 66. And TA 98 machine of Tracy Phillips and rounds it all out for race 3. So 2 reruns of ladies class 1s to come a little bit later on. The Scunthorpe 2 and 3 machine of Emily Lodge is making its way off the circuit. Class 9 machines up there on the line. We're going to go back to men's and we're going to go back, I think, to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. So we've got a runoff then in men's class 9s, which is down there on the line. 3 cars are ready to do battle, and this is for 2 places. So unfortunately, one of those 3 is going to have to miss out. The 3 that are down there are all tied on the same amount of points, which is 117, which means that each of these drivers have both had a 2nd and 2/3 over the course of the weekend. So they've stayed pretty consistent within the heats. And obviously we need 2 places, so one of them is going to have to miss out. Those 3 drivers then: Stuart Taylor in Invicta Kent 121, Dave Palmer in ARC 31, and Ridian Evans in Typhi 84. They're the ones that are ready to go, and they know that this is all to play for. Obviously, this could make or break their weekend. This decides if they get into the final or if they miss out on the top 8 altogether. So, yeah, that's what you needed anyway to get into the Class 9 final. 117 points, and that's what they managed to do. So, who's going to be the best of them? That's the question. I'm just looking at the points. Chris Colgate, tell you what, he had a dismal run yesterday and missed out on the final by 2 points. Right, anyway, we're away. Which 2 are going through? Dave Palmer's quick out of the gate in ARC 31, so he's going to lead them the next 2 side by side, but it's all changed as Stuart Taylor comes through 3 abreast. Look at this is what we like to see with a runoff. Ridian Evans right up the inside in the Typhi machine. Oh, there's contact as Dave Palmer gets it wrong, but Stuart Taylor gets it wrong as well, and Ridian Evans, the local lad, moves through and starts to accelerate his way forward. So Stuart Taylor it is, they're missing out at the moment, but I say that he's up the inside of Palmer. Palmer fights back in 31 side by side as they come past us, but Taylor's on the cutback in 121. Ridian Evans hasn't won this yet either, as all 3 of these are in with contention. This is what racing's all about. 3 cars, but my God, are they making a brilliant race of it as Taylor's up the inside of Evans. It's last lap flag, but it's going to be Ridian Evans and Stuart Taylor the first 2. Dave Palmer needs to pull something from somewhere in order to get into that top 2, to get into that final a little bit later on. Taylor now it is that leads the way and starts to maybe pull away. Ridian Evans won't give up, but Palmer is on a mission. He's not going to get through. It's going to be Stuart Taylor and Ridian Evans that make today's Class 9 final a little bit later on. Dave Palmer, well, he tried as hard as he could. Every single one of those drivers were... Wow, there we go then. It wouldn't be a BAS runoff without a bit of controversy, would it? So I was just going to say that Dave Palmer is going to miss out, but it turns out Ridian Evans in Typhi 84. So, well, I won't say nothing for the time being because we're not too sure what's happening. Just ignore everything you heard me say. Anyway, we're moving on. Class 10 racing. It's Class 10 ladies that are off the line, I think, and only the 3 of them, so we're missing someone, and I think that one someone's Becky Faulkner. I know she's had major issues with the car, so unfortunately no Becky in this one, but we have got Jill Grasby, and Jill Grasby is the one leading in Evesham 122. Jodie Pascal in Hereford 250 is there in second, and Catherine Jones in Carmarthen 29. So unfortunately we are left with a depleted field for your ladies at Class 10s, but hey, obviously lots of points still to play for. So Jill Grasby it is that leads the way. She goes down the far side for another time. The field very spread out as they move on to another circuit. Down the far side they go. Catherine Jones is the one with work to do in Carmarthen 29, but Jill Grasby is certainly getting more to grips with this Class 10 is Evesham at 122 as she moves through once again down the far side with just about half a lap to go now, with Jodie Pascal and Catherine Jones tucked in just behind her as they come past us for the final time. Jill Grasby then another 55 points to add to her BAS tally in Evesham at 122. Then we're going to go to Jodie Pascal and Hereford 250, who comes across in second, and Catherine Jones rounds off your ladies Class 10s. Big thank you to ProLinks and Gwalia Garage for their sponsorship. That concludes ladies 10s, and I've got ladies 8s still to come the way, but we've got 2s on the line, and we're thinking that's a men's Class 2 semi-final rerun. So if that's the case, then to tell you who's down there and who's done what, it's over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Liam. So yeah, indeed, this I think is a rerun of the second of our semi-finals, running unfortunately without Ryan Smith in PhD 29. So once again, we are looking for, well, we've actually got 6 cars out there. We're looking for the top 4 to make their way through to the final. It's semi-final 1 that's being rerun. Sorry, get the right race. Right, going down the far side then, Ian Harvey it is in C63. That is the first one to show, or it was, but the Spalding 43 car then of Ash Robinson comes round the outside, Ludlow 55 on the inside. Tom Stevens at the wheel of that one, very, very close in this. As you would expect, this is a semi-final when all's said and done. But down that far side, Ashley Robinson, your 2021 champion, looking to book his place in the final in defence of his title. And just pulled away a little bit, and it is a little bit, from about a 4-way battle going on for second place. David Evans in Penhow 40 just showing in that second place. Ian Harvey though, old hand at Class 2 racing in Cum D63, comes up through on the inside. Kieran Griffiths there in Severn Valley 4. He's been challenged by Jack Hodgson on the inside in Yorksdale's 104. Checkered flag time, your finalists, SP43, C63, YD 104, and who'd be a lap scorer. So there we go. We shall obviously go next door, because I'm not going to call that. We're not banging line with the finish line. That's my get out clause. The ladies, I think they are all ladies at the moment. To my left are the official lap scorers. They will come up with the official result. Obviously, we will let you know just as soon as we have it. But it's single-seaters on the line. As junior specials, we think. So if that's the case, then that's Gareth. But the first heat then away from the line, going down the far side. We might get this one a little bit double-headed. So first heat into there as they come back round towards us. It is the 161F SC 197 YD 42 IK 65.
Yeah, so Corey Mumford it is then that takes up the running as they cross the top part of the circuit for the first time in the Forest 161 machine. Finn Emerson in Scunthorpe 197 is there, and he's the first one leading the chase of Corey Mumford there in the Forest machine. Forest 161 holds on, 161 holds on, 197 Finn Emerson still there in that second position, and then it's the IK 65 machine of no, it's 65, and that's Harry Russell, and the defending British Autograss Series junior special champion. He's back there in that third spot, having picked up I think 2 wins across his first day here yesterday from the Yorkshire Dales 42 machine of Lewis Farrer. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4, and they make it down that far straight one more time. But Corey Mumford is slowly but surely being reeled in by Finn Emerson in Scunthorpe 197 as they go down into that bottom turn once again. Third place still Harry Russell in IK 65 from the fourth place machine of Lewis Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 42. That's it, race over. Radford 210 is Tilly Clark, she takes 5th from Harry Wild in North Wales 21. Mallow 32 is Dara O'Rourke, and the car that's stranded down there on the bottom bend must be Sky Pascal in Hereford number 50. So that's race 1 then done and dusted. Telehandler back, parked up in the middle of the Castleroyd Raceway. Race 2 of the junior specials up there on the line should bring out Lil Rose Pratt in York 76. She starts out in lane 8 on her inside shoulder. Will be Lauren Fuller in West Waterford 299. Dare Thomas in Down Autograss 27 starts in lane 6. Lane 5 is occupied by Neil Tivey in West Waterford at 142. Kirsten Bartlett's there in lane 4 in South Somerset number 2. Sean Bradford in BC 117 starts in lane number 3. Alex Hines in Breeden Hill number 5 starts in lane 2. And Archie Carter in Scunthorpe 17 then starts in lane number 1. Just a little bit of movement up there on the line, and the marshals quick to attend the car that starts in lane 6. I think that was the Dare Thomas, the Down Autograss 27 machine, was just put back in place up there on the start line. Hereford 50 then, the junior special of Sky Pascal, gets pulled back to the centre of this Castleroyd Raceway. That means that we are pretty much under starters orders. Race 2 of the junior specials leave the line Archie Carter in Scunthorpe 17, then the quickest to show, but they're all bunching up behind him as they go down into that seaside turn for the first time. Kirsten Bartlett in South Somerset 2 slots into that second spot and now leads the chase on the outside of Neil Trivey in West Waterford 142. That's your 1, 2 and 3 as they go into the top part of the circuit. Kirsten trying to close the door. That means that she gets collected by Neil Trivey in 142. They rejoin the field at the tail end of the field, but Kirsten wasn't going to give in there, and she closes the door really on Neil Trivey, who's a little bit forceful trying to get through on the inside, but that allows Archie Carter to pull away from the rest of the chasing pack, and I think it's the Breeden Hill 5 machine that now claims that second spot. That's Alex Hines behind the wheel of that one. Then it's the Southern Ireland machine. Lauren Fuller, West Waterford 299, is there in that third spot from Dare Thomas in down Autograss 27. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 then as the yellow flag with the black cross is shown, and Archie Carter moves on to his final circuit. The West Waterford machine of Lauren Fuller is still there in that third spot as the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place cars make it across the top part of the circuit for the final time. But exiting that bottom bend and booking his place in the final, Archie Carter in Scunthorpe 17. Alex Hines, Breeden Hill number 5, takes second from Lauren Fuller in West Waterford 299. Dare Thomas, I think, holds on to 4th just about from the BC 117 machine of Sean Bradford, with Neil Trivey in West Waterford 142 and Lil Rose Pratt in York 76 at the tail end of the field in that lineup of the junior specials. That's race 2 on their way back to the pits. Some of them we'll see a little bit later on. Some of them, unfortunately, they've had their 3 qualifying rounds and they haven't booked their place in the final. Okay, we're going to confirm the results of the first semi-final of the men's class 2s. Booking their place in the final: Spalding 43, Cumdee 63, Yorkshire Dales 104, and number 4 is Severn Valley 4. So Kieran Griffiths, your last finalist. Right then, we're away. We're racing with race 3 of the junior specials. And who's going to make the break this time? It's going to be the North Wales 199 machine of Sid Lomas that leads the way past us for the first time. He races ahead of end of the first 3 quarters of the circuit. West Waterford 989 is Dara Sheehy. He slots into that second position from Tom Cosgrave in the ARC 25 machine. He's there rounding out your top 3 from the BC 116 machine. He's side by side with the Iago Evans in TA number 6. He's favouring that inside line at the moment, and he races just ahead of the Sturton 717 machine of Alfie Ross. A green flag for someone as they enter the top part of the circuit from Cian Lewis in BC 39 and Tom Williams in TA 44 at the tail end of the field. But already that yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready, and Max Holtby, Scunthorpe number 6, moves on to his final circuit, about 15 car lengths clear of Tom Cosgrove. Oh, there's mess for 3rd, 4th and 5th, and they're going to find themselves back in 6th, 7th and 8th because, oh, we got red flags. Red flags then out on race number 5 as it looks like the West Waterford 989 machine has lost his wheel, and we're going to have a little bit more downtime because we've got, I think, class 5 machines up there on the line, and that's going to be back over to Mr. Mickey B, who's going to take you through the rerun of ladies class 5.
Yeah, thanks very much. If I could tell you in commentary what Liam said to me about 5 minutes ago, where he was saying junior specials this weekend have been really good, really clean racing. And that is a typical commentator's curse that you put on there, because since then it's gone a little bit. It's like me, you know, I've gone a bit out of shape. You know, that's what the junior special racing has done. But while we've got some water going down on the track, I'll put my bins back on, because it is going to be the rerun of the ladies class 5. LorryInsurance.com are series sponsors, and Jones Carpentry and Tiling. Plum Pal are weekend sponsors. Sarah Bateman, Stroud and District 45, 2 wins out of 2 coming out of lane 8. Now that car, obviously Jeff races it in the men's as well, in the men's 5s, and it's had a few contacts this weekend. The good thing is, Gareth, isn't it, that we know that it's now just white emulsion, so with a splat on the front, and it means that it can be quite easily, well, you know, like when they had the silver wrap, you know, when you had a little bit of a bish bash bosh, then it took a bit more to like repair, didn't it? Now white paint, that's it. Just get your roller out, up you go, and it's 79 pence in Morrison's, is it? Oh, right. Oh, there you go. It's a public service announcement there from Gareth. So, Breeder Neil 99, Kerry Baxter coming out of lane 7. Cumdy 31, Sandra Jones out of lane 6. So, Sandra is alongside Sarah Chilvers. Yes, the daughter of the man who had the touch but shaved on and made himself look younger is coming out of lane 5. They're side by side and they're equal fourth. On the points, so they're within touching distance of getting into the final. Then we've got Michelle Ellis in Stroud District 33. Now, she was running round at the side. She went into the Armco down here as well, didn't she? The car was still running, so I think she's out there. It's the silver machine coming out of grid 3, and then down in grid 1 it's Jess Bradley in the Ludlow 24. So they are all the ladies that were down for Heat 3 Race 2. And if we get them done, then we'll be able to shortlist it down to the top 8. And at the moment, looking like to join, it's going to be Nicola Jesse, definitely in the final. Rhiannon Smith, Kirsty Godfrey, I think, has made it through. And then I think we were just sweating on whether or not Amanda Mason had got enough points, but it'll all be explained very soon once we get this one done and dusted. The Bowsers, one of them is making their way off the track. It's been synchronised watering all the way through this weekend, and as we said earlier, they've done a sterling job, and I think it's just been about right, hasn't it? You know. It soaks in really well. It doesn't create many issues. The track doesn't polish, which is, how fortunate is that? That's a really good track. Some tracks do suffer with that. So engines are revving. We're looking around. We've got yellow flag clearance. We're looking to that first marshal post. So Abby Juggins pirouettes round, points to the sky, bungee lifts. Let's go racing. And it is that Bateman machine. First into turn 1, Jones goes with her as well, but is that Sarah Chilvers machine, your reigning Class 5 national champion, who goes with the pace as well. So it's Bateman from Chilvers, from Jones. Then Breedon Heel 99, Kerry Baxter. And then it is that Stroud District 33, Michelle Ellis. Has that car got a problem on board? It looks like she's getting a bit of understeer there. And really slowing down, so definitely a problem on board. But let's go back to the front then. Your top 3 cars as they come down. Sarah Bateman, Stroud District 45. From Sarah Chilvers. Chilvers going for the wide line, climbing up the bank. She may have carried the pace to get round Sarah Bateman, and she has. Sarah Chilvers then. Yorkshire Dales 46 down into turn 1. Taking the lead with the last lap flag being prepared, so just over a lap to go. Bateman looking to come back at her as well, but it's Sarah Chilvers from Sarah Bateman. Then it is that Sandra Jones in Cumdy 31. Round the bank they go, out of Stargate turn, and Michelle Ellis crawling round, but she's out of harm's way. Sarah Chilvers then. Yorkshire Dales 46, easing it round 1 and 2. Puts the power down and comes to take maximum points. We'll see you in the final, Sarah. Sarah Bateman, we'll see you as well in Stroud District 45. Cumdy 31, and that's Sandra Jones. And with a 3rd place, that should book your place in the final as well. Michelle Ellis, unfortunately not. You came into this in 8th place. I don't think that's going to be enough for you, love. And Breed Neil 99, Kerry Baxter, finishing off that rerun of Ladies Class 5, Heat 3, Race 2. So up on the line, we are going to Class 6s. So it's the hot seat because I'm out and Tim Jones is in.
Thank you, Mickey. So, yeah, here we go then with the rerun of the ladies' Class 6s. Heat 3, Race 1. And I think we're going without Karis Thomas in Typhi 66. I think everybody else is go as we go and leave the line then. Leanne Hushka in North Wales 20 it is. That's the first one to show from the Hannah Thomas machine in Scarborough 16. Zara Sutton looking, Ellie Bailey on 2 wheels. Nicola Olsen nearly collected into the Armco. So a hectic 3/4 of a lap for some of these ladies, but Hushka it is though on the inside, Hannah Thomas on the outside, and it is indeed Scarborough 16 that leads into the first turn. Leanne Hushka in North Wales at number 20. Then comes Zara Sutton in the SR 71 machine, as Nicola Olsen also going through problems for Ella Bailey in Scunthorpe 33 as she comes to grief on the top part of the circuit, but she is well out of harm's way, so we can continue racing. So back to the leader, Hannah Thomas, seeing Scarborough 16 once again. 1 lap to go this time. Leanne Hushka and Nicola Olsen side by side, North Wales 20 Command and 47 respectively, and the last of the runners and riders in Zara Sutton in SR 71, not quite the last of the runners and riders. That goes to Angela Evans in North Shropshire 219. But into the final bend then, before we go for the final time checkers then at the ready. All these ladies will be in the final, but Hannah Thomas will take the race win. Nicola Olsen in Command and 47 finishes second. North Wales 20, Leanne Hushka SR 71, then that goes to Zara Sutton, and completing it all then Angela Evans in North Shropshire 219. So that completes Class 6 ladies. So next time we'll see them is finals time. And talking of finals time, we're sticking with Class 6, but Class 6 men. So this is your top 8. So then, at top of the shop then, only one man unbeaten this weekend, Dalton Thomas in Carmarthen number 8. Then Paul Melly will also join him, 155 points in Swansea 1. 155 points was also enough to get Darren Bryan into the Class 6 final, and he'll be there in Scarborough 41. So James Sinnott also makes it in Causeway 174, also on 155 points. 146 points, or Glyn Bailey, if they can get the car repaired in time in Scunthorpe 33, and I'm sure they will. Also, Stephen Parsonage makes the Class 6 final in North Wales 146, and he makes it on the 121 points. And Marlon James, a second and a win, and it didn't finish with just about enough to scrape into the Class 6 final, and he'll be there in Carmarthen number 7. And also on 100 points, the last, but by certainly no means qualifier, Ben Gasby makes the Class 6 final in Pennine number 7. So just poor old Stu Thompson missing out by sort of 7 points as White Rose 3. Then the 9th qualifier, but well done. So Dalton Thomas, Melly, Bryan, Sinnott, Bailey, Parsonage, Marlon James and Ben Gasby. That's your Class 6 finalists. Looking towards the line, we're going to Class 7. Back over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tim. We've got a Class 7 ladies rerun. It does bring out race 2 right on cue, and it is that Julie Hawthorne Fernyhoe that takes them into turn 1 as they go round. Lockwood goes with it as well, and there's a little bit of a tapping going on, and as that tapping goes on, the border count is 26. Kesney Adams says, all right, I'm going to take the running, climbs up the hill then. Julie Hawthorne Fernyhoe takes up the charge in that second place from Ellie Lockwood. Scunthorpe 393 in that third place. Radford 140 of Sue Harris in fourth place. So 4 left in this rerun of the Max Sport and Spar Motors Mid Wales Limited sponsored ladies Class 7s down here at Pass Round 1. Out of that start gate turn. Down the opening straight to go, Kesney Adams. Border count is 26 then. She found the gap, went through it, and can she hold on to it as they pick up the last lap flag as Julie Hawthorne Fernyhoe now on the charge. Radford 176 as they climb up the hill for the final time out of turn 3, out of start gate turn. The 2 lead cars are pushing hard now. Kesney Adams, slow it down, keep it nice and tight. She says, Mickey, I've listened to you. I've got a bit wide though, but can I win it? Yes, I can. Border count is 26. Kesney Adams takes the win. Radford 176, Julie Hawthorne Fernyhoe. Scunthorpe 393, Ellie Lockwood in third. And then it is Radford 140, Sue Harris. So there you go. That is your ladies' 7s. All 3 heats done and dusted now. And up on the line, we are going to eventually ladies class 8. You know, as Liam has been waiting patiently for it, your patience is now rewarded.
Yeah, cheers, Mickey. We found them. Here they are. Ladies 8s then are finally off the line. And funnily enough, we're going to start with race 2 rather than race 1, just to add to the confusion. But Jade Russell is your race leader. Well, she was. Look at this. 4 abreast. Jenny Houlihan and Sophie Morgan battling it out to move up the inside. And it is Sophie Morgan that takes up the run in his 71. Houlihan slots into second. Nicole O'Brien in third as Jade Russell running fourth. Alice Bevans well down the order in fifth in PAC number 2, and Sue Nichols in Yorkshire Dales number 7. But at the front is Sophie Morgan that leads the way in the 71 machine, having a good weekend. And the race on for second, Jade Russell right round the outside of Jenny Houlihan, and tries to make it stick, but Jenny's fighting back. Up the inside she goes. Who's got the speed? Russell looks to have carried it out of the corner, but Houlihan's got that right line. That's the race. It's for second, as it's Morgan, Houlihan and Russell. Nicole O'Brien still runs in fourth. In Mallow 48, Alice Bevans and Sue Nichols are the ones that trail, but Sophie Morgan books her place. I think that should be enough into the Class 8 final a little bit later on. Jenny Houlihan takes second, Jade Russell third, Nicole O'Brien takes fourth, from Alice Bevans in fifth, and Sue Nichols comes across to complete it all in Yorkshire Dales at number 7. So good stuff there from your ladies Class 8. That was race 2 done and dusted with. We're moving on to the one that's down on the line, and I'm gonna say that's race 5, because that looks like Rosemary Glover, yeah, coming out from the inside grid. So we're going race 5. Taylor Jade Pascal, Shelby Oman, Claire Horner, Claire Cockrell, Lindsay Weir and Rosemary Glover. Claire Horner, 2 wins out of 2 so far. Can she make it 3 out of 3? And book her place as top qualifier in the final a little bit later on. Well, I'll tell you what, she's first into and out of the corner, and she leads the way. Mountain 62, Rosemary Glover then slots up into second. So number 2 runs in that second place position, but Shelby Oman's looking for a way through on the outside line. 271 it is, that just about tries to make it stick. Claire Cockrell looking menacing in fourth. She looks for a way through. Lindsay Weir has got work to do, as has Taylor Jade Pascal. But the race on the fields for second. Rosemary Glover back up the inside of Shelby Oman, as Rosemary just taps the brakes. Shelby Oman tries to put the power down, and it makes it work as all this goes on. Your race leader just soldiers away in Mountain 62. It's last lap flag. It looks like it's going to be 3 wins out of 3. It's very rare she makes mistakes, so hopefully we haven't jinxed it. But Mountain 62. But look at this race for second. Rosemary Glover right back up the inside as Shelby Oman fights back round the outside. And I'll tell you what, the rest are bunching up. Claire Cockrell, Lindsay Weir and Taylor Jade Pascal. This race isn't over there for those positions. It's over for the front though, because Claire Horner makes it 3 out of 3. Who's taking second? Has Oman done enough? She's gone out wide. Oh, Rosemary Glover takes it. Shelby Oman takes third. Claire Cockrell is the next one across from Lindsay Weir and Taylor Jade Pascal. So very good race there. Claire Horner with a cracking win. Rosemary Glover with a very good second as well in White Rose at number 2. So that is race 2 and race 5 complete. Go on then, what one are they going to try and throw at us next? Nothing, because that's Class 1s. So we're going to take a break from the Class 8s. We waited all that time and we only had 2 races. So that is ladies Class 1s, I believe, down there on the line, which means Gareth must have something rare, which is a rerun for him. After he said he's had such a good success rate, I think it's all gone pretty much downhill from there. So Class 1 rerun over to Gareth.
Yeah, if you start at the top, there's only one way you can go, and unfortunately that is down. We're going to go back then to the rerun of race 2 of the 3rd and final round of qualifying of your ladies Class 2 Certis Energy Wales. And of course, Julian Mosley and Sons, plant and agricultural contractor, your sponsors here this weekend at the South Wales League's opening round of the British Autograss Series, and TBR Race Engines are your sponsors for the series throughout the 5 rounds. So we get a little sprinkling of the dust settling solution down on this Castle Lloyd Raceway. Looks like a nice dry bit of ground there in the middle, just in front of us here at the commentary point, but I'm not sure if everybody's going to be able to pick up on that as they make their first break and find a little bit of grip in this rerun of race 2. But up there on the line, we do have Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16. It doesn't look like Missy Elliott's coming out to play in North Shropshire 2 or Lodi Fionn-Jones, unfortunately, in North Wales 6, unable to repair. One that is there though, and she needs to make her way over to commentary after her race because we got something that belongs to her, is Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27. Emily Polly in Cambridge 136 is there. She starts in lane number 5. On her outside is Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951, and out in grid 7 and 8 are Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95 and Hannah Moriarty in Evesham 177. The telehandlers back in the middle then of this Castle Lloyd Raceway. The marshals are all at their posts. Just a little bit of attention given to the Bowser there in the middle of the top end, and most just up in solution being put down towards this near side straight, and we will be away and racing with this rerun of race 2 of ladies class 1s very, very shortly. Liam has just told me that he's got some finalists, so I'll hand you back over to Liam for a couple of minutes.
Well, I did have some finalists. I don't know where they've gone, but they were in my hand about 5 minutes ago, probably right at the bottom. There they go. So we got Class 10 men's finalists for you a little bit later on then. Top of the shop, 3 wins out of 3. Liam Evans, untouchable throughout the heats in North Shropshire 3, so he goes in as a top qualifier. Lee Seagraves is going to join him in ARC number 1, along with Andy Hornshaw in York number 7. 2 wins and a second for both of those. Wes Tinker, consistent all weekend, 3 seconds for Wes in York 40, so that's going to get him into the final. Matt Barnbrook is there in Scunny 45, and he gets in with a first, a second and a fifth. Rhys Griffiths, that win that he had in the third and final run, managed to bump him up and put him in the final, Radford 202. Chester Payne in Yorkshire Dales 31 will be down there. And your final qualifier, Vinnie Gibbons in Leewood 170, 108 points, gets him in to the Class 10 final. But we're Class 1s, we're ladies, and it's back to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much then. We're under starters already, so no time to give you another rundown of the runners and riders, but it is Maddie Tilson in St Neots number 16 from grid number 1. That's going to lead into that seaside turn for the first time. Claire Compton is there hot on her heels in North Shropshire 951, and through on the inside goes Emily Polly in Cambridge 136, and a heat win here for round 3 will make her trip over from East Anglia all that little bit more worthwhile, but she leads down that far straight for the second time. Scarborough 95 is Emily Grayson. She's there in that second position from the North Shropshire 951 machine of Claire Compton. Then Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16 in that fourth spot, racing just ahead of Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27, and the car at the tail end of the field is Hannah Moriarty in Evesham at number 177. A little bit of movement for third and fourth as Maddie Tilson looks to move on through for that third position, but it's reclaimed by Claire Compton in the North Shropshire 951 machine. But back at the front, it is the Emily Polly machine, Cambridge 136, that exits that seaside turn for the penultimate time. That yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready from the Scarborough 95 machine of Emily Grayson. She's still there in a very strong second position. Maddie Tilson now reclaims that third spot in St Neots 16 from North Shropshire 951, Penhow 27 and Evesham 177, but exiting that bottom bend for the final time. It's going to be a dash to the line, but it's going to be 55 points in the bag for Emily Polly in Cambridge 136 from Scarborough 95, St Neots 16, North Shropshire 951. And then the last running car then was Penhow 27, Lucy Wickham, and Hannah Moriarty in Evesham 177. So we got another rerun of ladies class 1s to come in just a few minutes time, but we've got open wheel specials up there on the line, so to take you through that one, I'll hand you straight back over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. So we got some more Beresford Chassis and Components sponsored ladies class 8 which are down there. I think this is going to be race 3 that we see. Indeed it is, because Ruby Emerson is quick off the line, and that's the race she was scheduled to be in. Likewise, Jodie Glover and Ellie Hines, and those two I could pick out as well. I think the other one's Vicky Lamb and Sinead Thomas. There we go. Jodie Glover it is anyway. That leads, or does she? No, Ellie Hines right round the outside. In Breedon 14 takes up the running as Emerson fights back but gets it a little bit wrong. Jodie Glover's been collected in the Scunny machine. The other two avoid her, but she is square wheeled. Now, can Jodie get it going? Because we really don't want to be seeing red flags on this one. We got yellows flying, so that gives us some indication that we're going to keep it going. So Ellie Hines it is in Breedon 14 that leads the way, but those yellows have now turned to reds. So they are going to, and look at that, just as they go red, miraculously, it's a miracle, the Class 8 manages to move, hey? So Jodie Glover just manages to pull herself into the centre, and the dreaded red flags come out. I thought it was too good to be true, and I had 2 out of 2 done. So race 3 will go into the rerun lane, and once again, we're going to take a break from Class 8s. They're just playing with me now, I think. So Class 8s have disappeared once again. We've got ladies Class 1s back down there on the line, and it's back to Garen.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to go back to the rerun of race number 4. They're up there on the line, and this one brings out Kerry Bennett in Cambridge 48, Imogen Morris in Cumdee number 1 is the black machine that starts in lane number 2. Sarah Lovett's there in IK 37. That's the silver and green machine starting in lane 3. Emily Lodge unfortunately looks like she's been unable to repair the Scunthorpe 213 machine, so grid 4 is unoccupied. Sophie Lewis is there though in the Athelston number 2 machine. She starts in lane number 5, and Rachel Hudley in Seven Valley 147 is going to be the starter all the way out there in lane number 6. So she starts on the outside. We've got yellow flags being shown now on Marshall Post number 1, the Brungie lifts, and away we go. And a super quick start there for Sophie Lewis in Athelston number 2, but it's the 2 cars from the inside grids that have the advantage as they go down into the seaside turn for the first time. Imogen Morris in Cumdee number 1 then leads the pack towards us. Then it's Sophie Lewis in Athelston number 2 that claims that second position as Kerry Bennett is demoted back to 3rd in Cambridge 48, and it's a 3-way tie for 3rd, 4th and 5th because Sarah Lovett and Rachel Hadley look to get up into the action as well in Seven Valley 147. But it is Imogen Morris, Cumdee number 1, that leads the pack down into that seaside turn for the first time. The Sophie Lewis Athelston 2 machine also looks to be away and gone from Kerry Bennett in the Cambridge 48 machine. That's that little orange Igo there in that 3rd spot from Rachel Hadley in Seven Valley 147, and Bennett not giving up the fight for that 3rd spot just yet because she's reeling in the tail end of the 147 machine. But as they go down into that seaside turn for the penultimate time, it is the Cumdee number 1 machine that just about holds on from Sophie Lewis, who's reeling her in now in Athelston number 2. Can she make it count on this final circuit? She's cutting back towards the inside line on that top part of the circuit, and there's nothing between these two now as they make their way down that far straight with half a circuit to go. Kerry Bennett is still there holding on to that 3rd spot in Cambridge 48, but it's checkered flag time. She's led pretty much from the word go, but has she left it go at the last lap? No, she hasn't. Cumdee number 1 takes the win. Imogen Morris it is then from Athelston number 2, and Kerry Bennett takes 3rd in Cambridge 48 from Seven Valley 147, and Sarah Lovett in IK 37. So that is race 4 done and dusted. That is ladies class 1 3rd round of qualifying done for now. The next time we see the ladies class 1s will be for their final. The lap scorers, the points adjusters will be counting up the points to see which top 8 ladies are going to see and play their part in the final. We got class 2s leaving the line, and it is going to be ladies class 2, so away from the line they go. Or is it a semi? No, it's ladies class 2 because Jade Morgan's there in the Cumdee 30 machine in the middle of the pack, as Nicola Bettany in Radford 92 then just pushes on the exit of that bottom turn, and that allows a Pennine 89 of Faye Steventon to lead the way up into that start gate turn for the first time. Jade Morgan in Cumdee 30 then takes up the running in the Cumdy machine that started in lane number 4. Also there in that second position is Pamela Horgan in Mallow number 2. Faye's still there in that third spot in Pennine 89. Rounding out your top 4 is Anne-Marie Chadburn in White Rose 13. From the Heath machine, that's Beth Richards, Pennine 65. She's coming in and stuck now as Nicola Bettany looks to go through on the inside, just a little bit forceful, and Beth Richards finds herself demoted to the tail end of the field, and the Radford 205 machine of Valerie Harrington finds herself back in 6th, but it's Jade Morgan with 1 more lap to go. Has Pamela Horgan got the guts to keep on to this second position? The green goes out to Nicola Bettany. We thought that she was just a little bit too forceful on the entry to that start gate turn last time round, but the race very much on for that second position as Faye Steventon and Pamela Horgan go through the seaside turn for the final time. But here's your winner, Jade Morgan. Cumdy 30 takes the win, 89 takes second from number 2, and Marie Chadburn takes third in White Rose 13 from Nicola Bettany in Radford 92. Radford 205 is Valerie Harrington, and Beth Richards in Pennine 65 then finds herself unfortunately at the tail end of the field behind the wheel of the Pennine machine and crawling her way back to the pits. So race 2 of this third and final round of qualifying of the ladies class 2s are up there on the line, but they won't be for long because we've already got track clearance on the bottom part of the circuit. We've got no time to give you the full list of runners and riders because the sole red flag that's flying is about to be changed and the yellow flag will fly. The bungee will break, and on cue we go racing. Lara Jones in TA17, good start there, and she's already got about half a car length clear as they approach that seaside turn for the first time. It's the X Class 2 Ladies National Champion that's going to follow her through turns 1 and 2. And she's going to clip back on the inside, but it's just about at the moment 17 from 126. Linda Thomas is there in PAC number 91, and she's rounding out your top 3 ahead of the North Shropshire 15 machine of Jess Browning, and it's the Cumdy 16 machine of Donna Howells that's back there in that 5th spot, but it is the Scunthorpe machine of Jess Roberts. 126 it is that rounds out another circuit. Lara Jones is there in TA17 in that 2nd position from the North Shropshire machine. Jess Browning still there. She's got that 3rd place to herself now, ahead of Linda Thomas in PAC 91 and Donna Howells in Cumdy 60. Further back, it's the North Shropshire 391 machine of Chloe Ankers and Stroud 99 at the tail end of the field. But this time round, Jess Roberts is informed that she's got 1 more lap to go from Lara Jones in TA17. 3rd place is still Jess Browning in North Shropshire 15. She's beginning to reel in the tail end of the TA17 machine, but Lara will be hoping to hold on to that 2nd position as she goes down into that seaside turn for the final time. But it's going to be another heat win then for Jess Roberts. Scunthorpe 126 takes the win. Oh, Lara holds on just about for 2nd in TA17 from North Shropshire 15. Linda Thomas takes 4th in PAC 91 from Donna Howells in Cumdy 60. Stroud 99 holds on to that 6th spot. And unfortunately then for the North Shropshire 391 machine, then Chloe Ankers finds herself demoted back to the tail end of the field. But that closes the 3rd round of qualifying of ladies class 2. Ladies class 8 machines up there on the line. It's back over to the ladies man, Mr. Liam Williams.
Oh God, don't let Katie hear you say that, Gareth. That's it, I'm in the doghouse now. I'm going to have to stay over this side of the track. Gonna have to stay on this side of the track for the rest of the day. I can't go over there. So, yes, ladies 8, I'll tell you what, I haven't got time to go through them, but this could be one of the best races of the weekend with the lineup that we got. Anyway, Josie Tompkinson's unbeaten. She's 2 wins out of 2. But if she is going to get beat in a heat, then it's going to be in this one, because you're going to see who's in it. Abby Jade Bennett, she had a win earlier. She needs a win to make the final, and she leads the way. Eddie Lockwood's going with Josie Tompkinson then, as the 2 Scunthorpe drivers go side by side. Charlene Hankey, another heat winner yesterday in ARC2, and Lindsay Mullen, another winner in Yorkshire Dales 37. I'll tell you what, this could be the final. We've lost Hope Godfrey, I think, in 22, but we've certainly not lost Abby Jade Bennett. But I'll tell you what, the other drivers are going to lose her, because they're going to lose sight of her at this rate. Abby Bennett it is. That goes on down the far side again. Josie Tompkinson looking to get beat for the first time this weekend in 52. Ellie Lockwood, Lindsay Mullen and Charlene Hankey are the ones that are playing catch-up. It's last lap flag She kicked the weekend off with a black flag. It is 2 wins out of 2. Gonna be enough for her to get into the final. 110 points normally is, but with 35 signed on, then you don't know. But that's all she can do is 8F. That's gonna take the win. Abby J. Bennett will sit and hope as Josie Thompson takes second. She's definitely in that final later on. Ellie Lockwood and Lindsay Mullen come across along with Charlene Hankey in ARC2. What a strong lineup. And I tell you what, out of the 5 that finished, I think at least 3 of them are going to be in that final a little bit later on. Abby J. Bennett, 110 points. That might just about be enough. We know that Josie Tompkinson's definitely going to be in there. 2 wins in a second. She'll be delighted with that throughout the heats. And Ellie Lockwood and Lindsay Mullen, we'll have to wait and see. I think Lindsay Mullen should definitely be in that final in the Yorkshire Dales machine. Ellie Lockwood, not too sure about it. I haven't got the points in front of me, so I'm just trying to go off memory, which isn't the best, to be honest. I'm first person to admit that. I still remember that tenner that Mickey B owes me, though. So, oh yeah, there you go. Gareth had 1 with 20, so there you go. Mickey's going to be skint by the end of this weekend. Long drive down here, Callum in a Class 8, us taking money off him. So,
I'm already skinned.
Exactly, there you go. more skinned. So, the bill's going up, and the least of his worries at the minute, I'll tell you. We've got then, we've got 1 more race of Class 8 and then a rerun scheduled as well. And I think that's it. Is that it? Has anyone else got any reruns before heading into the... Oh, there we go. There's always one. Gareth Jones got 2 reruns to come. But I've got Class 8 down there online. Race 4 is ready to go. Kelly Matthews, Cambridge 427, is coming out to this one. Sandra Jones in Quumdee, number 10. Cassie Gunn in Pennine, number 9. Michelle Cusack in Mallow 64, Beth Tompkinson in Scunthorpe 51, and I'd imagine that'll be it because Vicky Appleton was scheduled to be in this race, but I highly doubt that after the spectacular acrobatics she put on in the early stages this morning. So just a bit of water then going down on the circuit whilst we wait for the Hope Godfrey machine to be taken into the middle of the track. I'll tell you what, just looking at that race, Sue Erdman didn't go out in Typhy 57. She was meant to be out in that race, but for some reason she didn't. Whether Jake has turned around to her and said, well, you know, I'm in the final, so I kind of need the car back in one piece. Sue might have said, okay, we'll leave it then. So, yeah, I think we can safely say that it's something to do with Jake Erdman making the final in the Typhy 57 machine. So, well, unfortunately then didn't get to see Sue. There are a couple of names missing. I'm just looking down, some that haven't come out, and looking to this line, like I said, a bit of a depleted field, but there has been a lot of problems, hasn't there? Let's face it, really, with the Class 8s over the course of the weekend. We have lost a couple, whether it's been through damage or flags or just minor little things, or some of them maybe having a sulk, things not going their way. They've had plenty of reruns to try and put things their way, but yes, there we go. Anyway, the Sturton 22 machine, I think, is going to be taken all the way back into the pits because it's certainly got time, because we've got the water bowser going down on the circuit. So that's going to keep the dust down, or certainly it's going to try and keep the dust down, whilst the ladies do the complete opposite and try and kick the dust up. And just trying to think then, who's the favourite in this one? As I said, Beth Thompson, Michelle Cusack, Cassie Gunn, Sandra Jones and Kelly Matthews. Well, if you had asked me this morning before we sit in Heat 2, I would have said Sandra Jones, because she was flying in Heat 1. So that would have been my answer, although Beth Tompkinson, I think Beth did take a win in her second heat in Scunny 51, so those two will definitely be ones to watch. Kelly Matthews, though, never to be discounted. Cassie Gunn as well, another one that is never to be ruled out, of course, with the Pennine numbers on the side. Of course, I said, of course, with James Bowe racing that car, it does tend to get a little bit confusing. You've been so used to him being Yorkshire Dales for years, but I'm not sure that was meant to happen, because I thought we had more than 2 cars down there on the line, but that might be the run behind. So if that's the case, we've got two cars. We've got Beth Tompkinson and we've got Kelly Matthews in Cambridge at 4.27. So I'm not too sure where the rest of them have gone. As Sandra Jones is another one then who's missing. So this is going to be interesting. Two-car race that is away. And it's Kelly Matthews that's the one leading around. Beth Tompkinson there in second in Scunny 51. Second, last, whatever way you want to look at it. Second sounds better, as all she's got to do is finish the race, and she's got an easy 45 points. It's probably going to be the easiest second place she picks up. And like I said, really not sure about what happened to the rest of these drivers. But Kelly Matthews, anyway, she won't care. She'll be happy because she's leading. She's going to win it if she carries on, because she's got one more lap to go. So just keep level-headed and keep the power down, and 55 points will be in the bag as she goes into that top turn for another time. I think Beth has pretty much given up the chase. She knows that she's not going to win this, and like I said, I think she'll be happy to settle for second and get the 45 points, because she's not probably going to get an easier chance than this. So anyway, checkered flag, and it is Kelly Matthews then that wins it in Cambridge 4.27. Beth Tompkinson comes across on a Sunday afternoon drive as Scunny 51 to take second. So that is that done, and that means all I've got left is one ladies class 8 rerun to come your way. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, that one rerun that will come your way in race 3 will be without Jodie Glover in Scunny 71. We got junior specials. It's back to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. We're going to go with the rerun. I think this is race 4 of the junior specials, and as they go down into that all-important first turn, who's that? That's got in all sorts of sideways. And it's going to be the Lewis Middleton machine, White Rose 37, and that pops through the middle, but it's North Wales 162 of Archie Bennett that takes up the run-in as they go across the top part of the circuit. White Rose 37 then slots into that second spot, and Jesse Jones is there in Swansea 6 in that third spot in his first ever British Autograss Series round. He is unravelled by BC 115, who goes through on the inside. And that's Owen Bradford behind, no, it's Will Bradford behind the wheel of that one. And Lewis Middleton looking to go right around the outside in White Rose 37. Jesse Jones is coming a little bit unstuck in Swansea 6 and rejoins the field at the tail end of the pack. But it's IK71 who's there now, and he's claimed that 4th spot, but away and gone in this one is the North Wales 162 machine. I think this is Archie's first British Autograss Series round as well, and if so, then he's showing these girls and boys the way to go in the North Wales 162 machine. He holds on as they all safely move on to their final circuit, and it's the IK71 machine of Harvey Donovan still there in that 4th spot, looking to go right round the outside of the BC machine of Will Bradford. But here come the checkers. Archie Bennett takes his win in North Wales 162 from White Rose 37, BC 115, IK 71. Then the Evesham 223 machine finishes in 5th. That's Brandon Young ahead of Jesse Jones in Swansea 6. And then the car at the tail end of the field, Macy Carlin Grasby in Evesham 218. As we look to the line then, we can see your view at home if you're joining us virtually from the bottom bend. And it looks like the rerun lanes are pretty empty at the moment, so I'm not sure if your finalists have been called. I'm not sure whether we're going to have a slight interval before we move on to the finals, but we do have some more junior specials making their way onto the line. Who can we see? Well, on your screen, you should be able to see the Breeden Hill 5 machine of Alex Hines. And we got red flags immediately on that one. That's the rerun of race 2, which I had ticked for some reason. But we're going to have another rerun of race 2 a little bit later on. We are expecting another rerun of race 5 as well, but that's to come, I think, a little bit later on. But for the first time today, we've got an empty start line. So we'd assume that the flatbed trailer might come on and just do a little bit of track work and grade the start line, or maybe that is going to happen if we are going to have a very short interval. I'd imagine the majority of the marshalling team and the organisational side will want to get the majority of the meeting done and have as little an interval as possible. But the cars are being called right back round straight away to the start line. So we will have just a few minutes then while they're going to be re-lined up And we can see plenty of marshals up there towards the start line, waiting to put them back in place. And as we can see then, if you're watching us on BAStv, then they've already come through back into the holding lanes. They're being urged and to make sure that their helmets and their arm restraints are on properly by their mechanics and by their guardians, and then they'll be called forward to the line to take place in what could be the last scheduled race of the 3 rounds of qualifying. Not sure how many runs we've got to come our way before we start with the finals. There's certainly some movement up there, and the first grid, the first car then appears on the outside of the grid. And if it's going to be the same lineup, then it is Lil Rose Pratt in York 76. That's moved on to grid number 8. Another car that's just coming up to the line now, being put in place, could be that of not just Jimmy's son, Sean Bradford in BC 117. Kirsten Bartlett should be there in West Waterford 142. And it's not junior specials at all, it is ladies class 8, and for them it's back over to Liam Williams.
Yeah, cheers, Gareth. I think this is ladies class 8 because I'm sure I just seen the Vicky Lamb machine come up to the line, and I think that's Ruby Emerson on the far side, and that would make sense because they're in race 3, which I do have a rerun off. So I'm going to guess these are class 8. If it's wrong, you can all have a go at me, but if it's right, you have to actually acknowledge that I know some things sometimes, which isn't much, but I'll take all the little things I can get. So there we go, it's class 8. Woo, we got it right. It's race 3 anyway, my last scheduled race, and I think there is only about 2 or 3 races actually left in the heats before we do go racing with the finals. So there you go then, Abby's giving the wind-up signal, the yellow flag's up. We've got 4 cars running, but I'm sure they're making a good race. Ellie Hines and Ruby Emerson, the quickest off the bunch, as they leave the line. Thomas runs there in 3rd in the Commander machine, and Vicky Lamb in North Wales 83. But Ruby Emerson then looks to have the hit between the teeth here. Scunthorpe 199 it is. That leads the way. Ellie Hines and Breednell 14 running with her. There's virtually 2 separate races on the field because those 2 are away, and the race is on for 3rd and 4th. Vicky Lamb, though it is, that moves up into that 3rd place position from the Commander machine of Sinead Thomas. Oh, she's got it round, and Vicky Lamb's pushing on as well. So I don't think either of those want to finish in 3rd. But speaking of racing, Ellie Hines up the inside of Ruby Emerson, and Ruby's got it all wrong in Scunthorpe 199. So look how quickly things can change there. Ruby looks set and ready for the win, but Eddie snatched the lead and moves on to her final circuit. Ruby Emerson comes across in 2nd. The race still on for 3rd. I tell you, they're swapping positions as Sinead Thomas gets past the Vicky Lamb machine once again. But I guarantee Vicky's going to fight back. Yes, she does. There she goes down the far side, looking to make a move. Doesn't quite make it work, but she will try again anyway. Checkered flag. Ellie Hines it is that takes the win. Vicky Lamb's tried too hard. She's out of it. As Ruby Emerson takes 2nd. Sinead Thomas takes 3rd in Commander number 20. And Vicky Lamb in North Wales 83 comes across to complete it all. That rounds off ladies 8. That rounds off ladies racing, I believe. We've got a couple of junior special reruns. So for that, it's over to the special man himself, Gareth Jones.
Oh, that's so sweet of you. Thanks very much, Liam. Yeah, we're going to go back racing with a rerun of race number 2. It's the race that Archie Carter led pretty much earlier on, and he's doing the same in Scunthorpe number 17 as they go into the bottom turn. Then for the first time, he's the one that pops out on top. 2nd spot is occupied by BC 117. That's Sean Bradford that slots into that 2nd spot. Who's there in 3rd? It's going to be the Kirsten Bartlett machine. South Somerset number 2. Alex Hines is there in that 4th spot in South Somerset 2, and that swaps and change. Lily Rose Pratt is there in York 76, and at the back of the pack at the moment is the West Waterford 299 machine of Lauren Fuller. So all these cars now pretty well spread out as they make their way across the top part of the circuit and down that far straight for the penultimate time. That yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready, and Archie Carter in the Scunthorpe 17 machine is looking to book his place in this afternoon's junior special final, as the BC 117 machine of Sean Bradford and Kirsten Bartlett cross the line then in second and third. Alex Hines still there in that Breeden Hill number 5 machine in that 4th spot from Lily Rose Pratt in York 76 rather, and Lauren Fuller in West Waterford 299. But here's your winner, Archie Carter, Scunthorpe 17. Second place, Kirsten Bartlett, I reckon, just takes it from Sean Bradford in BC 117, but I'm not in line with the finish line, so that could be up for the lap scorers to discuss. The rest then follow on through and claim the positions from 4th towards the back of the pack. So I think that brings to a close your 3 rounds of qualifying. We've got finalists making their way through into the rerun lanes up there. We've got the start line marshals making their way. I'm not sure whether we're going to take the bungee strap off and whether we're going to have a little bit of downtime while the start line is graded, but we can see that Josh Fowler's North Shropshire 2 machine is there. He's parked up. If you're watching us on the live stream, then he's the one that starts in the right hand grid, and he's that red class 1 with the white bumper. Then the class 3s should be in lane number 2, and we have some specials coming to the line. So it's another junior special rerun. It might be the rerun that involved Iago Evans in TA6, and I think it is, because Iago looks to be going out to lane number 8. So yes, it is the rerun of race 5. This then will bring to a close your 3 rounds of qualifying. What time is it? It is 4:10, 628 drivers or more, and we have whittled them down to the top 170 odd for the finals, which are going to be coming your way in just a few minutes time, because if we look on to our live stream, then we can see classes 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9 cars have come up to the line ready for their finals. Not sure if the British Autograss series still has a system of the top qualifier choosing their grids for the finals, or whether it's computerized, but we just getting a little nod there from Mickey B. He seems to think that the top qualifier gets to choose their grids first, but that doesn't matter too much for this next race. This next race will go as to the form book. Dara Sheehy in West Waterford at 989 is the pink and blue junior special there. That's up there towards the inside line. Max Holtby is the gold fronted coloured junior special. Scunthorpe number 6 starts in lane number 2. Doesn't look like anybody is there in grid number 3, and if so, then we're going to go without Owen Bradford in BC 116. I think Kean Lewis is there starting in grid number 4 in BC 39. He starts next to Tom Williams in TA 44. He starts in lane 5, and we are seeing that the junior specials are being pushed back to the pits. So the start line is going to be worked on before we get going with the rerun of race 5 of the junior special. So a few more minutes for these specials to have to wait before they can get away from the line. But yes, that flatbedded trailer that's being used as a grader is now making its way onto the start line. It's been followed onto the start line then by a whole host of the track maintenance team, and I've got to say, on behalf of the South Wales League and as far as the whole of the spectator world is concerned, because that's what we are this weekend, then you've really done the South Wales League proud with the excellence of the facilities and how well this track has held up. That is pretty much all down to the work that you've done across yesterday and today, and of course the weekends and weeks leading up to the opening round of this 2022 British Autograss series that's being sponsored, as has been now for a few seasons, by Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhausts. And what a weekend we've had, and I tell you one thing, it's put the British Autograss series in good stead for the rest of the season, because like we mentioned a little bit earlier, we are going to 4 incredibly experienced hosts who I think have run something like 15 to 20 bus rounds and more between them. But for the first time in July, then I'm looking forward to head to the new North Shropshire venue, which was held with a really high acclaim after their British Autograss Series round last year. Steve's got his head mic on, so I assume that he's got something to say.
No, just keeping my ears warm, actually. But there we go.
It's that sea breeze coming in.
It is, yes, there we go. But no, a little bit of breeze isn't going to hurt, and not too much sunshine. But yeah, I think, as we head to the first finals of 2022, then reflection on the round so far. What some cracking racing we've seen out there right across the classes, without a doubt. And I think the finals could be something a little bit special. I think we're all certainly looking forward to them in here. Hopefully you people out there in spectator land, and if you're watching at home, then you're looking very much forward to them as well. We had something like 16,000 hits yesterday, we think, on the live streaming, so we hope you enjoyed it, and we hope very much that you're going to enjoy today. And there are people that are watching us rather than doing lots of other things, so apologies if, courtesy of Autograss Racing, we're stopping husbands doing work at home and things like that. So I know there was some debate yesterday over somebody having a new utility and things like that, and I think we got the blame, but hey, never mind, we've done worse, haven't we, Mickey B?
Oh, I've done a few things worse than that, Steve, but with this the live streaming, I think it's worked brilliantly. I've got a message from Matt Lawson, who's watching over in Perth, Australia. He said this video live is mint, so well done to Matty. Raced with Matty many years ago down at the Scarborough Club in men's class 1. I'm still bitter that he beat me to the title, but I'll get over it. Also, it's great that we're getting messages in. A massive happy birthday to the father-in-law Phil, 60th, from Brandon, Kirsty and Nate Lewis. So that's Brandon Glover, and that's the grandson of Mr. Lover, Paul Glover. Ollie Wrigglesworth, happy birthday next Tuesday. Lucy Paul, I think you might have mentioned this, Gareth, but she's in labour. Now, we were trying to work out, is she in labour watching the live link?
It's not my fault, I promise you.
And also one from Martin Tinker as well, who said, Mickey, don't forget to tell people about the legendary North of England. So I've done that as well, end of May.
But yeah, apparently we're acting as a fair substitute for gas and air at the moment, so that's good. So the air being the hot variety, I think. But no, good luck to Lucy and all of that. And joking apart, then hope everything's going okay. I'm sure it is. And if we're helping to take your mind off things and make things a little bit easier, then that certainly can't be bad. But I know I keep harping on about this, Mickey B, but you know I was going to. I would have forgotten about it probably by round 5. In terms of, I'm just interested, did you have cornflakes or cereal or anything for breakfast?
No, I didn't have anything. I know where this is going.
Just wondered whether you'd had milk on it or not. So.
What, local milk from the cows that disappeared? They did disappear, absolutely. And I'm glad to say they came back just in time for Steve to acknowledge that there were cows in the field behind us.
So absolutely. Anyway, enough of this frivolity. Shall we do something constructive and tell them about finalists? Shall we have a recap of finalists? Having said that, I can't find one of mine, but never mind.
Well,
hopefully,
I'll tell you what, Steve. Can I start just with men's super saloons? I think,
absolutely.
I think there's been some fantastic racing all weekend. This track has been super fast, and the Class 7 boys haven't disappointed us. And this is your top 8 that have made it through. Top point scorer. Hasn't made it a clean sweep of wins, but he's had 2 and a second. Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61. Just behind him, Cameron Mills in Cumdee 9. Archie Bentley, Border County 7. Well done, Archie. Young lad, and really mixing it up there with the experienced lads. Sam Gould, North Shropshire 34. Sam Gould, I think, has got a number of BAST titles. Never won in Class 7s. Could this be his year? Andy Jeffson, Yorkshire Dales 21, has made it through. That last move he did in Heat 3, it took your breath away, and that managed to get him 55 points and book his place in the final. Alfie Smith, Ludlow 23. I know some of the fans, local fans, have been saying that Alfie's one to watch this weekend. Well, he's made it into the final in position number 6. Cumdee 2 is Craig Bagley in 7th place. And that final place goes to Border County 66, Tom Lewis. Now, just hearing that there's a ladies' Class 2 runoff for one place. It's the Cumdy 30 and the Pennine 65. So, ladies, if you're in spectator land and you just heard your name, get yourself down into the pits, get your cars ready to come up the line. It's a ladies' Class 2 runoff for one place, Cumdy 30 and Pennine 65.
Right, thank you very much, Les McKee. So we'll move on to Class 9s, which is sitting top of my pile. I'm going to have the pleasure to take you through Class 9s when we get to final times. And we've got 2 unbeaten cars in the Class 9 final, 3 wins out of 3. So 165 points each for Lee Seagreaves in ARC3 and Phil Rogers in PhD2. Just behind them on the qualifying chart, but he's there on the final lineup, and that's what matters. Phil Cooper in ARC5. Andy Hornshaw is there in York 78, joint 4th place qualifier on 145 points, and joint with him Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80. Scott Aldridge in Stroud 27 has also made it through to the final on 136 points, and also joining those 6 will be the 2 from the runoff that we saw earlier. That's Stuart Taylor in IK 121, and Ridian Evans will be flying the Tivy flag in TA 84. They were on 117 points. That's what got them into the runoff, so that's what you needed to get into today's Class 9 final. But what a final lineup that is. Seagreaves, Rogers, Cooper, Hornshaw, Smith, Aldridge, Taylor and Evans. So that is Class 9. Looks like Gav's got somewhat hot off the press, so he'll perhaps take you through one of his finals.
No, not hot off the press. No, not hot. No, not hot off the press.
Cold off the press, are we going for?
It's not even off the press, but we're going to go back and we'll give you a rundown of the men's Class 3 finalists. And there was one man unbeaten throughout the 3 rounds of qualifying, 2 rounds yesterday, and of course the one that followed this morning. That man sailed over the Irish Sea, and that man is Keith Kelly, Mallow 247 then, the car that's been unbeaten throughout the 3 rounds of qualifying. He is joined by a man who is synonymous with sitting at the top of the points in Class 3. Martin Gould had 2 wins and a second, and he is your second qualifier in North Shropshire 343 on 155 points. 146 points for Ryan Power sees him qualify as the 3rd qualifier with 2 wins and a third, and 136 points means that Lee Almond in North Wales 27 is your 4th qualifier. Then comes the first tie of the weekend. 2 drivers joint on 126 points. They were Simon Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 24 and Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700, and your final qualifiers then in 7th and 8th tied on 121 points. Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99 and Phil Holloway in Evesham 34. We've got marshals just coming back onto the circuit, a little bit more of the dust settling solution going down up there towards the start line, and it looks like the drivers are actually on the line now, coming to choose their grids. But we've got the finalists for men's Class 1s as well, and after whittling almost 80 drivers down to the runoff. This is hot off the press, literally. Ladies Class 8, if you're out there in spectator land, then the drivers of SC 199, is that Laura Emerson? Laura Emerson and Alice Bevans. I'm sure that you're running around like a headless chicken up in the pits area there somewhere. But SC 199 and PAC 2, ladies Class 8, there'll be a runoff for the 8th place in the final, and only one of you can get into that top 8. So that's the ladies Class 8 runoff. That's going to be coming in as soon as we can, but we're going to go back to the finalists of men's Class 1s. Like I was saying, we started yesterday with almost 80 signed on. We were cut down to just the 9 runs this morning. When you say just the 9 runs, you are just made aware of how hotly contested that class is. So we had 2 semi-finals, top 16 whittled down to the top 8. From semi-final number 2 went Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443, Alex Hill in St Neots 164. David Jones was really really excited to book his place in the final in a TA18, and Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe number 25. And following a green flag for Ludlow 48, not sure who the top 4 were from the first semi-final, but certainly booking their places in the final were Conor Griffiths and Jonathan Jones flying the Tybee flag in TA16 and TA4. North Wales 397 was black flagged from the initial run, and that probably means that Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2 is why he was up there in lane number 1, because he would have qualified, and we'll be heading to North Shropshire in a couple of months' time for the 3rd round of this year's series. And I think Jim Bob Johnson possibly the final qualifier then for the Class 1 final from the runoff. The trailer has made its way off the circuit. There's no more grading happening up there towards the start line if we look to our left. The water bowser is making its way down that far straight. It's really funny because we're watching what you're seeing on the live stream, and we can see that water bowser is getting about halfway down the straight now, and we're looking up from the bottom bend at the start line, and we can't even see it on our screen. So it's quite interesting to see what we can see, what you can see at home. And it's been a very hard task this weekend to try and balance our natural commentary of what we're seeing in front of us, as well as trying to link it up with what you're seeing at home as well. But I hope that the 5 of us that have been part of the commentary team this weekend have done BAStv, and obviously all our viewers that have joined us across the course of the weekend justice. And like I said, we had a load of positive comments across the course of the weekend, and I'm sure that the BAStv and the BAS committee may think of a few tweaks maybe as the weeks count down and we get closer to Cumdee. But certainly for the first ever time that this has taken place at a national autograss meeting, then there aren't really many things that anybody can complain on. Are these hot off the press, Steve? They are hot off the press.
They are very hot off the press, Gareth.
Oh,
absolutely.
I can't even touch them. Right then, junior specials, finalists. So does that mean that the rerun of race 5 isn't happening? Oh.
No, we have a result on race 5 and took it back a lap, and it's all a result, so no, there isn't going to be a rerun on that one.
Okay, thanks very much. And confirmation from the voice of the BAS that there won't be a rerun of that scheduled race 5. A result was taken and they've been sent back to the pits. So your top 8 junior specials this weekend, well, joint 41st was the last position on the point sheet, so that means that we ended up with nearly 50 drivers in the junior specials. But in the top 8 there was one man that was unbeaten, or one boy that was unbeaten across his 3 rounds of qualifying. That young boy is Archie Carter in Scunthorpe 17. He's been racing for about 2 or 3 seasons now behind the wheel of Scunthorpe 17. I'm pretty sure that's the ex-Jake Lockwood machine, and he's putting it to good stead, unbeaten across his 3 rounds of qualifying. Making the switch to the British Autograss Series this season, Corey Mumford, 161F. He goes into the final on 155 points, 2 wins and a second. He goes into the final joint with Troy Holtby in Scunthorpe 161. So it's going to be a job for the lap scorers to define the 2 161s here in the junior specials final. Harry Russell, your defending British Autograss Series junior special champion, he's into that final, joint 4th with Max Holtby. They've both picked up 2 wins and a third and 146 points throughout the course of this weekend. Your 6th qualifier into that junior specials final is Tom Cosgrove in ARC 25, and your final 2 qualifiers then, 128 points, a win, a second and a fourth each for Sid Lomax in North Wales 199 and Lewis Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 42. So that's your top 8 junior specials that will be coming out to play in the final a little bit later on. SC 17 161F, SC 161, IK 65, Scunthorpe 6, ARC 25, NW 199 and YD 42. We've got Class 2 machines up there on the line, so have we got a runoff?
We have got a ladies Class 2 runoff, C30 and Pennine 65. I think once we've got officials and everything back in place, but in the meantime, Mickey B, I tell you, if you could see him shuffling paperwork, then I know you've done your Class 7 finalists. Mickey, got your Class 5 ones anywhere to hand?
I have got Class 5 finalists, Steve, and just before I do that, I had a message through. Tomo, that famous Class 6 driver, likes to go into crash barriers and stuff like that, rearrange the car, but he's 60 today. I thought he was older than that, but happy birthday, Tomo. Happy 60th. Right, men's class 5. So Danny Lodge, he's unbeaten all weekend. Scunthorpe 212, 165 points, top of the shop, followed by, it's the man who had the Tashbit shaved on to make himself look younger. Yorkshire Dales 46, 155 points, 2 wins and a second. Same as Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8, and he's been on form, 2 wins and a second. Then we go down to Ian Thorndike, your current reigning BAS champion. And he's in the middle of the pack. Cumdee 3, Ryan Jones, 136 points, as has Dan Godfrey in Cambridge 10. And Matt Thompson also 136 points in that South Somerset 36. And the final place with a bit of rearranged front end and a few panel damage, but it is Stroud District 45. Jeff Bateman makes it through. You needed 127 points to get through into the men's Class 5 final. So that's the Class 5 finalists. I think Steve has got some ladies Class 2 runoffs to take you through. Over to Steve.
We have indeed, thank you very much. So we can tell you that through to the Class 2 final, we've got Jess Roberts, Lara Jones, Faye Stevenson, Jess Browning, Linda Thomas, Nicola Bettany and Anne-Marie Chadburn, and joining them will be the winner of this runoff. And as they get away from the line, then they've spread out a little bit fairly early on, it has to be said. So Pennine 65 then it is Beth Richards that's got a lead of nearly the home straight from Jade Morgan in Cumdee 30. The Cumdee 30 car quite slowly away from the line. So this, dare I say, I think is Beth's for the taking in Pennine 65 at the moment, providing we get no total disaster for her. She comes round once again, Jade Morgan with everything to do. She's certainly not losing any more ground on the race leader at the moment, but equally probably not gaining it quite fast enough. I think she is gaining it in the Cumdee 30 car as they go down the far side. We'll try and measure it in terms of wind turbines. Yeah, we're about 3 wind turbines apart at that point, I think. So coming round then to take the last lap flag, P65 EM it is, Beth Richards looking on course for a place in today's ladies Class 2 final as Jade Morgan comes past and going down that far side. It has to be said with 1.5 wind turbines apart, but that's going to be enough, I think, for Beth Richards in Pennine 65 as she comes round for the final time. Well done, Beth, we'll see you in the final, but well done, Jade Morgan, you've had a good weekend in Cumdee 30, not quite making the final this time round, but I'm sure next occasion then absolutely you will. Right, talking of finals, we can see cars beginning to assemble there on the line. It's going to be men's Class 1. Oh, there's a Class 8 runoff, first of all. So, go on then, Mickey B, you've grabbed the mic.
Right, here we go then. We are off and racing with just 2 ladies Class 8s. Scunthorpe 199, Ruby Emerson against Alice Bevans, PAC 2. And it is that 199 car. Ruby Emerson then takes them up the hill. Can Alice Bevans, with that local knowledge, she says, I'm going to go round the outside, Mickey. And she does that out of that start gate turn, down that opening straight, gets her nose in front. Now, is she carrying too much pace? Is she going to leave the door open? Ruby Emerson looks for the cut back up on the inside there. As still, that PAC 2 then. Alice Bevans up the hill again, another climb. I tell you what, Ruby Emerson was quick into turn 3. I thought there might have been some contact, but Alice just had enough momentum to get out of harm's way, and they bring it down the hill again, out of turn 2. Last lap flag, 1 lap to go on this one. PAC 2, Alice Bevans then, 1 more to go for her, up the hill for the final time, out of start gate turn, down that opening straight, and now she's got clear track in front of her. She's extended, and using Steve's terminology, we're about 3 wind time turbines in front. So wind assisted, checker flag at the ready. Alice Bevans, PAC 2, takes that runoff and books her place in the final. Scunthorpe 199, Ruby Emerson. Well done, Ruby. You accumulated 111 points, but you'll have to do it all again down at Cumdee in a few weeks' time. Over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Mickey. We are going. It is finals time. Class 1, 8 drivers poised, ready and waiting up there on the line. Just a quick shout out to and a good luck to Archie Bentley, who's qualified for the Class 7 final. And the nephews are watching at home and they're wishing him all the best of luck. And also Carl Edwards wishing out a shout out to Melly Motorsport, Paul in Swansea 1 and Pip in Swansea 2. It's nice to hear from you, mate. But we're away. We're racing with the first final of the weekend, and very, very evenly matched as they're going to approach us for the first time. But it's Josh Fowler that takes up the running in North Shropshire number 2. Jonathan Jones is there on the inside line in TA number 4, and he's going to try and make it stick as they head back onto that start line straight. David Jones is there in TA 18 in that 3rd position. He's racing on the outside of Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 then, as Johnny Jones on the inside looking to make it stick as they climb the bank for the second time of asking. It's 4 from 2 and 18. David Jones still there on the outside line, making it a 3-way tie, and 2 of them are the Tivy cars, 1 on the inside, 1 on the outside, and Josh Fowler there in the middle in North Shropshire number 2. He carries a little bit more speed into that bottom turn, and Jonathan Jones is there on the inside, but he leaves the door open for Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25 to get up into the mix as well, as David Jones now claims race control in TA 18. Josh Fowler still there battling for that 3rd position with Johnny Jones in TA4, who's looking to go right round the outside of Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25. They're swapping and changing at the head of affairs. They're paint swapping and rearranging their panels, but this is where the race lies, and David Jones rounds out another circuit. He moves on to his last lap. He's probably wishing this race gets stopped now, because climbing the bank and into the start gate turn for the final time goes it to David Jones in TA 18. Johnny Jones is there making it a TA 1-2 at the moment. He's got to have to close the door on Ian Ullathorne as they go down into the start gate turn for the final time. Josh Fowler also there. It's going to be a dash to the line for second, but Jonesy takes it, TA 18. Jonathan Jones takes second from North Shropshire 2. Scunthorpe 25 takes third from, I think that's the Ludlow 48 machine that took 5th ahead of Ben Gould in North Shropshire 334. Alex Hill in St Neots 164, and Evesham 82 then rounds it all out for that first final of the weekend. I've got to say, for 8 cars that are pretty much on par, that was very, very clean racing from the first final. The Class 8 finalists and the first 2 of them flying the flag for the home league and for the Tivy Club, and I'm sure we got 2 very happy Welshmen going back to the pits. Certis Energy Wales and Julian Mosley, your local sponsors here this weekend. TBR Racing, your sponsors of men's Class 1s. But we're going to move on quickly to the Ram Development sponsored Class 3 final. 8 cars that have emerged, and they're on their way down into the start gate for the bottom turn for the first time. Oh, Ryan Powers sideways. He gets collected by Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99. That has race control to Keith Kelly, who throws it sideways into the top part of the circuit, and we get red flags on the rerun. Oh, not a rerun, of the final of Class 3, and that means that we're going to have a rerun of Class 3 coming up a little bit later on. So one very clean final and one final that didn't get further than the second bend, but they make their way all under their own steam back to the pits. We'll await for confirmation on exclusions and flags. We'll pass them on to you as we progress through the next few finals. But looking towards the start line, we can see Class 5 machinery, and looking to my right, it's over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Class 5 finalists. LorryInsurance.com, series sponsor Jones Carpentry and Tiling, and Plumpal, our weekend sponsors. Danny Lodge, Colin Chilvers, Jaber Smith, Ian Thorndike, Ryan Jones, Dan Godfrey, Matt Thompson, Jeff Bateman. They are your runners and riders. Who's your money on? Who do you fancy coming out and taking this one? Lodgy coming out the middle of the pack. Over on that far side, Matt Thompson coming out of grid 8. Godfrey coming out of the grid 2. Bateman 3. Here we go. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing then. Jaber Smith. Ludlow 8 gets a flying start. Lodgy goes with him. Bateman as well there. Then the Reece Smith machine going through as well as they come round the turn 2. So it's Lodgy takes it from Jaber Smith. Low mid down into Bateman as they go on there. Thompson looks for it. Oh! Chilvers makes a little dart up the inside there. Bit of contact with Bateman, but he keeps it going there. Thorndyke makes a place up into that 5th place. Thompson has a look up the inside of Bateman, just has to stand on the brakes a little bit. Lodgy then leads it in the Scunthorpe 2-1-2 from Ludlow. James Smith from Bateman in the 45 machine. Then it's Thorndyke. Then it's Chilvers as they come up the bank there. Jones is having a go. Ryan Jones couldn't E3. He's past Godfrey. Godfrey on the brakes as well. And that's South Somerset 36. Matt Thompson has now dropped to the back of the pack, but taken them round. He hasn't been beaten all weekend. Scunthorpe 2-1-2. Danny Lodge then climbs up the hill, followed by James Smith. Ludlow 8. Ludlow 8 closing the gap there. Bateman third. Then it's Thorndyke 4 as it comes through. Chilvers round into that 5th place. Then Jones, Godfrey, and then Thompson as they're bound that opening straight. Back down into turn 1, round the hill, woo, into 2 for the final time. It's got one more lap to go. Danny Lodge then from James Smith, Ludlow 8 from Bateman, from Thorndyke. Then it's Chilvers, then Jones, then Godfrey, and then Thompson. That's how they're running round that Stargate turn, down the hill into turn 1 for the final time. Round that turn 2, he's going to take the win. Scunthorpe 2-1-2. Danny Lodge takes it. Ludlow 8, James Smith second. Third goes to Thorndyke. IK22. Fourth, Bateman is down there 6:45. Colin Chills, a man who attached to the show, makes himself look younger. Yorkshire 46 next, followed by Ryan Jones, Dan Godfrey, and South Somerset 36. Matt Thompson. So that was a good final, wasn't it? Excellent stuff. Well done to Lodgy. Unbeaten all weekend. We go into Super Saloons. Max Sport, our series sponsor. Spar Motors. Mid Wales Limited is our weekend sponsor. Holtby, Mills, Bentley, Gould, Jefferson, Smith, Bagley, Lewis. Wow, what a lineup that is. If you thought the Class 5s were fast, watch out for this. We've got liftoff, and we go racing with the final, and it's Holtby who gets a cracking start. Scunthorpe 61 takes them down in there. Gouldy's going with him as well. Gouldy up the inside. Can he get round there? Where's that Bentley machine as they come past me? It's Holtby from the camera. Mills has found a way. Mills is flicking the dust up as they come round there. Mills into that 2nd place. Gouldy. Then we've got Bagley coming down into that 4th place as they come into that turn 1. Bentley looking to try and get the pace up as well. So here we go then. Holtby then from Cameron Mills. From the Bagley machine, then it's Gouldy as they take it further up there from that Archie Bentley machine. There's Jefferson's at the back of the pack as they bring it down in that Border County 66. Tom Lewis is running in that 6th place. Oh, there's contact. Archie Bentley's had contact with that Cumby 2 Bagley machine. He's scared himself out. That's also taken out Gouldy as well as they bring it up the hill down the opening straight again. Still leading this one. It's Scunthorpe 61. He started with a massive win in his first heat. Is he going to do it in the final? Here we go then. One more lap to go. Holtby from Cameron Mills in that Cumby 9. Again within touching distance out of that Stargate turn down the opening street. It's Holtby from Cameron Mills from Bagley. Then we drop back down into that Ludlow machine of 23. Alfie Smith. But it is. Holtby takes the final. Scunthorpe 61. Cameron Mills Cumby 9 second. Craig Bagley Cumby 2 in third. Fourth goes to Alfie Smith, Ludlow 23. Tom Lewis in Border County 66. Andy Jefferson, Yorkshire Dales 21. Border County 7, Archie Bentley. And that North Shropshire 34. Sam Gould is just going to crawl it across the line. And tough luck. Well done, Gouldy. You've had a cracking weekend. Sorry about the final, but you can do it all again down at the next round, which is down at Cumby. We've got Class 9 machinery up on the line. So Steve Langley will take you through these top 8 Class 9s that have fought all the way through the final. And yes, it's going to be more cracking racing. And here we go. It's Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then. So yeah, hard fought to qualify, as there has been in all of the classes of course, but we finished up with Lee Seagreaves, Phil Rogers, Phil Cooper, Andy Hornshaw, Jimmy Smith, Scott Aldridge, Stuart Taylor and Ridian Evans. Those are the 8 Class 9s making their way away from the line. Lee Seagreaves will have had choice of grid position, followed by Phil Rogers. Is that going to be of any benefit to anybody? We shall see. Because coming through it is Phil Rogers, Jimmy Smith on the outside in Ludlow 80. Phil Cooper runs third in the ARC 5 car. On the inside then we can see Andy Hornshaw in York 78, racing just ahead of him, Ridian Evans in Tivy 84, but Phil Rogers it is, brings the field back round towards us once again in PhD 2, ARC 5 up into second, but TA 84, York 78, under strong challenge now from Lee Seagreaves. He's got plenty to do at the moment, just tracking those two. Stuart Taylor in the IK 121 car and Scott Aldridge with it all to do in Stroud 27, but it is Phil Rogers unbeaten through the heat, leading the final. Phil Cooper runs second in 5, Ridian Evans in 84, Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80. Still in that fourth place slot, Andy Hornshaw though looking to try and come through in York 78, and the others absolutely with plenty to do as the last lap flag goes out. Phil Rogers it is in PhD 2, 1 to go, Phil Cooper in ARC 5, Ridian Evans in TA 84, Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80, Andy Hornshaw in York 78, Stuart Taylor in 121, Scott Aldridge in Stroud 27. They're all on the final circuit. It's Rogers against Cooper. It's going to be a dash to the line. It's going to be Phil Rogers in PhD 2, Phil Cooper in 5, Ridian Evans in 84, Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80 then comes across the line. So storming stuff from the men's Class 9, and Phil Rogers been one of the men to beat all weekend. Nobody has managed it. So 3 wins out of 3 in the heat, takes it in the final, but it was close at the end of it from the hard charging Phil Cooper. As we look to the line then, moving straight on to Junior Saloons. We've got no unbeaten driver in Junior Saloons, but sitting top of the points chart, TA 15, Irestin Jones, and Swansea 2, Pip Melly. Bo Chamberlain, third qualifier in 22F. Then comes Harry Bryman in Scarborough 1, Reese Tipton in Ludlow 1, Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill 33, Will Evans in Tivy 7, and Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. I know Gareth has received a text message on behalf of us here in the commentary from the Melly camp, and a big thank you to them. I know they've got lots to cheer in various finals here at round 1 of the Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series. So well done indeed to them. And we're getting comments now from Russ Thompson. This is never good. Oh no, he's all right. So Russ enjoying, not able to be with us unfortunately. Normally of course we get Russ behind the mic. He's enjoying the coverage and not going to be able to catch up with us at round 2 by the sounds of it, but will be at round 3. So it'll be good to see Russ at North Shropshire. Right, there we go. We've just been told apparently there are 1,500 of you currently watching, well, 1,500 connections currently watching the live stream. So I hope you're enjoying it. But I'll tell you what, there's nothing like being here. So I hope you spectators are certainly enjoying it, and you're going to enjoy this Junior Saloon final, as it's a very level break, as you'd expect, into that first bend. It is just Pip Melly in Swansea 2 that's the first one to show, though, and very tidily round corner 1. Well done, juniors. TA 7, Will Evans in that second place slot as they climb the bank, but looking to come through. On the inside is Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill at 33. Oh, got a little bit more untidy in that top turn. It was Grace Williams in Cambridge 142 that is the one that lost out, and the dreaded dark pink flags come out, and they will actually come to a halt. They will go back to the rerun lane. We will find out any information with regards to exclusions or otherwise, and obviously just as soon as we know anything, then we will absolutely let you know. So juniors then, as I say, back to the rerun lane, and that means that moving up to the start line are the Class 2s. Class 2s sponsored this weekend by Mike Bevans and Apps Media, and sponsored by Fleet Care Services for all the British Autograss Series. So Class 2s had to battle not only in some cases through semi-finals or through heats and semi-finals, but runoffs in there as well to get to this final. So they're going to have felt that they've had to fight particularly hard to get here, and they have, but it's going to be worth it for these 8. Ashley Robinson, Spalding 43, your current Class 2 British Autograss Series champion, and he's in the final to get lots more points in defence of his title. He's joined by Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126. Jack Hodgson is there in Yorkshire Dales 104. Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 4. Ludlow 15. Ollie Stevens is on the line. Brad Ellison in York 16. Jay Albrighton in Scunthorpe 156. And Ian Harvey in Cumdee 63. So those are the 8 cars, as I say, that have battled through. We had 2 unbeaten cars through the qualifying heats. 3 wins out of 3 for both Ashley Farrow and Ryan Smith, but neither of those made it past the semi-final stage, so they're not on the line for this final. So it gives they'll still walk away with 165 points from this meeting, but it gives these others an opportunity to certainly try and get some points under the bag as well. Right, I think it's fair to say a good dosing of water has gone down on this one, as I say, to very much keep the dust at bay on both sides of the circuit. And the Bowser's covering the track all the way over. Mickey is sat to my right with microphone in hand, so we shall hand over to him.
Well, I thought it's quite appropriate. We've had a message in from one of those Class 2 drivers that not down here this weekend, but Rob Farrow with Tom Farrow sat watching the live stream and with their crew. But they're just saying that doing a fantastic job, enjoying watching the racing. So thanks for that, guys. I think everyone involved in BAS Round 1 has done a super job this weekend. Looking forward to some more cracking finals coming.
Excellent indeed, and as I say, thank you very much. We do appreciate your comments. There's, I mean, we get the easy bit if we're perfectly truthful in here. We absolutely do, but there's a lot of hard work, as we say, gone on to this, and yeah, it does just make it all a little bit worthwhile, so that's good. So, as I say, good dose of water gone down, but very quickly being absorbed into this Castle Lloyd Raceway. So, as has been the case all weekend, we are going to have a cracking racing surface and racing line for these Class 2s. They will know that the track will have been fully watered right the way across, because it has been all weekend. It hasn't been a case of, oh, can we pick a dry line, because the man on the water cart either forgot or hasn't done that bit. Absolutely not the case. Right, here we go then. 8 Class 2s get away from the line for British Autograss Series 2022 final number 1. And as they go into that all-important first bend, Jack Hodgson it is in Yorkshire Dales 104. That is the first one to show. Once again, very tidily, round turn 1, Scunthorpe 126. Craig Conway on the inside. Kieran Griffiths riding there as well in the Severn Valley 4 car, but 2 cars locked absolutely neck and neck as they go down that far side. The Scunthorpe 126 car was certainly one of them, and Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43 riding the mix as well, as you would expect, as they come out 126 and 43. Severn Valley 4, Yorkshire Dales 104, Ludlow 15 then runs next, racing just ahead of the Scunthorpe 156 car of Jay Albrighton. Ian Harvey with a bit to do at the moment in C63, running at the back just ahead of him. Brad Ellison in York 16, but Ashley Robinson it is in Spalding 43 on the outside, but just got his bumper in front of the Scunthorpe 126 car of Craig Conway. Tracking them through is Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 4. We did see a black flag there going out to somebody. We're not sure who, but given that he's pulled off, we think it may be Ian Harvey in C63. But looking at this battle for the lead, as the last lap flag goes out, then it is on the inside, Scunthorpe 126, on the outside, Spalding 43, Severn Valley 4, Yorkshire Dales 104. Then comes Jay Albrighton in the 156 car. The others probably with a bit too much to do, but down that far side, this is absolutely anybody's race as they go into the seaside bend for the final time. Kieran Griffiths fancying his chances right round the outside, and also going round there is Ashley Robinson, but it's going to be 126 from 43 and 4, then Yorkshire Dales 104. The other Scunthorpe car I think just came next ahead of York 16. But I'll tell you what, however many Class 2 finals we watch this season, I don't don't think we're going to see any that are any better than that, and certainly none that are any closer at the finish. But Craig Conway just taking the honours from Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43. So we've got news from the juniors just to keep you up to date. Bo Bennett unfortunately picks up a black flag in Breeden Hill 33 for when they re-emerge, but we can see class 4 machinery there on the line. So it's over, and I hope you enjoy your finals as much as we have too. Tim Jones.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, so here we go then. Men's class 4 final. Only one man unbeaten. Well, nobody unbeaten actually through the heats, but top of the shop then, Alan Henley, your current Class 4 British Autograss Series champion, and he comes out in as top of the shop York 777. He's joined by Ben Gore, Mike Jones, Hugh Jones, Rob Lancaster, Ross Fisher, Dean Smith and Otis Williams. Away we go, and it is indeed then Hugh Jones that makes the best start into turn 1. Henley though goes with him as expected in York 777. Oh, contact from Otis Williams and Ben Gauls as they all sort themselves out though. But Henley and Jones at his end absolutely side by side as they climb the bank round the start gate turn. Nothing to choose between these two as they go down the far side, but Henley just getting an advantage as they go down the hill once again and into the seaside bend. York 777, your race leader, Commander 7, Hugh Jones, then still chasing on in that second place slot. Third, Rob Lancaster, he races alongside Goldie in 4-3-4. Then comes Ross Fisher in Penang number 1. Mike Jones then, he's in that 4th, 5th, 6th place slot in Hereford to 31. Then comes Typhy 16 and completing it all then, that's going to be Dean Smith in PAC at number 40. But as the field just starts to settle down, Henley though just drifts wide as Hugh Jones though looks up that inside, but Henley has got it covered. 777, CM7, then comes Goldie in 4-3-4. Rob Lancaster certainly not out of this either in that top 4 position, but he's been chased by Ross Fisher in Penau at number 1. Then comes Mike Jones in Hereford 31, Otis Williams in Typhy 13 and Dean Smith in PAC at number 40. Already a yellow flag with the black cross goes out. Once to go then, Henley, York 777, CM7 from Goldie in 4-3-4, Rob Lancaster in 47, Penau 1, Ross Fisher looking to challenge on that inside line. Otis Williams, Mike Jones and Dean Smith complete the race order, but we're looking to the front of the pack. We're looking for Adam Henley and taking the final win, and it's going to be York 777 that takes it. CM7 of Hugh Jones, Ben Gould in 4-3-4, Rob Lancaster in Radford 47, Ross Fisher in Penau number 1, Otis Williams in Typhy 13, Hereford 31 of Mike Jones, and Dean Smith will complete it all in PAC 40. So, good stuff, good and clean racing from men's class 4, and while Alan Henley looking to kick off his campaign with a win and defence of the title that of course he won last year. So that's class 4s, moving onwards and upwards. Let's have some more of the same then. Men's class 6s, only one man unbeaten then. Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen 8. He starts as your top point scorer. Paul Melly, Darren Bryan, no time to change the rest as we look towards line. I think a big build up, and it's stock hatches. So there we go, swapping the order around as usual, but we don't get very far at all because the red flags then come out. So we've got cars and all sorts of carnage facing absolutely everywhere. Martin Murray involved, so's Archie Lewis and James Williams in Border Counties 2-5. So back to the rerun lane they will go. So that's stock hatches need a rerun. So we look down towards the line. And I think we pretty fair will assume this is the Class 6 final. So Elite Racing Transmissions is your very kind sponsor, and Andy Johnson Commercial Spares is your weekend sponsor. Once again, big thanks to both. And as we were saying before, only man unbeaten, Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen number 8. He's joined by Paul Melly in Swansea 1, Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41. Your current national champ, of course, James Sinnott, always quick in Causeway 174. Glyn Bailey, hopefully if they've got that car fixed, in Scunny 33. Stephen Parsonage, Marlon James, and last but by no means least, Ben Gasby. So we look for track clearance then around this Castle Lloyd Raceway as the bungee lifts in. Let's go racing. Men's Class 6 final is away from the line. Dalt's quick, but so's Parsonage, so's Sinnott on an inside as they go into turn 1. For the first time, Dalt goes wide, so does Parsonage. Sinnott tries to tuck up that inside line, but who's it that comes past us? It's James Sinnott in 174. that leads the way. Dalt on the outside as Melly looks up that inside line. Gatsby's in there as well. So's Marley James in Carmarthen, number 11. He slides through to that third place slot. Once again down the hill and into the seaside bend. It's the Causeway machine. James Sinnott in CW 174 went through his joint second qualifier as he tries to bank into the start gate turn. Dalt Thomas though up that inside line. He comes down at that far side. Second place slot then. He won't be content to sit with that as they go down the hill. Jamesy running third. Then comes Stephen Parsonage in North Wales at 146. Darren Bryan in Scarborough at 41. Graham Pormelli in Swansea at number 1. But once again the battle really going on at the head of affairs end. Dalt switches to the inside and he's through and takes up the run. It's Sinnott now running second. Marley James still running third. Stephen Parsonage looks to move through as well into that fourth place slot as the yellow flag with the black cross then gets made ready. Dalt Thomas, 1 lap to go. Carmarthen 7, Causeway 174, CM11. Then comes Parsonage at 146. Darren Bryan, the national champion, in Scarborough 41. Then comes Gatsby and rounding all out. That goes to Pormelli in Swansea, number 1, but looking to make it. 4 wins then out of 4 as he comes out of the seaside bend for the final time. Your Class 6 British champion is Carmarthen 8 then. Dalt Thomas takes it, CW 174. Sinnott takes second. Marley James in Carmarthen number 1 as the rest of the field then goes across the line. That's again Ben Gatsby, and I think rounding it all out will be Swansea 1 of Paul Melly. Wow, fast and furious. Well, what a final. And well done, Dalt Thomas then. 4 wins then out of 4. Your British round 1 champion this weekend goes to Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen number 8. So well done, Class 6 boys, you didn't disappoint. So down towards the line, we're going open wheelers. So this has got to be Class 8. So this has got to be Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. So there we go, the men's Class 8s down there on the line. I don't think I need to give you a big build-up. I think you pretty much know what to expect by now. If you've been here all weekend, then you've seen the show that these boys put on. Russ Shepherd, Tom Lewis, Chris Pope, Daz Mullen, Tom Chadwick, Dan McKenzie, Matt Bishop and Jake Herdman are the ones that are ready to go. Abby winds up the flag, we're away. Men's 8 are off the line. Who's going to be the first one to show? Shepherd's getting a good break in South Somerset number 3, but Tom Lewis on the outside in BC 55. They're all through turn 1. That's a bonus in itself, but the race leaders, Tom Lewis and Russ Shepherd, those two neck and neck as they come past us for the first time. Mullen slots into second though in the Yorkshire machine as Lewis fights back round the outside. Mackenzie's made contact and he's taken himself out of it in Cambridge 44, but certainly not out of it is Russ Shepherd. He runs in second as Lewis just drifts out wide, keeps the power down, and Popey's up to third. Mullen relegated to 4 as Matt Bishop comes in behind and Jake Herdman, but it was inevitable. Of course it was. Red flags come out on men's Class 8. I thought we was doing all right there for their standards anyway. I always think once we make it past the first corner in Class 8, you got a 90% chance of actually finishing the race, but unfortunately not this time. As there was an incident over on the far side early on in the stages. Dan McKenzie it was who ended up facing the wrong way in Cambridge 44. So he's going to make his way back into the pits along with the rest of them, and then we're waiting to see what they say on the radio about exclusions, etc. But tell you what, shaping up to be a good final. Tom Lewis and Russ Shepherd, they might be the two to watch when we eventually get to see it. Anyway, we're moving on then to your men's Class 10s. ProLinks, your series sponsor, and coming out in this one, Liam Evans, unbeaten, Lee Seagraves, Andy Hornshaw, Wes Tinker, Matt Barnbrook, Rhys Griffiths, Chester Payne and Vinnie Gibbons. I tell you what, there's some big names in there, and there's some fast cars and quick drivers as well. Hornshaw gets a very good start in York number 7. Where's Liam Evans? He's on the inside line as they all come towards the arco. It's still Hornshaw though, that's going to show the way round. York number 7 it is. Liam Evans slots into second as he looks to make a move round the outside. Down the far side he goes, and North Shropshire number 3 it is. That takes up the run, and Hornshaw fights back. He's climbing cars. Liam's round. Oh, it's a mess. It's a mess and a half in men's Class 10s. Chester Payne, the only one left running, as he just went through the lot of them. Oh, where do we start? We got Andy Hornshaw square-wheeled with Matt Barnbrook. We've got Liam Evans, Vinnie Gibbons and Lee Seagraves all come to grief as well. I think the only one, Chester Payne got through. Rhys Griffiths managed to get it going, which must mean Wes Tinker is the other one that's stranded by the fence, but Wes has managed to get it going again. Again, it was shaping up to be such a good race, and Hornshaw just trying to make that move up the inside of Liam Evans, and are coming together, and unfortunately, once those two went out, the rest of them thought, oh, why not, we'll join you. And they all ended up square-wheeled. So an 8-car race ended up with 1 car getting away, but that pretty much sums up the Class 10's driving style. I think throughout the heats we've seen some very strong competitive heats in the Class 10s, but obviously when you put the top 8 all together and put them all on track, then you can pretty much guarantee that carnage is going to ensue. Class 10's normally not as bad. Normally the Class 8s are the worst. But Class 10s this time, I think they're a lot worse this time, because at least in the Class 8s it was only 1 car that was taken out, whereas in the Class 10s it was 7. So they've definitely got the honour of being the most problematic ones at the moment. So anyway, 2 races scheduled, 2 reruns. What a surprise, as 8s and 10s go into the rerun lane. We are then moving away from the men's for the time being. We've got a few reruns to come your way. Obviously, my 8s and 10s. I think we've got a couple of others as well. But looking down to the line, we can see Class 1 machinery, which means it's time for the first ladies' final of the British Autograss Series 2022. And to take you through it, it's over to Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Liam. We're going to go straight on to the ladies' Class 1 final. Your top 8 qualifiers are Sophie Lewis in Athelston number 2. She starts, I think, towards the outside of the grid, in or around grid number 6. And she's had a win in 2 seconds, 145 points collected over the course of her 3 rounds of qualifying. Also up there, Ellen Burton then in TA number 4. 2 wins and a 4th, and 138 points means that she is your second qualifier. She qualifies just ahead of Laurie Davis, TA number 2. That's the car that starts all the way out there in grid number 7. And Claire Compton and Nia Jones then go into the final as your joint 4th qualifiers. A win, a 2nd and a 4th, and 128 points apiece for the drivers of NS 951. I think it's Claire that starts in the middle of the grid. It is. She starts in grid number 4, and I think Nia Jones has settled for grid number 1 in the TA 352 machine. Also up there as your joint 6th qualifiers, 121 points each, and a win, a 2nd and a 5th each for Nicola Kingsley, who's all the way out there in IK 90 in grid number 8, and Lucy Wickham in Pennow 27, who's going to start in grid number 5. And then the last qualifier, despite picking up a black flag in her 3rd heat, in her 3rd round of qualifying, 2 wins yesterday sealed the deal for Taylor Jade Pascal in Scunthorpe number 1, and she's going to start this ladies Class 1 final in grid number 3. York 7 then, the stricken Class 10 gets carried back into the pits on the front end of that telehandler. Ladies Class 1s are waiting eagerly up there for their final. Certus Energy Wales and Julian Mosley and Son Agricultural Contractors, your sponsors locally here this weekend. Your overall season sponsors for Class 1s through for the series is TBR Race Engines. We did give Carl Edwards a quick mention a little bit earlier on. He'd sent us a mention about an hour ago now, but he wanted us to give a big shout out to Melly Motorsport. Of course, we've just seen Paul in the Class 6 final in Swansea 1, and we've got a rerun for Pip to come, the driver of the Swansea 2 machine. So they've qualified for the finals. They've been proven to be among the best here this weekend. They've qualified for their finals. We got yellow flags waving on the bottom part of this circuit. 1 red flag is dropped on Marshall Post number 1. The yellow flag is raised on Marshall Post number 1. The bungee breaks and we go racing with your ladies Class 1 final. How far can these go? We'll soon see. But it's Ellen, but we didn't get far enough, because it's IK90 that takes up the running as they go down that far straight. And it looks like it's the 3 Tybee cars that got into the walls there. And that unfortunately brings out the red flags on your first run of Ladies Class 1. And I think the start line team wanted to go a little bit further because we can't tell you what's coming up next because there's nothing on the line. But we would assume that the Ladies Class 3 is lined up in the holding lanes there. And we want to wish Mark Hoppy a big shout out as well. He's been listening to us throughout the weekend, and he's on his last 15% on his mobile battery, and I'm sure it's eaten up all his mobile data. And I need to text Grant Victory as well to tell him that we're on finals, because I actually totally forgot. Oh, he's actually tuning in. He's watching the final, so that's me left off the hook. And Grant is working up in Leeds behind the scenes on a new TV series. That's going to be coming your way, I think, next year at some point. TA2 then, Lowry Davis goes back to the pits under her own steam. We will await any confirmation of flags on that one, but it was just a very messy first straight from this vantage point. But we will await any confirmation as far as any exclusions and flags are concerned. But we have got Ladies Class 3 now emerging to the line, and we are hearing that Lowry Davis in TA2 picks up a black flag, so Lowry will play no further part in this weekend's Ladies Class 1 final. The Ladies Class 3s are up there on the line. Ram Developments, your men's and ladies sponsor here this weekend at South Wales, and Ram Developments, Adrian Davis of course is your sponsor for Class 3 throughout the series as well, and I hope to God that we've mentioned enough of the sponsors to make their valuable support worthwhile. Ladies Class 3 are coming to the line. Your top qualifier was Becky Shaw in BC Treble 1. She's yet to emerge. Actually, no, she's coming up to the line. No, she's yet to emerge. The second qualifier, Claire Horner, Yorkshire Dales 24, looks to start in or around grid number 7. That's at A35. That's been painted in silver this year. She starts on the outside of Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343. She's had a win, a second and a third this weekend, and she is really getting to grips now with the North Shropshire machine. We are going to look at the centre of the grid. Marshall's attending to Donna Brown in the CM4 machine, and she's in place. The Marshalls leave the CM4 machine. The red machine that you can see on your screen at home, starting in or around grid number 3, is Jade Russell in the Yorkshire Dales 86 machine. On her inside shoulder, Erin Almond in North Wales 27. And starting in grid number 1 is Catherine Bainan in CM number 3. Some problems there on the start line. The red flag is dropped, so we are under starters orders for this Ladies Class 3 final. Who is going to make the break? We shall soon see. Oh, somebody quick and eager off the mark, but away from the line they go. It's going to be a very even break as they head towards that BA10 turn for the first time. Jade Russell on the inside in Yorkshire Dales 86 is the first one to show. It's the Yorkshire Dales 1 and 2 because Claire Horner is there. She slots into that second spot. Catherine Bainan trying to get through into that third spot on the inside and has to make do with third at the moment because Becky Shaw in BC Treble 1 now leads the chase on Claire Horner. That battle for second and third continues, but it is Jade Russell, and I know she loves this track, and she's in full control at the moment as she goes down into that seaside turn for the second time. Yorkshire Dales 86 then has full race control, about 4 or 5 car lengths clear now of Claire Horner. She's still there in a very strong second position, but while this battle hops up, it's Becky Shaw that's taken a slingshot on that top turn, not losing a bit of ground in BC Treble 1, but your 1, 2 and 3 are away and gone from Catherine Bainan, who's the first of the South Wales trio there in 4th, 5th and 6th. Carmarthen 3, Carmarthen 4 and Naomi Davis in TA1, but it's a couple of laps to go for Jade as she climbs the bank one more time. Yorkshire Dales 86 then pulling ever clear of Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24, and on that note Becky Shaw's through on the inside in the Treble 1 machine side by side as they make it their way down that far straight with a couple of laps to go. Oh, Becky Shaw gets in hard in BC Treble 1. Claire's back on the cut back in 24, looking to make it stick, but onto her final circuit goes Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86. She's not had a consistent run of results this weekend, but looking to make it count and take the win here in the final. Half a circuit to go for Yorkshire Dales 86 from Becky Shaw, who slows it right down. Claire Horner's through on the inside in the Yorkshire Dales 24 machine, but it is Jade Russell that exits that bottom turn. Yorkshire Dales 86 takes the win. Who's going to be second? It's Becky Shaw in Treble 1, just I reckon, from Claire Horner, who takes third in Yorkshire Dales 24. Fourth place goes to Catherine Bainan in CM3 from Naomi Davis. In TA1, Donna Brown takes 6th. In CM4 from Erin Almond in North Wales, 27, and Becky Smith in North Shropshire, 3:43. That then brings to a close your ladies class 3 final. We've got ladies class 5 machines up there on the line. Unless it's a rerun of the men's. No, it's a ladies class 5 lineup. We're over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gareth. Ladies class 5. Just a couple of other messages. Junior challenge down at Scarborough Autograss in June. Keep an eye out for that. And also a message from Roger Jefferson. Roger the Dodger. He watched the class 7 final and then has gone to take his blood pressure. He said, phew. Here we go then. Ladies class 5. LorryInsurance.com. Our series sponsor. Jones Carpentry in Thailand and Plumpau. Our weekend sponsor, Sarah Bateman, Rhiannon Smith, Nicola Jesse, Sarah Chilvers, Sandra Jones, Kirsty Godfrey, Michelle Ellis, Amanda Mason. They are your runners and riders in this Class 5 final. Who's coming out where? We will wait and see. Rhiannon Smith coming out of grid 7. I think Sarah Bateman has picked that grid 8 top point scorer. So here we go, bungee lifts. Let's go racing. Ladies class 5 final. And Sarah Chilvers has got a cracking start. Yorkshire Dales 46 into turn 1. She's got Rhiannon Smith following her closely behind. Oh, I think Cumdy 31 there. Sandra Jones just had a little bit of a side tap there in that Rhiannon Smith there. Kirsty Godfrey up there. Then Michelle Ellis in the Stroud and District 33. There's Sarah Bateman. Just puts it into overdrive and comes out of start gate turn. Picks up a couple of places. Nicola Jesse running down in that 6th place at the moment as they bring it down the hill. Out of turn 2. Still leading the way. It is your Class 5 national champion who leads them up the hill. Yorkshire Dales 46 it is then. Sarah Chilvers, the daughter of the man who had the detachment shaved on, makes herself look younger, is leading. Followed by Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36, Cumdy 31, Sandra Jones. Then it's that Stroud and District 45, Sarah Bateman, Nicola Jesse, Kirsty Godfrey, and Stroud and District 33. Problems at the back. Michelle Ellis, she's out of this one, but Sarah Bateman flies up the inside of Sandra Jones. Can't make it stick, but she's come back at her. Bateman then up past Sandra Jones and into that 3rd place, chasing down the hill, round to Rhiannon Smith as they pick up the last lap flag. One more lap to go on this one. So it's Sarah Chilvers from Rhiannon Smith, from that Sarah Bateman machine, Sandra Jones and Nicola Jesse. Nicola Jesse is starting to get close and personal now to Sandra Jones as they exit that start gate turn, then Kirsty Godfrey. But round the turn 1 and turn 2 for the final time. Yorkshire Dales 46. It's Sarah Chilvers takes the Class 5 final. Rhiannon Smith in South Somerset 36 seconds. 3rd is Stroud District 45. That's Sarah Bateman. 4th is Sandra Jones, Cumberland 31. Then 5th is Nicola Jesse in that York 44. Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10. And Stroud and District 33. Michelle Ellis. So that is your ladies Class 5 final. We now bring out the Super Saloons. Max Sport, our series sponsors. And Spa Motors Mid Wales Limited, our weekend sponsors. Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho. Our top point scorer, Lindsay Allen, Ellie Lockwood, Samantha Graney, Alice Bevans, Michelle Barrett, Kesney Adams, Shamel Clayton. And, well, here we go, bungee lifts. Let's go racing then. And, it could be Shamel Clayton. Oh, Lockwood's gone with a door-to-door. Round we go. No. Red flags. Oh, Shamel Clayton doing a bit of mounting. And nothing more to say. They're all driving off the track. And what a disappointment that is. I thought I was going to have my first clean sweep of men's 5s and 7s and ladies 5s and 7s, but
even you're not that lucky.
I'm being disappointed. So after that then, ladies class 9s, which means it's back over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Mickey. So yes, indeed, just the 4 cars for the ladies class 9 final, potentially. I can only see 3 up there, but very competitive machines they are too. Nobody unbeaten through the 3 rounds of qualifying for the ladies class 9s, so it does just show how competitive it is. Top qualifier though on 146 points, Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves in ARC 3. And on 136 points, Chloe Richardson in Pennine 5 on 84 points. Then Jade Dyke Whitfield in Hereford 150, and on 45 points. They have had problems with the car actually all weekend, so it could well be the one that is missing. Katie Addiman in the York 6 machine, the current Class 9 Ladies British Autograss Series champion. So defence of her title, not getting off to the best possible start here in South Wales. But it's a long old season, and plenty of time for things to change. So just dealing with the car over there on the far side, and unfortunately looks like it's Radford 176 that's coming off on the front of the telehandler. So I think that might be the lady with the longest name in Autograss racing. She certainly gives their signing on sheets and everything puts them to the test. That's Julie Hawthorne-Fernio in Radford 176. Didn't see the incident, and hopefully the machine not too badly damaged in Radford 176. Julie's obviously out in A-OK, but she's made of stern stuff. So hopefully they can sort that out pretty quickly. So it looks like they're going to take it straight back to the pits, so they can start any repair work that's necessary. Obviously some is necessary, because even though I don't do technical stuff, the angle of that front wheel doesn't look as it should look. So yeah, going to make its way straight off the track, but certainly getting on well with the finals here. So avoided the rain as well, which is good. I think the weather forecaster did say that we may pick up some quite heavy showers, but absolutely we haven't at the moment, so that is excellent news. And sure we can get through to completion. So 176 then exiting the track, and the Class 9s will be very much coming your way. Still got an opportunity to sample the refreshment facilities on site. So again, situated over there on the far side. If you're starting to feel a bit peckish, it's getting close to tea time-ish, isn't it? So if you do fancy something, then absolutely make your way over there. So ladies Class 9 though, away from the line, and it is 3 of them that get away from the line. There we go, it's F600s for the men, it's not ladies Class 9s at all. That caught us all out, so there's 4 of us here looking at it, but there we go. Over to you then, Liam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. So how many commentators does it take to spot the right race? Obviously more than 5, so we are away anyway, F600s, and Trevor Frost it is that leads the way, and of course it's been like this the whole weekend. It's been the same running order. So Trevor Frost then in White Rose 400. York Stales 103 is the next one, and Sturton number 11. So as they go down the far side for another time, Trevor Frost unbeaten all weekend, 3 wins out of 3, and certainly looking like he's going to make it 4 wins out of 4 as he comes past us once again, and nothing in front of him but clear track, as Jamie Smith in second is just struggling to keep up, but it looks like he's set for 4 seconds, and of course Andrew Godfrey set for the 4th third of the weekend. As the last lap flag goes out, this time Trevor Frost it is who motors on. He'll be hoping, I'm sure, that it'll be this easy for the duration of the season, but something tells me as the BASt rounds go on, then we might be seeing more than just the 3 F600s over the course of the 5 rounds. Of course, it will provide for some more closer racing, but Trevor Frost won't care. He'll be happy to finish the first BASt round on maximum points. 4 wins out of 4 for Trevor Frost. And second is Jamie Smith in York Stales 103, and Andrew Godfrey in Sturton number 11 rounds it all off, and every race from the F600s has finished in that order, so it's like deja vu all over again. So there you go, that's my first final complete, and we are moving on to the Class 4s. Is this ladies Class 4s? So it's over to Tim.
Yes, thank you, Liam. So, yeah, ladies class 4, say just the one run, so they'll all qualify for the final. But away we go, and into the first turn we go. Claire Compton it is in the North Shropshire 434 that takes up the run-in as the top point scorer then was Gwen Reeves as she's come to grief and into the centre of the Castle Lloyd Raceway. Then she will go, so no points for Gwen on this occasion, but looking to take maximum points and the victory at round 1, but still laps to do. Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434 that motors on from Julie Whittingham in SR61. Catherine Harding now running third in Type 13 from Bethany Davis in Type 155. Then comes the one lone stock hatch, that's going to be Jess Singer in South Somerset 26, and completing all then Laura Wilson in North Shropshire 112, but North Shropshire 434 that motors on. Claire Compton SR61 Type 13, Type 115, and Jess Singer in South Somerset 26 with Laura Wilson in North Shropshire 112 rounding out the race order. But once again, another lap get completed. Once to go then for Claire Compton, North Shropshire 434, and on to the last lap then she goes from Julie Whittingham in SR61. Then comes Catherine Harding in Type 13, Bethany Davis in Type 115, Jess Singer in the South Somerset 26, and North Shropshire 112 rounds out the race order. But here we go, here's your ladies class 4 champ this weekend, and it is Claire Compton. North Shropshire 434 takes the good win. SR61 Julie Whittingham takes second. Catherine Harding takes third in Type 13, Bethany Davis in Type 115, and then comes Jess Singer in South Somerset 26, and Laura Wilson will complete it all in North Shropshire 112. So that's the ladies class 4 all done and dusted, and Claire Compton, your champ this weekend in North Shropshire 434. No, she hasn't been in the car long, she's only had 2 or 3 runs in it, so well done to Claire for that one. So looking down towards the line, there's nothing there at the moment, so don't quite know what's going to come next, but it's gone a bit overcast here. Those that you are here and those that you're watching on BAStv, then I say hope you've enjoyed the finals. There's been some absolutely cracking racing and some awesome finals, and no doubt there's still a few to go, so we're not done yet as the cars start to move up to the line. We think it's ladies class 10, so on to class 10 to take you through that. Then it's over to Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. So I think this is ladies class 10s that are making their way to the line, and we should have 4, but we were stuck with 3 earlier, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we've going to stay with the same 3, which are down there on the line. So Evesham 122, she was the winner of the last run. Then Jill Grasby in that one, she won her 3rd heat, and she'll be hoping to continue that form into the final. Hereford 250, Jade Dyke Whitfield is also down there and ready to go, along with Catherine Jones in the Carmarthen 29. So they're the 3 drivers that are down there. Of course, we are going without Becky Faulkner, who picked up problems with the North Shropshire 6 machine, but 3 cars we expected, 3 cars we got. So Jill Grasby it is then. That's going to be the first one to show in Evesham 122. She leads and passes us for the first time. 250 and 29 are the ones trailing. So Catherine Jones just off the pace a little bit and has got work to do to keep up with the rest. But Jill Grasby with no problems whatsoever in Evesham 122. She goes down the far side for another time. I say that, I tell you what, 250 maybe getting a little bit closer as Jade Dyke Pascal comes up behind her as she's looking for a way to try and reel her in, but it's not quite working at the moment as Jill Grasby just motors on. She's got clear track in front of her in Evesham 122, and she looks to try and extend that lead more and more. I think she's got a couple more laps to go. She just pushes on a little bit, but certainly has the speed to carry it out of the corner. Catherine Jones is the one, as we said, in 3rd, that's got all the work to do at the moment, but just can't quite keep up with the best of them. But hey, 3rd place in the BAS final, 36 points. Well, no, not 36 points, there's a final, but 3rd place in a final isn't bad whatsoever. Jill Grasby, though, I tell you what, is pushing on an awful lot. She's having a lot of understeer going into that corner. and it is allowing the gap to be closed. She started her final circuit. She should be okay, but every time she comes into that seaside bend, you just see her pushing on towards the fence. So let's see what she does this time. This time she gets it right. She does it when she needs to. So there you go, 122 Joe Bradley takes it. Hereford 250 takes second. And coming around to complete store, Catherine Jones in Commander 29. So ProLinks and Gwalia Garage, your sponsors for the ladies class 10s, and that is them all complete. We've got ladies 8s by the looks of things making their way up to the line, because I can imagine that's Josie Tompkinson and I think that's Sophie Morgan on the outside. It's one of the cars that is virtually impossible to miss. There we go. Ladies class 8s then are ascending up onto the start line. And ladies 8s, well, what a tale we've had of them this weekend. Yesterday were an absolute nightmare. I think we had 5 races scheduled. Every single one got red flagged. Some of them got rerun 3 times, 4 times. Today they haven't been nowhere near as bad, and they've certainly provided us with some brilliant racing as well throughout the heats. And I think only one lady unbeaten throughout the heats, that's Claire Horner in Melton at 62, absolutely flying throughout all 3 heats, and she goes in as top qualifier. Josie Tompkinson had 2 wins in the first 2 heats and then a second to add to it, so she goes in Scunny 52. She's also joined by her sister Beth Tompkinson in Scunthorpe at 51. She's lined up next to her. Next to her is Ellie Lockwood, so Ellie in her second final of the day in Scunthorpe 191. Sophie Morgan, who we earlier mentioned, in Radford 71. And as I said, it looks like Sophie's coming from the outside grid. The other 3 joining though is Lindsay Mullen in Yorksdale's 37, Jenny Houlihan in West Waterford 158, and the winner of the runoff, Alice Bevans in PAC number 2. That's a very level break as we get away from the line, but it's Sophie Morgan who's got the best of the starts, but Lindsay Mullen gets the car sideways, looks for a way through up the inside and makes it stick. Sophie Morgan runs second in 71, Alice Bevans, winner of the runoff, running in third. Where's Claire Horner? She's last in Mountain 62, so the winner of the all 3 heats finds herself at the tail end of the field. Josie Tompkinson's in the mix in about 5th place. She'll be looking to improve on that as Alice Bevans gets forced out wide, and Ellie Lockwood and Josie Tompkinson move through. So it's Lindsay Mullen that leads the way. Sophie Morgan there in second, Ellie Lockwood third, Josie Tompkinson in 4th, Alice Bevans in 5th, Beth Tompkinson behind her, Claire Horner behind her, and Jenny Houlihan all the way from Southern Ireland up the tail end of the field. But Lindsay Mullen back with a bang as she leads the way once again in the Yorkshire Dales machine, and trying to extend her lead now on Sophie Morgan in Radford 71. Sophie, another one who's had a few years off and has come back into ladies 8s, and obviously hasn't lost any of the talent she possessed before leaving. She's running in a very strong second. She's got just over a lap to try and make a challenge. Ellie Lockwood and Josie Tompkinson are the ones that round off the top 4, with Alice Bevans, Beth Tompkinson, Claire Horner and Jenny Houlihan. Horner's round, she's having a miserable final in the Melton 62. But it's checkered flag, and what a win this is going to be. She's going to hold off. Lindsay Mullen it is. That takes it. Sophie Morgan second, Ellie Lockwood and Josie Tompkinson in 3rd and 4th. Alice Bevans takes 5th, and Beth Tompkinson was the next one across in 6th. Jenny Houlihan in West Waterford 158. And Claire Horner, well, there you go. 3 heat wins, but at the back end of the field in the final. And of course, we did see something similar in the men's. I think, Anthony Ross was one of our unbeaten drivers in the men's, and didn't even make it to the final because of the semis. So there you go. 3 heat wins, but didn't perform when needed to. But someone who certainly did, Lindsay Mullen, on absolute fire, and taking home the title of Class 8 champ here at the first round of the 2002 British Autograss Series. So we've got cars on the line, and I believe this is men's because we haven't seen these in a while. It's men's Class 3s for their rerun, which means it's back over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, John Liam. We have got another lineup of the Class 3 finalists up there on the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're going to go with a full grid, so it's a full re-race of this Class 3 final. Keith Kelly's there, as are 7 of the drivers, but we haven't got a time to give you a full list of running riders. We got Flames on board the North Wales 99 machine, so that's going to bring out the red flags immediately, so the marshals need to be aware of the Flames on board the North Wales 99 machine. He pulls into the centre of the track. Lomax is being urged by the marshals to get out of the car, and we have once again seen the red flags shown on the final of your men's Class 3. So that looks to have been extinguished finally. The car's still in motion though, and fair play to the marshals there, getting out as quick as they could. The marshals noticed immediately on Marshal's post number 1 that the car was ablaze. It looks from this vantage point as if it's something to do with the fuel lines, maybe a hole or something in the lines. Petrol might have been leaked onto something that would have been very warm by the time they were on the line. That then caused the flames to be seen from underneath the North Wales 99 machine. St John's crew make their way back to the compound, so they know that the driver is a-okay, and as we can see then watching the live stream, the marshals still there in the middle of the raceway, just making sure that everything is safe on board the North Wales 99 machine. And I think the driver is just a little bit more concerned about his Class 3 there than possibly the damage that little blaze caused. But we would imagine that that race would have to be now excluding Ruben Lomax for being the reason of the race stoppage. That is yet to be confirmed, but we will find out as soon as we can. We'll relay that information onto you. We look to the start line then, and I think we're going to go with a rerun of, not a rerun at all, I think it's the Junior Specials final, and if the camera pans in, indeed it is. And that was one of the good things about having this live stream, is that when they zoom in, we got Junior Specials on the line. Tim, you've got a message?
Yeah, I've just had a message through from Richard Haggard up in my part of the world, up in Hereford. You did a great job again, mate. Well done to all the team, and thank you for the brilliant coverage. So yeah, nice to get some positive feedback. And Richie, if you're listening, thanks for sending that, mate. Always appreciated. And yeah, we'll do it all again in round 2.
Yeah, we are looking forward to it. That's about 5 weeks away, I think. We'll be heading to the Ovals in Lionshaw, Cumdy Car Club, hosting round 2 of the British Autograss Series. But we're back. The North Wales 99 machine is making its way off the circuit, and we've got Junior Specials lined up there on the line for their final. So in grid number 1, I think it's Corey Mumford in 161F. Archie Carter in Scunthorpe number 17 is going to start in grid number 2. IK65 is Harry Russell. He starts in grid number 3. On his outside shoulder is going to be the Troy Holtby machine. That's Scunthorpe 161. He starts alongside his brother. That's Max Holtby in Scunthorpe number 6. Also qualified and out there in grids 7 and 8 will be Sid Lomax in North Wales 199 and Tom Cosgrove in ARC 25, and Lewis Farah is also up there in Yorkshire Dales 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8 cars up there on the line. We have got a red flag on this bottom bend, and we have marshals just readjusting the tyres and the cones there on the bottom bend. And before this meeting comes to a close, once again, big thank you on behalf of the South Wales League to any member of the National Autograss Sport Association that's helped out this weekend, and a big well done as well. I'm not a member this year, but a big well done to the South Wales League for the work that you've put on. Like I put on my personal Facebook last night, this weekend has been an absolute credit to the league, and well done to each and every one of you. So we're going to go very shortly with the final for the Junior Specials. The Junior Specials have been sponsored here this weekend locally by, let's just find out. Junior Specials have been sponsored by KS Coles Farming, and your overall British Autograss Series sponsor, we'll find out a name for a little bit later on. But there's movement as quads make their way back to the centre of this Castleloyd Raceway. Marshals are making their way back to the posts as well, as we look towards the start line. 8 drivers eagerly waiting, eagerly anticipating that bungee to lift. That red flag on marshal post number 3 is still flying on the exit of this seaside turn. That means that Paddy's back on his post. That should be replaced with a yellow, and we have track clearance on the bottom bend. We have track clearance from marshal post number 4. Quad just emerges from our left and makes it back to the centre of the track, but we are going to be soon under starters orders. The red flag on marshal post number 1 is raised. The drivers are being wound up. That yellow flag is going to rise. The bungee breaks. We go racing then with the junior special final, the first junior special final of the 2022 British Autograss Series, and away from the line they go. Archie Carter leads down into that seaside turn for the first time in Scunthorpe. Number 17, Harry Russell, slots into that second spot in IK65, your defending champion, looking to do the same in 22 as he managed to do in 21. He's holding off the challenge of Troy Holtby in Scunthorpe, number 161, and it's another 161 machine from the Forest variety. It's Corey Mumford that slots into that 4th spot. 5th place is Lewis Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 42. On the inside of him is Sid Lomax in North Wales 199, but there's no change at the head of affairs. It is Archie Carter that continues to lead. Scunthorpe 17 then, with about 5-6 car lengths clear now of Harry Russell. IK65 still there in a strong second position from Troy Holtby and Corey Mumford, but back at the front it's Scunthorpe 17 that throws it sideways into that bottom bend, emerges from that start of the seaside turn, but Harry Russell is slowly but surely beginning to reel him in as they climb the bank and cross the start line turn, and really on that apex of that corner they all bunch up, and Harry seems to have really reeled him in the 65 machine. But it's 17 from 65 and 161, your 1, 2 and 3 as they make it down into the seaside turn for the penultimate time. Archie Carter led pretty much from the word go. He is being reeled in by Harry Russell, but as he left it 2 right, he's on the cutback as they cross the top part of the circuit. 65 on the inside, 17 on this outside. The race very much not over. It's not done and dusted at all, because Harry Russell's got the bit between his teeth. He switches to the outside, but he's going to be on the cutback as they dash to the line, but the momentum favours the Scunthorpe car. Scunthorpe 17 takes the win from IK65. Troy Holtby takes 3rd in Scunthorpe 161. Corey Mumford 4th in 161F. And the rest of the cars then follow on through. I think YD 42, North Wales 199, ARC 25, and they round out your race order for the junior specials. Good clean final there from the juniors of the future. We've got the drivers of the current climate up there on the line. We got ladies class 6s, and it's over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. So yeah, on we go then, ladies class 6s. So as we look towards the line, no time to mention who's there and who isn't, but as they leave the line, we'll put the numbers up as they leave the line. And we know it's Leanne Hushka in North Wales, number 20, that leads round at the first turn. Hannah Thomas and Hannah Johnson has gone awfully wide in Scarborough 16. Nicola Olsen also in there in Carmarthen 47, and Typee 66. Then the last of the runners and riders, then that's Keris Thomas, but it's Hushka that leads in once again in the North Wales 20 machine from the Hannah Thomas in the Scarborough 16, Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47, and Typee 66 of Keris Thomas rounds out your race order. But Hushka it is though, down the far side with Thomas in hot pursuit in Scarborough 16. Olsen still running 3rd in Carmarthen 47. Once again round the seaside bend we go. Leanne Hushka looks to get a tighter line as they come by us once again. Thomas on the outside, Olsen's closing as well in Carmarthen 47. So's Keris Thomas in Typee 66, but once again down the far side, Tom Olsen looking up that inside line for that second place slot as the last lap flag then is made ready, and one to go. It's Leanne Hushka, North Wales number 20. Olsen is switching to the outside, Thomas still sticking to the inside as they climb the bank for the final time and go down that far side. Leanne Hushka it is though in North Wales 20, still Thomas and Olsen absolutely locked side by side for 2nd and 3rd with Keris Thomas in Typee 66. Checker flag then at the ready. Olsen's gone awfully wide, but North Wales 20 takes it from Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16. Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47 and Keris Thomas in Typee 66. Right, that completes ladies, or complete class 6s, and indeed ladies class 6s, as we get that one successfully completed. So down towards the line, I think we're looking at 9s and F600s. So I don't quite know who's doing that. Looks like it's going to be me. So as they leave the line for the first time, it's York 6 then. That's leads the way. Russ Adaman as he comes back round towards us. Then Seagraves in ILC3. Then comes the Hereford 150 machine. Maybe ladies class 9, I think it is. Steve, want to confirm?
No, I can't. Is an honest answer. But there we go. No, it's definitely men's class 9s. I think with the number that we've got out there, and it's so Y6 then leading the way. Oh no, we put 9s and F600s out together. So it is ladies. Apologies, total chaos and confusion there, and catch us out in the racing order. But coming back round, I think we're going to be red flagged. Are we looking at it? No, possibly not. As we pick up race leader, and that race leader then coming through, as we've totally lost this one. I think it's Hereford 150. No, it's not. It's Chloe Richardson in Pennine 5. So P5 EM comes round. I think a lap down is ARC 3, but they will sort all of that out. Hereford 150. Then comes White Rose 400, which is the best of the F600s. Hereford 16. That's the other of the F600s. And coming around then, checkered flag. Chloe Richardson takes the win. That much we can tell with some certainty. In Pennine 5, Heidi Dealey Seagreaves then comes across the line in ARC 3. Jade Dyke Whitfield in Hereford 150, winning the F600s. Hilary Frost in White Rose 400 from Hereford 16. There we go. Total chaos and confusion from us here. Apologies on that. They cause somewhat on the hop with them coming off the line. So we shall now try and do better. And I think it is ladies class 2 on the line, and we can tell you that we've got Jess Roberts in Scunthorpe 126, Lara Jones in Tivy 17, Faye Steventon in Pennine 89, Jess Browning in North Shropshire 15, Linda Thomas in PAC 91, Valerie Harrington in Radford 205, Anne-Marie Chadburn in White Rose 13, and Beth Richards in Pennine 65. Those are the 8 cars that we are expecting up there on the line for this ladies class 2 final. And as they leave the line then, so it's a very level break as they go down that far side. It is Scunthorpe 126, Jess Roberts coming round towards us as the race leader. Tucked into second place, the Tivy 17 machine. That's Lara Jones at the wheel of that. Jess Browning in North Shropshire 15 coming up through on the inside. That's one of the Pennine cars. I think that's Beth Richards in Pennine 65. We've had a good luck wish to the 2 Pennine cars from Michelle Heath, and it's doing all right at the moment, Michelle, because certainly one of them I think is going to be taking a trophy home. Scunthorpe 126 though, your race leader. Tivy 17, North Shropshire 15, Pennine 65. Then comes the PAC 91 car of Linda Thomas, Faye Steventon. The other Pennine machine certainly not out of it in Pennine 89. Just behind her comes Anne-Marie Chadburn in White Rose 13, and then Valerie Harrington in Radford 205. But race leader, it is Jess Roberts in Scunthorpe 126, Tivy 17 and North Shropshire 17, and oh, there we go. We get a heavy coming together in front of us here in the commentary position. PAC 91 and Pennine 65. So red flags come out on that one. So hopefully the drivers are okay. It was a quite a heavy impact for Linda Thomas in PAC 91 into the Armco as they came past us in front of the commentary position. And the marshals have checked, and I think the driver has given them a thumbs up, but the medical team will be in attendance, hopefully just for precautionary purposes. The other car absolutely driving off. So that's good news from that side of things. And I think Linda Thomas will just be gathering her breath a little bit in PAC 91. And marshals will sort all of this out as we get round towards the conclusion of the finals. If you are here on site and you don't want to be sat in all the traffic at the end of the meeting, then there is going to be a trophy presentation. It's going to be up by Pits Control. If you look up to the start line end of the circuit, then you'll see Pits Control. That's the green cabin. Just to the left of that, as we look, there is a white marquee. That is where the trophy presentation is going to be when racing has been completed. So come up and show your appreciation to the drivers. As I say, you'll only be sat in traffic waiting to get onto the main road. So you may as well come up and, as I say, show your appreciation. Right, the good news is that Linda's out in PAC 91, and that's the most important thing from all of this. So PAC 91, Linda Thomas out of the car, and I think she may well go to the first aid area just for a precautionary checkup, but she is walking away, and as I say, that is the important thing, and we will look for getting a lift to get the PAC 91 car removed back to the pits. So full credit to the high standard that these cars are built to for safety purposes. National Autograss Racing, of course, is a non-contact sport, but when you get 8 very competitive machines in whatever class out there racing as close as they do on a non-contact, on a close surface like we race on such a small track, then inevitably there is going to be some coming together. So the cars are constructed to cater with such instances, and you can see there just how well they do hold up. Also full credit for track construction, because that's the other side of the safety side of it. Then these vehicles going straight into these barriers, and you can see there just how well the barrier held up. So PAC 91 looking a little bit poorly, the car, but that's I know it's easy for me to say, but that really is of secondary importance without a doubt. So Class 2 ladies we will be seeing again in a short while. So trying to identify what is up there on the line. And we think it is stock hatches. So just whilst they check over the fence, but I think they think it's going to be all right, then well, a little bit of work possibly going on. Then Tim Jones is all poised to take you through the stock hatches. I tell you what, I'm going to put him on the spot now because it's Tim's home territory for the next round of the British Autograss Series. So what can you tell us about the ovals at Lions Hall?
Well, obviously, so it's in the same league, obviously not my club, but yeah, it's obviously been many years, and so they've hosted the BAS rounds and UK rounds and nationals, all that sort of thing, as many of you, of course, will know. Yeah, that's where we're going for the second round of the British Series. Of course, all the details, all that sort of thing, will be on the social media and Facebook, all that sort of thing, camping times, opening times, and all that sort of thing. I know the team are working flat out behind the scenes, sorting the venue out, getting stuff ready, getting stuff sorted. And talking of getting stuff sorted, we got just a matter of a small meeting in September. Of course, Ladies and Juniors Nationals hosted by our club. So again, preparations are well underway for that. And once again, loads of stuff going on. So keep your eyes out for social media and times, all that sort of thing, as we get a bit closer to the meeting and obviously the date. So yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, looking forward to the Ladies and Juniors Nationals at Hereford. Absolutely. Worth just reminding, I know all the people that have been racing for many a season will know this. The Ladies and Juniors Nationals is by application, so all ladies and juniors are eligible to race at the Nationals, but you do have to get your application in. Cut-off date, can't remember it precisely, but I think is sometime early July, which may sound a long way away, but isn't actually that far away. don't put off doing it, you ladies and juniors, because for administrative purposes, etc., then the cut-off does have to be adhered to. So if you look at the NASA website, national-autograss.co.uk, then there is an application form on there to race at the Ladies and Juniors Nationals. I think, given the venue, given the location and everything else, we are going to be looking at a cracking turnout for this year's Ladies and Juniors, and you will want to be part of it from a racing point of view. So get your application in, whether you're racing in a ladies class, or ladies classes, because you can race in a maximum of 2, or you're racing in juniors, then get that application in. If you're not going to be racing at the Ladies and Juniors, still get that date in your diary, because we will very much be looking for a cracking weekend, and from a spectator point of view, it is absolutely a super venue there that the Hereford Club have. Talking of from a spectator point of view, then just going back to the Cumdee venue, the Ovals at Lions Hall, it probably, and I'm going to get shot down for this, I'm sure, but certainly it is one of, if not the best places to watch Autograss racing. They have, is it fair to call it a bank? I don't know, but they certainly have an elevated area to the one side, and if you can get onto that elevated area and stand there, sit there, watching the racing, then it is a view that is unsurpassed, I think, in the sport. What do you reckon, Tim?
Yeah, absolutely, Steve, 100%. Something that will always stick with me for probably as long as I live. That's the 17 nationals that we did, and especially I was very, very fortunate enough to take on Class 7, and when I was commentating on the 7s, that one I was looking at a guy who actually led for quite a fair few laps, and just to see that bank absolutely full of spectators shouting and cheering their drivers on, just absolutely awesome. And yeah, that's one of the obviously big highlights of what we did, and yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, I think we're almost at track clearance though, so back to the present and back to the stock hatches up there on the line.
Right, yeah, thank you, Steve. So yeah, stock hatches for their rerun. So as we look then for track clearance, Chris Patterson, the only man that was unbeaten through the heats in Scarborough 64. But I think we're just waiting for one of the marshals just to get behind or move across to the other barriers. So Chris Patterson, John Petrie, John Crosby, Archie Lewis, Leon Cook, Alan Hawkins, Jamie Williams and Martin Murray. That's who we should have, as once again they leave the line and head towards that all-important first turn. It is the man on form then, Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64, but Archie Lewis then on that outside in Cumdee at 241. John Cosby also in there as well, Melton number 4, but it's Archie Lewis and Chris Patterson side by side for the first time of asking. Alan Hawkins also in there as well in the Forest 20 machine, but round the start gate turn we go round the top circuit when we go for the first time, and it is indeed the Chris Patterson machine that just about has got it at the moment. Scarborough at 64, Archie Lewis still running second in Cumdee at 241. Then it's the Melton 4 machine, but he's been chased by John Petrie in Radford 59. On his inside is Alan Hawkins in Forest 20, and not forgetting the other Scarborough machine we got out there, of course, that is Leon Cook in Scarborough at 65 and Martin Murray in C88, and completing it all, that's going to be James Williams in Border Counties 225. But back round towards us once again then, Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64, Archie Lewis still hanging on to that second place in Cumdee 241, Petrie on the outside in Radford at 57, Radford 59 rather, with Alan Hawkins in Forest 20. These two still locked side by side for that third place battle, and they race ahead of the Mountain 4 machine, John Cosby, and the other Scarborough machine, as I say, Leon Cook in Scarborough 65. One more lap to go then for your stock hatches, and it is indeed Patterson that leads one to the final circuit. Archie Lewis in 241. Still the battle really is going on for that third place slot, with Alan Hawkins still on that inside line, Petrie on the outside in Radford 59, Mountain 4 then Scarborough 65 from C88 and Border Counties 225 complete the race order. But we look towards the seaside bend, we look for your race leader. He's about to come at race winner and the champ for the weekend. It's Chris Patterson, Scarborough 64 takes it, Archie Lewis in 241, Radford 59, then comes Forest 20 from Scarborough 65, Mountain 4 of John Cosby, Martin Murray in company 88, and completing all then, that's going to be James Williams in Border Counties 225. Right, good stuff, and we got through the stock hatches as they leave the circuit. As well done to Chris Patterson, unbeaten this weekend then. So 4 wins then from 4. So down towards the line, I think is this ladies? So I think we're going with juniors. So once again, I'll hand over to the voice, Mr. Steve Langley.
So we think this is the rerun of the junior saloons, unfortunately going without Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill 33. So a very level break then away from the line. Reese Tipton, one of the early ones to show in Ludlow 1. Problems in turn 1 for Pip Melly in Swansea 2. Finishes up facing the wrong direction, but it is Scarborough 1 that was just about the first one to show, as they all get just a little bit out of shape coming past us and going round that top turn. But it is the Scarborough 1 machine then of Harry Bryman that leads the way. Pip Melly gets Swansea 2 going back again. Bo Chamberlain in 22F comes through on the inside to take up the race leadership from the one-time race leader. That's the Scarborough 1 machine. Cambridge at 142, and then Ludlow 1, it's Grace Williams. In Cambridge 142, Reese Tipton it is in Ludlow 1. Also coming up through the field then it's one of your top qualifiers, Iestin Jones in Tivy 15, just not to be for the other top qualifier, Pip Melly in Swansea 2. Just all went horribly wrong in turn 1. But coming round then, the race leader is the Cambridge car now, Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. On her inside, Harry Bryman in Scarborough 1. Absolutely neck and neck between those two. 22F still there, so's the Tivy machine and Ludlow 1. So anybody's race between all of those. We've lost Will Evans, unfortunately. Tivy 7 pulled into the middle of the track as the last lap flag gets made ready, and it goes out to Scarborough 1, 22F, Tivy 15, Ludlow 1. Problems on board, I think, possibly for Grace Williams. She's certainly dropped back now to the rear of this leading group as Pip Melly comes through in Swansea 2. But it is Harry Bryman in Scarborough 1 that's going into that Seaside Bend for the final time. Your Junior Saloon champion this weekend is Scarborough 1. Harry Bryman takes the win. Second place goes to Bo Chamberlain in 22F. Ludlow 1 gets up to third. Cambridge 142. Grace Williams battles back to fourth, just ahead of Tivy 15 and Pip Melly in Swansea 2. So we are hearing, unfortunately, that we've got a couple of we've got a green flag in that one. So Bo Chamberlain picks up a green flag in 22F. So we'll go back 2 positions, and even worse news, I'm afraid, for Reese Tipton. Ludlow 1 picks up a black flag. So Ludlow 1, Reese Tipton going to be excluded from results. Bo Chamberlain will go back a couple of places in 22F. Right, so we look to the line to see what we have assembled up there. Now, Gareth is heading for the microphone. I think they're Class 1 machinery, and Gareth agrees, because he's saying it is ladies' ones that are up there. So we shall leave you in the very capable hands of Mr. Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Steve. We're on to the rerun of ladies' Class 1. I've had the same message earlier on, but yeah, go on, go for it. Go for it.
So just very, very quickly, thank you, Gareth, and just had a message from fellow commentator and a mate of ours as well, Kevin Herdman, just switched on BAStv. Well, where you been? And just one word to describe it: brilliant. Well done to all. Another one from my part. Well, Pete Trinder, well done, mate. Good work to you and the team. Keep it up and keep it going.
There we go. So we're under starters orders. We're away and we're racing with the rerun of ladies' Class 1s. We got further than we did first time round, but it's the same result as Ellie Burton leads down into that seaside turn for the first time. Nia Jones is there, slotting into that third spot. Oh, Lucy Wickham just gets into that bottom bend a little bit too hard, and they sort themselves out. But Lucy has to reclaim that second position, but it's Burton that climbs the bank then in the TA number 4 machine from Lucy Wickham in pen out 27. IK number 90 is Nicole Kingsley. She's there rounding out your top 3. From North Shropshire 951, that's Claire Compton rounding out your top 4. Nia Jones is there back in that 5th spot in TA 352, looking to move up on the inside now of Claire Compton, but in trying so hard she's lost that 5th position. to Sophie Lewis in Athelston number 2, who's moved through to 5th, and she was looking to move through onto that 4th position on the inside of Claire Compton's North Shropshire 951 machine. That's where the race lies, is for that 4th, 5th and 6th position, because Ellie Meyer-Burton in TA number 4 is away and gone, about 10-12 car lengths clear now, and even more possibly over the 2nd place machine. That's now just about IK number 90 of Nicole Kingsley that moves through to 2nd. Lucy Wickham's there in Pennow 27, and Sophie Lewis is there in 4th in Athelston number 2, still holding off the challenge of Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951. Nia Jones in TA 352, and the back marker is Taylor Jade Pascal in Scunthorpe number 1, but it is Ellen Meyer-Burton then that sees that yellow flag with a black cross. A blue flag goes out to Lucy Wickham in Pennow 27. It doesn't matter too much because she wants her first BAST trophy this season, but going down into that seaside turn and looking to win her first, I think it's her first ever BAST trophy, is Ellen Meyer-Burton. TA number 4 then dashes to the line, takes the win. It's a win for TA4. 2nd place goes to IK number 90. 3rd place Sophie Lewis in Athelston 2 from Pennow 27. Claire Compton takes 5th in NS 951. We saw a green flag go out there. I think it was for Lucy Wickham in the Pennow 27 machine, but we'll confirm that once we get it. Back in that 6th spot was Nia Jones in TA 352, and the last of the finishers then Taylor Jade Pascal in Scunthorpe number 1. So we've got specials up there on the line. It looks like we're going to go with a Class 10 rerun, and for that one I'll hand you straight over to Liam Williams.
Right then, yeah, thank you, Gareth. So it's men's 10s that are down there on the line. Well, no, they're not, they're off the line. So men's Class 10s it is. That get away and gone from the line. Vinnie Gibbons shoots out of the gate in Leewood 170. Liam Evans on the inside. We're running without Andy Hornshaw from the first attempt, but it's Liam Evans that leads Wes Tinker from absolutely nowhere right round the outside and emerges in that first place position. What a move that was, as Tinker it is that takes up the running. Liam Evans 2nd. These two had a great battle yesterday, and it looks like they're going to have round 2 now in the final where it matters the most. It's Tinker that just about edges it from Liam Evans, Chester Payne, Lee Seagrave, Reece Griffiths, Vinnie Gibbons and Matt Barnbrook. That's the running order as they come past us. The race on the fields for 4th as Reece Griffiths looks to move up the inside of Seagraves but can't quite get him as we turn our attention back to the front. Wes Tinker was saying last night he's due some luck. He's going to give it all to win this final, and I'll tell you what, he wasn't lying, because your 40 it is that's showing them the way round. Liam Evans having to set up a 2nd, hasn't been beaten this weekend, but looks like he could be beaten in this unless he pulls something out of somewhere, because it's Wes Tinker that's going to move on to his final circuit. York 40, North Shropshire 3, Liam Evans, Chester Payne in 3rd, and Lee Seagrave rounding out the trophy positions in ARC number 1. Reece Griffiths, Vinnie Gibbons and Matt Barnbrook are the other ones that are running, but not quite to the form book as we turn our attention to the front. Wes Tinker, it was a brilliant move to get in front, and once he got there he stayed there. Tinker takes the win, Liam Evans takes 2nd, Chester Payne takes 3rd, Lee Seagraves 4th, Reece Griffiths comes across in 5th, Vinnie Gibbons in 6th, and Matthew Barnbrook in Scuddy 4-5 comes across and finishes it all. Well, I'll tell you what, we had to wait for it, but well, was it worth the wait? Yes, absolutely. And Wes Tinker, 3 seconds all weekend, and gets himself into the final. And like I said, once he got out in front, it was hard to get past him, and he takes Class 10 honours this weekend. ProLinks and Gwalior Garage, your sponsors. We've got men's 3s on and off the line. It's over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, and Liam. No time for an introduction because we're up and racing. Oh, Kelly's all sorts of sideways as they head down into that all-important first turn. Oh, and he's going to come unstuck. He's tangled up with Yorkshire Dales 24, so the car that leads towards us for the first time is Ryan Palmer, and we got red flags on that Class 3 rerun. So Ram Development's getting another mention. They're soon to get another mention when the rerun takes place a little bit later on. What's that on the line? Is that a rerun of men's 8s?
It could well be, yeah.
There we are, men's 8s up there on the line. Straight back over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. So my final scheduled race of the weekend, so hopefully we can go out with a bang and make it one of the best races of the weekend as well. Of course, when you look at the lineup we got on the line, then there's no reason why it shouldn't be. Here in that everyone is back in after the first attempt. I think Dan McKenzie he found himself square wheeled. He's back down there though, so everyone back in. So that gives us McKenzie, that gives us Ross Shepherd, Tom Lewis, Chris Pope, Daz Mullen, Tom Chadwick and Matt Bishop and Jake Herdman. That's your running lineup as we get away. It was Lewis and Shepherd who had the best of the breaks last time, and nothing's changed. It's those two once again. McKenzie's in the mix, but it's going to be Ross Shepherd that leads a contact at the back. Popey was up in the air. Chadwick gets it round. Chadwick gets it going again, as does Chris Pope. Let's keep it moving. Come on, boys, as they go down the far side. As all that goes on, Ross Shepherd it is that emerges as your race leader in South Somerset number 3, as Tom Lewis runs second in 55. McKenzie runs third, as Bishop runs fourth. Daz Mullen fifth, and Jake Herdman sixth. And then the two that got taken out, Tom Chadwick and Chris Pope, at the tail end of the field. But it's been these two virtually all weekend. They've had many of battles over the years, and it's just another one to add to the collection. It's Ross Shepherd holding off the challenge from Tom Lewis in BC55. But Tom will put everything into this to try and get the win. Don't discount McKenzie and Bishop yet either, as they run third and fourth and are certainly not out of this race yet, as they go past the beer tent, past the windmills and into the seaside corner for the penultimate time. Last lap flag is out this time. Bishop's getting close to the Armco, but keeps it okay. We're going to stick to the front. Oh, Tom makes his move and gets it up in the air, comes back down, but it's done him no favours whatsoever in BC 55. Shepherd says thank you very much, I'm going to move away. Oh, McKenzie takes himself out and Bishop takes himself out. It's all gone wrong. Shepherd it is though that takes the win. Tom Lewis takes second, Jerdman's up to third. Fourth I think was Daz Mullen from Matt Bishop, Dan McKenzie, Chris Pope, and come on Chadwick, we need to get this finished. There we go. Important BAS points, of course, they could prove to be. Tom Chadwick in North Shropshire 151 comes across the line and completes it all. Beresford Chassis and Components and DM Racing, your sponsors. What an entertaining race that was from men's Class 8s. That concludes them. That concludes me as well for the weekend. So just like to say a big thank you to Joan and the team for having me on the commentary box, and a big thank you to everyone on BAStv and everyone trackside for being able to put up with me and listen to me. The good news is I'm out of here. The bad news is I'm back in 5 weeks. So we got ladies Class 7s down there on the line, and I think to take you through that, it's going to be over to Tim Jones or Gareth Jones. One of the Joneses. It's over to Mr. Jones.
Right, yeah, so thank you, Liam, and again, top job as always, and no doubt we'll see you at BAS round 2. But before we get on with the ladies Class 7, just had a message through from Matt Lloyd, absolutely brilliant to all of you. Even missed my team's qualification because of the live stream. Fantastic job, and he said, P.S. can we have some better looking face masks for next time? So there we go. Nice to see all the messages come through, and as I say, well done, Matt, and thanks for the positive comments. Right, we're going with ladies Class 7. So say as Mickey B has made his long trip home, it's down to me to take you through ladies Class 7, and it's BAC 53 of Alice Bevins that first one to show. Kesney Adams on that outside line in Border County is 26, but it's Bevins then that leads them through. 53, 26, then comes Lindsay Allen in Pennine at 37. Where's the Fernio machine? That's Radford 176. Back in about, that's a fourth place slot at the moment. Michelle Barrett also in there as well in York 12, and rounding it all out then Shamel Clayton in Spalding at 31, but Bevins brings him round once again. Oh, Kesley's got it crossed up and being collected by Shamel Clayton, but I think that may bring out red flags once again. So poor old Kesney Adams, absolutely nowhere to go, spun and obviously just got collected by Shamel Clayton. So the front end looking a little bit second hand, but they'll have to get that car sorted and out of harm's way and back to the pits. So we're getting a bit more of a depleted field, but we're getting towards the end. I think there's only a couple of 3 races left. So it looks like Shamel's gone off on her own steam in Spalding at 31. So Julie Orphan 30 over in Radford 176, helps drive back to the pits as well. So Max Sport, of course, your series sponsor. Spar Motors is your meeting sponsor. So once again, big thanks to everybody for their very kind sponsorship. So the quad bike hooked up to the border counters machine and out of harm's way, and we're looking down towards the line, and I think this is class 2s of some description. So possibly, I think maybe ladies class 2. So Gareth has just gone to check what is actually on to the line. Right, Steve's gone. So I think we'll have to leave this one with Gareth. So to take you through ladies class 2. Back over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tim. No time for names and numbers. We're already up and we're racing with the ladies class 2s. Lara Jones, NTA 17, leads down into that seaside turn for the first time. Hot on her heels is the Scunthorpe 126 machine, 2 wins and a second. Jess Roberts in SC 126 as the door left open as they go into that top turn. The 176 machine just all sorts of sideways, but it's just about Lara Jones who's got her nose in front as they make their way down that far straight for the second time. But it's Jess Roberts now that takes up the running through the seaside turn. Lara's going to try and cut back on the inside, but unfortunately not managing to make it stick this time round. White Rose 13 is your third place driver. That's Anne-Marie Chadburn behind the wheel of that one. NS number 15 is Jess Brown, and she's there. She's made her way through up into that third spot. Also there is the Pennine 89 machine of Face to Renton. We had a good luck message from Michelle Heath a little bit earlier on, and she's there in that fifth spot with the Radford 205 machine. At the tail end of the field, that's Valerie Harrington. But the laps continue to be counted down. A few swaps and changes for third, fourth and fifth, and a few panels being readjusted. Oh, Jess Browning gets a little bit sideways, but corrects it just in time in the North Shropshire 15 machine. But this time round, the yellow flag with the black cross gets shown to Jess Roberts. She moves on to her final circuit. Lara still there in a very, very strong second position in TA 17, away and gone from Anne-Marie Chadburn in White Rose number 13. Face to Renton's up to fourth in Pennine 89, but into the seaside turn for the final time. It is Jess Roberts. Scunthorpe 126 then takes the win. I'm sure Lara's going to be delighted with the second in TA 17. Not sure if that was an angry fist or a happy fist as she crossed the line. Third place went to Anne-Marie Chadburn in White Rose number 13. Fourth place, Face to Renton in Pennine 89. Fifth place, Jess Browning in North Shropshire number 15. And then last but by no means least, the Radford 205 machine of Valerie Harrington. So they make their way back up towards the start line. They make their way back to the pits, and judging from the rerun and the holding lanes, I think we're going to have 2 more races to come. I'm not sure whether we're going to have a champion of champions or not, but there's 2 more lineups up there. One is your class 3 final, and there's one special rerun up there as well, and we would assume that that's possibly ladies 8. I'm not sure. Have we cleared ladies 8? What did you think it was? 9. Oh, I've got an expert here to my left who thinks it's class 9, so we'll just have to wait and see who's going to emerge first from those holding lanes. If you've joined us on the live stream, then a big thank you for each and every one of you. We ended up with over 1,500 viewers when we came in to finals time, and if you have been with us all weekend, then like I say, look out, because your mobile data has been wiped away this weekend. But we've got class 3 machines making their way to the line. On behalf of the South Wales League, then can I thank all my fellow commentators for their work this weekend. We started with me doing 1 and 3. Mickey B is on his way home, but if he's listening in, then please make sure that you're aware of my gratitude for your help this weekend doing 5s and 7s. Mr. Langley, there isn't a bass round that's ever been, I don't think, without the voice of Mr. Langley on the mic, and he's been helping us through the junior saloons class 9 and 2. Tim Jones, the voice and the host of the next meeting, is taking us through classes 4, 6 and the stock hatch, and like I say, big thank you to you as well, Tim, for this weekend. And Liam's on his way home in well, he's done his work for classes 8, 10 and F600s. So yeah, I think all 5 of us going to be with you at Cymru?
Yeah, all being well. Yeah, that's team's all been confirmed and everything. Well, all being well for this weekend. So yeah, hopefully all on the mic. And just like to say a big thank you to Gareth and everything for everybody for asking me back down to this wonderful part of the world. Always a pleasure to come down and help out and do whatever as we can. So yeah, Gareth, it's always appreciated. And yeah, hope we've done all right. Hope we've sounded somewhere near. And yeah, we'll hopefully see you all back on the mic in about 5 weeks' time. So we'll be there.
Yeah, looking forward to join you in Cymru. Every time I've been there, I've always had a really good experience. Right then, we're up and we're racing with your men's Class 3 final. Oh, Keith Kelly and Martin Gould then get it all wrong on that first straight, as do the majority of the field. And that's probably going to bring out the Reds once again, but it's Yorkshire Dales 24. And indeed, on that note, we've got red flags. So, will we get repair time is the big question. Who's going to need it and who's going to be excluded? We'll await for confirmation on that. We'll await for any information before we pass that on to you. But we've got Class 3 finalists going back up towards the pits. And we've got a lineup of specials coming to the line. And judging by that, it's going to be a rerun of your ladies Class 9. So who can we see up there? We've got your defending Class 9 national champion from the Pennine Club in Pennine number 5. Also there is Kate Adiman in York number 6. She looks to start her final in York number 6, and she'll start in grid number 6. I think it's one of the Pascal twins then that's going to start in Hereford 150 out there in grid number 7. And any more entrants coming to the line, we will inform you. But if we're looking back, I think we can see that the Class 3 machines are already being told to come straight back up to the line. So not sure whether we're going to have a champion of champions for both the men's and ladies at the end of this meeting. But certainly what we do have is a rerun of Class 9 and F600s. I think that we're going to have a rerun in this, excluding Heidi Dealey in ARC3. That's yet to be confirmed as far as the commentary is concerned, but I've been told that that is true. So Heidi Dealey is, unfortunately, Dealey Seagreaves rather, is going to be excluded. Sorry, Heidi. You can take the girl out of Drach Wilindra, but you can't take the Dealey out of the Dealey. You can't take Drach Wilindra out of the Dealeys. Right then, Class 9's up there on the line. Just the 3, it seems, at the moment. A few of the marshals just making sure that they're all evenly placed, that they're all evenly matched, and that's where we're looking at the moment. The view from the bottom bend looking up towards the start line. We've got the 3 Class 9s there. None of the F600s are there, but we can see a lineup behind them that are making their way to the line. We've got the buggy making its way up the far straight as well. We've got quads making their way back to the centre of the track, and we've got Erina Almonds. No, it's not Erina at all, it's Lee Almonds, North Wales 27. That car now has just come into view on your live stream. It's going to be taken back up to the pits. It was a very, very messy opening straight line and opening first turn, and the Reds were really brought out immediately. There we go. So we've just had confirmation as well, ladies. The men's Class 8 final, the result will stand. As we look to the line then, we can see just the 2 more races to come. The telehandler, unfortunately, in the middle of your screen there is carrying Lee Almonds, North Wales 27 machine back up towards the start line. Not sure if he's going to have repair time or not, or whether the Class 3s that are in the holding lanes and on the line are going to be held for him to repair. We will await any confirmation of exclusions on that one. But we've got marshals who have been working tirelessly all weekend, as have all the officials here this weekend. And on behalf of Oily and the South Wales League there, I'd like to extend my gratitude and their gratitude for everybody that's helped over the course of this weekend. Whether you've been stuck on the gate since Thursday, whether you've been lap scoring, whether you've been commentating, whether you've been in the holding lanes, whether you've been on the start line, whether you've been helping to sign on and scrutineer, whether you've been in pits control and haven't seen any races this weekend, then there's guaranteed to be a job that I haven't mentioned. But a big, big thank you to everybody that have made this weekend a very successful weekend, and a very successful, I'm I'm optimistic in saying a very successful opening round for the British Autograss Series for 2022. So here we go then. We got more Class 7 machines coming to the second lineup. So we're going to go with ladies 9s, ladies 7s, and then we've got that outstanding men's Class 3 final to come a little bit later on. But as you can see, if you're watching us at home, that telehandler with a North Wales 27 machine is about to make its way off the circuit. It's just gone out of your view now, but we've got Class 9s up there on the line. This one then brings out the Pennine 5 machine of Chloe Richardson, your defending Class 9 national champion, but Katie Adderman in York 6 is the first one away, and she breaks from the line. So as they come back towards us, it is Katie Adderman in York number 6, Pennine 5. Chloe Richardson is there in that second spot, and Hereford 150 is Jade Dyke-Wickfield, and she's there in that third spot. 3 on the same straight as they go down that far straight then for the second time. Katie Adderman back on form in the York 6 machine, exits that seaside turn and closes out the second circuit of this Castleroyd Raceway. Jade Whitfield Dyke is there in that second spot in Hereford 150 as Chloe Richardson tries to go right the way around the outside in Pennine number 5. But it is Katie Adderman that's leaving them in her dirt. It's York number 6 that continues to power on, lifting those front wheels as she exits that seaside turn from Pennine 5. Chloe Richardson still there in that second spot, slowly being reeled in by the Hereford machine on the apex of that corner. But it is York number 6 that makes her way down into that seaside turn for the penultimate time. That yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready, and she moves on to her final circuit. Second place is still Chloe Richardson in Pennine number 5 from the Hereford machine. That's it's escaped me, but it's Hereford 150 in that third spot. Jade Dyke-Whitfield in Hereford 150, sorry Jade, but here comes your Class 9 winner and champion for this weekend. Katie Adderman takes the win in York number 6 from Chloe Richardson, and Jade Whitfield Dyke in Hereford 150 that takes that third spot. So Class 9s then, they're done and dusted. They make their way back to the pits. Ladies Class 7's on the line, and for that one I'll hand you over to the voice of the West Midland League. It's back over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. So yeah, on then with ladies Class 7, bit of a depleted field, no time to tell you who's there as they leave the line, but it's the Radford 176 machine, Julie Hawthorne Fernio, that leads the way. Barrett also goes with her in York at 12, but it's Bevans that looks up that inside line and slots into second as they come by us for the first time. Lindsay Allen runs third in Pennine at 37, just ahead of Spalding 31, then Jamal Clayton, and as Barrett moves through in York number 12, but it's Julie Hawthorne Fernio that's going to bring him round once again. Radford 176 from the Bevans machine, then PAC 53. Alice Bevans runs second, and Allen runs third in 37. Then comes the Barrett machine, York 12, as she battles with Jamal Clayton in Spalding at 31. But once again, down the far side, and if anything, just extending her lead. Julie Hawthorne Fernio, Radford 176, another lap completed. PAC 53. Then comes Lindsay Allen in Pennine 37. York 12 on Michelle Barrett, down Jamal Clayton in Spalding at 31. But down the far side, once again, it is still Radford 176. Julie Hawthorne Fernio went into it as top qualifier as 2 wins and a second, 155 points. Got her into the final, and she's looking to go one better. 176, 53. Then comes Lindsay Allen in at 37 from Michelle Barrett in York 12, and Shemel Clayton in Spalding at 31. But with half a lap to go, then it's going to be around the seaside bend we go for the final time. Your ladies Class 7 champ this weekend then, Radford 176. Julie Hawthorne Fernio takes the win. PAC 53 takes second. Barrett takes third in York 12 from the Lindsay Allen in Pennine 137, and Jamal Clayton rounds it all out in Spalding 31. Wow, good stuff from ladies Class 7. As I say, I was unfortunately had to take you through it, as Mickey, as I say, has made his way back to launch it back up to Scarborough. Match Sport, of course, your series sponsor, and Spar Motors was your weekend sponsor. Our big thanks to them. That concludes me this weekend, and once again I'll extend my thanks to Gareth and Joan and Nicola and all the team for asking us down this weekend and helping you out. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. Hospitality is always brilliant when you come down here, and as I say, we'll see you back on the mic in 5 weeks time with Gareth in the team as well. So from me, thank you. I hope you've enjoyed what you've heard, and we've taken you through some of the good racing. But for now, we'll say good night, and as I say, to take you through the rest of it, back over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Tim. I think it's the last race of the weekend that's up there on the line. That's going to be your men's Class 3 final. Wasn't made aware of any exclusions from the previous run, but it looks like Lee Ullman, North Wales 27, has been unable to repair. Or is that the North Wales 27 machine out there in grid number 7? No, that's Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. That he starts out there in grid number 7. Yorkshire Dales 24 is Simon Farrar. He starts out in grid number 8. The starlet coming from grid number 6 is Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343. On his inside shoulder will be Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales 98. Rich Lee is SC 700, and Phil Holloway in Evesham 34 starts in grid number 1. So down they go, the start line straight and into that all-important first turn. Keith Kelly unbeaten in the heats. He's looking to take a win in the final as well, and he's leading his way past us for the first time. Ryan Power's there in that second spot with a Yorkshire Dales clubmate there on his inside shoulder. That's Simon Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 40-24. But through on the inside goes Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343. Down into that seaside turn they go. Oh, a little bit of panel adjusting there, but it's Keith Kelly that's flying his way through that bottom turn for the second time. Ryan Power still there in that second position in Yorkshire Dales 98, but Phil Holloway is looking to get up into the middle of that racing pack, and he's through into that fourth spot, chasing down the rear end of Martin Gould's Toyota Starlet. He's chasing down the rear end of the estate of Ryan Power, and he's chasing down the Mallow 247 machine as he climbs the bank, passes the start line for the penultimate time, because next time round I think he's going to see that yellow flag with a black cross. He's going to move on to his final circuit. It's still 247 from 98, 343 and 24. Phil Holloway's there in Evesham 34, back in that first spot with Rich Lee back in sixth in Scunthorpe 700, and as they cross the top part of the final time, Farah gets it all wrong in Yorkshire Dales 24, probably his shaft possibly gone on that one. It really threw him out towards the loose on that start gate turn, but it is Keith Kelly who's going to become your Class 3 champion this weekend. Ryan Power takes second in Yorkshire Dales 98 from Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343. Phil Holloway takes fourth in Evesham 34 from the Rich Lee machine. Scunthorpe 700 takes fifth. And unfortunately then on the far side of the circuit, Yorkshire Dales 24 just unfortunately fails to finish there after picking up some superb points in his 3 rounds of qualifying. So that does bring to an official close, I believe, your racing for this weekend. But before we close officially, then we've got an official who's got something to say. Oh.
No, I haven't. I was just going to say goodbye to you all. So there we go. No, so I'd like to join you and Gareth, I'm sure, in thanking everybody for all their efforts this weekend on round 1 of the Kent Cams and Simpson Racing Horse British Autograss Series. A couple of the commentators have got a fair distance to travel, so Liam and Mickey B have disappeared. So there's just 3 of us in the commentary box, but big thank you to Gareth and Tim and everybody else that's assisted with this meeting. As I say, trophy presentation is going to be taking place, I believe, up there in the marquee. If you're travelling home, then please drive safely. Keep the racing to the racetrack and off the roads. We will hopefully see you at some future Autograss race meeting, hopefully in the not too distant future. And if you've watched on live stream and you've enjoyed it, then get yourself along and watch where you can in person. It would be great, but if not, we will be back live streaming with BAStv at round 2 of the British Autograss Series. In between now and then, please stay safe, look after yourselves. But from all of us here at the Castle Lloyd Raceway and the South Wales Autograss League, it's a very good evening.